up and blinked. Is it morning already? He stepped outside and saw Ragna Lataniel passed out in a chair. You could have woken me up, he said. Why are you still sitting here all night? She answered haughtily. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just resting for a bit after cleaning up the books. He chuckled to himself. Cleaning up? A bit, yeah, right. Ah, it's time to open the library now. Despite the dark circles under her eyes, she insisted. I'm serious. Don't get the wrong idea. He didn't argue with her. All right, I get it. Thanks. But Ragna didn't hold back. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. Bjorn thought to himself as he walked away. She's actually a good person, isn't she? A few hours later at the Mage Tower. Raven, are you in there? He called out. Still half asleep and clutching a blanket, she peeked out. Yandel? Why are you here this early? I have something to ask you, she grumbled. Make it quick. I'm still sleepy. Before he could even finish, she slammed the door in his face. Our party's missing a mage. Would you be interested in joining our next raid? No thanks, she said without hesitation. Wait, Bjorn added quickly. That's not why I came. I need a favor. Raven peeked her head out again. A favor? He held up a torn page. This is a fragment from the Tear and Reality II book. I want to know when this paper was made. She didn't respond right away and just smirked. You know nothing comes free, right? Fine, come in. Once inside, she stared at him intently. Tell me, how did you know about the vampire's sacred artifact? The tears of the goddess, how did you know it was hidden inside the statue? Bjorn looked her in the eye and answered plainly. I've already said this 100 times. I had no idea what it was. I just smashed the statue near the fountain and it fell out. She stared at him, skeptical. Are you seriously telling me you didn't know what it was but still used it against a vampire? I guessed. It had the image of a goddess on it, so I assumed it might be divine and useful for repelling evil. Seriously. I swear on the honor of a warrior. I'm telling the truth. She lit up with excitement. Finally. I found a real volume of Tears in Reality, but I guess you must have gotten it from the library. Huh? Bjorn waited, then asked her the real question. So, about my request, she nodded, already reading his mind. I get what you want. But don't drag me into weird stuff again, okay? Just once. Please, deal. I'll have the paper analysis results for you by next week, thanks. And next time, don't drop by this early in the morning, got it? Yeah. Later that day, at the group's meeting point, Misha Karlstein shouted his name. Bjorn. Where were you? I went to your place and you weren't there. I was at the library. Her eyes widened. All night. Wait, don't tell me that means. Bjorn caught the look in her eyes. What do you mean? I was just reading books. Ragna let me stay there, that's all. She rested her chin on her hand, clearly suspicious. Seriously. The madman stayed up reading all night. He refused because he didn't want her to get any more exhausted. Forget it, just go rest, he told her. She sighed and grumbled. But there's nothing to do at home anyway. He snapped at her loudly. What do you mean, nothing to do? If you're that free, go practice your swordsmanship. Her face drooped after the scolding. She muttered in frustration but didn't argue back. I was originally planning to rest today and go tomorrow, but it looks like that plan's changing. Later, when he arrived at the library, he politely greeted and introduced himself. Hey, we haven't properly introduced ourselves yet, have we? I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel. She responded indifferently. Of course I know. It's almost closing time. Are you coming in or not? No, I'm not here to read books today. Her expression remained flat. Then. Bjorn called her by name, Ragna Lataniel Pefrock. She noticed he mispronounced it, but didn't really care. It's Lataniel, not L. But call me whatever you like. Mim, got it. Anyway, Ragna, he made her a proposal. Can you set aside your librarian duties for a while, and join me as a party member in the labyrinth." She didn't let him finish before declining. "I refuse." After being rejected, he tried to provoke her. "All right, I see how it is." He looked at her mockingly. "If you're just a weak little mage who can't even enter a labyrinth, then there's nothing more to say." Bjorn defended himself. "Why would I lie to you?" He was annoyed at the way she was staring at him. "What's with that look? Don't look at me like that." Suddenly he remembered what she had wanted to talk to him about last night. "Hey, what was that thing you wanted to tell me yesterday?" She fidgeted and hesitated. "Well, it's just then someone called out, 'Hey, you two. They're here.'" Grabbing onto the sudden distraction like a lifeline, she quickly deflected. "They're here. They've been waiting for you, you know." Bjorn was confused. "They've been waiting for me." Murad, the older man, spoke up. "All right, if anyone has something to say about our party, now's the time." Everyone fell silent, waiting for Bjorn to speak first. "Okay, Bjorn, you go ahead." Bjorn addressed the group seriously. "It seems like we need a new teammate. I asked 2 other mages if they'd join us, but they both turned me down." Murad looked visibly irritated. "You were already looking for other mages." The mage standing beside him stopped him. "Calm down, Murad. Bjorn has a point." Bjorn fired back. "Then do you have a better idea?" Murad explained the purpose of the meeting. "That's why I called everyone here. I've been thinking about Dwaki's situation. First, let's talk about why he's in trouble." Bjorn cut in impatiently. "Keep it short so I can actually follow." Murad offered a plan. "To put it simply, let's go talk directly to Baron Martone." The girl was shocked. "What? How are we supposed to meet a baron? He lives in the royal capital. We can't just waltz in there." Murad smiled confidently. "Actually, this tea house is one of Baron Martone's regular spots. He'll be here soon." Bjorn was irritated. "You expect us to just meet him unannounced like this?" Murad clung to him pleadingly. "If we don't talk to him today, we'll have to wait a whole month. And he's a titled noble. Meeting him with a group like this will be less intimidating. I'll give each of you 300,000 spirit stones. Please, stay and help me plead with him." Bjorn reconsidered. "If it weren't for those 300,000 spirit stones, I'd already be gone." Just then, someone entered the room. Bjorn recognized who it was. "That's my brother. Go on, good luck." The young man nervously stepped forward and greeted the Baron. "Baron Martone. It's me, Lord Werv Dwaki." He dropped to his knees in respect. "Please, hear me out." The Baron turned and looked at him, puzzled. "Dwaki, that name sounds familiar." The butler beside him leaned in and respectfully explained. "The Dwaki family is the maternal house of Lady Carolina, the 3rd wife of the former Baron." The Baron barely gave him a glance. "Ah, I see. So what do you want?" Dwaki trembled. "I wanted to say that." Bjorn sighed at how scared he looked and stepped in to help. "All right, I'll handle this." He walked over and ruffled Dwaki's hair. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel." The Baron stared at him. "It's been a long time since I've spoken to a berserker. What a strange feeling. So, what do you want from me?" Bjorn explained. "Yesterday he was captured by the Moslem party, and now he's banned from entering the labyrinth. Could you lift the ban for him?" The Baron looked confused. "That's unfortunate, but why are you telling me this?" Bjorn was baffled. "Wait, isn't this guy the one behind all this? Why does he look so clueless?" The butler whispered something else to the Baron, and he finally seemed to understand. "Oh, he's illegitimate. Is that it? Right. So he's—" The butler continued, "Yes, but it wasn't an important matter, so I didn't report it to you." The Baron praised the butler. "Good. You did well not wasting my time with trivial things." Standing off to the side, Dwaki turned pale. "Trivial." He looked hurt and humiliated. Bjorn gently patted him on the head in comfort, then turned to the Baron. Anyway, could you at least lift the labyrinth ban for him? But the Baron scoffed, unimpressed. Why should I do that? He felt deeply frustrated and cursed under his breath. Talking properly with these guys was infuriating. Damn bastards. Suddenly the butler whispered something to the Baron. My lord, wait a moment. The Baron paused, then picked up on what the butler was implying. You mean this lunatic? The little Vulcan? The butler nodded. Yes, exactly. The Baron's expression lit up with delight. Well, what a pleasant surprise. So this is the adventurer the Count is so interested in. Thanks to you, I've received some valuable information. I'll reward you with 20,000 spirit stones. The butler beamed with gratitude. I'm honored, my lord. Turning his attention to Bjorn, the Baron called out cheerfully. Well, what are you just standing there for? You're Bjorn, aren't you? He nodded approvingly. I'll lift the ban from the labyrinth for your friend, but in return, I have a request. No, let's call it a demand. Bjorn narrowed his eyes, wary. What kind of demand? The Baron looked up at him with a sly smile. 2 months from now, my dear Count will be hosting a grand banquet. I want you to attend with me. Bjorn blinked, surprised by how simple the request was. That's it? Just attend a party. The Baron chuckled. Well, do you have any talents you could showcase at the event? Something to entertain the guests. His face lit up with amusement, clearly imagining Bjorn performing like a trained monkey. Maybe bending iron bars with your bare hands or something like that. Wouldn't that be quite the spectacle? Bjorn clenched his fists internally, seething at being looked down on like that. What does he think a lunatic is? Some kind of clown. But then came the kicker. I'll pay you 1,000,000 spirit stones, the Baron added nonchalantly. How about it? Do we have a deal? Bjorn was stunned by the offer. Did I hear that right? The Baron smirked, misreading the silence. Too little for you. Or are you just playing hard to get? Bjorn's demeanor flipped in an instant. A dazzling smile spread across his face as he replied enthusiastically, You can contact me anytime, my lord. I'll do anything for my teammates. In his head, Bjorn was already celebrating. That kind of money. Only a fool would turn it down. Despite speaking casually to a noble, Bjorn wasn't punished like the young mage. As a lunatic, he was immune to charges of disrespect toward nobles even when speaking without honorifics. Long ago, the lunatics had earned tremendous merit in battle, and were granted a royal privilege. They were not required to speak formally to anyone, save for the king himself. The next morning, Misha and Hikarad rushed to the front gate of the mansion, visibly worried. Dwalki, how did it go? Misha asked. Dwalki forced a smile, his expression grim. Well, I got into the labyrinth. Easier than you'd believe. Hearing that, Bjorn fell silent and looked at Dwalki thoughtfully. Power really made a difference. Maybe he should start considering relying on those with influence when needed. Fame and connections made everything smoother. Even though the news was objectively good, Dwalki's expression still worried Misha. But why do you look so down? She asked. He laughed it off with an awkward smile. It's nothing. Hikarad then pulled out the promised reward, a hefty bag containing 300,000 spirit stones, 3 times the agreed amount. He laughed heartily. Go on, take it. Everyone else in the group decided not to accept it, so I'd feel bad taking it all myself. Seeing their unity, Hikarad couldn't help but get emotional. Thank you, he said. I know it must have been difficult for a warrior to bow and hold back in front of someone like that. Standing before such a massive amount of spirit stones and not taking them was frustrating for Bjorn. That guy offered me a whole 1,000,000. How could I say no to that? In the end, even madmen have to survive. What's the point of honor if you can't eat it? Hikarad's tone turned serious as he looked at Bjorn with sincere emotion. I'll never forget what you did, and I'll repay you. Although Bjorn was tempted to accept those words, he forced himself to politely decline. You really don't need to. Suddenly, Dwalki hesitantly spoke up. And me, I will definitely repay you tenfold, Bjorn. Hikarad, not to be outdone, added with determination. No, as the team leader, I watching them go back and forth. Bjorn sighed. All right, whoever repays me is fine. Do what you want. Misha giggled teasingly. Look at you, Bjorn. You're embarrassed. Her comment startled him. What? No, I'm not, he snapped. Time flew by. The day of the labyrinth's opening finally arrived. Standing before the entrance, the group buzzed with anticipation. The labyrinth, a sacred battlefield of dimensions. Someone exclaimed. A commotion stirred behind them. That's Bjorn, son of Yandel. He found the way into the labyrinth. Another voice called. Looks like some more lost mad warriors have gathered. As the murmuring grew louder, Bjorn spoke up, commanding their attention. Listen up. Just follow what I taught you. That's what it means to be a true warrior. One of the young mad warriors raised his hand and asked, Does that mean we can become famous warriors like you? Bjorn nodded. Of course. Every one of you can achieve that if you train hard enough. Cheers erupted from the group, their morale rising. We'll do it. We'll follow your words. Thank you, little Balkan. We respect you. Seeing their spirits lifted, Bjorn turned away and said calmly, I'll be going now. Good luck. The young warriors watched his back as he walked away, their eyes full of gratitude. He didn't just lead us here, he even gave us guidance. He really is the little Balkan, a great warrior. We'll do as he said. Good luck. Watching from behind, Hikarad was moved. You really do treat your fellow clansmen well. Bjorn replied softly as he walked. I'm just doing what I can. Learning from experience is a cruel process for everyone. Hikarad followed and nodded. True enough. Suddenly, Bjorn's eyes narrowed, filled with a chilling aura. A few days earlier, Karak, the third son of Fanon, had warned him. Lately, I've been acting as a guardian for the second-tier team. Most of the others, they died in the labyrinth. All because they lacked experience. Thinking about it, he suddenly grew somber. If only they had been willing to change their outdated traditions and taught their people properly, maybe so many wouldn't have died. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. Only 3 entries into the labyrinth, and things have already turned out like this. Up ahead, Misha suddenly called out, Hey Rottmiller, why aren't you carrying a weapon? Rottmiller replied calmly, It's in my inventory. I'm just more used to pulling it out when I need it. Misha found his answer amusing. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. As Dwalki saw him approach, he smiled. There you are. Finished everything. He responded flatly, Yeah, let's go. Looking at the entrance of the labyrinth, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. The last 3 times were awful. And now this is the 4th. He had no idea what kind of bastard he'd encounter this time. Still, he stepped forward without hesitation. There's no doubt something will happen again, so just throw away any illusions and be ready to fight. As soon as they stepped into the labyrinth, a flood of system notifications echoed around them. You have entered the Crystal Cavern, Floor 1. The number of crystal tips in your possession has reached the limit. Hunt monsters and level up. You have entered the Stone Desert, Floor 2. Thanks to a favorable starting point, they reached the Stone Desert in just 9 hours. Together with his team, he fought bravely and advanced without any major setbacks. Even after hunting every type of monster they could find to gain experience, they still managed to reach the teleportation gate to the next floor after just 4 days. After more time passed and more battles fought, notifications rang out again. You have slain Fallen Gnome. Ego has slain Shield Kobold. You have slain Rock Golem. You have slain Stone Sentinel. You have slain Tree Witch. You have entered the Pilgrimage Path, Floor 3. By the 8th day, they had safely crossed the Witch's Forest and arrived at the teleportation gate to the 4th floor. You have entered the Heavenly Tower, Floor 4. Seeing the monsters in front of him, he grew more serious. Every monster from Floor 3 is here, even the ones at Grade 6, plus others that only appear in this place. In other words, the experience yield here was massive. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he charged forward. One clean slash cut down the monster before him. He thought to himself, they don't call this the training tower for nothing. After a while, more notifications came pouring in. You have slain Vittel. You have slain Scout Lizard. You have slain Dullahan. You have slain Queen Banshee. You have slain Elatrak the Brave. You have slain Dragon Knight. You have slain Living Eye. Finally, the long training came to an end. In the end, focusing solely on hunting netted them a total of 3.9 million spirit stones, 780,000 per person. Staring at the heavy pouch in his hand, Rottmiller muttered darkly, "That's not a small amount, but I still feel a bit let down. Is it just me?" Misha quickly agreed, "Nope, I feel the same." Dwalki nodded too. "I get it." Hikarad then added, "Looks like Bjorn's insane luck has finally run out." Bjorn said nothing. In truth, the money they made was partly thanks to his passive skill, Greed, which increased mana stone drop rates by 30%. Looking at the bag in his hand, he frowned and thought, why did we earn even less than our first trip into the labyrinth? Then it hit him. Now I understand why there are so many thieves and raiders. Life is only getting harder. Maybe we were just incredibly lucky before. And now, this is how things normally are. If that's the case, then I really don't have anything to regret. With that self-consolation, they spent their time in the city to the fullest. Bjorn even helped Raven with her research and successfully dated the second crack codex -150 years ago. That year coincided with the beginning of the game, the death of the first king, and the creation of the book itself. Standing before such a coincidence, he couldn't help but grow thoughtful. I want to know what exactly happened back then, but right now there's no way to find out for sure. I guess I just have to wait. Misha noticed that he seemed absent-minded and called out, "Bjorn, are you even listening to me?" Snapped out of his thoughts, he quickly responded, "Yes, I'm listening," though deep down, a plan was already forming in his mind. It seemed they had no other choice but to enter the labyrinth and uncover the truth themselves. Time passed once again. The fifth labyrinth. This time the amount of spirit stones each person received had changed 790,000 spirit spurs per person. The moment they heard it, everyone looked at each other in surprise and confusion. Did someone make a mistake? We barely did anything except level up a little, they murmured. The dim room was lit only by flickering candlelight. Lying in bed, Bjorn tried to calm himself down after everything that had happened. Come on, stop worrying needlessly. Everything is going well. But even as he tried to convince himself, unease lingered. In the end, he couldn't sleep. Damn it, what am I even thinking right now? He muttered, sitting up and rubbing his temples, utterly drained. Things are going well, and that's exactly what makes it dangerous. Don't forget, bad things always happen when you let your guard down. I can't stop now. I have to get even stronger. It's the only way I'll survive, he told himself. With that thought, he slapped himself hard across the face, leaving a bruise. If anyone saw me like this, they'd think I'd gone insane. Then his eyes shot open, sharp and resolute. Always assume the worst if you have to go mad. A smirk tugged at his lips. Then let me be the kind of lunatic who does everything possible just to stay alive. The next morning, Misha was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. When she saw his pale face, she smiled gently. Bjorn, is something wrong? As he ate, he replied, No, nothing. Why do you ask? Misha looked at him with slight concern. It's just your eyes look kind of scary today. Bjorn glanced to the side and said flatly, Inwardly, he thought, maybe I'm frowning too much again. Staring at the food on his plate, he grew serious. My problem is letting my guard down. I have to constantly remind myself, focus, don't get complacent. Suddenly, Misha's voice cut through his thoughts again. Hey Bjorn. Without warning, she leaned in close and smiled. He choked on his food. Can I touch your ears? She asked. His reaction made her flustered. Well, when I was little, my older brother said touching my ears made him feel relaxed. That's all. I mean, he still treats me well now, I guess. Bjorn stayed silent outwardly, but internally, a storm raged. Treats you well or not, I don't care. What kind of pervert says stuff like that to his sister? Then he looked at Misha's innocent, sparkling eyes and sighed inwardly. This is why a stable home environment during childhood is so important. Just look at her, she clearly means well and doesn't even realize how inappropriate that sounded. He looked at her seriously and said, Misha, don't say stuff like that to other people. They might misunderstand and take advantage of you. She blinked in confusion. Misunderstand? Bjorn studied her embarrassed expression. If I didn't know Misha's type is skinny guys, I might have thought she was trying to seduce me just now. But you're not other people, she said. We're friends. Bjorn gave her a stern look. Hey, don't argue. Just say got it and move on. Fine. If it bothers you that much, she sighed in defeat. He raised an eyebrow. Bothers me. Misha quickly changed the subject. How about I grill some meat for you later? That earned his approval. Now that's more like it. After breakfast, he went straight to Lagna's room, surprising her. She stared at him with an unreadable expression. So nothing happened. He calmly replied, You can probably tell just by looking. What about you? Of course I'm fine, she said coolly. Bjorn nodded. In that case, I'm counting on you again today. But before that, if there's something you want to say, just say it. Lagna gave him a surprised look. How did you know? He responded plainly, just a feeling. She sighed. Fine. I'll say it, but understand this isn't confirmed information. Still, as your friend, I think I need to warn you about something. Hearing Lagna's warning, Bjorn tensed up, his gaze fixed on her. A warning? About what? Tell me now. Lagna paused for a moment before speaking gravely. There's a possibility that a spatial fracture could occur inside the labyrinth. Those words left him stunned. A spatial fracture, an actual catastrophe within the maze, was on an entirely different level. In the game, it only had a 1 in 100 chance of ever happening. His expression turned serious as he looked at Lagna, his mind racing through recent events. So that's why the labyrinth has been so quiet lately. Is this what's coming? Lagna's voice snapped him back to the moment. I know you probably won't believe this, but maybe it's better to just pretend you didn't hear it. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. Where did this information come from? A mage from the Tulipine Guild, she answered calmly. His name is Shernal Purgang. They say he's been researching spatial fractures for years. He nodded, still processing. All right. Thanks for the warning. I'll look into it myself. Lagna was slightly surprised. You're leaving already? Bjorn waved a hand as he turned away. Got a new mission. Gotta get to work. But despite his efforts, he couldn't find any trace of a mage named Shernal Purgang. It was almost as if the man didn't exist at all. About 10 days later, the rumors began to spread like wildfire. Misha burst through the door in a panic. Bjorn. Have you heard? People are saying a spatial fracture is coming. Everyone in the tavern who overheard her went into a frenzy. A spatial fracture? Where'd she hear that? They say it happens in cycles, and the next labyrinth is due. Watching the chaos around him, Bjorn fell deep into thought. This is strange. For a rumor to spread like this, it must have a source, something credible. Could someone be intentionally leaking this information? He quietly observed every face in the tavern, saying nothing. This place is too loud, too exposed. I need information passed through more discreet channels, not bar talk. Gripping his glass tighter, he muttered under his breath, but someone like me, a lunatic by reputation, how could I possibly access high-level intelligence like that? There was only one option left. He pulled out a small red pill, staring at it in silence. I had planned to wait at least 3 more months before using this. Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth. Then again, using it a month early won't kill me. He swallowed it with ease, scanned the room, then whispered, Now then. At that exact moment, the clock struck 12. A radiant glow erupted from his body, followed by a system notification your soul is resonating with the character and is being pulled into a specific world. He looked around, bewildered by the sudden change in scenery. Where the hell am I? At a local police precinct, a panicked voice rang out. Name Hansu. Age 29. Missing for 500 hours. A senior inspector sat with a hot cup of coffee in hand. He asked calmly. After a month of unauthorized absence, the company reported him missing. What about his family? Detective Park, standing respectfully in front of him, replied. Only his mother, sir. But she didn't seem interested in getting involved when I spoke to her. The inspector frowned. Then why did this missing person case end up on our desk? Detective Park hesitated before answering. Well, the thing is, in his memory he saw Hansu walking into his house with a backpack. According to Park, checked footage showed him entering, but there was no footage of him leaving. All the windows were sealed shut. After explaining, Park handed over a report. There's definitely something strange about this. The inspector took a sip of his coffee and flipped through the report. A thought flickered through his mind. It was all highly unusual. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing valuable stolen, and his last credit card transaction was over a month ago. He recalled the scene. What stood out most was the clothing Hansu had been wearing when he entered. It was all found inside the house, as if his body had vanished, leaving only his clothes behind. Whoever did this must be insane, he muttered. Looking back up, he asked, have you secured the scene and started forensics yet? Park quickly responded, you should see this first. See what? The inspector asked. Park gestured toward the computer screen in Hansu's room. It's his monitor. The inspector's eyes widened. Wait, Park. How is that thing even on? I didn't plug anything in. Park simply replied. It was already like this when we got here. On the monitor, a message displayed. You've completed your coming-of-age ceremony. A new item has been equipped. Item level will increase. The inspector's face drained of color. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he stammered, What is this? Park added, I did some digging. Apparently there've been other similar cases popping up around the world. At that moment, Bjorn Yandel's mind was spinning with memories of being transported into this other world. For 5 months, he had done unspeakable things to survive. Yet now the sensation of his former life started to creep back in. He remembered being a regular office worker. Sitting in front of a computer, he would instinctively start typing his password. That was all he could remember now. And now he realized why there had been that postscript on the screen. The message on the monitor changed. Please enter password. King of Rafdonia. God damn it, he cursed under his breath as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Suddenly he stood up, staring at his own hands. A pale look washed over his face, fear evident in his eyes. Wait. Is this really my body? He muttered. Looking around, he began to recognize everything. This was his room. Everything matched his memory perfectly. It felt too real. Then it hit him. Wait, if this really is my room. He rushed to open the fridge and there it was. There it is. He shouted with joy. It's here. For some reason the fridge was filled to the brim with Coca-Cola. Without hesitation, he cracked open a can. The fizz hissed out as he took a long gulp. But almost instantly his expression turned bitter. Damn it, it has no taste. Even that sharp throat-burning kick is gone. It was as if he were drinking flavorless water. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. A calm voice followed, May I come in? Bjorn rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. So this place was created based on the memory that brings me the most comfort, and because my mental defenses are so strong, all she can see is mist and fog in here, He was trying to get back into his old crazed persona. And the password I typed was a decoy. The real one must be verified directly by her. A beautiful blonde woman stepped in and nodded. That's right. After all, no ordinary person in this world could recreate both the clothes and the setting of Earth so perfectly. In his thoughts, he realized the woman before him was known as the Queen of Souls. She seemed to be acting as a kind of guide for newcomers like him in this place. Bjorn Yandel asked with a puzzled look. Then what about the doorbell earlier? Why'd you ring it? You could have just appeared inside. The Queen of Souls responded with innocent charm. Maybe you're the only one who thought that way. I just came to call you, that's all. Now standing face to face, Bjorn stared at her intently. Come to think of it, he thought, this room looks exactly like the one my ex designed. She said she'd redecorate based on what she remembered. But how would this woman have verified that memory? He narrowed his eyes, silently concluding, it must have been the system that recreated it. Shaking off the thought, he reassured her with calm confidence, don't worry. From now on, I'll be an official member. She smiled brightly at his words, and Bjorn pondered further. There must be other ways to learn more about this system, though it's obvious she won't tell me. With a cheerful tone, she said, these days we've developed multiple methods to reach people and extract their souls into spaces like this. But don't worry, nothing bad will happen to you. Her words left him visibly surprised. Wait, is she saying there are a lot of people in here? Bjorn sat down at his desk, and she began walking him through how to use the community interface. It functioned a lot like a message board, with various categories and chat rooms. She gently and patiently explained everything. Now you just need to create a nickname. Suddenly, Bjorn hesitated. But someone already took the nickname I used in Stone Yvonne. The screen displayed that the username was already in use. The Queen of Souls blinked in surprise. Looks like someone beat you to it. Bjorn furrowed his brows, skeptical. Really? Why would someone take that? Try changing one letter, she suggested sweetly, then asked, are you a fan of this person? His mind went blank for a moment. What is she talking about? Without saying another word, she turned and waved goodbye. Well, if that's settled, I'll be on my way. If you need anything, just call for support. Watching her leave, Bjorn felt a bit unsure. Okay, he muttered. Inwardly he wondered, so, that's the end of the tutorial. After she disappeared, Bjorn dove into exploration. It wasn't hard to get the hang of things. To familiarize himself, he clicked into a random chat room. The moment he did, he was instantly teleported there. The people inside reacted with surprise at his sudden appearance. A new member. Welcome, one of them called out. A cheerful man stepped forward and extended a hand. I'm Dartman, the room owner. Where are you from? Everything was happening so fast that Bjorn was a bit flustered as he shook his hand. South Korea. Dartman grinned. Nice to meet you. Yeah, the room's a little cramped. We haven't earned enough contribution points to redecorate yet. Mind making your nickname public and giving a quick introduction? Bjorn blinked at the request. Make my nickname public. He looked up. Does he mean that thing above my head? Sensing his confusion, Dartman smiled and explained. First time in a chat room? Huh? Here people share knowledge and talk with each other. Hearing this, Bjorn nodded slightly. So that's what chat rooms are for. Suddenly, a nickname appeared above his head. The crowd around him froze for a beat, then erupted. Wait, Elf Nuna, one of them shouted. No way. Isn't that the person who wrote the stat building guide? Yeah, they're a developer from the game company. Bjorn stood there, bewildered. What are they talking about? The group grew increasingly excited. Dartman's eyes widened in shock. Wait, so the guide writer was Korean all along. I knew it. Another voice piped up. Sorry, but is it true? Are you really that person? As the room became more chaotic, Dartman tried to calm everyone down. Okay, let's all settle down first. Everyone's attitude suddenly threw him off and left him confused. I need to stay calm, he thought. First of all, the nickname Elfnana they're talking about is the same one I've been using. About 3 years ago, I posted a guide on character stats because I wanted everyone to understand them. That post barely hit 100 views. So why are they acting like it's some legendary relic? He then recalled something the Spirit Queen once told him, words that now echoed in his head. Wait. Didn't that female guide earlier also say she was a fan of this person? Could it be that I'm famous without even knowing it? But regardless of the reason, he knew he had to control the situation. With a forced smile, he spoke up amid the chaos. There's been a misunderstanding. I'm just a fan of that person. As he spoke, he quickly calculated the risks. Being too noticeable would be dangerous, he thought. Better to say something and deflect now. He pointed subtly at the name floating above his head and added, "Take a closer look. I'm Elf Nunna, not Elf Nonna Nuna." Upon hearing that, the group immediately calmed down and examined the name more closely. "Oh, now that you say it, the pronunciation is a little different." Realizing their mistake, the crowd fell silent. The mood turned heavy with disappointment. "Damn it, I got all excited when you said you were Korean." The atmosphere soured quickly. Seeing this, Dartman tried to cheer everyone up. "It happens. Fans get mixed up all the time." Relieved that it worked, he sighed. "Thank God, it's calming down now." Once the crowd had settled, he quietly retreated to a corner and muttered to himself, "Geez, they were really over the top." Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Their first impression of me is already ruined. Now they're all cold. Should I just leave? Just then, a young man from a distance approached and called out, "Elf Nunna, how long have you been here?" Startled by the sudden question, he was still lost in thought, but he couldn't leave too quickly or it would raise suspicions. So, keeping a composed tone, he replied, "I've only been here for a year." The guy Pinkboy nodded and said, "You got your invitation pretty late? Huh?" His words took him aback. "Huh, what do you mean?" Pink Eye gave a small chuckle. Most people receive their invitation right after manifesting their evil spirit. It's pretty rare to get invited this late. Hearing this, he frowned and thought deeply. Saying I've been a member for a year might be risky. It makes me stand out. Pink Eye smirked and continued, "So you joined a bit late, huh? But still, if you've been here a year, then on Earth it's only been about 70 days, right? You must know a lot about the current events by now." He was stunned. 70 days on Earth? Yeah, Pink Eye confirmed. Time flows differently here. 1 month on Earth equals 5 months here. The ratio is 1 to 5. The revelation made his face go pale. If I've been here for 5 months, that means a whole month has passed on Earth. Time really does work differently here. Has anyone reported me missing yet? They continued chatting for a while, and he learned more from Pink Eye. At one point he asked, "Is there any way to return to Earth?" Pink Eye gave a contemplative nod. "I've heard plenty of theories but nothing definitive." Just as I expected, he thought grimly. He asked again, "Who was the first player to enter this place?" "No one knows for sure," Pink Eye replied. "But supposedly they've been here for 20 years. That's when this community was first formed." "I see," he muttered, thoughtful. Noticing his distant tone, Pinky added cheerfully, "Isn't that great though? There are veterans who can guide us." With arms crossed, he replied. "Yeah, but deep down, he felt a sting. Honestly, I'm a bit crushed. I used to take pride in being a veteran. But here there are tons of people with way more experience. Everyone got to the Abyss Gate before me. They're all pros now. They might look like me, but their skills and knowledge far surpass mine." That thought made him uneasy. Then Pink Eye suddenly asked, "So, Elf Nunna, what mode did you use to beat the original version of this game?" Startled, he looked at him. "Huh? What mode?" Seeing his blank reaction, Pink Eye smirked and continued, "You didn't play the original game, did you? I mean the remake. What mode did you play it on?" His words made him fall silent, unsure how to respond. "I don't really get what he's talking about." Sensing the confusion, Pinky snapped his fingers and laughed. "Ah, in Korea I think they called it cheat mode. You know, the original game file that lets you customize the experience and drop rates. It was uploaded to Stone Yvonne 5 years ago. Not to brag, but I beat the game on Hell mode with that version, well, with some tweaks." Elf Nunna stood frozen, staring at Pink Eye. "Wait, how many people have cleared this damn game?" And just like that, The question he'd been agonizing over finally made sense. So with drop and X rates maxed out at 100x, and the max level is actually 30, I thought it was 11 this whole time. Hold on, if level 30 is possible, then that means players can use up to 30 essences. They can open rifts freely, grind levels, farm loot, with boosted drop rates. There must be an insane number of rare items available. His body trembled at the thought. The weight of this new information crushed him. Pink Eye raised an eyebrow. So, Elf Nunna, how many times did you reset your game with boosted drops and exp? Elf Nunna hesitated, then answered 50. Pink Eye blinked, surprised. Oh, that's not bad at all. 50 resets isn't easy, you know. The guy who created this world only cleared the game with 15x settings. Most players go for 60x to 80x. So you're actually better than a lot of them. The comment made Elf Nunna's face flush red, not with pride, but with frustration. Impressive, huh? Elsewhere, a professor silently reached for his glasses. By the way, have the police taken the computer yet? His assistant nodded. Yes, sir. I've erased all digital traces, so there won't be any reports or articles about him. The professor calmly put on his glasses. And what about the other guy? I've looked into everything: birth records, occupation, personal history. Nothing unusual, the assistant said. Except for this game. The professor glanced at the screen in front of him, where a game interface flickered. He's talented. And lucky. To beat Earl Garvis's legacy with this so-called failed product? The game recreates the original world perfectly, the assistant replied. The original version was much harder than any remake. It was considered unbeatable and was pulled 5 years ago. The professor frowned. And yet someone beat it. Was it really a failure then? A spark of interest lit in his eyes. Now I'm curious. Hansu Lee, the only person who managed to beat what everyone thought was impossible. How far can he go, I wonder? Hansu tapped the keyboard, deep in thought. The conversation with the pink guy had been unexpectedly insightful. How should he put it? He thought back to that night. Just one slice of pizza was enough to make someone promise to fix everything. Elf Nunna, is there anything you want to eat? He asked. Of course, the guy replied. Cola and seaweed soup. Seaweed soup. Dross echoed. The guy looked at Hansu, and Hansu continued. It's the most effective food I've ever had. Hansu let out a sigh of relief. Just one conversation like that was enough to ease the mental strain in this place. He checked the time on his computer. It was a little past 7. If he remembered right, the pink guy had said the space would automatically shut down after a set amount of time. It had started at 12 hours, and now there were only 7 left. He opened the system interface. All right then, let's start looking into this space fracture. The game menu popped up, a trading market where items were sold for GP. A notification appeared in front of him: -20 GP for basic access, 100 to 5,000 GP for Jerdy's drafts and powerful character builds, 7,000 GP for a special event in the Heaven Tower's 4th floor, 2,800 GP for unlocking the Dragon Lord's skill. Hansu's hand moved swiftly, sorting the list by descending price. Another notification appeared: 70,000 GP for information on how to kill the Floor 1 Lord. 69,000 GP for locating someone who knew the secrets of Bone Island on Floor 6. He smirked. This was by far the most effective way to gather information. Floor 1 Lord, he muttered. The system sent a new message: private chat request sent to Taciturn. Transaction successful. Current GP 70,000. Hansu murmured, Bone Island, the hidden fragment on floor 6. Another message followed. Private chat request sent to Bro 78. Transaction successful. Current GP 139,000. He chuckled coldly. There's nothing in this game I won't dig into. Suddenly, a new name popped up: private chat request from Ofnunalov. Hansu looked up. As soon as he posted the GP earnings, the information brokers had started to swarm. Elfnilov sat in a small classic-style room, fingers interlocked, smiling warmly. You want to know about Shernal Purgang? A mage from the Tarutin school. Hansu quietly evaluated him. In the last conversation, he hadn't asked whether the rumors of the space fracture were true, he simply couldn't tell fact from fiction. He walked slowly toward the man and said, more accurately, I want to know what he's been doing lately. Hansu hesitated for a moment. But if I ask about Shernal Purgang, the person suspected to be behind those rumors, Elfnonilov smiled slyly. You're asking about the space fracture rumor, aren't you? Hansu thought, if this goes well, I might finally track down someone who knows the truth. He looked the man in the eye. Is that rumor true? The man replied calmly. He did mention something about space fracture, but no, it won't actually happen. Hansu pressed further. Do you have any proof? The man laughed heartily. Well, the thing is, this involves some very high-ranking people, and even political interests, so I'll give you an extra 20,000 GP, Hansu interrupted. The man nodded quickly. If you really want to know, then, fine. He pointed at a model of spatial structures. The Tarutin school specializes in labyrinth studies, especially spatial magic. Makes sense, right? Their leader wanted to run an experiment. An experiment? Hansu asked. The man smiled again. I can't say much, but it's not a dangerous one. They just needed fewer adventurers entering the labyrinth for a while. Hansu recalled the conversation between two farmers he'd overheard at a tavern. So the Tarutin school spread the rumor in town, because if they say the labyrinth might fracture, it would scare people off. He exhaled quietly. Is it all right for you to reveal this? Elfnonilov scoffed. It's not revealing. I sold you that information for GP. Besides, it doesn't concern me. The royal family will step in soon and suppress the rumor anyway. Hansu pictured the armored guards calming the citizens. The royal family. They have to, the man explained. If fewer adventurers dive into the labyrinth, fewer mana stones will be collected. They can't let that happen. Bjorn nodded slightly. Makes sense. All right then, the transaction is complete. I'll send the 20,000 GP as promised. The man burst into laughter. Forget it. I've been too stingy with a fan like you. Hansu marveled silently. That's worth 400,000 mana stones. He eyed the man's cheerful face. Still, it confirmed one thing: this guy has real influence in this world. So much that he doesn't even care about the cost. In other words, he already knows every nook and cranny of the information I've spent days trying to dig up. Once again, Hansu found himself back at square one, just another rookie. No matter how many times they've beaten the game, it has nothing to do with me. This isn't the simple world I knew. It's harsh and unforgiving. Here only the strong survive. The weak get weeded out. Some title like Little Balkan means nothing here. In the end, he was just a newcomer. The further he went, the more he realized how long the road ahead truly was. But still, why was he smiling? He sneered. How amusing. The man who paid to learn how to kill the first-floor boss, the woman obsessed with information about the Bone Island, and now this guy sitting in front of me. It took them years to get that far. But me, I think I'll get there soon. The game screen lit up with a notification, rite of passage complete. New equipment has been equipped. Your character has triggered a goblin trap. You've entered Goblin Forest, Floor 2. In a quiet office, the professor sat at his desk, fingers interlaced. He asked his assistant calmly, how many people reached Floor 2 on their first try? She answered after a pause, from what I know, 117 people. He pressed further. Did any of them encounter such a disastrous situation? She shook her head. None, sir. He turned his gaze back to Bjorn's profile. His stats are unbelievable. Even veteran players can't match that. And he did it in just 2 months. Hugging the stack of documents, she muttered, maybe it's just luck. He quickly dismissed that. If luck alone were enough, we'd have seen at least one similar case by now. But this is an anomaly. There's no data to compare. A true statistical outlier. Normally with large sample sizes, luck becomes negligible. But there are always exceptions. A grizzled old mage turned and asked Draus, "How far is it from the place you met that madman to here?" Draus, visibly uneasy, replied, "Without taking a shortcut, maybe 15 kilometers. The mage exclaimed, "What? He crawled all that way through the dungeon, alone, in the dark. That's monstrous. For the first time, the impossible has been made possible." Bjorn's muscular frame tensed. His face darkened. His body cracked with explosive tension as flesh and bone reacted. Warning. Health critically low. Countdown initiated. In other words, 0 had become 1. Hansu moved his mouse fluidly. Another message appeared. Development speed normal. Development speed normal. Administrator is now monitoring this character. The professor leaned on his desk, furrowing his brow. "I remember that time. When everyone called this project a failure," he said. A deep voice echoed from memory. "I simply made the logical call. Even if just one person completes the objective, then the project is a success. I believe this choice is viable." Hansu's face tensed. "So, it's returned." He turned toward the wall clock. "Just as expected. 1 hour in there equals 1 second here. But I need to be cautious. That means I'll be completely vulnerable for up to 12 seconds. Still, it's more effective than I hoped. A perfect tool for gathering intel. Glad I got in early." He stretched. "Been up for 12 hours now. Kinda tired. Better get some sleep tomorrow. I need to visit Baron Martone's estate." The next afternoon in Karnan, capital city District 1, he arrived, clad in heavy armor and helmet. If this is to spatial fracture, then what the hell is about to happen? He muttered, trying to move fast to reach the heavenly auction house. "My legs, I knew this outfit wouldn't cut it at a formal banquet." Suddenly, a voice yelled out, "Stop right there." An old steward on horseback approached. "What did I tell you? You're leading the parade. You must project the dignity of House Martone. Face forward. Keep your posture." Bjorn exhaled in frustration. "Who the hell thought it was smart to give this job to a lunatic like me?" The old man grumbled. "Just don't do anything to embarrass the Baron, you uncultured brute." Bjorn assessed the route ahead. About 6 kilometers to the Count's estate where the banquet is being held. The steward barked again. "Are you even listening to me?" Bjorn casually picked his ear. "Huh? Speak up, old man. I didn't catch that. It's summer already." At the Count's banquet hall, Baron Martone greeted him with a wide grin. "Never in my life have I been the center of attention just by walking into a room. When this is all over, I'll reward you properly for what you've done for me." Bjorn responded politely, "You flatter me, Baron. If you're happy, that's enough for me." The Baron gave him a pat and turned away. "Well then, I'm off to greet the Count. Make yourself at home and enjoy the banquet." Bjorn blinked. "Wait, what?" Left alone in the grand, bustling party, he stood awkwardly. Guests whispered as they passed, "Is it okay to leave him by himself? Dad, can you buy me that one? Look at those horns, scary. He looks like a real demon. Like Parsira from the old legends. Just another wild beast on display." Bjorn sighed. "Yeah, figured this would happen." From behind, Carls approached. "Tough day, huh? Marching all that way in that outfit. I want to take a break before the Baron comes back." Bjorn quickly agreed. "Sounds good." But deep down, he wondered, who is this guy? Why does he look so radiant? He sank into the long chair beside Carl's and took the initiative to start a conversation. "Don't you feel uncomfortable being around those people?" Carl stretched out his arm casually. "You won't get a warm welcome here. I used to be an explorer myself." Bjorn silently assessed him. He thought, "I had a feeling there was something special about this guy. I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel. What's your name?" Calmly Carls replied, "I'm Carls Aramor." Bjorn felt a wave of relief inside. From the start, he sensed Karls was a good man. Maybe it was because of his explorer background he didn't carry the usual arrogance typical of a knight. Karls chuckled lightly. Looks like you've had a rough time. Bjorn lowered his big helmet, cursing silently. That steward should learn a thing or two from this guy. Suddenly, an irritated voice interrupted. What are you doing? The old steward stood with his arms crossed, clearly angry. I told you, you're not allowed to sit. Karl spoke up calmly. Hey guard, hold on a second. Bjorn explained with composure. This friend here is my guest. The steward hesitated, then said, so what? So what? He leaned close to Bjorn's ear. You've rested enough. Get up. What will people think if they see a madman sitting down? Bjorn glanced sideways at him. Hey, I'm resting because I'm tired, all right? The steward kept nagging and pointing. No, people will think you're weak. So get up. No matter what you are inside, at least today, act like a steel warrior. Bjorn grit his teeth, his face tightening in frustration. If it weren't for that 1,000,000 spirit stones. Then he shook his head, pushing himself forward. All right. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Gotta push through each day. He put his helmet back on, burning with fierce energy. I am the steel warrior, the savage who rejects civilization, the wild berserker. Suddenly he let out a roar that made the steward stumble backward. Everyone around turned to look at him. The steward ground his teeth. What the Bjorn smiled broadly and shouted. Do you all see how mighty I am? He grabbed a huge rib and started devouring it voraciously. The steward's mouth dropped open. What is this madness? The crowd around erupted into cheers and shouts. Look at that. That's a true berserker. Can't control himself. His bones must be breaking. What incredible strength. The steward chuckled, satisfied. Yes, yes. This is exactly what I want. Bjorn clapped a hand on his shoulder and glared fiercely. Steward, I want to smash your head in. The steward broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, What? No, no, don't joke like that. Bjorn gritted his teeth. Joke? Do you think I'm joking? The old steward trembled, stammering, I forgot. This guy caused chaos in the guild when he was imprisoned. Thing is, I have some business to attend to. You just rest here, I'm leaving now. Bjorn sighed deeply. Karls laughed heartily. That's the first time I've seen him show that kind of expression. Your teeth okay? Bjorn replied casually, no problem. My teeth are tough. Karls chuckled softly. Is that so? Bjorn thought to himself, this party is starting to get interesting. After enjoying the feast wildly for a while, curious nobles began approaching to talk to him. A blonde girl blushed as she stepped forward. See, can I touch your bicep? Bjorn shrugged. Suit yourself. The girls whispered among themselves, excited. Oh my God, it's really big. An older couple came over and started chatting. Hey, can you shout like you did before? Bjorn looked puzzled. Do what? The girls giggled and teased. I already touched it. His skin isn't as soft as I thought. Bjorn raised his arm high and shouted, Berserker Singer mode. The elderly couple were moved to tears, their eyes shining. Ah, you remember, don't you? Our youth, springtime. The shining green leaves, so spirited. More nobles gathered, clamoring, hey, me too. Sing once more. Bjorn thought, feels like I'm working at a kid's amusement park. A group of knights gathered, mocking Bjorn. With a guy like that, it's not Little Balkan but Little Clown. Heard that nickname comes from the size of his, you know. They just flatter him. Looks like the pride of a berserker warrior is just a thing of the past. Bjorn glanced at their apprentice knight badges with silent disdain. Just a bunch of apprentices acting high and mighty. Bastards. Count Martone laughed loudly as he approached. There you are. Sorry to interrupt everyone's fun, but I must take him now. I want to introduce him to someone. Bjorn thought to himself as he followed the Count into the inner banquet room to meet the titled nobles. Viscount Niall looked astonished and stammered. Who is this?" Martone answered smoothly. Viscount, this is Little Balkan, a recently famous explorer." Viscount Niall asked again. "Oh, I've heard of him. But why is he following you?" Bjorn answered seriously. "When I was in trouble, the Count helped me. In return, I'll protect him for a while." Viscount Niall sighed in admiration. It's enviable to hear such strong words from a berserker. Count Martone smiled broadly. "It's nothing. I've told him he doesn't have to, but he insists." Bjorn thought wryly. "Exploited by capitalists," then said loudly, "A warrior never forgets those who help him." Viscount Niall burst into laughter. "A sincere and honorable belief. Bjorn, son of Yandel, I will remember your name." Bjorn sighed. Similar conversations like this repeated with many others. A system notification popped up. Character's reputation points increased by 10. He thought to himself, in other words, among all these people, fewer than 15 are titled nobles. By chance, I've impressed the nobles. I should have paid more attention to boosting my reputation stat. After greeting everyone, it was his turn to receive visitors sent by the Count. A voice sounded behind him, truly worthy of the title Little Balkan. A knight stepped forward with a bright smile. "The evening star will guide us." "Pleasure to meet you, Count Martone." The Count glanced sideways. "You've arrived." "And you?" The knight smiled. "Yes, but I didn't expect to meet you here, Knight Bjorn Yandel." Bjorn nodded. "That name sounds familiar." Martone asked curiously, "You know Captain Krobes?" Bjorn looked confused. The knight, pale, squinted with a smile. "I'm lucky to have the chance to take on this responsibility." He was called Pale Krovitz, bearer of the Leatless Medal, divine explorer, and devotee of the goddess of the stars. He was also the captain of the Third Order unit. Someone nearby praised him, urging him not to be so modest. Rumor had it he was a level 8 adventurer. Bjorn, however, was puzzled. Why would a guy like that be collecting corpses at night? Paul, ever polite, addressed him directly. "Mr. Yandel, if you ever need someone to rely on, please don't hesitate to ask. As I mentioned earlier, I will never forget what you've done for us." Baron Martone looked confused. "What do you mean by that?" Paul suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to explain. He then launched into an enthusiastic retelling, clearly proud of the story. The group of nosy nobles clapped and praised him as if watching a play. Sylvania found the young man quite intriguing, and the Baron's eyes began to sparkle like a fan seeing their idol. A system message popped up. "Your character's reputation has increased tenfold." Half an hour later, someone shouted, "Count Perdilt is here." Bjorn, looking dazed like a clueless puppy, was urged by Baron Martone to come along. The Count wanted to meet him. Bjorn sighed internally, a bad feeling creeping up his spine. Count Perdilt greeted Bjorn warmly. "So you're the one. I've been eager to meet you." Bjorn forced a polite smile. Though the attention was flattering, suspicion welled up inside him. Sure, he'd gained a bit of fame lately, but nothing that should have attracted a noble of this caliber. Even in the game, events like this didn't happen until much later. As they met, the Count commented, "You're taller than I imagined. More like a Grand Balkan." Bjorn could tell the compliment was just flattery, which only made him more uneasy. The Count continued with a grin, "I have an interesting idea." At that moment, Baron Martone, his golden retriever energy ever present, showed up again. "The Apprentice Knights Tournament," the Count proposed enthusiastically, gripping Bjorn's hand like they were lifelong friends. "Would you like to participate?" Bjorn's expression soured. This unexpected quest made him uneasy. Still, he reminded himself that the reward was 2 million spirit stones and a rare Garpa 7777 amulet. The amulet could be melted down with a magic gem to become a random new material. It could only be found from fissures on the 5th floor, and even then it was extremely rare. He noted it bore similarities to the Frozen Soul Shard, Low-level item, high effect. Not very valuable, but absurdly rare. Most considered it a dumb item. On top of that, there was also the Scadia Ice Beast, a hidden special event tied to the item. Thinking it through, Bjorn smirked, crimson bloodlust flaring behind his eyes in determination. The elder nobles looked confused at his sudden shift in demeanor. A series of thoughts flashed through Bjorn's mind, a foreboding sense of danger, a need to prioritize his own safety, and a resolve to move forward regardless. Eyes steeled, he told himself. If I run away now just because the future is uncertain, all that awaits me is ruin. He smirked again, muttering, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. But I'll move forward, fear in tow, and survive. Later, Baron Marton asked, How strong are you? He didn't expect Bjorn to win, but losing embarrassingly would damage his own reputation. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. I can smash anyone's skull in 10 seconds. That statement made the steward's face pale, but Marton was thrilled. If you win, I'll throw in another 1,000,000 spirit stones. Bjorn raised an eyebrow, wondering if this guy was some divine being suddenly handing out financial blessings. The tempting reward awakened something primal inside him, and he vowed to do his best. Just then, a pompous knight strutted up. I heard you did something rather arrogant recently, he sneered. As soon as the Baron left, a group of smug knights swarmed around. One of them mocked, 10 seconds. Have you forgotten your place in all this farce? Bjorn immediately recognized him. He was the one who called him a clown before. Another knight leaned in, threatening him. You'd better hope I'm not your first match, 'cause I'll slit your throat in 10 seconds flat. Bjorn thought this guy clearly had delusions of grandeur. As Sylvania tried to speak up, Bjorn shot back coldly, What's wrong with your heads? A chilling aura radiated from him. All of you came to me like cowardly rats. Even a young warrior wouldn't stoop this low. They were stunned by his bluntness, and he continued his verbal assault. You suddenly get brave just because the Baron isn't standing next to me. What kind of honor and pride do you think you have? They stammered, but Bjorn wasn't done. A knight threatening and trying to intimidate a fellow fighter by ganging up with numbers. There's something seriously wrong with your brains. He shouted so loud that the whole area fell silent. The group hissed at him to shut up, humiliated by the growing crowd of onlookers whispering and judging them harshly. The murmurs questioned whether those guys even deserved to be called knights. Rage contorted their faces. You'll pay for this, one of them growled. Bjorn grinned darkly. Good. Next time I'll fix whatever's wrong inside your skulls. He hoped they'd finally recognize what he truly wanted. The knight who had ganged up on others was defeated, and the referee loudly declared, The winner is our peon, Knight of Baron Hesylvania's household. Then came the next announcement, next match, Knight Sylvania versus Bjorn Yandel. Bjorn froze for a second. They've figured out who I am. The crowd had begun to recognize him. His real identity was no longer a secret. Take your positions. The referee shouted. Sylvania, standing across from him with that usual air of arrogance, raised an eyebrow. You look surprised, he said smugly. After all, your opponent is one of the top 3 young knights. Bjorn scoffed. And also the annoying bastard who insulted my manhood like a raving lunatic, despite being human himself. Sylvania ignored the jab and shouted pompously, I, Sylvania, will defeat you with orthodox swordsmanship. Bjorn responded with a primal roar that echoed through the arena. The audience erupted in a frenzy, cheering and stomping in excitement. Sylvania looked around with disdain. Your people are so vulgar. Bjorn sneered. And you thought a berserker would be refined. Begin. The referee called. Without hesitation, Sylvania charged forward, roaring die. As he lunged at Bjorn with his sword aimed straight for his chest. Bjorn didn't even bother to dodge. He analyzed the attack but couldn't discern any clear sword form. Is this what he calls orthodox swordsmanship? Frustrated, he made a quick decision. He would deflect every single attack. He swung his sword with sheer force, knocking Sylvania off balance. And in that moment, it hit him. He had fully become a berserker. Realizing this opponent wasn't one to underestimate, Bjorn watched as Sylvania regained his footing, launched off his toes, and slashed again with renewed speed. But Bjorn's reflexes kicked in, his body responding with effortless precision. If we're on equal ground, Bjorn thought calmly, then this is over. A system message popped up. Your character has activated Wild Fury, temporarily tripling threat level. Strength stat increased proportionally. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble from the explosive surge of Bjorn's power. He recalled his own bold declaration, "I'll crush their skulls in 10 seconds." Sylvania was proving to be a tougher opponent than most. But now Bjorn tightened his grip on the sword, his blood-red eyes gleaming with killing intent. He took a step forward, slow and deliberate, and with a chillingly seductive tone, whispered, "Come here." Sylvania, visibly shaken, hesitated. Bjorn thought to himself, we've still got 10 seconds left after all. Bjorn calmly analyzed the effect of Wild Burst. It increased his threat level, which caused Sylvania to falter, but it didn't actually boost the damage he dealt. In his mind, Bjorn noted that those who got scared tended to spiral into panic and lose control, just like Lore, who had completely broken down and shouted, "Stay away from me," when overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Misha, annoyed by Lear avoiding her like the plague, grumbled, "Come on, just come closer." Bjorn concluded that for the more strong-willed, fear would ignite their fighting spirit instead. As for the guy standing before him now, his blank face made Bjorn question things. Just what was this guy? But he was about to find out, because the next move was coming. Bjorn assumed he was probably skilled, and the guy answered his curiosity by launching an attack right away. Bjorn blocked it barehanded and immediately realized he had no shield. Still, he kept calm, simply thinking, yeah, not having a shield is kinda inconvenient. The opponent, however, was in utter shock. How the hell? But Bjorn only gave a slight smirk, not entirely sure himself how he managed it. He coolly remarked, "I'm just a weak little guy, that's all," while catching the man's sword with his wrist. Blood trickled from the cut and splashed into Sylvania's eye, making him wince like a guy getting mugged. "What a cheap trick," he cried. Bjorn blinked, utterly confused. "I've been standing here the whole time," he thought. He then reached out, grabbed the man by the throat, and delivered a chilling line, "Something's definitely wrong with your brain." He even recalled his earlier promise. "I said that when we met again, I'd fix that head of yours." Then, with a dead serious tone, he concluded, "Let me teach you some manners." As Sylvania flailed like a beached fish, begging Bjorn to let go, the latter raised his fist, brimming with power, thinking, "Maybe I just need to crush that head of yours." Because clearly, that's what a real berserker would do. Sylvania's eyes went blank. Bjorn, as casual as ever, thought, or not. Whatever. The scene cut to the temporary infirmary at Leetless Church. Bjorn's first question, did he die? The healing nun treating Sylvania sighed. "He's not in critical condition, but seriously, you need to take it easy." Bjorn blinked innocently. "I didn't expect it to end up like that. He is still a knight, you know," the nun said, trying to be polite. Bjorn shrugged. "I didn't even use my axe, just a punch. How was I supposed to know he'd pass out after one hit?" The nun, cursing silently, replied. "His brain got rattled so hard it nearly fell out." Bjorn shrugged again. "Well, he's down but still breathing, right?" This was the moment she realized the kind of emotional torment she was about to endure. Before her stood 3 dumb, reckless berserkers treating her like some NPC healer in a game. While she tried to stay professional, Sylvania began to regain consciousness. Where am I?" His pounding head made it hard to think, but he managed to croak out, "Wasn't I heading to the dueling arena?" The nun hurried to calm him, explaining, "You suffered a concussion during your duel. I'm treating you. Your memory will come back soon." He was about to thank her when he spotted a guy with horns looming over him. It was Bjorn. The moment their eyes met, fear overtook him. "Do you remember anything?" Bjorn asked, leaning in like some terrifying demon. I don't know who you are. Just go away. Sylvania stammered in panic. Bjorn studied his expression and thought, he's not faking it. All right then, Bjorn said, do me one favor and I'll leave. The nun's face turned pale. Sylvania hesitated. What favor? Oh, nothing major, Bjorn said casually. Just repeat exactly what you said to me before. Sylvania narrowed his eyes, suspicious. If I do that, you'll really leave? Bjorn nodded. Absolutely. So Sylvania, under pressure, repeated it and humiliated himself in the process. I heard they call him tiny because, well, that part of him is small. His eyes widened in horror. Wait, I remember now. Bjorn grinned in satisfaction. Looks like your memory came back. Then, leaning in even closer, he whispered, good. Let's keep going. His creepy look made Sylvania pale with dread. Hands trembling, Sylvania folded his palms together and begged, please, stop. I'm sorry. I really am. Bjorn, pleased, nodded. Seems like you're fully recovered. Today the man turned pale with fear and crawled under the bed, begging for his life. I don't want to die. Please save me. The nun was alarmed and shouted, get out of here now. Meanwhile, Bjorn, high on adrenaline, casually praised himself, thinking, I just fixed a problem that even the healers couldn't solve. Marton eventually found Bjorn. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. Where the hell did you disappear to? Bjorn calmly walked over. I was checking on that something squire after the match. The Baron smiled. You really are something. Since when did you start going so hard on fellow knights like that? Bjorn gave a cold smirk. If this were in a labyrinth, I'd have used an axe instead. He admitted, honestly, I didn't know he was that weak. I thought he moved slowly because he was heavily built. Figured he'd be able to take the hit. Marton nodded understandingly. Not your fault. He was poorly trained. Bjorn hesitated. Still, is it really okay to keep going like this? I mean, squires or not, knights are considered valuable assets to noble families, right? Marton's face darkened. Don't worry about it. Have you ever thought about why these squires are even thrown into fights like this to begin with? He sneered, it's because to nobles, even if they die it doesn't matter. He reassured Bjorn with a sly smile, if anything happens, I'll handle it. You just focus on winning. The angrier you get, the more victories you rack up, the more pleased the counts will be. Bjorn grinned. All right then, I'll smash their heads in without a second thought. The referee called the next match. Next up, Sir Quartain of House Serpia versus Bjorn Yandel of House Marton. Bjorn looked up, feeling excited. Man, today really is my lucky day. All I'm getting are high-level opponents. The match began. Quartain roared, full of contempt, you're the one who put my friend in the infirmary. Shameless bastard. He growled through gritted teeth, don't think you can do that to me too. Sylvania was the weakest among us. You'll pay for that today. Bjorn responded by punching him flat out. The loudspeaker announced the result. Winner Bjorn Yandel. Match ended in just 3 seconds. Bjorn celebrated with a roar, and the crowd exploded with excitement, chanting, crush them like that next time too. Night Crusher. Long live the Night Crusher. He mused to himself, isn't it fascinating watching someone's head get crushed? The system chimed twice. Reputation 10. Bjorn smirked. Now who's the real savage here? Another opponent screamed as he was launched into the air like Bjorn was kicking a ball. Bjorn proudly thought. In my third match, the semifinals, I demonstrated my spine-breaking technique. He caught the opponent with his thigh, snapping the guy's spine clean in two. Yep, this is what it means to be a true berserker. The loudspeaker roared again. Winner, Bjorn Yandel of House Marton. Bjorn thought, unimpressed man, it's boring when your opponents don't even try to fight back. He sighed, disappointed. Still haven't had a chance to treat any of the top knights properly. Didn't even get to apply my therapy to the final opponent yet. One day, though, I'm going to face them head on. A nun questioned one of the knights Bjorn had pulverized. So you want to become a disciple now? The knight sobbed uncontrollably. What are we even supposed to do? she muttered. This is the third case of mental trauma today, Baron Martone chuckled, praising Bjorn. Even the last guy gave me chills. Where'd you learn a move like that? Bjorn replied without emotion but oozing coolness. Cartoons. He added, I'll be resting before the final match. Martone nodded. All right, I'll head out. Bjorn closed his eyes, already strategizing. Just one more match left. The final opponent is suddenly, an announcement echoed. Sir Albatross of House Perdiel will now face Bjorn Yandel of House Martone. Please take your positions. Bjorn instantly recognized the name. A knight in training under Count Perdielt. They exchanged greetings before the fight. Bjorn had seen Albatross fight earlier, and noted his qualities: strength and endurance like an ogre, battle instincts as sharp as an elf. He made a mental note about the Count, sophisticated and cunning. Picking a squire with this kind of hybrid power says a lot about him. Definitely a man who likes to show off. Albatross sneered, Where's your armor? Planning to fight half naked? Bjorn replied casually, Wearing it's just too much of a hassle. Albatross nodded in agreement. Yeah, I figured it'd only get in the way. He scoffed, his disdain plain as day. I was worried this match would be too easy, but seeing how serious you are puts my mind at ease. The crowd roared as the announcer shouted for the battle to begin. His arrogance flared as he sneered, Come at me then. Bjorn, however, stayed cautious, eyes sharp. He's definitely planning something, he thought. But inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I kept that trick hidden till now. Let's see how he reacts once he drops his guard. The knight remained smug until he looked up. But it was already too late. He had no idea Bjorn had been hiding his trump card all along. The system alert flashed, Wild Surge activated, Giant's Might activated. His opponent turned pale in an instant. Giant's Might. The user's body grows in size, significantly increasing their physical presence, threat level, and bodily stats. Bjorn's body surged with fiery brilliance, his entire frame engulfed in a blazing aura of raw power that left his opponent frozen in absolute terror. Wild Surge. The user's threat level temporarily triples, alongside a dramatic boost in physical stats. The air pulsed as Bjorn roared like a beast unleashed, exuding ferocity that rattled bones. His enemy trembled, clutching his sword in panic. Using both skills at once massively amplifies my threat level, Bjorn calculated. Even the concrete beneath his feet cracked under the pressure. And it's definitely pushing my body stats even higher. Then came the moment, the opponent's sword clattered to the ground. With no other option, the knight turned and ran for his life, fleeing the battlefield in a panic. His scream echoed behind him, Somebody help me. Bjorn stood firm, unfazed. That was too easy, he mused. Giant's Might deactivated, the system chimed. The referee's voice rang out, Albatross has left the arena. Albatross stopped in his tracks, realization hitting him like a wave. He spun around, desperate. Wait. That's not what but the referee was firm. No excuses. Please, give me another chance, he begged. Count Perdielt's voice cut through the air like a dagger. Enough. His eyes were cold, merciless. You've shamed my name enough already, he sneered. At that moment, Bjorn had a rare second thought. Maybe, I shouldn't have used Giant's Might after all. Erwin's residence. She repeated the same thought in her mind over and over, her face pale as she was consumed by a single obsession: I have to get stronger. Her eyes were lifeless yet fixated, as if convinced that becoming stronger was the only way to keep those she loved close to her. Only by becoming more powerful could she avoid losing anything, and maybe then she could have everything she desired. While Erwin was in the middle of training, the door suddenly opened and Teresia walked in, disturbing her. Erwin looked up in surprise, wondering why her sister had come. Teresia tried to stay calm and asked gently, Are you okay? Erwin blinked and responded, Huh? Teresia saw right through her strange behavior. You were mumbling something just now. Erwin brushed it off casually. I was just talking to the spirits, she said with a blank face. I'm training right now, so can we talk later? Teresia agreed and quietly closed the door behind her, a bit flustered. Should I tell her now? she thought to herself. Teresia knew everyone was whispering about the young girl Valkan. It didn't feel right to keep Erwin in the dark like this. But her mind went back to the terrified, pale expression Erwin had worn. Will she ever get another chance like this to grow as an adventurer? Teresia pondered. She remembered how Erwin had formed contracts with all 4 great spirits in the blink of an eye, and had already awakened 3 of them to possess free will. Teresia murmured with quiet admiration. Honestly, I still don't understand how such talent could have been overlooked for so long. But that wasn't all. Erwin was also exceptional in both archery and dagger combat. As she trailed her target like a predator, Teresia felt confident she could take on a level 7 monster solo. Still, she hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. If she keeps growing stronger like this, she sighed. Even though she's been acting a bit strange lately. Then a thought suddenly hit her like a lightning bolt. Wait, could this have something to do with that essence she absorbed? Her memory sparked, and she rushed to find a book about Carnibero and its basic essence traits. At last she found it. Her eyes widened as she read. Obsession at a high level. Could it really be this? Biting her nails anxiously, she muttered, I finally understand. This insane obsession with strength, it's because of that stat. She exhaled, heavy-hearted. I can't just erase the essence from her body recklessly. She made a decision. When she finds a replacement essence, that's when I'll ask her to remove it. Convinced she had discovered the root of Erwin's obsession, Teresia thought, now that I know, I'll be able to keep her under control. The mental fire calmed. But then another fear crept in. Teresia froze as a chilling thought crossed her mind. Wait. What if? What if she finds out that person is still alive before we get the chance to erase the essence? What will her obsession turn into then? Scene shift to District 7. A passenger stepped down from the carriage and thanked the coachman. At exactly 2 a.m. Bjorn returned home. He glanced at the massive sum of money he had earned and murmured, All right, let's begin. Bjorn stared at the unbelievable payout. It must be because the client was a wealthy noble, he figured. He was so stunned he could barely speak. I really made this much money in just a single day. Baron Martone chuckled. No doubt your name and my family's will be the talk of high society for months. He smiled generously. So if you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come to me. Bjorn reflected on everything he had to do just to win, whether it was actually fighting or performing like a clown to entertain the nobles and satisfy the Baron. He kept a calm expression but thought to himself, given all that, he better be happy. Then his face darkened. But it seems I may have accidentally offended Count Perdilt. The Count had called him over to a corner to offer his congratulations on the victory. With polite composure, the old man added, When the time comes and you're ready, I'll summon you again. Bjorn frowned slightly. What the hell does that mean? The old man gave him a stern warning. You don't need to know the details. Until that day comes, if any other nobles try to contact you, just ignore them. Got it. Bjorn thought to himself, he says it like he'll actually do something if I don't comply. Reluctantly he nodded, not because he agreed, but because he wasn't an idiot, and the old man's gaze was genuinely intimidating. He was caught off guard when he received a special reward, the Garpa's necklace No. 7777. Bjorn remembered how in Dungeon and Stone, no matter how hard players grinded, they could still miss out on that item due to sheer bad luck. He muttered to himself, wondering just how many times he'd gotten lucky lately. From now on, he resolved to tread more carefully with every move he made. The next morning he opened a letter and immediately noticed it carried the Count's influence. The contents were all similar, an invitation to a banquet, but it was clear the rewards were only meant for nobles. Bjorn hesitated. Just by accepting this job, I could live in luxury for the rest of my life. But the shadowy image of the sly Count lingered in his mind. If I go, I'll piss off the Count. If I ignore it, I risk making enemies among other nobles. Weighing the options, he made a firm decision. I'll write rejection letters to all of them. Still, one thing kept bothering him. What the hell is the Count thinking? There was something unsettling about a man like that, the kind who seemed calm but could snap at any moment. Bjorn frowned in deep thought. The Count's vague intentions only added to his unease. Why would someone like him care about an adventurer born from a maniac class like me? He made up his mind once the player forums opened up, he'd dig into the Count's background. And with that thought, he stepped out. Bjorn knocked repeatedly on a door, remembering that his magic research sessions with Raven were supposed to end this month. The door creaked open slightly, and Raven peeked out nervously. "Oh, you're here." Bjorn blinked. "So, who am I assisting today?" Raven looked awkward. "About that," suddenly Sile the mage beamed like she'd found a rare herb. "Long time no see." She greeted him with way too much enthusiasm. Bjorn scowled. "You told me I'd be helping your mentor, but you didn't mean that literally, did you?" Raven apologized sheepishly. "Sorry, my master insisted." The old man behind her tried to reassure him. "Relax. It's nothing serious, just a small experiment." Bjorn's instincts flared. "So she's being pressured into this." The mage laughed softly. "I just want to test out a magical device I created. I'm curious whether it can detect evil spirits." Bjorn narrowed his eyes. "A magical device." His mind raced. "Stay calm. Prepare for the worst-case scenario." He quickly realized the mage suspected he might be an evil spirit. So the key phrase here isn't evil spirit, it's magical device. Bjorn stepped closer and pressed. "Are you sure it's safe?" The old man only gave a weak laugh. "Figures," Bjorn thought. That kind of laugh suits him. Raven snapped, "Don't you trust me?" The mage clicked his tongue, offended by the implication that Bjorn doubted him. Sile tried to calm the situation. "Don't worry, Raven will prove it's safe." Raven flinched, caught off guard by being volunteered. Sile coaxed her, "It's nothing difficult. Just help me test the formula." Watching them, Bjorn thought grimly, "She's more likely to take her master's side than mine. Neither of them is trustworthy." He analyzed the situation. If the mage had really figured it out, he wouldn't be probing, he'd be tricking me into sitting in front of the artifact right now. That means he's still unsure. Bjorn came to a clear conclusion: no such magical tool has ever existed. If something like that were real, he'd be trying to ambush me, not ask for permission. He realized that refusing would only raise suspicion and potentially trigger the trap anyway. With a sharp breath, Bjorn made up his mind. "All right then, let's play." Xiao asked, "So? What do you say?" "It's not dangerous, and it won't take long." Bjorn asked again, "Not much time, huh?" Raven replied, "About 5 minutes." "Then fine," Bjorn nodded. Sile hesitated. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" "What do you mean by okay?" "Okay how?" Bjorn raised an eyebrow. Raven explained, "I mean, aren't you worried it could be dangerous?" Bjorn shrugged. "You already tested it, didn't you?" "Yes, but still," Raven began. Bjorn let out a sigh. "Just get on with it. I've got sleep to catch up on after this." Deep inside, Bjorn couldn't shake the feeling something was off. "What the hell is this old man planning?" he thought. After Bjorn left the room, Alua quietly reported, "He's gone." Irritated, she asked, "So now what, master?" Ciel simply chuckled. He muttered to himself, "It's just a weirdly shaped chair. There's no actual spell formula behind it." Then he turned to Alua and asked, "I played along like you wanted. And you're not even going to explain anything?" Raven hesitated, unsure. She challenged him. "You suspected he was a wraith, didn't you? That's why you interrogated him in the maze." Sile awkwardly tried to reassure her. "Calm down, would you? Then tell me," she pressed. "Have you stopped suspecting him?" Ciel sighed and admitted, "Yes. I was wrong." Raven remained defiant. "I do get why you'd think that, master. You're a special kind of person. But I want a straight answer." Sile looked surprised. "Answer what?" She stared at him seriously. "If you really thought he was a wraith, why didn't you just report him to the Bureau of Secret Security? They'd have taken care of him." Sile's expression turned cold as he replied, "If I did that, he'd be dead." Her eyes widened. Wait, what are you saying? Turning away, Sile muttered, Enough. I'm tired. You clean this up. Master, wait. She called out. Her thoughts raced. If turning him in would have killed him, then it hit her. She covered her mouth in shock. He needs a wraith alive. But for what? Elsewhere, exhaustion weighed heavily on Bjorn after the tense confrontation. He sat quietly in his room, trying to steady his breathing. Lately I've been too on edge, he realized. The anxiety just won't go away. Still, he rubbed his forehead and reassured himself, it's fine now. I handled it. I didn't do anything wrong. But the memory of that old man's expression lingered, specifically, the odd look of disappointment. Why did he look like that? Bjorn shook the thought off. Forget him. Not my problem anymore. Just as he was about to drift off, a familiar voice made him open his eyes. Misha had appeared, mumbling, Were you sleeping? Startled, Bjorn blinked, confused for a moment. Wait, how did right? I gave her a key earlier. Still dazed, he sighed and sat up. He looked straight at her. Hey Misha. She answered, Yeah? Bjorn reached out and took her hand, then spoke firmly and without hesitation. You showed up at the perfect time, Misha. I need you. Immediately, Misha blushed deep red. Misha flinched slightly, responding hastily, At this hour. But it's already morning. I mean, I wasn't ready. Still composed, Bjorn instructed, Just write the reply letters to those nobles. Misha, flustered and confused, blinked, Reply letters? Her hesitation was obvious. She looked at him, uncertain. Are you sure it's okay to send them that? What if something goes wrong? Bjorn answered without hesitation, Of course. I happen to be good at writing. The message says, I'm too busy to attend. Find another lunatic. Signed, Bjorn, son of Yandel. Misha froze for a moment, then softly said, All right. She sat down and started writing while asking. Then, while I'm writing, can you tell me what happened yesterday? Come on, tell me. When Bjorn didn't respond, Hikurad nudged, Why are you so quiet? Bjorn replied flatly, I'm thinking. Give me a second. It cut to a regular meeting of the abandoned Ans group. This was 10 days before the dungeon was scheduled to open. A certain dwarf had just declared he wouldn't be participating in the expedition. Hikurad looked tense. If a spatial collapse really does happen, we're screwed. But Bjorn sensed that wasn't truly what the dwarf was worried about. Lear added, Where there's smoke, there's fire. Rottmiller offered a more level-headed take. The situation's dangerous. I think we should sit this one out. Misha glanced at Bjorn nervously. What are you going to do? Bjorn scoffed to himself. He could convince them using intel from the community, but it wasn't necessary. He nodded thoughtfully. It's already been more than 3 months since I arrived at the Bloodstained Castle. In the beginning, every time I conquered a dungeon, I had to clean up spatial rifts afterwards. He realized something important. He couldn't just reveal how to open a rift to anyone. He would only take Misha along to collect crystals. With that decided, he said aloud, Only Misha is coming with me. Surprised, Misha blurted out, Me too? Bjorn raised an eyebrow. What, you want me to go alone? She waved her hands. No, that's not it, but he gave her a cold look. You clearly don't want to go. Then, slightly annoyed, he added, If you're that worried, just let me handle it by myself. Misha snapped, Hey, you maniac, at least ask me properly. Bjorn paused, genuinely puzzled. Ask nicely, what does that mean? After a moment, he muttered awkwardly, Can you please come with me? Misha stopped, then burst into laughter. Of course I will. What, you think I'd let you go alone? Bjorn, still serious, asked, Is that really how it works? He ended the discussion with a final statement, Anyway, that's settled. Lear sprang up, clearly confused, and even Hikurad seemed caught off guard by Bjorn's decision. We're going into the rift this time, Bjorn confirmed. The scene shifted to the next day at the market, where a newsboy shouted, Hot news! Hot news! The royal family had just issued a statement dismissing rumors of a spatial collapse as false. They blamed the Tarutine school at the Magic Tower for spreading reckless misinformation. Hikarad and Rottmiller were stunned by the headline. Hikarad rushed to Bjorn's house. "Did you hear? Now we can all enter the dungeon together." But Bjorn simply shook his head. "I already took another job. I'm not going." With that, he slammed the door shut. Hikarad could only laugh awkwardly in defeat. Misha, who had overheard everything, confronted him. "An escort mission? Since when did you take on that?" Bjorn answered coolly, "Don't worry. I'm just returning a favor." She looked at him, puzzled. Bjorn smirked faintly. "Actually, I'm planning to enter the rift this time." Misha's eyes widened. "The rift? How? Don't tell me you figured out how to get into the dungeon?" Bjorn nodded. "Yeah, that's right." She still seemed doubtful. "But why didn't you tell Hikarad? Wouldn't it be safer to go together?" Bjorn turned toward her and asked pointedly, "Have you told anyone about the contract with the water spirit, the one sealed in the ice spirit bracelet?" Misha shook her head. "Not at all." Bjorn kept polishing his sword, watching her closely with a doubtful look. Her gaze turned serious. "You told me to keep it a secret, remember?" Bjorn nodded. "Yeah, that's right." He furrowed his brow. "But what if it was Hikarad? You think he'd keep it to himself?" She paused, considering. "He might blurt it out if he got drunk." Bjorn kept going. "And what about Dwaki and Rottmiller?" Misha thought for a moment. "Dwaki would probably spill even when he's sober. Rottmiller, I'm not sure." Bjorn was surprised at how closely her guesses mirrored his own, except for Rottmiller. "Actually," he clarified, "he's the most predictable. I'm certain he'd keep the secret, but he'd get suspicious. He'd want to know how I found out, and he'd start looking at me funny." Misha stopped in her tracks. "So that's why you kept it to yourself. But what about me?" she asked, a little angry now. "Why didn't you tell me?" Bjorn hesitated. There were a lot of reasons. He thought to himself that Misha, despite seeming a bit clueless, was careful and tight-lipped. More importantly, she couldn't lie. One simple question would let him know if the secret had gotten out. He looked her straight in the eye. "But here's the only thing that really matters. I trust you." Misha immediately blushed. She waved her hands in front of her face and tried to change the subject. "It's hot, isn't it? Don't you think today's kinda warm?" Bjorn just replied, "Then drink some water." He reminded her that only 8 days remained until the labyrinth opened, and he needed to be fully prepared. Day 8, Misha asked what kind of gear they were buying. Bjorn told her they'd be getting magic talismans. The system announced, "Your equipment is now imbued with lightning. For a set time, all enchanted gear will carry the lightning element." Misha was surprised when she saw him buying expensive potions. "I've been meaning to buy these," Bjorn explained. "When you need it, don't be stingy." He casually added, "Also, I used our shared account." Day 7, a wizard complimented him on earning 4 million mana stones in 2 months. The system chimed in, "You've unlocked the 4th stage of the immortal inscription. Minor boost to stamina and spirit energy. Spirit stat 40, aptitude stat 40. Day 6, Misha nagged him to go shower and eat. In his Titan form, Bjorn tilted his head. "Food?" he wondered aloud. He noted how the increase in MP allowed him to maintain his giant state for 1.5 times longer than before. As he prepared to head for the labyrinth, Misha insisted on tagging along. He looked at her skeptically. "You know how to read?" she snapped. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I read sometimes, okay?" At the labyrinth, a hidden spell activated to reveal rare books. Bjorn asked why Lagna was using a secret spell today. She blushed. "The other chant, it's something I saved for you. I can't use it in front of anyone else." Bjorn requested she treat him the same way. Misha was speechless. Lagna suddenly said to her, "Your name's Karlstein, right? Please forget what I just said." Bjorn and Misha both looked utterly confused. What is this librarian even talking about? Day 5 Raven unexpectedly thanked Bjorn for putting up with her all this time. Bjorn replied bluntly, "It was a real pain." She scolded him for being so harsh, then told him not to die. He asked why she hadn't taken back his magic tower pass. Misha said, "Just keep it. If something happens, come find me." She still cared about him and wanted to be in the loop, so Bjorn agreed to hang on to it. And finally, the day arrived. People gathered all around, cheering, showing appreciation and support. Bjorn sniffled, touched by their kindness. "They're so polite. They even said thank you." Misha stared at him in disbelief. One person in their party praised him. "It's really great having a senior like you." Bjorn just said, "I only showed them the way." The man teased, "No need to be so modest." Bjorn warned Hikarad to be careful. "If someone's being too nice to you, be suspicious." Hikarad laughed awkwardly. "Do I remind you of those cult kids?" Bjorn didn't hesitate. "A bit, yeah." Still, the only person he truly trusted was Rottmiller. Then, the man asked, "So, Bjorn, are you and your team heading into the labyrinth?" Misha refused to explain, saying the client hadn't arrived yet. Lear said goodbye and split off, promising to meet them tomorrow. 30 minutes later, Misha asked why they hadn't gone in yet. Bjorn replied, "Just wait." "How long?" she asked. "Rookies wait." "That's how it is," he snapped. Then he declared confidently, "Now's the time we're doubling the experience. System message: you have entered the first floor of the Crystal Cavern. You are the first to unlock this gate. X2. A portal opened, and Misha was stunned as they went straight to the second floor. Head spinning, she asked, "How did you do that?" Bjorn couldn't explain, only that he just knew how. He remembered using the pact ring with the water spirit. It felt similar. Then Misha suddenly mentioned, if Rottmiller found out, he'd be crushed. Bjorn was confused. She looked down and said, "He worked so hard. One day he hoped to open that gate himself." Bjorn began to understand. If he found out, he'd probably lose his job, he muttered. He recalled Rottmiller proudly saying, "If I work hard enough, one day I'll open that gate myself. My dream is to be a pathfinder." Bjorn had taken him seriously. They reached the stone desert. Bjorn frowned. Why here? They needed to head east toward the monster lair to find mana stones within 2 days. 3 hours later they were fighting off random mobs. System alert: a level 9 mud doll type monster appeared. Skill: Harmonize allows partial visibility within a 3 km radius. I wish Dwaki were here to do this. Misha noticed someone running toward them and quickly warned him. Bjorn paused and watched. She looked uncertain. He guessed, if someone's been running for 3 hours straight, they must be sprinting at top speed. A group neared them, shouting, "Go farther." Bjorn noted their gear. They looked agile and fast. Misha admired their equipment. "I guess that's what it takes to open a warp gate." Bjorn reassured her, "We'll get there too. You're just not used to us not being weak anymore." Misha said he had big ambitions. Then teased, "Is that because you're a berserker?" Bjorn gave her a look. "Are you mocking me?" Misha poked him and called him an idiot. But she smiled proudly. "You're amazing." Bjorn looked flustered. He thought to himself, she's way too straightforward, then glanced at Misha, who was happily skipping around. And he couldn't help but wonder, does she even know what being a berserker truly means? It had been 19 hours since Misha and Bjorn entered the labyrinth, and people nearby were already gossiping about the massive backpack Bjorn was carrying. "Hey, did you see that guy earlier? What's up with that enormous backpack?" They speculated that it must be a spatial expansion bag. Bjorn glanced at them smugly while they snickered, clearly pleased that he was still lingering around here. Bjorn found it odd. People like us should have already made it to the upper floors. Why are we still stuck here at the weird entrance of the first floor? He thought. Seeing him chuckling to himself, Misha turned to ask, "What's so funny?" Bjorn smiled as memories of his old team surfaced. He mentioned that before he met Erwin, he had experienced all sorts of things and started wondering how she was doing now. He figured she'd be okay, especially since she had a high-ranking sister looking out for her. After all, she was the only member from his old squad that he was still connected to. Bjorn even thought about searching for her once he made it out of the tower. Just then, he noticed someone staring at him with a bitter expression. "What's that guy's problem?" he muttered, eyeing the stranger warily. Bjorn could sense the look in the man's eyes filled with murderous intent, greed and selfishness. "He's gotta know I could kill monsters, let alone him," Bjorn thought, annoyed by how feeble and pathetic these adventurers seemed. The moment he approached the guy and growled, "Hey, you got something to say?" the man panicked. No, not at all," he stammered. Bjorn snapped, "Not at all." "Then why were you staring at me like you wanted to eat me alive?" The guy trembled, blurting out, "I'm sorry." Misha stepped in to defuse the situation, saying Bjorn was overreacting since the guy hadn't done anything. But Bjorn wasn't having it. "Why the hell are you looking at me like that then?" he barked, more frustrated than ever. He had to find out if the guy had ulterior motives. Narrowing his eyes, Bjorn asked coldly, "What's your name?" The man stuttered, "Hans Devon." Bjorn blinked. "What? Hanst? Not Hans?" He questioned again and again, even threatening, "You better answer fast or I'll make you regret it." The man confirmed, "It's really Hanst." Bjorn exhaled in relief. "Phew. Good, at least it's not Hans." But then the man admitted, "Well, actually my real name is Hans. I just changed it to Hanst because there are too many people with that name." Bjorn lost it. "What the hell? No wonder your face pisses me off," he warned. "Fine. But don't ever switch back to your old name. Stick with Hanst. Got it?" The guy meekly nodded. "All right." Suddenly, the ground shook. Misha looked up and gasped, "Look. Up there." Bjorn's heart dropped. "We're already getting a signal." Grabbing Misha's hand, he shouted, "Let's move." He instantly recognized what the tremors meant. A rift is opening, he thought grimly. Great. Just my luck to run into someone named Hans. Even if they changed the name, the curse lives on. He remembered that rifts were supposed to open over the course of 3 days, yet here it was trouble already on the first. Someone's using the same method I used to force a rift open, he realized. But who? A player? Or some smart lunatic? Misha suddenly pointed ahead and warned him, "Something's up there." Bjorn looked and nodded. "I see it." "Don't worry," he said, already deciding he'd figure things out once they made it inside. Without warning, Bjorn scooped Misha into his arms, making her blush furiously. He told her confidently, "Hold on tight," and charged into the portal. System notification: the character has entered the first rift. As they arrived on a new floor, they were greeted by a group of unfamiliar adventurers. One of them raised an eyebrow. A half-demon and a beastkin in the same party. "That's rare," he remarked. "I'm Carlson." "Nice to meet you both." Another man, gruff and skeptical, added, "As long as you're not dead weight, I welcome you. Name's Abman Urikprit." A woman followed up, "I'm Gentian Naprin, and I'll make sure I'm not a burden to anyone." Bjorn introduced himself with flair, "I'm Bjorn, son of Thor. This is Misha, she's on my team." Misha seemed unsure and mumbled, "Huh?" But Bjorn mentally grumbled, "Just go with it." Misha quickly nodded right. When she turned her head and awkwardly whistled, Bjorn was left speechless. "That's the most unconvincing Act 1 I've ever seen." Trying to establish his value, Bjorn declared, "I'm a damn good tank. What about you guys?" Gentian proudly explained, "I was trained as a scout since childhood. I also absorbed a crystal from a sharpshooter-type monster." Carlson chimed in too, "I mainly use a sword and shield. In battle, I usually take the front line." Bjorn silently assessed the two. They seemed pretty weak. Floor 2 was probably their limit. He sighed to himself. Great, 2 more potential liabilities. Nothing like back in the Blood Fortress when I had a dwarf and a mage who actually pulled their weight. Bjorn sensed that something was wrong. The fissures were appearing more frequently now, sometimes 5 or 6 aftershocks in a row, or at least 4 when the beasts forced their way out. That was unusual. He recalled that this never used to happen before. Maybe the labyrinth had changed over the past few months. He kept thinking things through. In other words, it hadn't even been 5 months yet, so there was no way a mid-level adventurer should be on the first floor. He hypothesized, what if they were blocked by the monster den and the fissures only began appearing 3 days after the labyrinth opened? Then that would mean those people were newcomers. They couldn't possibly be experienced enough to reach the second floor already. Still, something about that guy was off. Bjorn walked up to Abman and asked, "What about you?" The man responded, "Me?" Bjorn pointed directly at the weapon strapped to his back. "You've seen it. What do you think it is?" Bjorn guessed it was a crossbow, though he wasn't sure if it still worked. He pressed Abman for more details, but the man pushed back. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Bjorn replied, "I'm a level 6 adventurer. My friend here is level 7. We've already made it up to the 4th floor of the Witch's Forest." Abman nodded. "Is that so? I'm only level 5. Bjorn was puzzled. Why do low-level folks like you keep throwing yourselves into dangerous areas? But Abman shot back, "I could ask you the same thing." Bjorn sighed. This guy was clearly his nemesis. They hadn't even fought yet, but he already knew their personalities clashed. Determined not to back down, Bjorn crossed his arms and explained, "We got separated from our group and ended up stuck on this floor. Because of the aftershocks, we decided to move into the second floor early." As they exchanged words, Zentia and Carlson watched them helplessly. Abman finally revealed, "Same thing happened to me. I'm not actually with those two. We only just met. I got separated from my group too." Bjorn thought to himself, this guy's totally untrustworthy. He'd been hoping to meet a powerful archer, and now that he'd seen this old man, he was convinced Abman was definitely someone with real combat experience. Bjorn started calculating. If he teamed up with this guy, their chances of success would skyrocket. No sane person would be farming 8th-tier magic stones on the second floor this early anyway. As for Carlson and Zentia, they seemed pretty weak, though perhaps they had some hidden talent, given their maintained reputations. Eventually they decided to temporarily form a party. Bjorn asked, "So who's going to go in first to open the fissure?" It felt like a mafia setup. Taking on the role of leader, he laid out the terms: "Any loot or spirit cores we get, we split evenly. But Misha and I get 2 shares each. The rest of you divide the rest among yourselves." Bjorn reasoned that there'd be tons of mutated monsters after the fissure, and though he'd planned to let Misha absorb some spirit cores, that would have to wait. He sighed. These kinds of luck-based situations were always the worst for him. His luck was abysmal. Abman barked out a command, "Let's go. Get into formation." Everyone rallied with high spirits and began to move. Bjorn observed how the lack of night in this place had completely thrown off their biological clocks. Morning stretched endlessly, making fatigue hit harder than usual. He reminded himself that since they were here, they'd have to adapt. With proper preparation, anything was possible. He walked cautiously, the others following behind him. He imagined how, if not for the fissure caused by someone, they would have stayed on their original route. At least, he thought, the items they brought still worked. Half an hour later, a snow-covered monster suddenly appeared. The system alerted them. Yeti level 7. A high-tier gatekeeping monster typically found in ice caverns. Zentia paled. "Do we have to fight that thing?" Abman, calm as ever, answered, "The proper routes we need to take usually have monsters guarding the fissures." Bjorn was impressed. This old man definitely played like a pro gamer. Though that also made him even more suspicious. He shouted for everyone to stop. Carlson, trembling, asked, "Is something wrong?" Bjorn answered firmly, "Yes, something's not right." Abman took the weapon and charged ahead, raising his bow and aiming squarely at the target. His eyes gleamed with overwhelming killing intent. The arrow shot out at lightning speed, carrying immense power as it plunged straight into the snowman-like creature. The monster let out a guttural scream, writhing in agony under the brutal impact. But Abman clicked his tongue in frustration. The arrow had been stopped. The creature was struggling to pull it out, and the way it twisted its torso made it look more like it was doing back stretches than anything else. Bjorn was stunned. Is it really stuck? Is this some kind of hook-lock skill or something? Without saying much, Abman stepped back and casually assigned, "You all take care of the rest." Bjorn and Misha both had question marks in their heads. Bjorn silently thought, "This guy's way stricter than he looks." The Yitai roared in fury, shaking the entire corridor. Bjorn, however, remained unfazed, fully prepared to confront it head-on. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the beast. Carlson gasped in shock, horrified to see Bjorn engage it in close combat. Zentia looked just as alarmed. The snowman creature stomped down, releasing an immense force from its legs. But Bjorn's blade pierced clean through its body, raw energy surging from both him and the monster, creating shockwaves that cracked the icy floor. It was an intense and explosive clash. Bjorn shouted Misha now. From above, Misha dove down from the creature's blind spot, her twin daggers flashing like silver lightning. With perfect precision, she stabbed both blades directly into the Yeti's eyes. It roared in agonizing pain, thrashing wildly. System notification: you have defeated a level 7 Yeti. Exp 3. Misha landed gracefully, her feet barely making a sound. She smirked, proud of her clean execution. "Did you see that?" she thought. Bjorn looked at her in stunned silence, clearly impressed. With a smug smile, Misha held her pose for a second longer. "That's the level of my skills. Just in case you were wondering." Bjorn could only hope she never fell into the hands of the mafia. Those guys might drop dead, just from the sheer shock of witnessing her in action. Abman's expression shifted into one of surprise as he complimented the duo on their flawless coordination. Following the monster's final scream, the system notification echoed, "You have defeated Snow Wolf. Exp 1. Bjorn gave a brief account of what happened, and then the group ventured deeper into the ice cave. They slaughtered countless ice wolves. Bjorn wasn't particularly surprised by their appearance. They were typical low-level mobs found in early chapters. The wolves came charging recklessly, but because the other team members lacked combat experience, the bulk of the fighting fell to him and Misha. Still, Abman managed to take down a few with his crossbow, though it didn't leave much of an impression on Bjorn. He observed that the crossbow was well suited for direct, single-target attacks, but its capacity for OA damage was poor. Despite his frustration, he accepted the situation. None of them were qualified to take the lead. When they encountered a stone pillar, Bjorn relied on his memory. Left, left, right, right, left, go straight 7 times, then left again. It was a route ingrained from past experience, one that could get them through the floor in an hour if someone knew it. He reasoned aloud, "It's not exactly hard to remember, so I've got 2 theories. Either the mafia player isn't an actual player, or they're just pretending to be clueless." The group pressed onward, heading into a secret chamber hidden deep within the pillar. A staircase marked the entrance. Zentia remarked on how strangely the stairs were placed, but Bjorn calmly urged everyone to move down together. Their footsteps echoed down the corridor as Bjorn wondered if they'd be missing a hidden item in the pillar. He dismissed the thought. It was probably too obvious to miss anyway. He'd come back for it himself if needed. Carlson was surprised to find that despite being deeper underground, the area was actually brighter than the floors above. Zentia marveled at the radiant, glimmering scenery, and Misha shared her awe. Zentia then asked about the enormous pillar in the center. As soon as she touched it, it began to glow, catching her completely off guard. Abman chuckled nonchalantly. "What's with the shock?" "That might be a key." Zentia hadn't expected it to be a key at all. Abman then theorized. A few monsters might spawn, and a new path could open. Bjorn grew even more suspicious of him. His analysis wasn't wrong, but it wasn't just a few monsters. It would be an entire swarm. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. "The sealed overlord has awakened." Echoing howls cracked through the ice as the snow wolves burst forth. Bjorn remained calm. Of course. We'll have to clear them first. The wolves charged forward, eyes wild and drooling at the sight of fresh prey. Another alert popped up. Ancient monsters have stirred from their slumber due to the Overlord's awakening. Zentia panicked. What do we do now? Abman was caught off guard too. He hadn't anticipated this. Bjorn quickly gave orders. Fall back to the staircase. It's easier to defend there. He estimated the first wave consisted of about 20 snow wolves. They barreled toward the group. Then he warned them, stronger enemies would arrive in the second wave starting with level 8 monsters. Sure enough, Bjorn and Misha were already locked in battle with them. Misha urgently warned him. Be careful. Bjorn noticed a new threat: an ice golem had appeared. With sharp insight, he recognized that it was using high-tier buffs to enhance itself and needed to be taken down quickly. Letting out a low, threatening growl, he charged at the monster. Bjorn's impact sent the ice golem flying into a block of ice, revealing a hidden staircase. And then he felt it. The Ice Lord had arrived. It was Katoomba, the frozen overlord, a mutated yeti capable of wielding multiple types of sorcery. It let out a blood-curdling roar as it lunged at Bjorn, trying to devour him whole. A system alert rang. Katoomba uses suppression. Bjorn remembered this. He had once been affected by this skill during a fake explorer assassination attempt. Zentia and Carlson were frozen in panic as the skill froze them in place. But Bjorn knew how to break the effect. Just take a single hit. Misha bit her tongue to maintain a bleeding status and override the freeze. Bjorn relied on his high magic resistance and debuff resistance stats. A system message appeared. Defense stats exceed threshold. Player has acquired disruption resistance. Bjorn let out a feral roar, his eyes filled with savage fury. Player has activated Primal Burst, the system announced. Misha rushed after him, yelling in frustration, I told you not to fight alone like that. Another notification followed. Katoomba uses Frost Wrath. It unleashed a wave of freezing power aimed at Bjorn, who easily blocked it with a look of disdain. Is that all you've got? He sneered. With a swift slash, he opened up the creature's flesh, blood gushing from the wound. Enraged, the beast swung its massive fist at him. Bjorn dodged and countered with a punch to the face. The yeti shrieked and charged again, this time with terrifying force, knocking Bjorn back. Then a chilling voice echoed through the cave. Run unless you want to return to Mother Earth. He turned his head and noticed a blazing arrow ready to be unleashed. A system alert rang out. Abman Urikprid has used Reinforcement. All skills will now receive buffs based on MP. Another alert followed. Abman Urikprid has used a dangerous material. His eyes burned with a fierce and deadly gleam. The entire area was soon engulfed by the explosive crimson energy of his arrow, as it shot forward like lightning. Bjorn and Misha quickly split to either side, making way for the arrow to strike the Ice King head-on. The monster seemed to sense something was wrong. But before it could react, it took the full hit. The system alert came in again. High-rank mutant monster defeated. X1. The arrow's destructive power was so immense that it wiped out all the surrounding ice wolves at once. Misha, stunned by the impact, asked, "What kind of arrow was that?" Bjorn finally realized. He had assumed Abman was just a standard burst damage type. But the man's calm expression revealed otherwise. He's got an AoE skill in his back pocket, Bjorn thought. Although he still wasn't fully convinced, he admitted that thanks to Abman, Wave 9 had ended smoothly. They had time to recover and divide up the materials, and to Bjorn's surprise, the division process went faster than expected. Abman declined any share, telling them to split it among themselves. Zentia and Carlson laughed awkwardly and said, "All right then." But just as they were about to take their portions, Bjorn spoke up. He said he didn't care whether the essence came from an ice wolf or a saber-toothed tiger. He had his eyes on something specific. Carlson blinked in confusion. That one. That's the Yeti essence. Bjorn nodded. You got a problem with that? Carlson quickly denied it. Bjorn frowned. Then drop it. He was annoyed. If you're feeling regret, then get stronger. Misha beamed and congratulated him on becoming stronger. Bjorn just gave her a blank look. Then, out of nowhere, he handed her something. This is yours. Misha was surprised and asked to confirm. Bjorn replied, Is there a problem? She hesitated, then admitted, Actually, I really wanted it. She gave him a sideways glance, just wanting to double-check. He nodded in agreement. She then shyly added, Then, how much would it cost? Bjorn blinked. What? She explained, I mean, essence like this is super rare. The question hit him like a brick. He froze. Misha tilted her head. Did you hear me? He wondered how she could possibly think he was the kind of guy who would charge for something like that. He broke it down for her. The Yeti was a level 7 monster, so its essence had strong base stats. He described its properties: strong bone durability, ice resistance, and boosted ice magic attributes. Perfect for a cry element user. He was pleased. This thing will definitely come in handy. He went on, explaining that the additional damage stat increased elemental damage for any attribute, amplifying one's existing elemental output. Misha, meanwhile, turned on the charm, looking pitiful as she pressed him for an answer. Bjorn thought she was lucky the essence was green grade. He noted that talent wasn't tied to the color of the essence. Both passive and active skills could be good, even viable long-term if the base stats were high enough. He imagined how incredible it would have been if the stats were even better. If it had been a level 5 Yeti, Misha grew impatient. How much is it? She repeated. Bjorn chuckled internally. This game really knew how to balance stats well. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch him, startling him. Then she asked again, The price? He sighed, irritated. Still with the money talk. He reassured her, Don't worry. Giving something like this to a teammate is just natural. That response made Misha pause, then ask softly, So does that mean our relationship is? Bjorn thought to himself, I'm just doing this so you survive. I'm investing in your power. Eventually, she accepted the offer. He declared proudly, Just staying by my side is enough of a reward. Misha, flustered, responded, If you keep saying weird things like that, I'll get embarrassed. But she nodded and reached out to absorb the essence. System alert, Yeti essence has been absorbed by the soul of Misha Karlstein. She gasped, It's been over 2 years since I've absorbed an essence. This feels strange. Bjorn comforted her, You'll get used to it. Then he turned to Carlson and Zensia. What about you two? They hesitated. We're not taking anything for now. Bjorn frowned and scolded them. You're just going to waste good essence when you're still this weak. Carlson quickly tried to explain, saying Zenisia had mentioned that the essence dropped by the Frost Wolf, and to avoid suspicion, he cautiously claimed that the essence wasn't compatible with him. Bjorn pressed for more details about the Frost Wolf, asking what exactly they knew about it, since few people had even heard of it. Carlson gave a vague answer but emphasized that it was a high-grade essence, then made the excuse that maybe a more suitable one would show up later. Bjorn reluctantly let it go. He still found their behavior suspicious. Something wasn't right, but based on their responses, he couldn't fully grasp the situation. He reasoned that monsters on certain floors had a much higher chance of dropping quality essences. Turning to Misha, he asked about the essence issue. She hesitated, saying that erasing an essence was incredibly expensive, and she didn't want to repeat her past mistakes. Bjorn realized she was the swordmaster who had once consumed an essence from a monster archer. He clicked his tongue, thinking that if either of them took the current essence, he might be able to expose their true identities under the name of the Mafia. He stayed cautious. Misha, noticing his suspicious expression, looked confused. Though Bjorn continued to doubt them, both their words and demeanor gave away no flaws. He silently fumed, wondering if they were working together behind the scenes. Zensia quickly tried to steer the topic away, saying at least the matter here was resolved. Suddenly, a sheet of ice cracked. Misha cried out in alarm. Look up there. A sharp claw pierced through the frozen ceiling, marking the arrival of the frost wolf. Its massive body emerged through the blizzard, glowing red eyes glaring as it bared its fangs and growled. Misha was stunned. It was far larger than she'd expected, and even appeared to be carrying a weapon. Abman was equally shocked. While the group panicked, Bjorn remained calm. Of course, he thought, this is the final boss. Quietly, he observed, knowing the real fight would start soon. The system announced, the tyrant Tarunbas has been enraged by the intruders. Another system message followed. Tyrant Tarunbas has activated ice annihilation. The monstrous beast shattered the ice ceiling and crashed down like a meteor. The whole party was thrown into the air before they could react, directly facing a deadly pounce. Misha screamed to Bjorn, warning him about the unstable floor. It's collapsing, she shouted, just as the floor gave way beneath them. The entire group fell. Bjorn declared, looks like it's time for Chapter 3. The system bombarded them with messages. You are being pulled into an unstable geothermal zone beneath the ice cavern. Status effect, hypothermia applied. Agility drastically reduced. Ice element damage doubled. A large object dropped into a pitch-black lake below, creating ripples that spread across the gloomy, rain-soaked landscape. Bjorn emerged from the water, gasping and shouting. A massive sword slammed into the ground beside him, causing a violent shockwave. He hadn't expected Chapter 3 to start off this intense. In the past, he had only seen this part from behind a screen. Characters would fall into the water at the beginning of Chapter 3, but reality was far crueler. He had just been through what felt like 7,749 calamities, swept away by the current, bashed into rocks, and tossed down a waterfall. Dragging himself to shore, sore all over, he grumbled that his HP must have dropped significantly. His body felt no better than a beat-up training dummy. Just as he wondered whether he should take a break, Misha came running over in tears, panicked and asking if he was okay. With that, he knew rest was off the table. He assured her he was fine, then asked about her. She nodded, saying she was okay too. Nearby, Zentia checked on Carlson. Abman called out to everyone. If you're all up, come to this fire. Misha was amazed. You always bring firewood. He replied. I always come prepared. Bjorn confirmed his hunch. Abman was a solo player, so he carried everything he needed. The fire crackled beneath a pot while some clothes hung nearby, swaying gently. Zentia stammered. Why is it still so cold in here? Carlson shivered, replying, even with fire, I still can't get warm. Abman hesitated, then said, this might be an unstable geothermal zone. Misha asked, what's a geothermal zone? Is it like the witch's forest? Suddenly things clicked for Abman. No wonder it's so cold. Even my body's getting sluggish. Misha diagnosed it. We've lost most sensation because of the extreme cold. Bjorn added, her ice resistance is probably around 40, so she's not feeling it as much. Misha asked him, aren't you cold? Bjorn admitted he was shivering but claimed it wasn't that bad. His tone irritated her. That's the dumbest way to say it, she scolded. Idiot maniac. She grabbed him and pulled him under a thick blanket. Staying close will help warm us up, she muttered. Blushing, Bjorn looked to the side and saw Abman casually whistling. He quickly made up his mind he couldn't let this situation spiral any further, even if the bear man was still whistling like nothing was wrong. Once they confirmed the area was safe, the group decided to camp there for the night. Bjorn suggested everyone get some rest, though he refused to sleep near them. He still suspected one of them might be working for the mafia. Someone warned Misha and Bjorn that the cold would get worse soon. Misha calmly replied that she had brought firewood. She offered to take the first watch and told him to go ahead and sleep. Before lying down, he wanted to ask her something. Curious, she asked what it was. He asked if any of the three had ever acted suspiciously. That triggered a memory for her. After she recounted it, Bjorn smiled and said, got it. He praised her for doing a great job. He immediately narrowed his eyes at the group of three who were chatting enthusiastically nearby. They were now prime suspects. 6 hours later, they ventured deeper into the ice cave. Bjorn felt somewhat relieved that there was only one path, even though it twisted like a serpent. He reminded himself to stick close to the main route. As they advanced, monsters started lunging at them from the ice walls. Misha's eyes were sharp with bloodlust. Bjorn exhaled in relief. These monsters were only level 8, but he kept his guard up. This place seemed tougher than the blood-stained castle, where level 7 knights had appeared. Suddenly the system issued a warning: abnormal status hypothermia. Characters without cold resistance would now suffer a minimum of 30 HP damage from frost elemental skills, which would deal double damage. Carlson warned Zensia to be more cautious, pointing out that the shockwaves from enemy attacks were hitting them harder due to status debuffs. That's when Zensia had a realization this place had unstable geomancy. Bjorn grumbled about how annoying it was that those two kept bickering mid-battle. He regretted not leaving them behind. 4 hours later they stumbled upon a horde of frozen monsters. Abman examined them and guessed they were ice orcs, noting their pale white skin. Carlson raised an eyebrow. Ice goblins. Abman chuckled and reassured him. No need to panic, they're only level 7 monsters. Zensia frowned, asking, "So, we're fighting them?" Abman nodded with a smug grin. "They're here for a reason." Suddenly the ice began to crack. The ice orcs awoke, their eyes glowing with a fiery red gleam. Their screeches echoed through the cave as the ice holding them shattered. A pack of orcs charged forward. Abman sighed. "Guess they won't let us admire the scenery." Bjorn shouted, "Don't panic. Formation." In truth, his orders were a cover to make it easier for Misha to watch the two suspects. Carlson obeyed quickly. A group of ice orcs with axes charged at Bjorn and Misha. He warned, incoming. In the middle of it all, Bjorn's instincts flared. He could sense the presence of the traitor. An ice orc lunged at him. He guessed the traitor just wanted to pass this stage quietly, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Charging forward, he clashed with the beast. The orc came down from above while he swung his mace upward. Ice and snow exploded upon impact. Two titans collided, and the power from both sides threatened to tear the battlefield apart. Bjorn continued fighting while his thoughts remained fixed on the traitor. If this really was the moment they planned to act, then it was also the perfect moment to test what they were capable of. As the orc's axe came swinging, Bjorn decided to stay on the defensive. He needed to conceal his true strength. The orc's strike barely missed Zensia and Carlson, who dodged just in time. Abman noticed Misha just standing there, unfazed. "Not going to help your boyfriend?" he teased. She shrugged. "How was I supposed to know more monsters would show up?" Then quickly denied, "And he's not my boyfriend." Abman smirked. "Not yet, huh?" That's when Bjorn told Misha not to join the fight. Seeing how terrified Carlson and Zensia were, Abman muttered, those two are useless. Guess I've got to take care of this myself." Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the ice orc. The system announced, "Abman Urikprid has summoned Iron Bear Eladun." Bjorn was stunned. "He's a summoner." Eladun raised his giant paw and smashed the orc's skull in. Bjorn stood in awe. So this is why he can travel alone even though he's just an archer. He glanced toward the icon above the slain orc's body. "Better clean this up before the traitor makes a move." Zensia taunted Bjorn, "Aren't you gonna rush to your girlfriend?" But he coldly shot her down, saying she'd misunderstood. Meanwhile, Misha was instructed not to act impulsively. Bjorn switched to Plan B. That moment of distraction gave the ice orc its opening. It struck Bjorn with a crushing blow, sending him reeling. Misha screamed and sprinted toward him. The orc landed a brutal punch straight into Bjorn's face. Blood gushed out of his mouth as his vision went red and his mind began to fade. He collapsed. Bjorn squinted, barely opening his eyes as he turned slightly to the side. "Then let's stick to the plan. I'm counting on you, Misha." Carlson, seeing him move, immediately grew concerned. Are you okay?" The monster, caught off guard, let out a startled chweek. That was all the opportunity Bjorn needed. He surged forward and landed a punch so hard it shattered the creature's teeth. Carlson stood frozen, unable to comprehend what just happened. The beast let out a furious screech, "Chwee-eek." Misha's face went pale. Get out of the way now." Abman, realizing they had no other choice, decided to use a dangerous material. The Ice Elf Mage retaliated with a solid ice wall. The clash of their opposing forces triggered a fierce tremor across the battlefield. The Ice Elf Mage staggered, clearly unable to keep up. Carlson's jaw dropped in shock. Meanwhile, Bjorn kept his eyes closed as he contemplated the situation. So if this keeps up, that guy could wipe out everyone with just a few arrows. Damn, my plan to intentionally make things harder just backfired. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the air. "That's enough souls gathered. Now we can move forward with the plan." Bjorn was thrown off. Wait. What? It was Zensia, holding a glowing sword and charging in, her lips curled into a mischievous smile. She unleashed a powerful windstorm using her magic. Her first strike struck true, inflicting heavy damage and causing a bleeding effect. But then, out of nowhere, her blade plunged straight into Abman's stomach. With an unsettling smile, Zensia whispered, "Thanks for the help. Now I'm one step closer to collecting all 30 million soul crystals." Abman barely reacted. What? Bjorn immediately understood, so it's finally happening. Zensia, the traitor hiding among the sheep, is making her move. The monster's body began to glow quick as two energy spheres hurtled toward Zensia's position. Caught off guard, she let out a soft grunt. She turned around, only to see Misha staring her down. "You! What the hell do you think you're doing to me?" But Misha didn't hesitate. "Now, Bjorn." From the ashes, Bjorn rose like a god of vengeance and brought his hammer down on Zensia's head. Zensia reacted just in time, dodging to the side, her teeth clenched. No way, she knew I'd betray them? She noticed her hand trembling. Damn it. Bjorn didn't know what to say to her. She was reckless. "If you're going to keep your identity a secret, you should watch your mouth," he thought. "You basically admitted you absorbed the essence of the elf archer. That's how I figured out your invisibility ability." There were plenty of slip-ups. Despite her efforts to hide it, Zensia had left too many clues. Most damning of all was something she said, "Do I really have to pick that thing up and go in there? It started glowing when I touched it." She had turned to Carlson afterward, pretending like everything was fine. Bjorn's suspicions were confirmed. Zensia kept pointing out critical details but always acted like nothing was wrong. Misha's report sealed it. When she fell in the water earlier, she noticed Zensia's scent suddenly changed. It became unpleasant, like the stench of a monster's lair. And that dirt clinging to her shoes. It was from the monster cave. To reach the entrance of the ice cavern, one had to pass through that cave first. There was no doubt left. Zensia was mafia. Misha was furious at the deception. "Damn you." Zensia stumbled over her words. Wait, hold on, but Misha launched a full-powered sword strike. The blade nearly grazed Zensia. Zensia, however, was incredibly agile. Unfortunately for her, just as she jumped back, Bjorn was already waiting. He struck her with a crushing blow. Blood burst from her mouth. Even so, Zensia dropped to one hand and tried to recover. Her battle instincts were honed. She must have invested quite a bit in defense, Bjorn thought, warily. Zensia spat out bitter curses. "You damn bastards, it's only going to get worse for you now," Bjorn mused. "You've been exposed." His eyes glowed with intensity. "But even so," he muttered, "it doesn't change a damn thing. Anyone who wants me dead is just another bastard to crush." Suddenly, from behind, a monster lunged at Misha. She screamed, "Bjorn, look out." Despite everything, he wasn't afraid. With the surge of wild power he was experiencing, he was confident she couldn't do any real damage to him. Still, he was also a rational person. The freezing cold was biting, but if he killed her now, the final boss would show up. It was better to hold off for the moment. Zensia, who had been quietly observing Bjorn this whole time, couldn't help but blurt out, "How the hell is that bastard's defense so strong?" Taking advantage of the group's distraction, she made a run for it. But no one escapes the net of heaven. Where could she possibly go? He noticed the direction she was heading and casually called out, "The path is this way." Inwardly he sighed. How is it possible she doesn't know that? She's supposed to be an assassin-class player. He lowered his head, deep in thought, analyzing the situation. When the ice orcs first woke up, the ceiling collapsed and blocked the passageway. Still, a cornered rat will bite a cat. I need to stay cautious. Just as he thought that, a bizarre monster face appeared behind him, practically trying to pound its presence into his skull. It was getting on his nerves. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Recognizing his irritation, Misha quickly stepped in. Bjorn, let me handle that guy. He sighed in defeat. Fine. Just take care of it. Wait, she stammered, flustered. Now that one burden was off his back, Bjorn turned to face Zensia directly. He took a single step forward. The moment she saw him, she panicked. Wait. Let's talk. I think there's been a misunderstanding. The more she spoke, the more obvious it became that she was just trying to buy time. His mind flashed back to what he'd observed earlier. Looks like she used a retaliation-type skill. If I remember right, the cooldown is 3 minutes. That means there's no way she can break through my shield for at least 2 more. They clashed again. Bjorn retreated a bit, but it was clear she wasn't going to give up without a fight. His weapon was massive and heavy. It shattered her arm like glass. The glowing sword she'd been holding flew off to the side. Standing before her, he asked calmly, "If this is a misunderstanding, explain it. Quickly." She trembled. "Do you really trust me?" He remained stone-faced. "Give me a reason to." With a pitiful look, Zentia pleaded. "The thing is, I don't know if you'll believe me or not." Before she could finish her sentence, Bjorn slammed his sword into her head. Blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't believe she actually thought he'd fall for that. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" After she vanished, he examined the equipment she dropped. Everything was geared toward female users. He methodically checked each item. Maybe I can pass some of this to Misha. Before dealing with anything else, he raised his sword again. First, he crushed her ribcage. Second, he looted every single resource. Even though her face was swollen like a leech, she still refused to give up. "Please," she begged. "I'll do anything." He asked softly, "Then why did you attack us?" She explained, "The scouting guild got a hold of my data. I thought if I eliminated you guys, no one could leak it." He was unimpressed. "So you planned to kill anyone who came in here?" He narrowed his eyes. "Then why did you open the rift gate?" Her voice trembled. "The frozen heart. I heard it only drops here." That actually made some sense. She continued, "I wasn't planning to kill anyone anymore. You guys are just level 8s. Then she turned suspicious. "How did you know I was the one who opened the gate?" That set him off. "What are you implying?" She panicked, trying to explain. "Wait. Don't tell me you're a player too." She couldn't wrap her head around it. "A player? You're just some crazy lunatic." He raised his sword again. She pleaded, desperation in her voice. "I just want to go home. Somehow I managed to survive in this hellhole. Please, I'm begging you." She tried to sit up. "I forgot to say sorry, didn't I? I'm really sorry. I thought you were just an NPC. If I knew you weren't, I wouldn't have said those things. I mean, we're all just humans, right? We shouldn't be killing each other, right?" But Bjorn's face showed no emotion whatsoever. With her last bit of strength, she muttered 4 words, "You damned evil freak." And just like that, he killed her. The system notification chimed. Achievement unlocked. First player kill. This was the first time Bjorn had killed another player. Whether it was difficult or easy to get through, whether his emotions had become excited instead of afraid from the scent of blood and flesh mingling together, it didn't matter anymore. His feelings no longer held any significance. Misha came running back, calling his name softly as she approached. "Why are you still standing there? I thought something had happened to you." Across the battlefield, Carlson was still fighting with all he had, though he looked like someone who could be taken down easily. Bjorn turned to Misha and said calmly, "Go handle it." She blinked in surprise. "You're letting me?" He nodded. "Try using your new skill while you're at it." She followed his instructions and activated her enhancement, a powerful skill known as condensed ice. As the demon prepared to attack Carlson, he screamed in panic, completely losing control. It flung an axe at him, and he howled in terror with his hair standing on end. But just in time, Misha rushed in. Her strike landed, and the demon howled in pain. The freezing element of her attack helped stop the bleeding and prevented the wound from healing, a useful trait, depending on the enemy. Watching the monster reel in pain, Bjorn thought, "It's an ice-type creature with high resistance to cold." Only the area around its wrists got frozen. He ordered Misha to aim for the neck. She leapt up and followed through, finishing the monster. Oddly enough, she didn't show any signs of discomfort or hesitation. "That's right, isn't it?" she asked. He nodded. "Well done. Looks like the cold made its way to the brain." After they checked for anything useful, he asked her, "Are you ready?" She nodded firmly. "Of course." He responded with seriousness, "Good. Then let's go." The battle began anew. The beast had been thoroughly beaten, but then powerful lights radiated from its body. The true monster Katoomba had awakened from a deep slumber, and was now fully restored. This creature had several attributes. It was about 1.5 times larger than a normal werewolf, and its stats were nearly double. Most notably, it possessed ice magic, which greatly amplified its damage against enemies suffering from the hypothermia debuff. But there was a catch: that debuff only lasted 10 seconds. Katoomba charged toward where Bjorn stood. Because of this, he ditched his axe. As the lesser Katoombas approached, the game system activated Thunderwood, boosting lightning attribute damage for 10 seconds. Since this particular Katoomba had no resistance to lightning, Bjorn was confident. Right from the start, he launched bolts of electricity directly at the beast. Katoomba became paralyzed, but Bjorn remained on guard. This creature had a skill to dispel debuffs. It activated Unyielding Will, which didn't offer complete immunity, but cleared all current effects. All they needed to do was paralyze it again. Misha followed up by hurling 3 electric orbs into the monster. Her skill was called Stormburst, a lightning bomb attack. Katoomba was stunned and collapsed, completely spent. The two of them didn't let up and struck until its body was torn apart. Carlson couldn't believe what he was seeing. The two of them had really defeated Katoomba. A core essence dropped. Misha asked excitedly, "You want me to take this too?" As Bjorn sheathed his sword, he said, "We already agreed it's yours." Deep down, he felt a little guilty. Maybe she thought he'd take it for himself. Not wanting to deal with whatever she might be thinking, he gave her a gentle push. "Just grab it before it disappears." Misha absorbed the essence of the werewolf. Bjorn watched her, his demeanor light as a feather. "All right, the essence is done." Next then he noticed Abman lying in a pool of blood. "Are you still alive?" he asked. "Thank heavens." Abman, wincing in pain, muttered, "The healing elixir, in my bag." Bjorn smiled awkwardly. "Yeah, I figured. You've had a rough time." The three of them scrambled to help him. "All right. This is a high-grade elixir," Misha said, lifting the bottle. "Okay, I'll use it now." But Abman shook his head. "It's fine, I'll do it." They administered the medicine to him. However, Misha's expression turned to panic. Why isn't it healing?" Bjorn didn't understand either until he realized something was wrong with the blade. It must have been laced with a special poison that prevented healing, possibly categorized as a corrupted wound. Abman gritted his teeth. The antidote, everyone heard that and began searching frantically. They handed it to him. But Bjorn's eyes remained cold. "I don't know much about poisons, but if it's truly a corrupted wound, that antidote won't work." The bleeding didn't stop. Everyone was panicking, fearing for Abman's life. "Stay with us, Abman." Misha pleaded. Then she turned to Bjorn. The ultra-grade healing elixir, use it now. Bjorn's face had turned completely pale. After using Bjorn's highest-grade elixirs along with 5 potions from the bear men, the final wound finally began to heal. He shook his head. What a terrifying toxin. It had taken emergency treatment measures, including top-tier potions capable of regenerating lost limbs. Carlson nodded, grateful. Thanks for all your effort. As Bjorn casually packed up his gear, he added, Oh right, we haven't split the rewards yet. Here, take this. Abman looked surprised at what he was given. Isn't this a bit too much? Bjorn waved it off. Just take it. You didn't collect any essence stones, did you? Carlson felt genuinely moved. Deep down, he recalled how Bjorn had recklessly drawn aggro without hesitation. Consider it your share of the work, Bjorn said, handing him an item. And if you're feeling guilty, just make sure you don't go wandering around talking about what happened today. Carlson eagerly agreed and left. Behind him, Misha smiled quietly. Bjorn said nothing but wondered, why does she have that expression again? Not long after, Abman regained consciousness. You really are lucky, he said. He knew the kind of reward Bjorn and Misha would have gotten had he died. Seeing the 2 empty potion bottles beside him, he understood everything. I'll pay to buy back that special grade elixir, he said. Bjorn replied flatly, I think 5 million stones should cover it. Bjorn chuckled. Really? Guess I got ripped off by some merchant then. Abman laughed. Sounds about right. The value of an item changes depending on the situation. But the truth is, I don't have much money left right now. He promised to repay Bjorn once they got back to the city, offering to give him a few items as collateral. Bjorn looked at the item in his hand, debating whether to exchange it for money. Abman, as if reading his mind, spoke up. Don't even think about it, Bjorn. Misha flinched. How did you know what we were thinking? Abman smiled as he conjured a dimensional gate. I haven't forgotten that you 2 saved my life. Bjorn didn't know how to respond. In the end, he simply told Misha to come with him. She stepped through the gate, puzzled. Isn't the way back over there? Bjorn's eyes looked in a different direction. Follow me. There's something else that needs collecting. She followed without question, praising him playfully. You're amazing, you know that? In her hand was a gem, something he told her to consume immediately. This the thing you used to melt the ice earlier? She asked. He nodded. Yup. I've got another one now, so use it. The 2 sat beside a campfire to absorb the item's effects. Right after, Bjorn pulled up a blanket and went straight to sleep, ignoring her curiosity. Grumbling, he said, You barely got any sleep while standing guard. Just rest already. There's no safer place in this dungeon than a cleared-out crevice. Understanding, she lay down beside him. Bjorn, however, stayed awake. He wondered what might have happened if he had been alone. He reflected on what had transpired, on who he had become. He wished even now that she'd open her eyes again, that the scene he pictured in his head would become reality. He clenched his teeth, disgusted by himself for entertaining such thoughts, yet he still wanted to do it again, without a hint of regret. The twisted face of the purple-haired girl came to mind, stirring more conflicted thoughts. If he had just waited silently back then, maybe he could have come out of it with a huge gain, maybe even bumped his soul-blocking stat to level 6 in one go. But instead he'd poured a healing potion on Abman's wound. Even if his humanity had begun to rot away in that moment, Misha's smile reminded him of the choice he made. He decided, that's not something you do to a comrade who might one day fight alongside you. If Misha hadn't been there, her voice broke through his thoughts. Why aren't you sleeping? What's with all the thinking? She sounded genuinely caring. Come here, it's cold. Let me share the blanket with you. He turned shy. Above them, the Milky Way shimmered with countless stars, casting a magical glow over the rugged mountain peaks, where the cold wind howled relentlessly. In the middle of the frigid night, a quiet conversation broke the silence. Come here, it's freezing. Let's share a blanket. Hearing that, he didn't protest, hesitantly agreeing. Sure. Beneath the galaxy glowing with a bluish hue, the cold wind bit at their noses, but the crackling fire from the camp helped stave off the chill. On the makeshift field bed, Bjorn Yandel lay flat on his back, arms spread wide, taking up all the space. Next to him, Misha Karlstein, hearing nothing from her companion, curled in close and squinted, scrutinizing the seemingly sleeping man. "Bjorn, you asleep?" "Hey, are you?" The space fell quiet again, and both of them eventually drifted off to sleep. On day 3, within the first level of the crystal cave, the radiant glint of a sword flashed like a shooting star, tearing through the snarling jaws of a wolf. Misha Karlstein's eyes lit up as she swung the newly acquired blade, then couldn't help but gasp in awe at the sight of her loot. "This sword is absolutely amazing." Bjorn, arms crossed, shoulders weighed down by gear, inspected the scene. "We'll need to assess it more thoroughly later, but it looks valuable." Her ears perked up like radar catching a signal. "Valuable," she muttered to herself, her voice bubbling with excitement. "So it must be worth a lot, huh?" Bjorn could only sigh silently, at a loss for words in the face of her loot-hungry enthusiasm. Still, after thinking a moment, he said, "I haven't decided to sell it yet, so you might as well use it." He tried to keep a cool tone, but internally, he was imagining a tiny version of himself pointing fingers, frustrated. "Seriously? You think I'd let it go that easily? Does she think maniacs like me are so soft?" Suddenly, a furious roar split the cold air of the cave. A shadowy beast with blood-red fangs burst from the darkness, eyes ablaze with violent intent, saliva spraying everywhere. Before it could attack, Misha had already pierced it clean through, lifting it off the ground with a single blow. Even while slaying it, she casually tilted her head and playfully asked, "So, you want to head to the second level now?" Bjorn, compass in hand, didn't even look back. "Yeah, you should start getting used to that sword and leveling it up too." She nodded in agreement. "Got it." A few hours later, Misha gently picked up a glowing crimson mana crystal from the icy floor and called out to Bjorn. Around her, the bodies of slain wolves lay scattered, all victims of her growing prowess. Feeling satisfied with her progress, she confidently declared, "I think I've gotten used to it." He raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that?" Her confidence wavered. Maybe not. Whatever, I'll keep working on it." Her eyes darted, clearly flustered. "But I am a little curious. You're not making me fight just because you're lazy, right?" she asked with a cheeky tone. He responded with an icy, expressionless face. "Are you doubting me?" She flinched, her whole body giving a startled jolt. No way. I'd never. Why would I?" His only response was a firm command, "Let's go." He brushed off her baseless suspicions, but deep down, he was secretly proud of her. She was a beastkin with dual ice swords, and had inherited the guardian essence. The werewolf essence, on par with the Yetis, offered powerful combat bonuses: agility, magic resistance, cold resistance, and the war spirit stat, all crucial for swordmasters. It was a potent passive skill. The second was Grand Primordial's blood recovery, which greatly enhanced cold-based agility, perfect for synergizing with the condensed chill essence of the Yeti. Then there was Icebreaker, a skill that amplified damage against frozen or chilled enemies in an incredibly effective combo. Finally, the skill Irresistible removed all crowd control effects, increasing survivability for damage dealers, who were often vulnerable to such effects. Once he had all these skills loaded and ready, Bjorn decided to test their devastating potential. "Try combining the condensed frost essence with Icebreaker," he said. Misha, still slightly confused, nodded and complied. "Sure. The monsters will drop like flies." He sighed at her overflowing confidence. "Then why are you still using your fists all the time?" Feeling her strength being doubted, she immediately threw a punch coated in ice and radiating cold killing intent. Her fist, blazing with magical energy, struck the head of a low-level monster, obliterating it in an instant. "See? It still died in one hit," she beamed. Bjorn stuck out his tongue with a sarcastic tone. Yeah, but it's a different story with level 9 monsters. Turning toward the cave's exit, the two of them began discussing their next battle plan. We've got to take care of everything before heading topside, Bjorn muttered. Still more to deal with up there. Huh, Misha said thoughtlessly. Hearing her words, Bjorn shut his eyes in silent exasperation. She thinks I'm gonna let her take the shortcut. Outwardly, he was ready to continue explaining. As I said, but deep down, all he could do was sigh. Before he could finish his sentence, Misha Karlstein had already spun around, standing with her back to the light, eyes narrowed with mischievous delight. She raised her arm, pointed toward the sky, and struck a dramatic pose like someone who'd just unraveled the ultimate secret of the universe. I knew it, she declared triumphantly. You were about to say that shortcuts are actually the longest way to the finish line, right? Bjorn stared at her with a deadpan expression. Yeah, that's right. Grinning from ear to ear like she'd just received a morale buff, Misha's nose tilted skyward, as if she were glowing from within. All right then, let's go, she chirped, radiating energy. Bjorn, standing beside her, was left utterly baffled. Why the sudden burst of excitement? Her red tail swayed behind her, twitching with such suspicious enthusiasm that it seemed to be dancing to some unheard rhythm. He watched her, stunned into silence. Just how happy did that make her? He suddenly grew cautious, sensing some hidden threat. If we ever argue and I just surrender, maybe things will go smoothly. They walked on, the cave around them glowing faintly with the soft blue light from clusters of crystals that lined the edges of the passage. As that thought crossed Bjorn's mind, the danger zone will probably appear soon. A guttural roar erupted from the shadows. The world around them was instantly drenched in crimson. The crystals ahead flared with an ominous red light. Sensing something was wrong, Misha immediately turned to Bjorn. That crystal, what is it? He raised his hand to signal her to stop. Someone summoned the floor boss. But Misha, clearly unfazed, gave a casual shrug and urged them forward. It's nothing. Let's just keep going. Come on, Naya. Perhaps only now did her mental CPU finally process what had just been said. Her eyes went wide and she shrieked, the floor boss. Her voice rang so loud it made Bjorn flinch, and he muttered under his breath, God, my ears. Frustration rising, he tried to amuse himself with a sarcastic thought. Is this what they call post-traumatic stress from dealing with Triaxis? He reached out and patted her shoulder consolingly. Misha, calm down. He went on with a steady voice, breaking it down for her. The first floor boss is weaker than the one on the third. For newbies, summoning it takes 3 days. You'd need at least 5 people working together to bring it out. Even if it does appear, the gateway doesn't close. And the boss won't change its behavior. He paused, his voice more serious now. But what matters most is that Triaxis will spread out and kill anything it sees once it's summoned. If we screw up the fight, it'll vanish on its own. Having been rattled back and forth, Misha's eyes spun like mosquito coils. Half dazed, she managed to respond, so, we're safe. Bjorn nodded with confidence. Just relax and keep moving. As they moved forward, the catgirl Misha curiously asked, who were the ones who caused the chaos and summoned it? Traveling in groups of more than 5 is common around here. Maybe they're up to something. Bjorn replied bluntly, that wasn't an accident. His response caught her off guard. It wasn't? She asked again, a bit confused. Bjorn calmly elaborated, looks like some guild is trying to take down the boss on this floor. Then he started thinking silently to himself. He remembered someone trying to buy information about that very boss. That guy had 2 weeks to prepare. He was probably in a rush. Should I check in on him? Time passed quickly. And soon enough, Bjorn and Misha had arrived at the second floor, the land of the dead. As he gazed at the ominous scenery ahead, Bjorn muttered to himself, took nearly a full day to get here. Without Rottmiller to guide us, this was exhausting. It's been a long time since I last came. He recalled all the chaos from before, smashing skeletons to powder with his sword, taking down zombies with a hammer, sprinting around collecting loot, and nearly dying at the hands of some psycho. Just thinking about it made him shudder. The memories twisted his face into a scowl, prompting Misha to ask, somewhat concerned, "Do you hate this place that much?" "I'm not a fan either. I'd rather go to the Desert of Stone, but that route's too complicated." Putting that aside, the two continued pushing forward. Bjorn thought to himself again, why did we choose the Land of the Dead? Easy. It's the fastest route to the third floor. We just need to head north. Plus, with just the two of us, we move faster. If monsters show up, we can test how strong Misha's gotten, and we'll gain more XP with fewer people to split it. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a threat appeared. 2 monsters, no, 3. Including a Hulk-like brute. All 3 of them had crazed, bloodshot eyes and drool pouring from their mouths like rabid dogs. Bjorn, unfazed, calmly instructed, "I'll hold them off. You focus on the combo move." Misha quickly responded, "You mean the one with the giant jaws?" "Got it." With a unified shout to boost their morale, the two charged into close combat. In a flash, one of the 3-eyed monsters swung violently at Bjorn, slamming into his shield with brute force. While it was fixated on Bjorn, Misha had already flanked it, slipping behind the monsters undetected. Before they could react, a freezing gust enveloped them, locking one monster's lower body in ice. It couldn't move. Misha didn't miss a beat, slicing her sword into the frozen monster's legs, drawing a loud, agonized roar from it. The creature began to howl, summoning backup with a skill called Call of Death. A moment later, the earth cracked open, and a pack of zombies clawed their way to the surface, charging at the duo. "Bjorn, watch out," Misha warned as she noticed the undead converging. The zombies lunged straight at Bjorn. One even managed to sink its teeth into his arm, but its teeth weren't strong enough. It couldn't even draw blood before Bjorn casually swatted it away with one arm like it was nothing more than a fly. Meanwhile, Misha continued to fend off the other zombies while keeping an eye on Bjorn's injury. She gasped when she noticed the wound on his arm healing at an astonishing speed, so fast it didn't even leave a scar. "You can heal like that," she exclaimed. "What are you, some kind of monster?" Bjorn chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Don't worry about it." Then, to himself, he thought, "If I ever got serious, I doubt she'd still think I was human." As they continued heading north, training along the way, Misha gradually became more attuned to her abilities. She started to recognize the moment her frost mist would shift into solid ice mid-battle. After defeating a chimera wolf with its paralyzing bite, she even learned a new skill, Indomitable. Standing beside her, Bjorn offered a stern reminder. "That move burns through your resources fast. You should only use it when absolutely necessary." Misha let out a confident laugh. "What? Do you think I'm a kid or something?" That's what she said. But just moments later she was slumped over, completely drained. "Something's not right, I think I'm running on empty," she mumbled weakly, sounding like a wilted flower. Bjorn, without saying a word, picked her up like a kitten by the scruff. This, of course, wounded Misha's pride. "Put me down. I'm not that tired. I can still walk," she protested. Bjorn snapped back, "Enough. Focus on recovering. And next time, pace your energy properly." Time passed, and after a long series of battles, the two of them eventually stopped to rest in the remains of a crumbling house. As they lay there catching their breath, Misha mumbled into the silence, "You know, you were really lucky back there. Honestly, the scariest monsters out there are people, aren't they?" From Bjorn's perspective, he didn't seem to care much for her philosophical musing. Instead, something had caught his attention. His eyes shifted to the shadows in the distance, as a thought ran through his mind. "Looks like they haven't noticed we're this close. All right, time to wake Misha. No need to chase them off, just be ready in case they try something." But before Bjorn could rouse her, a voice outside interrupted him, sly and sinister. "That lunatic's still passed out, right? I bet you could rip his heart out and he wouldn't even notice. He's out cold." Another voice chimed in, equally vile. "Relax, let him sleep. Wizards prefer their ingredients fresh. don't they?" The cruelty dripping from their words made Bjorn's face darken instantly. He clenched his jaw as rage started to bubble up inside him. "There's no way I'm letting this slide." Among the shadows outside, there's clearly someone out there talking about killing a sleeping lunatic. That means they've got the wrong idea. Bjorn's grip on his weapon tightened. But that doesn't matter anymore. They've crossed a line. He remembered the madmen who had once fought beside him during the coming-of-age ceremony. Back then, the sea of people was filled with brawny, six-packed warriors. Now, only a third of them were still alive. A memory surfaced. One of his comrades, body covered in slashes and bruises, looked up at him bitterly and said, "The others, most of them are dead." Their deaths had truly been caused by those monsters. He clenched his teeth, refusing to surrender to fate. Not a chance. His hand tightened around a nearby rock. He and his comrades made a decision then. "We'll take what's left, and give them a share. Next time, it's our turn." His mind continued racing. It seemed the enemy wouldn't make a move today. So, what should he do? He glanced at the twin swords and shield beside him, and contemplated wiping them all out, but quickly rejected the idea. Sure, he could kill them, but that wouldn't be the best strategy. More importantly, for the sake of the young madmen, there was a better way. His train of thought halted when Bjorn Yandel called out, "Misha." Misha Karlstein, peacefully asleep, cracked open one eye to show she was now awake. He nudged her, "Get up. Change." Under the flickering campfire, the madmen lay scattered around it, asleep, leaving only one person on watch. That poor soul looked exhausted, yawning over and over. Then came a heavy breath from an intruder, just loud enough to wake everyone up in a panic. "Who's there?" someone shouted in horror. With her beastkin ears being extra sensitive, Misha Karlstein was the biggest victim of that loud yell. She scowled, "What the hell are you screaming for?" The response was one that deserved a punch, felt like it. The two of them walked into the cave. Bjorn's flame atop his head lit the way, making them even more conspicuous in the darkness. "Hey people," he beamed. "There are people ahead." The opposing group wasn't as enthusiastic. One of them shouted, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer." Whispers broke out among them. "Lois, get that guy up." Yeah, Lois muttered. The man they roused, an adventurer named Karan, grumbled groggily as he was shaken awake. Still half asleep, he leaned on his heavy iron mace and asked, "What is it, a monster or something?" Clearly he hadn't grasped the situation. Lois had to remind him, clicking his tongue, "It's another adventurer group. Be careful." Only then did Karan snap out of it. Wait, other adventurers? With his mushy brain, Karan couldn't quite grasp the seriousness of it all. "Why'd you wake me up?" "I was sleeping so well." Lois gave up trying to reason with him. "How many times do I have to tell you? You need to be just as wary of adventurers as monsters." Karan blinked. "Oh right. But wait." His clueless expression and the way he rubbed his nose made him look like a total doofus. "Isn't that guy one of us?" Bjorn Yandel's face immediately lit up. Lois, watching from the side, had already given up on this guy's IQ. No. What he means is, before he could finish, the two muscleheads launched into full performance mode. Karan, face blushing like a bashful maiden, waved awkwardly. "Hi." Bjorn responded with a beaming grin and charged forward as if flower petals were falling around them in some kind of anime reunion scene. "Hey." They grabbed each other's hands tightly, beaming from ear to ear. "I'm Karan, son of Tarsan. Nice to meet you." "I'm Bjorn, son of Thor." Their overly joyful bonding moment played out in front of their stunned teammates, who looked like they'd just swallowed something foul. Internally they were screaming, "What the hell are these two madmen doing?" They knew it was all an act, but that didn't make it any easier to watch. Still smiling like sunshine, Karan turned to his crew and said, "See guys, you can put down your weapons. Bjorn, son of Thor, isn't some shady adventurer." Bjorn nodded with equal enthusiasm. "Yeah, I'm not a shady adventurer at all." The opposing group let out a collective sigh. One of them, wearing a headscarf, started to ask, "So, you're a mad," but Bjorn immediately cut him off. "Bjorn, son of Thor, that's important. Thor's my dad." The opponents quickly responded, "All right, Thor." Bjorn interrupted again with a chuckle, "Hold on, we're not that close yet. You should use my full name." Repeatedly being cut off made the man with the headscarf's face twist in frustration. He trembled with irritation while Bjorn looked innocent and asked, "Is there a problem?" An old saying goes, "Don't hit a man while he's laughing." The man with the headscarf gritted his teeth but gave in this time, smirking fiercely. "All right, Bjorn, son of Thor, if you're not here for trouble, then leave. As you can see, we're resting." Bjorn responded casually, "Is that so?" The man's patience thinned as he urged, "Yeah, now that you know, just leave." Bjorn then cheekily asked, "What if I want to join you for the night?" The group was taken aback by his audacity. The headscarf guy blinked. "Wait, what?" Before he could finish, Karen, the so-called pig teammate, jumped in. "Partner for the night, right? Isn't that great?" Victor and Lois just stood there, speechless, exchanging a look of disbelief. Bjorn secretly chuckled. This was just the start of their stubborn madman mode. Gripping his weapon, the headscarf man firmly refused. "What are you talking about? From the second floor onwards. We don't need overnight partners. We've got enough people already. We've always traveled with trusted comrades, so we don't need anyone else." Bjorn folded his arms and asked sharply, "So you mean no overnight partners starting from floor 2? "Exactly," came the curt reply. Bjorn's patience snapped. He yelled back, "You guys are so stupid. Is your head just for decoration?" The headscarf man blinked, confused. "What?" Despite the enemy's sweating face, Bjorn kept pressing, "You've got 4 people, we've got 2. If 6 of us take turns watching the night shift, everyone gets more sleep. Isn't that simple?" Karen, the lazy foodie, instantly got excited. Why didn't adventurers think of this earlier? Such a good plan. His teammates exchanged looks of disbelief at his stupidity. It seemed the more Bjorn explained, the less sense it made to these guys. The headscarf man gave up on arguing and shrugged. "Fine, we'll do our thing, you do yours." Meanwhile, the 2 madmen kept praising each other. One said, "Man, coming up with this idea, you're a true warrior." The other replied shamelessly, "Thanks." Suddenly the headscarf man's eyes widened in shock. "No way, that's..." He stared fixedly at the red lips of the red-haired girl nearby, the luscious curves catching his attention. The surroundings fell silent. Swallowing nervously, he stepped forward to make conversation. "So, what do you think about staying overnight?" Misha Karlstein, propping her chin on her hands, hesitated. Not sure yet." One hand clenched into a fist behind her back. "You guys have a madman, so maybe she's not dangerous." Then she sighed and pointed to Bjorn with a bit of regret. "Actually, he lost all his weapons, so I don't want him to stand watch alone." Hearing this, the headscarf man brightened. "Oh, he lost his weapons." To ease their suspicion, Bjorn scratched his head and said, "I was fighting a monster and my axe slipped from my hand and disappeared." Karen encouraged, "No worries. Bjorn, son of Thor, you still have 5 daggers, right?" The headscarf man sneered, "Well, that's unfortunate for you. But it's fine." Deep down he knew that flimsy excuse had worked. These guys were clearly foolish and easily swayed by a pretty girl. Both the headscarf man and Victor gave sneering looks, clearly plotting something. "All right then, overnight partners it is. I'm heading to bed, so decide who's on watch first." "Yeah, it's an unexpected situation, but no problem. If you want, you can rest here tonight. When you've rested enough, we'll let you take the last watch shift." Inside the cave, Karen was sleeping as soundly as if dead, while Bjorn Yandel pretended to sleep, holding Misha Karlstein tightly. She whispered softly, "Bjorn." He whispered back, "Be quiet." Their ears tingled as they exchanged hushed words. "Do we really have to go this far?" she asked. "Hold on a bit longer, I'll grant you a wish," he promised. "Really? You promise?" she replied eagerly. Footsteps approached. 3 men glanced at each other with determination in their eyes. They had to succeed. They moved forward together. Misha, still pretending to sleep, thought, here they come two on this side, one by Charon. Looks like they plan to take us all out at once. As two of them raised weapons to stab Bjorn Yandel, he suddenly sat up, yawned, and feigned surprise. You guys awake because you're hungry too? He stood and walked toward the two men who were nervously hiding weapons behind their backs, sweat dripping down. There's some dried meat over there, want some? He asked suspiciously. Dried meat? Where? I want to eat right now, came the eager reply. Behind Bjorn, the man with the headscarf raised his massive axe, face fierce. Goodbye, you fools. He swung hard, but the bright slash missed. Wait, what? He shouted. Bjorn stopped pretending and spun around. Looks like you're the one surprised. Inside, he cursed, idiots. You should have swung again. His eyes gleamed an icy blue, dangerous like a wild beast spotting prey, glaring coldly. What? Missed your strike. Terrified, the headscarf man quickly dropped his arrogance and muttered an excuse. How could you make such a basic mistake? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Bjorn responded with a straight punch to the face that knocked out several teeth. Sorry. I don't think so. This display terrified the other man watching, his face drained of color. Damn, my hand slipped, I lost control. Bjorn's voice turned dark as a demon's. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Before the man could recover, a freezing blue arrow suddenly appeared from behind him. What's going on? Lois, shoot, someone commanded. Dodging the axe's arc, the man panicked as he saw what was coming behind him. Although he avoided the vital spot, his hand was pierced by the arrow. Eyes wild with shock, he looked at his teammate and asked, Loy, what the hell are you doing? Just doing my job, came the cool reply. His eyes rolled back, bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. That's how it is. Enraged, he lunged at Lois, grabbing her neck and shouting, Speak. Explain yourself. Aren't you supposed to explain why you shot me? Lois struggled to speak, muffled by his grip. Let me go. But he got no answer. Then Victor suddenly took a blade to the back, coughing up blood and falling face down in the dirt. Leading the attack, Misha Karlstein said firmly, Honestly, I wasn't sure at first, but Bjorn, you were right, they're definitely bandits. Lois's whole body trembled as he tightly gripped his journal. Why are we even accepting that berserker into the team? Are you planning to kill him already? His voice shook as he read on. He's pretty dumb, honestly, Lois continued nervously. Right now, a berserker's heart is valuable. There's no reason to spare him. I think he's suspicious. Karan's face twisted in disbelief as he rubbed his ears. Suspicious? Those berserkers are usually stupid, especially the new ones who just joined the expedition after the coming-of-age ceremony. Lois nodded. We just wait until he sleeps or lets his guard down. Then, he stopped reading, his face turning pale. Bjorn Yandel barked at him. Why'd you stop reading? Without waiting for a reply, Bjorn grabbed Lois's hand roughly and bent it behind his back. You think what I said earlier was a joke? Lois quickly begged for mercy. Wait, give me a moment. A painful scream cut him off. Bjorn snapped, keep reading. Despite the pain, Lois continued, tears streaming down his face. When we took down that berserker, it was pretty easy. Intelligence-wise, he's about as sharp as a monster, so he wouldn't be on guard. Karan ground his teeth in anger. Who said that? He gripped his weapon tightly, voice cold. Victor nodded grimly. Yeah, that guy. Bjorn said firmly, that's enough. Keep reading. Lois resumed. There were two new guys who seemed cautious, but one was also a berserker. Probably as dumb as that first one. So we can relax. That cat girl over there, she's probably just as stupid as that berserker. But her looks, if we capture her, she could be a slave. Misha Karlstein, overhearing this, suddenly lost her composure. She snatched the notebook and glared red-faced at the writing inside. Furious, she shouted, Who wrote this? Who said these things? Bjorn turned to her calmly. Misha, if you want, I'll deal with it myself. and you have no reason to stop me." They ignored the filthy talk and moved on to the next part, which detailed the plot to kill each person. Bjorn said firmly, "I'll take care of that berserker, Karen. He disrespected me because I'm an archer. That pissed me off. He won't even realize when he dies." Karen grew more uncomfortable. "I really don't understand what I did wrong. Tell me, Bjorn, son of Thor. What should I do?" Finally, Karen decisively ended that archer's life, the leader of the corrupt adventurer group. The archer woke in agony, with Misha stepping on his face, then beheading him. The last one, Victor, turned pale, tears streaming, voice hoarse, begging for mercy. "Please spare me. I swear I'll live righteously from now on." Bjorn sat down and looked at him with disdain. "So you're saying you want to be an ethical bandit?" Victor begged even harder. "Anything you want, please, just spare me." This idiot didn't even realize how ridiculous he sounded. Bjorn's way of dealing with scum like this in the dungeon was simple death. The red healing potion dripped down his arm, as Bjorn silently confirmed his suspicion. The guy had intentionally left a scar by only applying half the healing potion. Berserkers treated scars like marks of honor to remember their weaknesses and become stronger warriors. Bjorn told Karen, "Take whatever you need." Karen refused. "No, I'm not shameless." Bjorn pointed out, "But you just killed one yourself." Karen hesitated, then said, "All right, thank you. If I can't kill them with an axe, I'll use this hammer." Just as Bjorn thought, berserkers loved heavy weapons. Seeing Karen take only a few items, Bjorn advised, "You're only taking that." Misha handed over a pair of boots. "Take these too." Karen still refused. "The rest are too small for me." "If you don't use them, selling them could help," Bjorn said. The two were thrilled. "All right, let's go. We'll follow you to the first floor." At the south teleport gate of the crystal cave on the first floor, before parting, Karen said, "Bjorn, son of Thor, let me introduce myself again." Bjorn replied, "Sorry for tricking you earlier. I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel." Hearing the famous name, Karen immediately got excited. "Really? You're that famous?" Misha proudly crossed her arms. "That's right. I know him as Little Vulcan." "Got it. It's an honor to meet you, Little Vulcan," Karen said. Then no hesitation. "I'll take these items. I'll sell the stuff you gave me to buy better gear for future expeditions." He also advised the young man with a sincere tone, "Here's a good point, don't forget, the stronger you become, the more our tribe will have to rely on. The more influence we gain, the better it will be for all of us." Karen's enthusiasm grew with every word, and he responded loudly and clearly, "I understand. I will make sure of that. For the future of our people." He knew well that their berserker tribe was currently the weakest in the entire continent. Individually, each member had potential, but they lacked education and the support of nobles or officials. Most of them died young in dungeons due to inexperience and weakness. But what if the numbers started to grow stronger, beginning with Karen? If more warriors survived and rose to become top adventurers, the cycle would continue and the berserker tribe would gain strength. Whether he liked it or not, he was one of them now. If the tribe's influence expanded, he would benefit as well. Look at the mages without large groups from the magic towers and backing from the nobility. Would they dare to act so arrogantly and superior? Bjorn Yandel, clad in shining armor, stood tall and with genuine eyes advised his young kinsman, "Karen, listen carefully. When you choose a team, it's best to include someone from another tribe." And he then shared many pieces of advice. After hearing this wisdom, Karen, seemingly caught up in the moment, loudly swore a blood oath, surprising the two who were listening. "Thank you, Bjorn, son of Yandel." He secretly hit an axe with an innocent look that lowered his opponent's guard, truly a clever tactic. Now both of them thought, didn't today's event surprise him at all? Karen smiled widely, almost ear to ear. "From now on, I will make it my mission to find comrades." As for those with bad intentions, his expression turned terrifying. He squeezed a bag tightly as if to choke the schemer inside, flashing a sinister grin. I will crush their heads the moment we meet. From that moment I saw a change in Charon's eyes, and knew for sure he had been thoroughly enlightened. He added, "When I see other warriors from our tribe, I will share today's story and encourage them, just like you did. For our tribe." After Charon's passionate speech, the two men were speechless. Bjorn stammered, Yeah, of course." Charon laughed wickedly, like a maniac. "From now on, if anyone lays a hand on a berserker, even a little one, they better watch out, or they're done for." 2 days later, on the second floor of the land of the dead, the two continued their advance. Bjorn Yandel felt that finding the Death Knight would be tough here because it was so dark. But Misha Karlstein was brimming with confidence. "Don't lose heart." As she walked lightly beside him, she glanced over with bright red eyes full of excitement. There's usually a giant tomb somewhere in the land of the dead. On Saturday, the Death Knight is summoned right in front of it. In Bjorn's mind, an image formed of an armored knight blocking the way and making Misha frown. "I've never heard of that before." She chased after him, questioning, "The things in the books aren't always right, you know. So stop burying your head in the library all day. When you have time, come hang out with me." Bjorn kept walking but called back, "Why do you say the books aren't right?" Misha grew more excited, her face flushed. "Because it's experience." Bjorn just ignored her. "Enough talking. Let's keep going." Suddenly, she shivered and called Bjorn. He turned. Both scanned their surroundings quickly. Then she asked, "Do you feel that?" Though they saw nothing, she felt a chill run down her spine. Bjorn nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's cold all along my back." At that moment, the game system alerted them they were in contact with malice. Healing and recovery effects were greatly reduced. Bjorn bit his lip hard until it bled. Slowly counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, he noticed the wound that should have healed by now was still open. While using his healing skill, he concluded grimly, the wound was refusing to close. Misha Karlstein heard and panicked. The wound. That means, seeing the bad sign, Bjorn guessed aloud. The Death Knight is nearby, very close. They quickened their pace, hearts pounding with urgency. In Bjorn's mind, the hostile aura skill had already activated, meaning the moment it was summoned, it was forced into combat immediately. He glanced at his watch, aware that time was critical. Someone was likely already lying in wait to strike first, maybe even a player. They had to be cautious. But our goal is experience points and loot, Bjorn reminded himself. Even if someone's fighting there, we can still find a way to intervene. Misha ran close behind him, catching her breath as she asked, "What are you going to do?" Bjorn thought for a moment, and then charged forward without hesitation. Before even looking, he launched his attack on the newcomers. Like this. His berserker blood flared up. With blazing eyes, Bjorn Yandel roared as he lunged ahead, swinging his sword in a relentless flurry at the enemies. He shouted, "Don't worry. I'll save everyone." The opponents were stunned and confused by the sudden onslaught. "Huh? What's going on?" Misha Karlstein was excited beyond words. The main hero acted like it was simple. Basically, just charge in, pretend you're saving people, and that's it. He ruthlessly shredded their opponents, sending their spirits back to the afterlife. He spoke casually, as if it was nothing. "I'm just helping out a bit, why so mad?" Despite the enemy's fury, Bjorn kept cool. "What? You want to die? How dare you attack our monsters?" One of his teammates pulled him back and whispered, "Calm down." "Ah, sorry." And just like that, it was over. Bjorn smiled to make peace. "Oh, I remember now, you were on the 3rd floor, right? The little Vulcan." The newcomer called out, Hans Kriesen. "I don't know all the details, but if we don't get out of this cursed zone soon, we're all dead. That's what the book says. The boss's attack will reach here soon." Hans was the leader of an adventurer group who had fought the boss on the 3rd floor. Among them was a blue-robed mage who eyed Bjorn skeptically. "Are you really the little Vulcan? Well then, it looks like he means to help us. Maybe we misunderstood." A platinum-haired girl angrily tried to charge into the battle. But a guy with a helmet stopped her, saying, "Come on, a hero like him wouldn't stoop to stealing experience like a lowlife." Watching the awkward interaction, Bjorn and Misha exchanged uncertain looks. Inside, Bjorn's mind screamed, "Is this why I need a reputation? This is amazing." Meanwhile, sweat poured down Misha's face. So reputation actually works now. The two sides shook hands warmly. Hans Kriesen stepped forward and said, "Since we're all here, maybe introductions are in order." "Sure," Bjorn replied. "I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel. What's your name? Why are you here?" Hans's face darkened with a hint of menace. He held out his hand but hesitated. "Hans Kriesen." When Bjorn Yandel heard that name, his face twisted in sheer terror. "Huh?" He panicked, stumbling backward and yelling, "Stop right there." The others didn't understand what was happening. Without hesitation, Bjorn grabbed Misha Karlstein's hand, and before she could react with confusion, said urgently, "I've got to go." Something came up. Internally he was anything but calm. A player had possessed Hans. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such madness. Thinking this, he dragged Misha along, running like they were being chased by ghosts. Misha shouted after him, "Bjorn." While running, Bjorn kept thinking, "We have to get out of here fast or we're done for." Misha was annoyed by his sudden turnabout. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Hans Kriesen, the young man, looked very surprised too. Bjorn grit his teeth and shouted, "Damn it. I'll explain later. For now, just run." Although uncertain about what was about to happen, his heart was already pounding wildly. "I wish I had brought some salt for warding off evil." Day 1, midday, Lafodonia. A cute little girl rushed into her father's arms. "Daddy." The father, face covered in dirt, reached out and hugged her. "Oh, my beloved daughter." Nearby, Karen stood watching. Suddenly he burst out laughing wildly. "Ha he he he." His manic laughter drew every eye around them. Some recognized him immediately, murmuring, "That's Tarson's son, Karen." Karen was decked out in full gear, standing confidently with his arms crossed. "Is everyone still alive?" The crowd immediately burst into lively discussion. The first girl screamed, "What's that? What's in those bags?" Another girl took a closer look and gasped, "Those are all gear? Did you loot the dungeon?" A disheveled-haired guy wasn't calm either. "Spill it. What's going on?" Hearing their suspicion, Karen got angry. "Looting? No way." He raised both hands and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. I'll explain everything." Karen recounted everything he'd experienced inside the maze. The crowd listened, growing more and more excited. Cheers and protests alternated fiercely. "We're not monsters. We're warriors." As expected, his own kin were furious. Then someone shouted loudly, eyes blazing, praising Bjorn Yandel, the little Vulcan's son. "He saw through that cunning bandit's plan. Truly our tribe's wisest and greatest warrior." After that talk, Bjorn Yandel's reputation skyrocketed. Everyone in the tribe knew his name. At this moment, Karen, now Bjorn's devoted follower, shouted with bright eyes, "Yes. All the loot I got is thanks to his guidance. Truly a great warrior." In response, a crowd erupted chanting, "Little Vulcan! Little Vulcan! Little Vulcan!" But not everyone was pleased. The blindfolded man and his cronies whispered among themselves, "Here we go again, so noisy and annoying." Another added, "Besides heart, they're good for nothing." Listening to this, Karen was furious. He knew that the Mandi tribe had always been the weakest in the dungeon, an unavoidable truth. Unable to hold back, veins bulging on his face, he shouted for everyone's attention and made a decision. "From now on, I will pass on these teachings to all of you." Reluctantly, but realistically, everyone agreed. The son of Yandel, Bjorn, had spoken. "All this will be our great turning point." But Karen thought of Bjorn's confident, smug smile and knew that everything would truly change from now on. Day 9, afternoon. At the mouth of the dark river. The two had reached the 3rd floor. The Pilgrim's Path. Bjorn Yandel walked ahead, silently thinking, next time, don't come here without a guide. By chance, I discovered a teleport gate after losing track of the nearby expedition. Misha Karlstein's fox-like ears twitched nervously, as if confirming something. She turned curious. But if Hans really brings that bad omen, shouldn't we go back to the first floor? I don't feel right about this. I'm uneasy. Though she agreed, Bjorn reassured her, there's no solid proof yet. Weighing the pros and cons quickly, she decided otherwise. If Hans's curse is real, going back to the city won't avoid disaster either. For me, it's better to finish the mission and minimize losses. Reluctantly, Bjorn didn't oppose. If that's the case, don't say anything more, she said. You're just making me more irritated. He smiled, uncertain what happiness would feel like. But thought, sharing hardships halves the burden. Her mood soured at the off-topic comment. She snapped loudly, are you even listening to me, you crazy lunatic? Seeing her really mad, he wisely stopped teasing, fearing a few scratches if he pushed too far. Just joking, only a little, he said. However, it seemed that his insincere apology only made her angrier. Don't lie, your eyes just now, they were genuine, you know that? I know, he admitted. It's just, I guess I've unconsciously been relying on you, so it's been a bit hard. Hearing such a blatant encouragement made her face flush bright red like a tomato. It took her a moment to regain composure. Being praised like that makes it way easier to talk, Misha Karlstein muttered to herself. Inside, she was thinking that such petty things made her forget everything else. Well then, you did great. From now on, don't keep things inside, just come find me anytime, alright? Bjorn smiled and replied, just joking around. But while she was still feeling shy and blushing, she turned and realized he had already disappeared without a trace. Her anger flared instantly. Grinding her teeth and clenching her jaw, she cursed under her breath. That bastard Bjorn. What's there to laugh about, huh? Right after that, the chase officially began. Misha Karlstein ran after him, shouting, stop right there. After running a while, he finally stopped and took a deep breath. They paused at the entrance to the dark river. Bjorn set her down and confirmed they had arrived. Here we are. Get down now. He silently calculated, it's a bit tense here. Good thing we got here before the floodwaters rose, or it would be much harder to pass through. Although they were late and missed the best resting spot inside, Misha, who had been in his arms the whole time, showed no signs of exhaustion and even looked quite content. Because you carried me, I'll let you off this time, she teased. Not because I like you or anything. And no tree can be chopped 10 times without falling, right? Bjorn felt a bit embarrassed, but he knew her well enough to take it in stride. While they were flirting and teasing each other, a furious voice cut through the air. Hey, some of us are trying to sleep here. Be considerate. I can't get any rest. Bjorn panicked and quickly apologized. Sorry. I'll be more careful and keep my voice down. Hearing the familiar voice, Misha grew even more excited. That's Hikarad. On a nearby clearing, 3 people were resting. Misha ran over, thrilled to see old friends. Why are you all here? It feels like fate keeps tying our team together. I can't believe this. Hikarad Murad, a short man with a wild beard, stepped forward to talk. Got a mission. Why come here? Bjorn wiped sweat from his brow. A client had business on the first floor. He's already back in the city. He asked in return, what about you? I thought you were on the second floor. Hikarad looked a little uneasy. Oh, the mission on the second floor finished earlier than expected, so we took another assignment here. By coincidence, they met here. The whole group then joined forces for Hikarad's third-floor mission. In less than 3 days they completed it. The 5 gathered, looking down at their loot from this trip. So that's it. All done. The mage nodded. The distorted magic was successful. Thanks to Lady Misha, we finished this mission with luck on our side. Hikarad laughed to smooth things over. This guy's blinded by the loot. Honestly, I think it was Bjorn who made this possible, not Misha. Bjorn, hearing the praise, was speechless inside. "Come on, no way, dude," he said, trying to tactfully change the subject. "Now that the mission's over, let's head up to the 4th floor." Everyone agreed. "Yeah, just staying on the 3rd floor won't maximize our gains from this trip. If we leave now, we can get there in time." "Alright, let's pack up and move." After agreeing, the whole group set out toward the 4th floor. After 3 days of continuous travel, the group entered a special area, the Witch Forest. 3 hours before the 3rd floor closed completely, they finally arrived at the teleport gate. Bjorn Yandel approached and patted Braun Rottmiller on the shoulder. "Good work, Rottmiller." Rottmiller looked exhausted and worn out. Under the glow of the teleport gate, someone called out, "Now's the time, let's move through the gate." As Bjorn Yandel stepped forward and crossed the teleport, a voice whispered in his ear like a god speaking softly. "My lord." Fear and surprise flashed across his face. The voice was unmistakable. Walking out of the teleport tunnel, Bjorn's mind raced. That voice sounded so familiar. Was it Erwin? Could it really be her? He remembered her bright smile and immediately doubted what he heard. This place was vast, it couldn't be a coincidence. He stood frozen until a sharp yell sounded near his ear. "Bjorn, what are you waiting for? Move." He accepted it reluctantly, thinking, "All right then." "This is the Sky Tower," someone explained. "The moment you enter, monsters flood out immediately to attack players." Even at the start, the monster formation advancing was tough. Bjorn Yandel, shaken from his momentary distraction, quickly apologized to his team. They had to face orc witches, golems, and the undead. From the very beginning, a team of monsters approached, making this a hard fight. With his sturdy shield, Bjorn rapidly shifted into fast movement and charged ahead. Purple toxic gases continuously swirled through the air. The shockwaves from their attacks sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The monsters all targeted Braun Rottmiller, the dwarf, who raised his weapon to block the assault, gritting his teeth. "Himph! These monsters on this floor are tough," he warned his teammates quickly. "Though their levels are low, their coordination is terrifying." He raised his shield to block in front of him, unaware that the monsters were already being swiftly dealt with by the mage Lor Werv Dwaki. Lear proudly showed off, "This is a spell I just learned. What do you think? Pretty good, right?" Misha Karlstein cheered enthusiastically, "That's pretty strong. Looks like you've learned a lot." While everyone was excited, Braun the dwarf remained sorrowful and incredulous. He couldn't believe the battles on the 4th floor were this easy. After overcoming the challenges, the group debated their next route. "Not much time left," said Lear Werv Dwaki. "Better to quickly ascend the next floors." Misha agreed. "Yeah, the lower floors are too easy and the rewards aren't worth much." Seeing everyone in agreement, Bjorn said, "All right then, let's use wisdom." They decided to take a bold risk, go for the Staircase of Wisdom. This route required a professional adventurer because the path was complex, filled with traps and occasional monsters, but it allowed climbing 5 floors at once. Bjorn took the lead. "Be careful and follow me closely." Suddenly he thought, what if we had chosen a different path back then? When the worst outcome happened, facing the massive demon and being knocked down by it, he immediately regretted it. He pictured his fallen comrades, dead but with eyes wide open, which made him feel a mix of regret for his hasty decision and suppressed anger. After choosing the Staircase of Wisdom on floor 1, we reached floor 12 by taking the Staircase of Courage, then the Staircase of Wisdom again. There, we encountered a high-ranked X-tier troll among the usual level 5 monsters. The whole team was shocked. Running into such a strong foe right at the start of the fight was unexpected. The dwarf stammered, "A demon troll." Even lively Misha Karlstein turned pale. "Why is it here?" Under the pressure from the beast, the main character was sweating bullets, gritting his teeth. "Seriously, what the hell is this tough guy doing here?" Although rare, it was still possible for a level 5 monster to appear in the Heavenly Tower, but it had to be extremely rare. This troll, with ivory-like jaws and a fierce face, was something Bjorn Yandel had only encountered 7 times in 10 years of playing this game, and always on floors above 100. How unlucky could it be to meet such a high-level boss monster on floor 12? It felt insane. Suddenly, like a hammer pounding in his head, Bjorn remembered the curse always stay alert for those who harbor hatred. The gloomy face of Hans Kriesen came to mind, along with his sinister smile when they shook hands. It sent chills down Bjorn's spine. Hans, how many times have I cursed that guy? That damn Hans effect was real. Realizing why their team was so unlucky to run into a high-level monster, Bjorn shouted, "Everyone focus up." Seeing the 4 teammates frozen in shock and confusion, he steeled himself, entering a furious rage, and charged at the troll. No matter how unlucky this was, they had to act first. The troll beast roared wildly. A blast of purple wind almost knocked Bjorn off his feet, but he quickly raised his shield to block it. His arms trembled from the force, almost dropping the shield. When the beast prepared to deliver a crushing blow to send Bjorn to his death, the dwarf Hikarad Murad rushed forward to assist. "I've got you." With full strength, Hikarad raised his sturdy shield. Though battered, he held the line until his shield shattered. Without any weapon or protection, he was flung backward by the troll's powerful strike. Bjorn dashed forward anxiously. "Why isn't anyone doing any damage? I told you to switch shields." Bjorn then ruthlessly delivered a critical strike, his blazing red blade slicing into the troll's arm. But to his horror, the attack barely left a mark. "No damage?" he shouted fiercely. "It's not over yet." At that moment, the mage unleashed 2 powerful ice attacks, enhancing the damage with a multiplier. With a loud cry, the blue magic blade shot toward the enemy like sharp knives. Alongside the sniper's continuous bullets piercing the troll's flesh, the monster remained unscathed. In a flash, it unleashed a brutal punch, shattering the icy defenses. Lear Wervdwaki's pupils contracted in terror. "No, this can't be." Lights streaked through the air, then a small figure dashed forward, decisively slashing the giant beast's body. Still, it had no effect. Not yet. Its skin is too tough to. Inwardly, Bjorn calculated better strategies. The troll's defense was incredibly strong. The freezing magic barely slowed its regeneration. Some teammates were ready to retreat. The pale-faced mage shouted, "We have to run. There's no way to beat this troll." Seeing him lose hope, another shouted, "Dwaki, shut up and focus on fighting." After barely blocking another heavy strike from the troll, Bjorn's mind raced. If they kept going this way, it would only get worse. What now? How do we escape? He thought about a blonde-haired woman, a high-level mage who had faced a level 5 monster at the Blood Fortress alongside a level 6 mage. Thanks to the level 6 mage, the usual mage damage was multiplied by 1.5, which gave them the edge back then. Under a barrage of explosive attacks, she unleashed solar attribute damage aimed directly at the troll's weak spots. Before this, she even used the Holy Tear, a legendary relic powerful enough to one-shot a Death Knight. But what was the result? That monster didn't even flinch after such a strong blow. Weaknesses varied between monsters. What worked on a vampire with high regeneration didn't apply to a troll. With skin thicker and tougher than a fortress wall, the troll had the strongest defense and regeneration among all level 5 monsters. That meant if you couldn't time your strike perfectly, even a lucky hit wouldn't bring it down. Bjorn Yandel gritted his teeth in frustration, but there was still hope. Maybe they could find a way to overcome it. Everyone listen up. From now on, this fight is about endurance. It might be hard to win, but we have to make it happen. 15 minutes later, it felt like hours had passed. They cast every possible curse to weaken and slow the beast. Mage Dwaki poured all his magic into those curses, while the dwarf kept recovering, bolstering his resistance to attacks. The 2 tanks fought desperately to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Rottmiller distracted the troll, scattering its attention. Misha's blows landed steadily on the creature's weak points, focusing on a single spot as directed by Bjorn. The troll's fury grew with each hit. Its eyes flashed with a fierce, fiery glow as it charged toward Lear Dwaki. The nearby archer grabbed Dwaki's arm, pulling him away in fear. Luckily, they escaped just in time. Bjorn ran forward, heart pounding, mumbling curses under his breath about the mastermind behind their misfortune. Damn it, this feeling of hanging by a thread. His shield continuously blocked devastating blows, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Dwaki, sweat streaming down his face, summoned more magic despite reaching his limit. His hands trembled as he gripped his staff. A teammate asked, "Dwaki, how much magic do you have left?" Trembling, he replied, 2 minutes. No, maybe I can stretch it to 3. Bjorn turned anxiously. What if you stop the slowing magic? Then 7 minutes. I can hold on for 7 minutes. Bjorn stomped hard on the cracked earth and decided. Got it. No more slowing magic. The time limit set. He shouted to Misha, who was in a frenzy. Understanding immediately, she retorted. No matter how many times you call me, I still can't cut through its skin. The problem's its grade 3 bone structure. Bjorn thought for a moment, then ordered the dwarf Hikarad, from now on, you take over the blocking position. Hikarad wasn't sure what to do next. Understood, but what's the plan? Bjorn laid out plan B. He charged behind the troll. He realized the best way to break through something was with a hammer. But the troll had entered a berserk state, its physical strength soaring. Bjorn threw his shield hard to draw its attention. The shield clattered to the ground as Bjorn roared in rage and charged in. Each axe swing carried the force of thousands of soldiers, sweeping across everything. Hundreds of axe strikes rained down until finally the troll's tough hide cracked. Without hesitation he shouted Misha. Like lightning, a flash of icy sword light slashed fiercely into the troll's injured spot. Its arm was severed and fell heavily to the ground. But the monster activated its super regeneration skill, a power focused on healing specific body parts with incredible speed and force. The battle grew more brutal, clearly turning against the team. Damn, it's a troll and it has that. Still, there was a glimmer of hope. The regeneration would take at least 2 minutes, during which it couldn't use the super regeneration again. In other words, with a stunned dwarf watching in disbelief, Bjorn Yandel entered a hyper-focused battle state. His decision was clear: if they could destroy its brain or heart within 2 minutes, they had to chop off this damn monster's head no matter what. The drooling demon roared fiercely. Seizing the moment, Bjorn Yandel shouted Misha. He ordered her, pierce its eyes first, use my blood on them. Blood sprayed in all directions. Misha Karlstein's eyes burned red with fury as she lunged forward, stabbing repeatedly at the monster. Meanwhile, Bjorn gripped the troll with all his might, refusing to let it attack, buying her time to strike. He urged her non-stop, hold tight and keep stabbing. Their 2 teammates watched tensely, focusing intensely on the battle. Her face was streaked with blood, looking like a crazed assassin. She leapt onto the demon's back, raised her sword, and swung down only to find it couldn't pierce through. The monster thrashed violently. Someone shouted, "Get over here quick." The voice was urgent. Could the skull really be that tough? That damn grade 3 material. Bjorn held the troll tightly, shouting encouragement, "Keep going. We have to shatter its brain." She caught on quickly. The troll screamed in agony from the injuries and charged the front lines. Recognizing its intent, Bjorn warned, "Dwaki, it's targeting you." Both targets panicked, fumbling. "What? How is it seeing us? Get away!" Misha's sword plunged deep into the troll's left eye. The creature howled in pain, slamming its massive hand onto the ground where they stood dangerous. Bjorn cursed under his breath, seriously analyzing the situation. Even if it can't see, it knows exactly where to strike. Does it sense mana? No matter the reason, just as victory seemed near, disaster struck in an instant. The dwarf raised his shield, shouting, "Stop, stop." A blow shattered his shield into pieces and interrupted his words. The strike forced him to spit blood. "My mana's depleted, I can't use the pendulum." At that moment Misha, still riding the beast, called out loudly, Bjorn. Bjorn. Hikaru, in a dire situation, shouted, "Don't worry about me. Just focus on killing it." Swallowing his tears, the young woman transformed into a fierce warrior. Her sword glowed icy blue and she screamed, "Ah!" Quick as lightning, the blade plunged deep into the monster, blood spraying everywhere. At that moment, the curse the mage had placed on the troll vanished. He coughed up blood and collapsed. Tears streamed down her face, despair overwhelming her entire body. She gripped her sword tightly. Bjorn Yandel screamed in desperation, "Misha! Keep going!" Her power surged, the ice flower bloomed fiercely. The razor-sharp blade carried her curse as she shouted, "Die! Just die, you monster! I told you, die!" Bjorn's giant form returned to normal. Both collapsed to the ground, trembling, unable to stand as the monster advanced. Finally, with a system prompt, the troll died. The dropped loot, a magic stone. Nothing valuable this time. Suddenly, the moment felt incredibly real. Misha supported her injured arm and checked on the other two, Rottmiller and Dwaki. Bjorn knew this wasn't a dream. The choices he made, the image of Dwaki being struck down, because of those choices it was real. Misha anxiously shook the two unconscious men, Rottmiller. "Hikaru, wake up," she whispered, "it's me, Misha." Now, everything felt truly real, like a miracle. Rottmiller and Hikaru's legs twitched as they regained consciousness. Bjorn approached them, but more importantly he looked toward Dwaki. The problem was Dwaki. He lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide with terror. Someone yelled, "Dwaki!" Misha trembled violently, tears streaming as she panicked and cried out for Bjorn. "Bjorn! Bjorn! What do we do? He's not breathing." Bjorn calmly soothed her. "Step back." He administered medicine, but he knew it was only temporary. Dwaki was just a normal person, a mage with a fragile body. His spine was nearly broken in two, and his legs were twisted. Worse, his internal organs appeared damaged. Blood poured from his nose and mouth. The more Bjorn thought about it, the more unbearable it became. He slammed his fist into the floor, venting his anger. Damn it! His mind tormented him. He shouldn't have used the miracle elixir in the cave. His thoughts turned petty as the situation shifted. It was maddening. Suddenly, Bjorn Rottmiller spoke up. "Use this. I bought it just in case. Give this to him, a miracle potion." Seeing Dwaki's condition improve, everyone breathed a lot easier. And yes, Misha Karlstein wiped away tears but couldn't stop them from falling. Bjorn, everyone survived. No one died. Really, thank God. Really. But there were still too many uncertainties to just be happy. Because of my skills, Bjorn Yandel gritted his teeth and made a decision. Listen up, everyone. From now on, by carefully planning ahead and handling unexpected variables properly as they come, we won't be able to avoid crises. Deep down, we're simply lucky, just lucky. Except that, finally I could feel the meaning of survival in this damn world. Luck like today won't come again, not many times. Hikaru Murad agreed. Yeah, so everyone is still alive. Bjorn Rottmiller nodded and added, to encounter a high demon and come back alive, we should visit the temple and offer thanks when we return. That's some real luck. Bjorn Yandel took responsibility for the risky choice today. I'm sorry. I didn't expect the high demon to act like that at the last minute. No one blames you, came the reply. How could it be your fault? We're the ones who owe you thanks. Without you, none of us would have survived. Yeah, your judgment was right. So don't blame yourself anymore. Though comforted, Bjorn knew Rottmiller understood his decision. Noticing Dwaki's eyelashes flutter slightly, Misha, who had been watching over him, excitedly asked, "Dwaki, you're awake?" He opened his eyes and asked with concern, "Is everyone okay?" She quickly reassured him, "Everyone's fine. So don't move." Then he said, You're Misha. I'm relieved you're safe." Misha, eyes brimming with tears, scolded, "You dummy, you should be the one I'm worried about." He turned pale. "Yeah, right. The dwarf burst out laughing at the situation. But this isn't something to brag about. No one's going to believe the 5 of us defeated a high demon. She joined in. Yeah, it feels weird. We didn't even get any essence, right? Isn't that like saving ourselves? Someone added. Hikarad Murad sat cross-legged and commented, Rotmiller, you're too humble. That's the problem. Yeah, and we even used miracle potions. Of course we'll all share the cost. The young man nodded humbly. Is that so? Hearing that, I feel lighter than ever. Misha turned to Bjorn Yandel. But Bjorn, what now? What do you mean? They began discussing the future. You're not planning to push further, right? What kind of person do you think I am? He crossed his arms with a confident look. Of course we'll stop here until the maze closes. Wait, Misha, why are you asking Bjorn that? I'm the team leader here. She blushed. Right? You know, sometimes inwardly he cursed. That damn high demon, how much gold have we lost on this expedition? So a week passed, and my 6th expedition was over. Late Saturday afternoon, a beautiful girl came to the door. Is this the place, sir? Finally, I've found you again. After leaving the maze, the whole team was transported to Rafdoni and returned to the city. We hurriedly took Dwaki to the Leetless Temple. A light sigh of relief escaped as if a heavy burden was lifted. Lear Dwaki walked beside me, sighing, finally I feel relieved. Misha Karlstein, seeing he was all right, was also overjoyed and called out Dwaki. The others were all happily marveling at the magic, truly divine power. Even wounds that couldn't be healed by top-tier medicine had been cured, though it couldn't heal mental scars, so I still had to check him later. Braun Rotmiller asked with concern, It took longer than I thought. Are you all right? On the contrary, the patient's face was bright and cheerful. He scratched his head and laughed. Don't worry. I could dive back into the maze right now. His answer left those around him a bit helpless, but relieved. Well, that's good. Yeah, really good. They quickly decided to split up and stroll through the city, agreeing to meet again in 2 days. Let's rest today. Everyone agreed. Since the magic stones collected were not many, we decided to split the rewards after receiving the quest prize. Thinking about the money, Bjorn Yandel was surprised at the haul this time, about 400,000 soul stones each. His expression turned sour, remembering the disastrous encounter with the boss. He was furious, swearing under his breath. He tormented us like that but didn't drop a single crystal. Misha Karlstein moved closer and asked, Bjorn, what are you planning to do? He coolly dropped a bomb. I'm going back to your place to take a bath. Her face instantly flamed bright red. Together? He added quietly, and then help clean up the gear. Shyly, she agreed. Okay. Like he knew she was about to slack off, he warned, You've rested enough in the maze, no escaping now. Like a kid caught doing something naughty. She stammered, I didn't mean that. He didn't press it. Then I'll bathe at your place. I'm too lazy to go back to mine. She happily wagged her tail. Really? He thought to himself, no need to waste time traveling. Her face still red, she suddenly shouted, Are you done yet? Bjorn Yandel was fixing his clothes as he replied, Take your time. I have to sort through the gear. It'll take a while. She happily confirmed, Really? Then she quickly undressed, humming as she went. All right. Meanwhile, Bjorn was busy categorizing gear before Misha came out. Sell this, keep that. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Hello, Bjorn Yandel. Are you in there? He thought, who could that be? Opening the door, he asked the visitor, What's the matter? The visitor tried to introduce himself. Hello, I'm from the Adventurers Guild. Bjorn cut him off. Cut to the chase. The man wiped sweat from his forehead and stammered. The thing is, a madman named Karen Tarson requested you as a witness. He says you'll prove he's not a thief. At this, Bjorn's face darkened with murderous intent. A small madman was in danger. He rushed back to his room and shouted, Misha, cancel today's plans. From the bathroom came, Huh? Why? I have to go to the Adventurers Guild because of Karen. She still didn't understand what was going on. What do you mean? Explain more. But he was in a hurry, no time to explain. Just take your bath. Bjorn, who was bathing, stopped, and she was furious, trembling with anger. Then a shout pierced the wall. Is it that hard to explain? Bjorn didn't want to face the furious girl and urged, hurry up. The visitor outside quickly replied. Why yes. In District 8, hurried footsteps mixed with heavy breathing as a platinum-haired girl chased after someone. Her heart was filled with joy. Thank goodness he's still alive. Her eyes sparkled brightly like a little girl who had just found a treasure, staring intently at him. Brother. The story has to rewind a few days earlier, following the timeline inside the maze in the witch forest. There was a conversation between Lagna Lataniel Pefrak and Teresia. Teresia gave strict instructions. Understand this, even if you're not a professional adventurer. You have to know how to find the way to the 4th floor. Lagna Lataniel asked for clarification. By listening to the sound of mana. Teresia confirmed, exactly. Listen carefully to the sound of the teleportation gates. Closing her eyes, Teresia focused on feeling the flow of mana moving through the air. Then she pointed in a certain direction. That way. Teresia nodded approvingly. Good. Let's go. The two of them headed toward the sound. Suddenly Teresia sensed the mana's sound growing louder. She called out, Sis. Lagna Lataniel heard a voice in her ear, Good work, Rottmiller. She was confused. Ha! Immediately she jumped several times quickly and arrived near the teleportation gate. Behind Teresia, a stern yet warm voice shouted, Hey, Erwin, where are you going? Wait. Only the fading voice of the older sister remained, calling Erwin. At that moment, only that voice echoed in Lagna's mind. Surely this was the voice of that older brother. She saw a figure standing with his back turned, in front of the teleportation gate. Even though his gear was different, and his face was hidden by a hat, she knew for sure it was him. The bright light blurred his face, but Lagna Lataniel called out, Brother, wait. Suddenly, a shadow like a lightning flash tore through the space and blocked the way. It was her sister shouting, Erwin. Teresia held Lagna back, warning, What are you doing? If you follow him to the 4th floor, you'll be considered a thief. You haven't even seen his face clearly yet. Lagna, feeling desperate, argued. But it's me, I recognized him. Let me go, she screamed, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Why? Why are you stopping me? Why? Teresia did not expect such a fierce reaction from her younger sister. She was stunned, unsure how to comfort her. Erwin, no one knew what he was thinking inside, but he was famous. The public kept talking endlessly about him. Bjorn Yandel, of course, I know, the little Balkan, she thought. She'd heard rumors of people seeing him on the 1st floor, and a madman in her group said he lived there. Lagna Lataniel felt foolish for hiding in her room and misunderstanding everything. She was surprised, huh? But why didn't my sister tell me? Maybe she didn't know either. But it doesn't matter now. Standing in front of Bjorn Yandel's door, she made a decision. When she met him, she had to apologize first. Surely he was looking for her too. She blushed shyly, thinking about why he hadn't come to find her earlier. Right, probably because he didn't remember where we lived. Determined, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Footsteps approached. Her heart pounded wildly, full of hope and nervousness. When Misha Karlstein opened the door and saw the strange girl standing there, she asked, Who are you? On the other side, seeing it wasn't the young man she was waiting for, Lagna Lataniel startled and stepped back, panic rising in her chest. Who was this girl? This wasn't his room. She answered, I think I'm at the wrong room. Do you know where Bjorn Yandel's room is? Misha Karlstein asked. You're looking for Bjorn. The unexpected question stunned her. What do you mean? Misha invited her inside. Bjorn just finished bathing and went out. You can wait inside. Before her mind could catch up, Lagna Lataniel just replied, Oh, okay. Sweat broke out as she thought over what she just heard. Just finished bathing and went out. Wait a minute. Her mind felt like it short-circuited before finally clearing. So this really is his room. What is going on? Seeing her silence, Misha Karlstein smiled warmly. If you don't want to wait, just tell me your name. I'll tell Bjorn when he gets back. Though the truth was hard to believe, no, it was like they were living together. Lagna remained calm and confirmed. So you mean he just finished bathing and left, right? Misha nodded truthfully. Yes. Are you planning to go home? Lagna Lataniel did not give up. She answered firmly, no. Can I wait inside? Misha didn't refuse. Sure, that's fine. As she stepped inside and looked around, Lagna asked, this place is kind of messy, isn't it? Usually it's not like this. Misha replied, I know what this is. Calmly, Lagna dropped the bombshell. I've already done that thing with him. Misha, startled, reacted like a cat having its tail stepped on. Yeah, that's right. But don't get me wrong, this is everything I took from the bandits. Lagna clenched her fist, beginning to darken with intensity. Don't worry, I'm not misunderstanding. I know better than anyone that he's not that kind of person. The atmosphere seemed to ripple with the force of her resolve, rising fiercely. Her gaze turned eerie and fierce. If he was greedy for other people's stuff, then he deserves to be punished, right? In a large dome building located in Zone 7, the Adventurers Guild, Yandel sat with his arms crossed, facing the guild branch manager. The manager asked in a low voice, why would that girl, the one who used to be a hostage, want to meet with you? You'll know once you see her. The man replied softly. Yandel smirked. Oh really? He exhaled a quiet sigh. Then I'll have to decline. The branch manager looked stunned. What? Yandel rose from his seat and spoke calmly, I'm always starving. I can't afford to waste my time. He shut his eyes briefly, then stood up. Well then. Seeing him about to leave, the branch manager panicked and quickly called out, wait. Raising his hand as if to stop him, the man said desperately, I can't explain it fully, but I promise it won't do you any harm. Still calm, Yandel replied, then pass on my message to her, and turned to walk away. The branch manager called after him in a fluster, hey, don't go. Bjorn Yandel, this is what happened. 20 minutes earlier, both Karen and Yandel had been stunned by the information they received. As long as Bjorn stays, the other person can leave. The mages have confirmed the area has defensive capabilities. In short, Karen had been turned into bait used to lure Yandel out. Back in the present, the branch manager sat across from him and finally spoke. Honestly, I had planned to arrange a meeting with you for some time. Why? Yandel asked, his brow furrowing as he stared him down. The lady of the capital city wants to meet you. The capital? Yandel frowned. Who? Don't joke around. You took her hostage yourself and now you don't even remember. That jogged his memory. Right, that girl I once used as a hostage. Oh, he recalled, the guild master's daughter. Yandel's expression darkened, clearly irritated. You could have just told me that from the start. So what? He added flatly. Guildmaster Urban smirked, his expression sly and conniving. Then the young woman's voice echoed in Yandel's mind. I won't let my life be a puppet show run by my father. Yandel replied lightly. Is that so? So what, she's trying to take his place now? A woman should live her own life, he thought. Meanwhile, Urban quietly read a letter in his hand, murmuring to himself, so the branch leader has finally chosen my daughter. Why was she even there during the prison break incident? He wondered, confused. The secretary beside him bowed deeply. It appears today's meeting with the madman was all orchestrated by her. Urban's brows furrowed. He slammed the letter down on the table. Idiot. I told you to be cautious with every breath. And you dared stir up trouble here. A portrait of his wife and young daughter sat neatly on his desk. The only person allowed to cause trouble that I'll ever tolerate is my daughter. To cling to her just to secure your own position, pathetic. He reached out and grabbed a cup of hot tea, his face grim and his brow tightly knit. I'll take this opportunity to drive a wedge between them. As he remembered Bjorn's smiling face, a wave of irritation swept over him. They've been an Iser for a long time, that madman too. Night fell gloomy and dark. Lights glowed from the small houses as heavy rain poured down. Yandel stood in the rain, glancing around in discomfort. Damn rain? He stepped into a small restaurant. Guess I'll grab a bite and keep watch, he muttered. A steaming spread of food was laid out in front of him. Here's your order, sir. Please enjoy. Yandel dipped some bread into a bowl of soup, eyes fixed on the meal. He picked up a piece of meat drenched in sauce and took a big bite, his cheeks puffing out. As he chewed, he raised his hand to call the waitress for more, muttering inwardly, Misha cooks better. Maybe I should ask her to grill something tomorrow. He glanced out the window. The rain still poured in sheets. Pancakes and rice wine? This place serves stuff like that? Narrowing his eyes slightly, he picked up the small beer glass and took a large swig. Well, whatever. I don't really feel the need to go back anyway. He finished every last bite on the table. He had gotten used to all of this. The rickety bed, the cheap inn room with a single bathroom, the sound of laughter and chatter with his teammates. Yandel always remembered the moment they all stood together atop the cliffs, gazing down at the kingdom below under the night sky. Of course, he thought, I could also go on listing the filth of this world all day long. Thinking about it from a different angle, it seemed he was more attached to this world than he initially believed. To achieve what he truly desired, he needed to build a stronger team. He had been mulling over that thought for quite some time, and now, he had finally made up his mind. He would head to the upper floors where the resources were far more abundant. But realistically speaking, there was no way he could reach them with his current team. The upper floors were teeming with creatures even more terrifying than trolls. Counting on luck just wouldn't cut it anymore. He wouldn't survive another close call like last time. As he reached that conclusion, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Hey, Yandel. Startled, Yandel turned around and saw the bear-like figure of Abman calling out to him. Hulking brute. The protagonist reflexively blurted out. Unfortunately, he got the name wrong, and Abman looked slightly annoyed. If my name's too hard to pronounce, just call me Ab, he grumbled. Then he pulled up a chair and sat down. So, what brings you here? This place belongs to my wife, you know. Yandel was genuinely surprised to hear that. A guy with a wife, and you're still dungeon crawling solo as an adventurer? He asked. Abman chuckled. Business hasn't been great lately, so someone's gotta bring home some extra income. Hearing that, Yandel waved his hand dismissively. Ah, never mind. Just feels like a crazy coincidence to run into the shop owner here. Smiling, Abman shifted the conversation. It's not the only coincidence today. Thanks, by the way. You've convinced me, Bjorn Yandel. Yandel blinked in confusion. Convinced you of what? Abman replied, convinced me to join your party. You risked your life for a complete stranger in a deadly situation. That tells me you're not the kind of person who'd ever betray his comrades. From Yandel's point of view, this sudden acceptance caught him off guard. This is moving faster than I expected, he thought. Someone who can summon support creatures and has insane physical strength. With this big guy on board, we might actually make it to the 5th floor. But despite his excitement, Yandel voiced his concern. There might be a bit of a misunderstanding here. I already have a regular party. Abman, undeterred, just grinned. Oh really? Then let's revisit the conversation if a spot ever opens up. Yandel frowned, confused by his words. What do you mean by that, if a spot opens up? At that, Abman's expression turned icy cold as he replied. You know exactly what I mean. After that brief exchange, the two of them casually chatted about the best times to enter the dungeon. Once the conversation wrapped up, Yandel borrowed a raincoat from the bear-like man and returned to his inn. The scene then shifted to Lady Tertia, with the cheerful voice of the cat-girl Misha chirping beside her. Huh, you're a lot more strict than you look, huh? Tertia didn't answer right away. Her face was riddled with confusion as she thought to herself, what is she talking about? For the record, he's not something that can be lost. He's not an object. I'm the one who was chosen to be by his side. But if I act now, can I really beat her? I don't know. While those thoughts ran through Tertia's mind, Misha happily asked, My name's Misha Karlstein. What's yours? Tertia replied, Erwin Fornaci di Tertia. Misha's tail started swishing with excitement. That's such a pretty name. Nice to meet you. Sit tight for a sec, I'm gonna go clean up real quick. Soon after, with the cleaning done, the two sat down again. But between them lay a thick, awkward silence. Eventually, Tertia broke the ice. Misha, are you dating anyone? The question hit like a bolt out of the blue, making the catgirl flush a deep red. She flailed slightly, clearly flustered. Dating? Me? Yandel and I are just co-workers. Just co-workers, okay. On the other side, Tertia didn't seem to notice Misha's beet red face, and replied with a cheerful grin, Oh, I see. Sorry, I just heard that story you told about bathing together. So, Misha's cheeks flushed bright red as she shouted, Bathe together? What are you even saying? I was just going to borrow the bathroom for a bit. Tertia simply shrugged and asked casually, Borrowing the bathroom of a strange man? You must live far from here then. Hearing that, Misha began to nervously twirl a lock of her hair and mumbled, Well, not that far, actually. From Misha's point of view, no matter how innocent one might be, even she was starting to feel something was off. The girl standing before her clearly had some kind of agenda. Her expression darkened as a thought crossed her mind. This little witch is using some cheap trick to hide the truth, isn't she? Misha shot back, So then, what exactly is your relationship with Bjorn? Tertia responded calmly, Sir Bjorn and I are colleagues. That made Misha raise an eyebrow. Sir? He's only 20. Tertia answered smoothly, Oh, that's just out of respect, nothing more. When it's just the two of us, I call him differently. Is your party just the two of you? Misha hesitated, feeling a little flustered. Well, it's not just two people. Does that bother you? Her voice had a hint of irritation, but Tertia paid it no mind. She clasped her hands together and spoke warmly. Bjorn and I share a special bond. He was my very first colleague, and we survived and returned together from our first expedition. But before she could finish her sentence, Misha cut in with a mocking tone, Is that so? But that doesn't really mean anything to me. Tertia's hands froze mid-motion as she looked at Misha, who didn't keep her waiting for an explanation. I've spent months traveling with Bjorn, and not once has he mentioned you. That struck a nerve. Tertia suddenly stood up, visibly shaken, and yelled, That's impossible. But Misha remained perfectly calm and said coldly, Tertia, was it? Your attitude is kind of cute. But if you keep showing this much hostility and treating people like fools, it's going to make me a little concerned. Do you understand? Her voice was icy, sending a chill straight down Tertia's spine. Still stunned, Tertia could only listen as Misha continued. But I should thank you for something. Thanks to you, I'm no longer confused. Tertia blinked. Thank me, not confused? What are you talking about? Misha smiled and responded with a clarity that felt like a slap. Come on, you already know what I mean, don't you? And just like that, it clicked for Tertia. This girl in front of her was a rival. She was trying to take the one thing Tertia treasured most. Her expression changed in an instant, and her hand instinctively gripped the dagger strapped to her thigh. She shouted furiously, You damn cat bitch. But in response, a powerful aura surged from Misha, radiating danger and warning. Is there a problem with what I said? She asked coolly. The overwhelming pressure from Misha's presence made Tertia freeze in place, her body trembling uncontrollably. She's too strong. I can't win against her, I'll lose him, just like back then. Someone precious to me, I'm going to lose him again. I can't let that happen. Tertia's emotions finally bubbled over. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she fell to her knees, clasping her hands in desperation. Please, don't take him away from me. Jandro lifted his eyes to the sky, where the rain showed no signs of stopping. Just moments ago the sun had been shining bright, but now the sky had suddenly darkened, unleashing a torrential downpour. Somewhere else, Erwin had collapsed to the ground, clutching her hands together, sobbing uncontrollably. She pleaded through her tears, "Please, don't take anything else from me. Please." Raindrops trickled down her polished black dress shoes, soaking into the wooden steps beneath her. A wooden door creaked open. Soaking wet in his cloak, Jandro stepped inside. He called out in surprise, "Erwin." Clearly, an unexpected reunion awaited him. Misha turned her head, her tone cheerful and teasing. "Huh? Oh Bjorn, your guest is here." Jandro cast a quick glance at the two women, silently assessing them. These two clearly don't know each other. Maybe Erwin came looking for me, and just happened to run into Misha. What's with that overly flirty voice? As Misha stepped closer, his whole body stiffened as if had been struck. "No, nothing happened," he muttered. "Karen was mistakenly accused of being a bandit, but everything's fine now." Misha pouted. "I see." She gently brushed her fingers against his hand. Jandro immediately pulled away, goosebumps rising on his skin. "You've worked hard," she said. He flinched. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Misha narrowed her eyes playfully. "What? I was complimenting you. We're all adventurers here, it's not like we're strangers, right?" Erwin, face flushed and trembling with barely contained rage, looked ready to explode. Jandro furrowed his brows. "Not strangers? What do you mean?" "I only asked because before he could finish, Misha grabbed his hand and started drying his wet hair. "Come on, let's dry your hair first. You'll catch a cold like this." Jandro sighed in resignation. "Huh? Yeah, okay, but Erwin, you actually came at the perfect time. I was just thinking of looking for you." Hearing that, Erwin's eyes lit up. She stepped closer, hope gleaming in her voice. "Really? You were going to look for me?" Jandro narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, that's right." Erwin blushed deeply, overwhelmed. "I thought you'd forgotten all about me." He smiled softly. "How could I forget the first teammate who ever explored the labyrinth with me?" Erwin stammered, "So it's not just me, I'm not the only one who felt like it was something special, right?" Jandro thought for a moment. I guess so." Misha stood off to the side, her expression turning dark as she watched them. Her smile was anything but friendly. Erwin, on the other hand, beamed. "Special." Eventually the three of them sat down and started chatting. "Yeah, that's exactly how it was, right?" Then, Erwin launched into her story. She gleefully shared how she could now control fire, wind, water, and earth, talking excitedly about everything that had happened since they last met. Surprised? "I can control all 4 great elementals now." Jandro raised his brows, startled. 3 of them have already been fully awakened. Erwin blushed when she noticed him looking at her. "Yeah, fully awakened. 3 of them." She looked so proud as she recalled the moment she mastered all 4 elements. "I worked really hard, you know. This has to be what they call talent, right? It hasn't even been a full year, and I've awakened 3 spirits already." Jandro pressed his lips together. If she manages to awaken all 4, then that thing, it might actually become possible. Misha chimed in sarcastically. "Well, if it weren't for her sister, but still, I'm genuinely glad she's finally focusing on improving herself." Erwin's smile faltered. She stiffened, then murmured, "I thought you didn't come find me because I moved away." Misha patted her on the shoulder. "Oh no, that wasn't it." She smiled gently. "You have to think about your own future first, right?" Erwin replied, her tone flat and forced, "Right." Jandro's face went blank. Wait a minute, did Erwin just sneak a glance at Misha? He spoke quietly, "So, what exactly happened while I was gone?" Misha blinked innocently. "Nothing happened." Jandro narrowed his eyes. "Are you serious? I thought you two had a fight." Misha flicked her tail playfully. "A fight? How could we possibly fight?" She laughed brightly. "We're best friends, right, Erwin?" Erwin's face turned pale. "Huh?" Ah, yeah, best friends, Karlstein, Misha added cheerfully. Why so formal? Call me Big Sis. Erwin hesitated. Yes, Big Sis. Jandrel stood in silence, watching the awkward exchange. Something definitely happened, but what? Outside, the rain had finally stopped. Well, the rain's cleared up. You both should head back. I need to rest a bit, he said as a wave of fatigue washed over him. At the doorway, Misha suddenly paused. Oh, you're heading this way too? Erwin replied quietly, yes. Misha raised her voice slightly. Then go ahead, you can walk in front. I'll come after. Erwin's lips twitched. No, after you. Only an idiot wouldn't realize you're trying to go back to his room. Misha squinted. Me first. Yeah, right, like I'd believe that. The two stared at each other, neither willing to budge. Erwin let out a sigh. Fine. Let's go together. Misha blinked. Sure, that's better. The two left side by side. Erwin glanced at Misha discreetly. If he hadn't shown up just now, maybe I really would have gotten down on my knees and begged her. In that moment, I just thought I have to have him, no matter what it takes. Her cheeks flushed red. She probably thinks I'm just some crazy girl, Misha suddenly spoke up. I'm heading this way now. What about you? Erwin nodded. Ah, I'm going the opposite direction. I see, Misha said quietly, stealing a glance at her. Are you coming back tomorrow? Erwin replied honestly, probably. Misha sighed and rubbed her forehead. God, seriously. I just wanted to enjoy a nice time with him. She waved a hand dismissively. Well, I'm off. Get home safe. Erwin hesitated, then called out, wait, thank you. For not telling him what happened earlier. Misha placed her hands on her hips. It's nothing. But you have to promise me something. Erwin lowered her voice. Promise what? Misha continued, I mean, even if I said I wouldn't come, you'd still show up anyway, right? So, she covered her face with one hand and muttered reluctantly, just keep what happened between us a secret from Bjorn, okay? You don't want to burden him with this either, do you? Erwin's eyes widened in surprise. All right, but at that moment the door opened behind her, and Teresia turned around sharply. Erwin. Erwin choked back a sob. Sis, Teresia pulled her sister into an embrace. You went to see him, didn't you? Tears streamed down Erwin's face. Yeah, he's still alive. Teresia's expression filled with worry. So after everything, it's come to this. Are you not planning to train like before anymore? Erwin looked up at her. Sis, I'm going to become even stronger. The seriousness in her voice caught Teresia off guard. What? An image of Misha's intimidating expression flashed through Erwin's mind. I need to defeat someone, she said, eyes burning. That's right. So they can't take him away from me. Her face darkened, her gaze sharp and full of fire. So from now on I need your help more than ever. Then I'll become the one who takes instead of gets taken from. As dawn broke the next morning, a loud voice rang through the room. Bjorn. Wake up. You planning to sleep until you turn into a pig? Jandro jolted awake and rubbed his temples, annoyed. What the hell? Who's making all that noise so early? He scowled at the grandfather clock on the wall, then shuffled sleepily to the door. It's early. What is it? Outside stood Misha, grinning brightly. You're finally up. She tilted her head, her smile full of excitement. Today I'm treating you to something delicious. Hurry up or we won't make it to Cammelby in time. Summary of their exploration: sales from gear. 2 million spirit stones. Repair costs, 350,000 spirit stones. New gear and supplies for future expeditions, 2.01 million spirit stones. Remaining 640,000 spirit stones. Jandal breathed a sigh of relief. At least we didn't have to dip into the shared account. That evening, the two of them said their goodbyes at the inn. I'll head back now. Sleep well, Bjorn, Misha said. He waved. Good night. As he walked upstairs, he noticed someone waiting. He called softly, Erwin. She brightened up immediately. Hello, sir. Have you been waiting long? She rushed over. Not really. Did you two go somewhere? He nodded. Yeah, we had some business in Commelby. Erwin blinked. I see, and you? What brings you here? He asked. Blushing, she answered shyly, starting tomorrow, I'll be doing special training with my sister. So I might only be able to come by once a week. Her voice trembled slightly. I wish I could come more often, but it'd take too much time. He tilted his head. Too much time. Erwin suddenly turned and ran off in a hurry. Ah, no worries. See you next week, sir. Yandel stood there watching her retreating figure, confused. All right. Why do I feel so unsettled? He wondered. In the stillness of the night, a calm voice broke the silence. Bjorn Rottmiller, 34 years old, Vice Head of Exploration, District 7. Sitting across from him, the elderly man, Urbans, rested his chin on one hand. You've been an adventurer for 8 years now, haven't you? Rottmiller replied softly, Yes, sir. Inwardly, he was startled. That's Niall Urbans, the director of District 7. Someone like him actually wants to meet with me. The older man spoke in a low, thoughtful tone. I find you quite interesting. Despite your curiosity, you had the patience to wait things out. Yandel responded calmly. Then, would you mind telling me why you summoned me here? Urban smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're quite cautious, aren't you? I like that. But I think this might be a rather appealing offer for you. Early in the morning, the harsh sunlight poured down on the streets. By noon the next day, at a bustling tavern, the group had gathered again. Yandel spoke softly as he looked over the final tallies. Splitting it at 550,000 spirit stones per person seems fair, right? They were seated around a small table, chatting excitedly. One man added, Who would have thought those leftover byproducts from the frog-eyed mage would sell for more than expected? All thanks to Rottmiller for scooping them all up. Rottmiller's cheeks flushed slightly. He replied modestly, Since I couldn't contribute much in battle, I figured I should take care of something else instead. Now, as they calculated their income from the expedition, a small list was drawn up. Rottmiller's expedition summary: magic stones collected from the rift and floors 1 and 2, 400,000 spirit stones. Sales from loot and byproducts handled with Misha yesterday, 320,000. Mission completion reward and additional sales, 550,000 total, 1,270,000 spirit stones. This amount is already way more than what I earned 2 months ago. Yandel thought to himself, smiling quietly. Actually, with the spirit essence Misha absorbed in the gear from Gensia, I've made a huge profit overall. At this rate, I'll be able to imprint my level 6 mark soon enough. Yandel tilted his head back and downed a large gulp of beer. Seeing that, old man Murad shouted loudly, Hey! How dare you drink the first round alone? We're heading back to floor 4 soon, remember? Caught mid-sip, Yandel froze. Murad's face turned redder as he bellowed in his face, We're supposed to toast to our return together. The 5 of them raised their glasses in unison. Come on. Let's toast to a successful return. Laughter and cheers rang out as the table grew rowdier. Drink up. This stuff looks too good to pass up. And don't forget we even took down a troll. Someone added. Damn right we did. Misha stood and waved to the group. I'll head out first, I've got something to take care of at home today. Murad frowned. Really? That's a shame. Well, see you at the next regular meeting then. Rottmiller narrowed his eyes, suddenly rising from the table. I'll excuse myself too. I've got a few things to handle. Yandel watched him go, his body tensing up. Damn, I'm 1 step too late. If I leave too, that dwarf's definitely gonna get mad. He glanced over at Murad, who was laughing heartily with his friends. But hey, he's got company too, right? Maybe I can quietly slip away and head to another table without being noticed. Jandro stole a glance again. Yeah, in this mood I should be able to leave without issue. Just then, someone called his name. Bjorn. Dwaki approached, cheeks slightly flushed and voice a little shaky. Can we talk for a bit? I don't think we've ever really had a one-on-one conversation, have we? Jandro lifted his beer and looked him over. Does he have something on his mind? Dwaki stood stiffly. Well, first, let's finish this drink. Jandro cursed inwardly. Damn, it should have just left when I had the chance. Still, he broke the silence. How's your body doing? Dwaki stammered. I'm fine now. Still felt a bit off even after treatment, but I fully recovered. Jandro tapped his temple with a finger. That's good. How about up here? What did it feel like getting bent in half like that for the first time? Do you think you'll be able to keep diving into the labyrinth? Dwaki's reflection gleamed off his round glasses as he hesitated. Honestly, just thinking about the labyrinth makes my hands start trembling. That day, I really thought I was going to die. His cheeks reddened, and his voice grew soft. But I guess everyone needs to go through that kind of experience to grow, right? I'm the same. I'll be okay by the next expedition. Jandro raised a brow. So you're only pushing through it because of that? Dwaki clenched the beer mug in his hands. Well, he looked up, squinting with a bright smile. Because I genuinely love this. I mean it. Sure, I had other reasons in the beginning, but don't you remember what I told you before? Jandro stared at him, puzzled. You said you wanted to become a great adventurer and bring honor to your barren family, he recalled. Dwaki chuckled lightly, eyes trembling as they drifted in a haze. That was all a lie. Back then, all I really wanted was attention from my father, the former Baron. But he passed away too soon. And as you know, my older brother, the one who inherited the title, has never even acknowledged my existence. An illegitimate child? Is that true? Oh, him, yes. I didn't report it because, well, he didn't seem important. Dwaki lowered his gaze. I feel empty. Like I've been drifting all day on the surface of the water. Suddenly he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. But I've managed to get through it. That's because Jandro flinched. Don't tell me no way. Dwaki's face turned red as he shouted. Because you guys were always there for me. Jandro clenched his teeth and shuddered. Seriously. Meanwhile, Mr. Murad was still drinking with his buddies. Dwaki's voice grew softer. Even after everything that happened, Jandro interrupted stiffly. Fine. I won't bring it up again. Dwaki took a big gulp of beer, now cheerful. You act like you don't care. But you're surprisingly warm-hearted. Jandro gritted his teeth, silently fuming. Should have left when I had the chance. Dwaki slammed his glass down on the table and leaned in. Hey, Bjorn. I want to ask you something. Bjorn raised a brow. Sure. Ask away. Clearly nervous, Dwaki's face turned red. Are you and Misha dating? Jandro sighed. So that's what this is about. Rottmiller slowly walked through the bustling streets, quiet and withdrawn. He recalled what Urbans had said to him that night in the office. I've reviewed your file. Took you 8 years to reach Tier 7. Meanwhile, a savage did it in just half a year. Frustrating, isn't it? Urbans had narrowed his eyes. Your teammates, they might go further than you. After all, they're not just ordinary humans like you. You think they'll always stay with you? 3 months. Maybe 4. If you're lucky. Those words echoed in his mind. They're only sticking around because they pity you. But I believe you'll make the right choice. Later that evening in Bjorn's room, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Drank all those beers in one go and passed out. I swear I'm never drinking with that guy again. Suddenly someone called out to him. Jandro. Since you refused to meet me, I came here myself. Jandro blinked. Huh? Who is she? He was sure she'd heard his rejection through the branch chief. He snapped, I made myself clear. Go home. I don't want any more trouble. Startled, the girl lowered her voice. Brown Rottmiller, he met with my father. What? They sat down. The daughter of the zone head spoke gravely. That means my father probably pulled something with him. You need to be careful. Yandel gave her a sideways glance. So that's all you know? And what exactly was this scheme? She hesitated. About that I'm not really sure. Yandel closed his eyes and sighed. No specifics, huh? Then what's your real purpose here? You owe me at least that. She looked at him, her expression turning serious. My goal is to bring down my father. Then suddenly, her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly. Otherwise, I'll live like a doll. That's why I need your help, Yandel. Yandel's face hardened. He frowned. Get out. As he shoved her toward the door, she tried to explain. You've misunderstood. If you help me, you'll benefit too. Yandel cursed to himself. Benefit? There's no upside in making an enemy out of the guild leader. He shut the door in her face. Still, she shouted from outside, are you serious? If you change your mind, come see me. Only I can stop my father's scheme. Collapsing onto his bed, Yandel groaned. She finally left. Rottmiller will have to keep watching for a while longer. After that, life returned to a peaceful rhythm for Yandel. Every morning he enjoyed grilled meat cooked by Misha. From noon till evening he visited the library to learn more about this world. Once a week, when Erwin dropped by, the three of them had dinner together, strengthening their bond. There were also regular team meetings. He pursed his lips quietly during those sessions, noting that no one mentioned the encounter with the zone commander. Meanwhile, he had received 5 million from the bear himself. Well, I could treat it like a bracelet gift or something. And so, the days drifted by unnoticed until the 15th night arrived. That night, the character's soul merged with the player, drawing them into a magical world, offering a taste of an ordinary yet extraordinary day. Hansu sat at his desk, serious expression on his face. I'll check the marketplace later. Let's see the chat rooms first. Lines of code scrolled across the screen. Savage chatroom, 0 people? Not popular, huh? Probably all died early in the game. Only 3 tankers. Then his eyes widened. Wait, is that a Korean? The scene changed gradually, his fingers moving instinctively. He blinked in surprise. I thought it'd just be a basic interface like a playing field or something. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. It's starting. Hansu was startled. Sergeant Lee? No way, is that really you? He glanced at the name tag on the chest of the man who had just appeared, Sergeant Lee. Hansu stiffened and instinctively took a step back. No way could it be, the man spoke softly. Yes. It happened the day you were discharged. Sergeant Lee suddenly covered his face and burst into tears. Hansu slowly backed away. What the hell is going on? His face turned pale, his mouth agape. What is this? Tears welled up in his eyes and began to stream down his cheeks. About 5 minutes later, after they'd both calmed down and set aside their sorrow for a moment, they decided to introduce themselves properly. Hansu reached out his hand towards Sergeant Lee. I'm Lee Hansu, 29 years old. The younger man blinked. Who, you have the same last name as me. Scratching his head, he burst out laughing. I'm Lee Baek-hoo, 23. Hansu stiffened again. Wait, 23. You're that young and already? Baek-hoo gave an awkward laugh. Actually, I've been here for about 10 years now. Hansu let out a deep sigh. Ah, see. Then he furrowed his brow. So technically, that means you're older than me. Baek-hoo frowned, clearly not amused. Don't say stuff like that, man. We've still got to make it back home, you know. We should go by our real-world ages. He added with a scowl. And you don't need to use formal speech with me. Hansu relented. All right, got it. Baek-hoo immediately started bouncing around, his voice full of energy. Anyway, I'm counting on you to show me the ropes around here. Oh, and by the way, can I check something with you? Hansu raised an eyebrow. Check something. Baek-hoo grinned. It's not that I don't trust you, I just think it'd be smart to double-check. He motioned for Hansu to sit down. Hansu complied, quietly analyzing the situation. Sounds like this is some kind of informal nationality test. Maybe to confirm I'm really Korean, and not some faker trying to gain an advantage. That would explain the strange request. Baekhu smiled and said, I'll say a word, and you reply with the next one that comes to mind, okay? He lowered his voice. Let's start. Hansu tensed up. Okay, why am I suddenly so nervous? They began their word association game. Kimchi, stew, oxhead, gukbap, school bus, Arabia. Suddenly Baekhu stood up straight and shouted, Serve the people. Hansu flinched. That's part of our military oath, Baekhu explained. Hansu nodded. Yeah, but outside of that I'm just an office worker. Baekhu sat back down. Alright, one last question. Hansu sighed. What now? You've been acting like a character from a play this whole time. Baekhu leaned in seriously. Lee Wanyang. Hansu's eyes flared with anger. Are you nuts? That guy was a notorious traitor in Korea during the early 1900s. Grinding his teeth, Hansu snapped. Why would you even bring up a name like that? Baekhu smirked and rested his chin on his hand. Okay. Seems like you really are Korean. Hansu stared blankly. What the hell is with this guy? Baekhu's expression darkened slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I'm Lee Baekhu, a player from Korea. I was dragged into this world on the very day I was discharged from the military. I've been stuck here for 10 years. Hansu frowned in frustration. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but his way of thinking is definitely a little off. I really can't figure him out. Baekhu blushed and scratched his cheek. Sorry for being rude earlier. I've had those questions prepared for ages, in case I ever ran into another Korean. Didn't think it'd take this long to finally use them. He gave a sheepish laugh. But I'm glad I finally met you. It was worth the wait. I've been logging in here non-stop, hoping to see someone like you. Hansu quietly observed him. He must been really lonely, not having anyone to talk to. Even someone like me, who usually keeps people at a distance, feels a bit emotional talking to a fellow Korean. He probably didn't have a Korean player community back when he first arrived. Living in a place like that would turn anyone emotionally cold. Hansu looked at him sympathetically. Alright, I guess I'll try to help him out. I don't know anyone else here anyway. He spoke up. If I ask you something, will you give me an honest answer? Baekhu waved it off. Sure, ask away, I'll tell you. Hansu nodded. Alright, I get it now. Seems like he's picked up on the fact that I'm a bit different from the average player, Hansu Han. Baekhu looked serious for a moment. How many times have you cleared the game before this? Hansu paused to think. He mentioned earlier he'd cleared it 10 times, might as well say the same thing. He answered 10. Baekhu lit up, tilting his head back and laughing proudly. 10 times. That's what I expect from a Korean gamer. If this place had a Korean language version, I bet even more Koreans would have crushed this game. Don't you think? That pride a little much, but not wrong, Hansu thought. He must felt pretty isolated without anyone from Korea around. Baekhu suddenly said, Alright, I'll send you some spirit stones. Hansu politely declined. It's fine. I'm not exactly broke. Baekhu looked a bit disappointed. Aw man, then I guess there's not much I can help with. Hansu smiled inwardly. He seems easygoing, but still cautious. In a way he's a lot like me. In this world, every move counts. There was nothing wrong with someone as cautious as him. That's probably how he managed to survive 10 years in this place. Baekhu's eyes welled with tears. With the delicate demeanor of a shy young girl, he looked at Hansu and said, Just being able to meet up and chat with you from time to time is enough to make me happy. Suddenly he sat up straight and declared, If there's anything you want to ask, just go ahead. If I know something, I'll tell you. Hansu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Alright then. Do you know who the administrator is around here? Bhikkhu froze. Seeing his reaction, Hansu could only sigh. He doesn't know either, huh? Even so, Bhikkhu was able to list 3 high-ranking mages who might hold such a position. Leaning in, Bhikkhu gave him a quiet warning. In this community, try not to reveal your identity. Hansu frowned. Why? Because names can cause trouble. They actively hunt people like that. Hansu nodded slowly. I see. He then asked, but can the administrators access a member's information? Bhikkhu's eyes widened. That would be tough. This whole space is just a simulated reconstruction. Hansu looked confused. What do you mean? Bhikkhu went on to explain something that genuinely surprised him. Over 100 years ago, Leptonia was already plagued by evil spirits. Compared to Earth, the dungeons that exist here had appeared long before. Many beings from different dimensions had made their way into this world, growing stronger through various means like reading ancient texts in the early days of Leptonia's library. That was how some of them came to possess extraordinary powers. Among them, one particularly powerful individual created this simulated space. The current administrator. She merely inherited it. Hansu frowned. I've never heard this story before, but it might be useful. Still, he wondered, how does this kid even know all this? Bhikkhu continued chatting away excitedly. Maybe I should try getting more information out of him, Hansu thought. But then again, Bhikkhu scratched his head shyly. Lately I've been in seclusion, so I haven't been able to gather any new intel. Hansu raised an eyebrow. Seclusion? Yep. But I can still show you something. What Bhikkhu said next stunned him. There was another room, one where he could gather even more information. It functioned almost like a private club or community. Hansu considered his words seriously. The Round Table, an underground group that required a passcode to enter, made up of long-time players. Bhikkhu knew a lot about them, and had shared quite a few stories. Suddenly, Bhikkhu lowered his head, looking glum. But I've gotta go now. So soon? Hansu asked. The boy grinned. The pill I took to enter here was a low-grade one. It only lasts an hour. I wasn't planning to log in today, but I was being chased, so I took it to hide. Hansu's expression turned serious. Chased? What kind of life is this kid living? Now sitting in front of his computer, Hansu searched intently for more information. After Bhikkhu left, he decided to log in. A system notification popped up, meeting confirmed. He was transported to a new room. Hansu looked around, bewildered. A customizable room. Getting in here wasn't easy either. A large door opened. Wearing a lion mask, Hansu walked slowly down a long hallway and headed toward another door. Inside was a large room with a round table, where 4 masked individuals were already seated. As he entered, all eyes turned toward him. Their stares were intense, even hostile. The one with a clown mask was the first to speak. That's a new mask I haven't seen before. The fox-masked woman snapped. How did you even get in here? It's been over a year since we had a new member. Hansu clenched his fists. So that's how it is. A voice from the round table echoed across the room. Speak. Who invited you? Tell the truth, or you'll be expelled. He stood calmly, meeting their eyes. I heard that if you lie, the mask will break, and you'll be kicked out, but only after the meeting officially starts. Scanning each of them, Hansu noticed how synchronized their questioning was. They're probably all on the same side, or maybe just curious about the new guy. He remembered what Bhikkhu told him before, don't be scared. And if things get dicey, just go with the plan. Hansu remained calm. He had a role prepared, just in case. Putting on an awkward look, he replied. Me? The fox-masked woman slammed the table. Who else would it be? Hansu stroked his chin and said softly, my mother introduced me. He had heard that phrase from Sergeant Lee and decided to go with it. The woman's voice trembled. What did you say? Hansu shrugged. My mother. She slammed the table again, furious. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Her voice dropped, tense and quiet. Hey, her hand shook. A wave of magical energy formed and wrapped around Hansu, making his body go rigid. Veins popped across his skin. That technique, a power normally only usable in the game here, using it required incredible willpower. Her eyes sharpened with deadly intent. Say it again. The killing aura surged. The fox glared at the person standing before it and growled, "Say that again. I dare you." Bjorn stood there, unsure of how to react. The air felt strange, and a shiver ran down his spine. Is this killing intent? He muttered under his breath. The realization slowly crept in. Perhaps this was natural in the spiritual realm, or because it was the spiritual realm, it felt even more real. Seeing Bjorn's reaction, the fox smirked with satisfaction. It wasn't entirely effective, but it was more than enough to intimidate a newcomer. And just like that, Bjorn had walked right into the fox's trap. He stammered, "No, I didn't mean it like that," but the fox wasn't about to let it go. "What's this? Can't follow through. You sure talked big earlier." From the sidelines, the clown quietly watched the exchange, amused. A classic trick, one that only works on rookies. The fox stretched upward, its voice heavy with menace. "Say it clearly. Every single. Don't you dare leave anything out." The aura of hostility thickened. Suddenly, Bjorn's demeanor shifted completely. He straightened up and said calmly, "Of course. Why wouldn't I? The one who recommended me was your mother." The moment those words left his mouth, the fox froze. "What? How do you know that?" It stammered, visibly shaken. Bjorn stood firm, clearly shielded by some powerful force of will. The clown, still observing, couldn't hide his intrigue. "Ooh, this is getting good." The antlered one stepped in. "You've taken this little joke a bit too far, rookie." The crescent moon added, "That kind of attitude's only going to earn you enemies here." But Bjorn didn't back down. He stood tall and firm. "So much effort just for an impression, but that's fine. This is a club for veterans after all. None of this should be surprising." The fox was now trembling all over. How could you mess with me like that?" It whimpered. At this point, the group's opinion of Bjorn ranged from interesting to arrogant, pitiful, and annoying. But it wasn't over yet. Flashback to earlier. Bjorn once spoke to Baeko. "What if I accidentally let out some killing intent?" he had asked. Baeko replied, "You won't. If you mess it up, I might end up with PTSD. Killing intent is directly tied to mental strength." He went on, "That's why it's reserved for veterans. After countless kills and brushing up against death over and over again, your mind either breaks or it grows stronger. Of course, some people are just born with the talent." "How do you use it?" Bjorn had asked. Baeko's lips curled into a twisted grin. "Think of it as a sensation. You have to want to eliminate your target by killing them." Those words pierced Bjorn like a dagger, and the intent he had been holding back until now surged forward. The fox let out a scream. Enough. The antlered man beside him also shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Bjorn's eyes lit up like spotlights. The clown chuckled. "I didn't even say that much." The crescent moon said nothing. Bjorn stood tall. "Not bad," he murmured. "That worked better than expected." But soon his thoughts shifted. "Wait, why does it feel like my brain's being wrung out like a wet rag? Damn it, no one warned me about this part." He was nearing his limit. The killing intent was draining him. The fox, too, was visibly worn down. "Please stop," she panted, utterly exhausted. The antlered man stood up and remarked, "All this chaos, just for a test. Things might be rough going forward." The clown added, "This was just the beginning. Honestly, it was great. I wonder how many people I'd have to kill before I can emit that level of intent myself." Bjorn couldn't help but think, whatever it was, it worked. "The moment I sensed their rejection of new blood, I projected exactly the image I wanted. That was the plan all along, to become the kind of madman no one wants to mess with." Suddenly, all the doors in the meeting room slammed shut, creating a sinister, confined space. Bjorn glanced around. What the hell, the doors just closed on their own. The fox, having caught her breath, muttered, "Looks like the meeting's about to start." For the first time, the crescent moon spoke up. "This your first time attending a meeting like this? Judging by that killing intent earlier, I almost thought you were one of the original members." That comment gave Bjorn pause. The lion mask on the wall hasn't moved at all since this started, so what are they implying? The crescent moon pressed on. "Was it the master who invited you here? If you plan on answering, know this: if the price for your answer is steep, I'll be the one to collect. And trust me, it might not be something you'll like." Bjorn noticed the cautious look on their faces and quietly assessed the situation himself. His voice was polite yet wary. "Is this the reason why people around here can survive so recklessly?" He didn't say anything more and simply took a seat at the table. "Forget that." "Why do you think that way?" someone asked. Crescent Moon responded, "Well, you're a newcomer who only showed up a year after the master went missing. Isn't it natural for us to think that?" The clown chimed in mockingly, "So you're planning to take the lead and get yourself smashed, huh?" Bjorn frowned in suspicion. "The master seems like the one who arranged this meeting." The four people at the table continued their discussion. "If it's too difficult to explain in detail, just tell us the last time and place you saw them." Bjorn firmly replied, "My answer is I didn't." Crescent Moon nodded. "I understand." But the fox couldn't stay calm and stood up in agitation. "Then maybe," the clown, seemingly reading the fox's thoughts, interrupted. "Who knows? Forget about the master. Can we just begin already?" Finally, the meeting truly began. The rules of the room were simple. Everyone would take turns sharing information. If over half the participants didn't know the info, the central gem would glow blue, and the share would be considered valid. But if most people already knew it or it was false, the gem would glow red, and you'd have to explain it again. Once the clown finished explaining the rules, everyone looked at the red glowing gem hovering in mid-air. The light blurred their vision slightly. The condition of the Lord of the Sealed Lands was reportedly worsening. The fox verified the transparency of the information and muttered, "Decline." "That's too vague to be useful," Crescent Moon added. "Isn't that common knowledge by now? Come on, give us something we can use, Bjorn." Truth be told, Bjorn didn't even know how to react. This was the first time he'd heard about it. There hadn't been any rumors at all in the city. The clown noticed his confusion and asked again, "If you really can't see how serious this is, then that's just sad." Bjorn had nothing else to say. He simply affirmed, "I understand now. I get the weight of it." That was the look they gave him, expectant and pressing. Wait. He suddenly realized that this was about mutual trust, about creating a balance between both sides. So he decided to share something recent. "The captain of the Rose Knights died yesterday." Someone questioned, "So what? You all agreed to that, didn't you? And now there's about to be bloodshed in the palace." Bjorn thought quickly. Wait, who was the captain of the Rose Knights again? But before he could think further, they began rallying. "Well then, we better start preparing." Next turn. The fox presented her update seriously. "The Jagon Guild has successfully eliminated the Lord of the First Floor." The others nodded in agreement. "So it was him after all." Someone else added, "That explains why the listing on the exchange disappeared." Bjorn's mind clicked. "That man who bought information from me, he was from Jagon. I tried searching all over the city afterward and found no trace of him. Looks like I made the right choice coming here." Next turn. Crescent Moon folded his arms. "If you activate the hidden shard at the Silent Isle, 3 Lavganis will definitely appear." Antlers nodded. "That's good news for anyone hunting that beast for its power essence." The fox was taken aback. "Wait, hold on, what hidden shard?" She rambled on, "Isn't it a bit much to expect all this info in a single session?" Then it was the next person's turn again. Crescent Moon looked at her skeptically. "Puh." But the clown cut him off. Don't be so disappointed, Crescent Moon. Most people wouldn't know that sort of thing anyway. Crescent Moon let out a soft chuckle. So far, it's been enough for only the clown to be clueless. Now we've got another one. Ha. A prompt popped up again. Please try again. Crescent Moon laughed behind a pale curtain. The elves say they've found traces of the relic thief. But then frowned. Isn't that too vague again? The clown looked around and offered a follow-up. Even if that's all we have, just knowing there's a lead on the relic thief makes it top secret material. The fox responded with unexpected seriousness. All right, I'll accept that. While Crescent Moon was about to speak, the clown added with a sly grin, so it's true you're from the elven bloodline, aren't you? A voice echoed as the spotlight shifted toward Bjorn. Anyway, the next person is, he swallowed hard. My turn already. As someone who had always wanted to maintain an air of mystery, he had chosen a piece of obscure information. If you defeat a half-demon with 3 people, there's a high chance the essence will drop. He shook his head slightly. How am I supposed to pass with something like this? The fox couldn't hold it in. She shouted, 3 people. That half-demon, do you mean the level 3 monster I'm thinking of? The clown raised an eyebrow. Is that even possible? Bjorn didn't quite understand their reactions. Why were they so surprised about that part? Even killing the creature wasn't all that difficult. Thoughts began racing through his mind. That's why I chose to share that piece of information first, because it's rare to encounter, and needing 3 people to take it down makes it even less practical. In short, it's useless knowledge even if you're aware of it. He kept thinking. Then, at the final round, I revealed all the details about the deer monster and got their agreement. That concluded the round. From here on out, the participants would have to decide whether or not to continue. The jester didn't rush to end things. Instead, he lingered. I think that's enough for today. The fox stood up quickly. Then I'll call it here as well. The stag antler didn't hesitate. Same for me. I'm satisfied with the information those two shared. What truly interested the jester, though, was what the lion planned to do. Bjorn showed no emotion. I'll stop here as well. They looked surprised. Why? No matter how much they probed, only he knew the real reason. If it came down to just 2 people continuing, the risk of exposure would be too high. The other side had already started testing the waters with probing information. If the green light appeared, it would immediately expose him as the newcomer. Bjorn had read the room perfectly. Before leaving, he noticed they seemed to expect him to say something. Of course, I'm the main character today, aren't I? He cleared his throat. The most fitting line in this situation was his voice echoed. Is that really all you've got? The fox, seeing he had no intention of staying at the round table any longer, grew visibly uneasy. Once he left, the others turned to her. Fox, are you all right? Your fingers have been trembling this whole time. She bit her finger, trying to stay calm. I'll be fine. Luckily, I wasn't too mentally shaken. But if he'd withdrawn that killing intent just a little slower, what would have happened then? She exhaled sharply. In the worst case, I might have snapped and gone berserk. She sat in silence, trying to sort through it all. But what truly shocked her wasn't the threat, it was that the moment he sensed she was at her limit, he withdrew his killing intent, and it all happened in an instant. The crescent moon fell into thought. So I wasn't mistaken. To erase a fully formed, personified intent in the blink of an eye, could a mere human mind really do something like that? The stag antler turned to the group. About what you said earlier, what do you think? 3 people capturing a half-demon, it's clearly referring to the one on the 4th floor. But isn't that a bit absurd? They debated. If it's on easy mode, maybe after 50 tries, give or take, it's possible, right? Someone else chimed in. Still, I don't think Ryan would have pulled it off like that. Sensing tension in the air, the crescent moon spoke up. Let's confirm something. Everyone here agrees that the information the lion shared was accurate, right? The jester, now disinterested in the discussion, stood up. All right then. Next time, I hope everyone comes better prepared. Crescent Moon slammed the table, his voice rising. Prepared. That information, what the hell was that? The jester shot back, not backing down. Someone like him actually showed up here. If he doesn't come back, we're going to lose a valuable source of intel. So what now? How are we supposed to bring him back? The stag antler voiced his concern. Has he lost interest? Who knows? The jester snapped. Did you even listen to me? He was clearly disappointed. Disappointed. His face twisted from irritation to something almost feral. If you can't offer anything else, then at least give him something exciting, something stimulating. I'm not going to miss this opportunity because of you people. That was the true nature of this secret gathering, the Guardians of the Round Table. A covert exchange hub, so discreet that most players didn't even know it existed. They took pride in being members of that circle. But everything has its limits. Just like now. Crescent Moon finally spoke again. Is this really all you've got? With just that one sentence, everything crumbled. He understood it now, watching the figure walk away coldly. Back turned, I involuntarily admitted it, that to someone like him, our collective knowledge is nothing more than a shallow little well. Bjorn let out a breath. What an interesting place. The Guardians of the Round Table. This is exactly the kind of high-level intel hub I've been needing. I'll have to thank White Tiger next time I see him. Still, Bjorn reflected further. Of course, I don't plan on this being a one-sided relationship where I only take. That's not what I want either. Someone as deep in the mud as him, reeking and rotten, he's definitely no fool who can be used easily. When both sides can laugh and know their limits, that's when a relationship can last. The image of White Tiger flashed through Bjorn's mind. Come to think of it, maybe he had gone too far with the killing intent. He felt far more exhausted than he did the last time. Bjorn. He heard Misha call his name. So you're finally awake? Huh? She snapped at him, clearly annoyed. You slept all day. What the hell did you do last night? He shook his head. I just had trouble sleeping, that's all. She blinked in surprise. You? Looking around, he asked. Wait, did you mean all day? Don't tell me you've been here since morning? She quickly shook her head, stumbling over her words. And no. I wasn't slacking off or anything. I've been training really hard, actually, she added with a forced smile. I even ran into Dwaki for a bit, she continued. Stopped by the main house, too. That caught him off guard. Hold on. Did you just say you saw Dwaki? She nodded. Yeah, he said he had something on his mind, so I gave him a little advice. Bjorn's expression turned serious in an instant. I have to press her on this. In Dungeon Stone, romantic entanglements between teammates were the quickest path to betrayal and bloodshed. He leaned in slightly, his tone shifting. So what exactly was bothering him? Startled, she stiffened. Well, that's his business, isn't it? We're not supposed to be poking into other people's personal stuff, right? Scene shifts to Bjorn's lodging. Misha was still stammering, trying to justify herself. I mean, it's really not our business, is it? Bjorn, picking up on her earlier words, raised an eyebrow. Wait, what do you mean we're outsiders? Her already shaky composure faltered even more. What? No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Maybe it was because his disappointment had unconsciously shown on his face. But Bjorn glanced up at her, watching her reaction carefully. That's right. We're not strangers, are we? And maybe because of that unspoken feeling, Misha began to slowly open up about Dwaki's concerns. Bjorn mumbled to himself, not intending for her to hear. So he's got someone he likes, but he's not sure if he should confess. Wow, didn't expect him to be that timid. Curious, he turned to her. So what did you say to him? Misha, unfazed, answered casually, isn't it obvious? A man should confess his feelings honestly. Bjorn gave an awkward smile. Even with that advice, I still have no idea who that dumbass is actually into. He nodded inwardly. Exactly what I expected her to say. Just by the way she acts toward me every day. It's clear she doesn't care about that kind of stuff, romantic stuff, I mean. Then Misha's tone shifted slightly, a note of hesitation slipping into her voice. What I meant was, we're not strangers, Bjorn. So if you're okay with it, could you come home with me? Her voice softened further. My father wants to meet you. Bjorn, ever straightforward, responded without thinking too much. Sure, what else would I say? Misha looked stunned. Wait, what did you just say? He blinked. I just asked when we're leaving, that's all. Her mouth fell open. Seriously. Flustered, she stretched a hand forward, her nervousness plain to see like a young girl caught off guard. I don't think I can go just yet. I'm not ready to tell my father about it. Bjorn didn't press her. All right. Just let me know when you are. Still, Misha seemed to want some clarity, so she asked, You always turn me down when I invite you out. So what's different this time? Why are you suddenly okay with it? Bjorn didn't pick up on the underlying meaning and replied bluntly, Didn't your dad ask to meet me? Of course I have to go. She stared at him in disbelief. Seriously? He nodded. Of course. You're unreal. You say stuff like that without even flinching, she said with a look of feigned disgust, but in her heart, she didn't feel that way at all. Bjorn just couldn't figure this girl out. Hemph. And she was the one calling beastkin and berserkers outsiders earlier. The next afternoon, Bjorn woke up, had a light meal, and headed to the sanctuary. Stretching and yawning, he muttered, finally feeling tired, I slept for 36 hours. I really need to stop pushing my body so hard. It's exhausting. Still, he felt refreshed. All right, time to knock out today's goals. He placed both hands on the ground, pushing through a grueling physical training session. Ugh, my poor 8 million soul stones. He'd been giving it his all, but there was still one last hurdle. The fire within him burned stronger. Just one more step, and I'll finally be able to use it. 3 days later, the wheels of the cart creaked steadily along the road. The long 6-hour journey to her hometown had drained him. This trip really is exhausting. At last he arrived at the Beastkin sanctuary. Misha, spotting him from a distance, waved energetically. Bjorn. We're here, come on, hop off. This was the fabled homeland of the Beastkin. Bjorn looked around and couldn't help but be amazed by the scenery. I've heard about this place, but, wow. I didn't expect it to be like this. He'd heard it was as advanced as any human settlement, and now he could see why it was practically a proper city. The townsfolk seemed to take notice of him right away. Dad, look. That guy's a berserker. The child pointed. Bjorn's eyes twitched slightly in surprise. So people can coexist pretty easily here, huh? The father, noticing the attention, gently covered his son's mouth. I know, don't say it out loud. Bjorn looked over, unsure what to say. Misha, picking up on his reaction, asked, What's wrong? Is something bothering you? He didn't reply. That only irritated her further. You want to go back? Seriously, that's so cold. But she had misunderstood and he corrected her. I was just surprised. That's all. I'm not trying to leave. That eased her tension. Oh, got it. The environment here was a far cry from the harsh lands the berserkers called home. Bjorn couldn't help but ask, Misha, are all Beastkin sanctuaries like this? ChatGPT Denoy, the sacred land of the Beastkin, resembled a village just outside the city, a place reserved exclusively for their kind. Bjorn turned to ask, I don't really get what you mean. Aren't Beastkin supposed to live in the forest and raise animals? Misha patiently explained. That's how they used to live, to preserve their tribal traditions. But things are different now. He nodded sheepishly. I see. Truth be told, he was confused. Why was it that only the berserkers seemed stuck in the past? After walking for a while, the two of them arrived at an extravagant, luxurious mansion. With an enthusiastic smile, Misha announced, This is my house. Bjorn's jaw dropped. This is real? It's huge. Feeling bitter, he mentally compared it to the shabby accommodations he had. He even spat on the ground, grumbling, Damn it. Even our berserker chieftain still sleeps in a tent. Seeing him mumble to himself, Misha let out a soft chuckle. Don't be so tense. Nothing's going to happen. Then, trying to lighten the mood, she said, "My father really likes famous adventurers, you know." Hearing her voice tremble like a leaf in the wind, Bjorn raised an eyebrow. "You sure it's not you who's nervous right now?" "No, I'm totally fine," she stammered. But her legs finally gave out. She collapsed to her knees. Clearly, her father was someone terrifying. Bjorn sighed. "Come on, open the door. You gonna stand there forever?" Internally screaming, Misha muttered, Yeah, I know." Then came her thoughts, ones she dared not speak aloud. "There was a time when I believed that forming a contract with a spirit beast and gaining power would erase all my worries." But inside the mansion, Karlstein sat in his study across from Misha. His tone was blunt. "So, it's the frost spirit beast, Scotty. Have you ever told anyone the truth?" Her voice trembled as she replied, "No, I haven't told anyone." He smiled inwardly. "Good. That's how it should be. For now," he said. "Only you and I will know this." Misha nodded obediently, but fear still clutched her heart. Yes, but still his cold voice, that distant gaze, they haven't changed at all. And what terrified her even more, has he already figured it out? That I wasn't able to form the contract properly. Still, Karlstein didn't scold her. Instead, he made a proposal. "Someday, bring that berserker boy you always talk about to meet me." Her eyes widened. "Why?" she asked. Unexpectedly, Karlstein raised his voice and morphed his monstrous presence, suddenly towering over her like a creature 10,000 times her size. He roared, "Is there a problem with my request?" Shaking, she immediately answered, "No." A flood of thoughts surged in her mind. Of course I didn't tell Bjorn anything about why my father wanted to see him. Even though others know about my toy, I don't want him to worry about me. That's why she kept returning home and acting like everything was fine, because she didn't want him to know the truth. She sobbed softly. "I'm trying so hard to seem strong." The questioning glances from her siblings whenever she came home weren't what pushed her forward, they only made her feel more isolated, like she'd been stranded on a deserted island. The condescending stares from the servants weighed her down even more. Still, she bore it all in silence, refusing to complain. Running away wouldn't fix anything. She'd learned that from Bjorn. Then Karlstein's voice snapped her back to reality. "He's still not here. Bring him within this month. After that, I'll reconsider how I treat you. In fact, once the family acknowledges your contract with the spirit beast, I'll treat you with the respect you deserve." Her face darkened. Why does he want to meet Bjorn so badly? But with her father looming before her, all she could do was mumble. Yes, still, if she could earn the family's approval, she'd finally be able to stand tall in front of Bjorn. And more importantly, she could use their support to help him as well. A few days earlier, Bjorn had been speaking to her. When she brought up the visit, he simply replied, "Sure, I can go whenever." His answer was so casual, so effortless, it gave her hope. But the happiness was short-lived. "If he returns with me, there'll be no way to hide anything anymore." Her mind spiraled. What if he finds out how my family treats me? What then? She bit her lip and took a deep breath. "Bjorn, you know." Sensing Misha's unease, Bjorn softened his voice. "Just say it." She looked at him with a mixture of guilt and apprehension. "The truth about my spirit beast contract, only my father knows. So, no matter what happens in there, please don't lose your temper, okay?" He nodded, but his expression remained unreadable. "That depends on what happens to you." She tried to explain. "It's nothing, really." But before she could finish, the grand doors of the mansion swung open and a sharp voice barked out, "Who are you people?" Recognizing the man, Misha quickly stepped forward. "It's me. May I come in?" But Bronte showed no courtesy. With a sneer, he replied, "Of course it's you. Unlucky day, isn't it? Why do you keep coming back here?" Feeling the tension rise, she let out an awkward laugh. "Don't mind him. This sort of thing, it's normal here." Bjorn's face darkened. His expression grew so severe that even Misha trembled. She nervously muttered, "Bjorn, you Please don't smile like that. You're scaring me. She was no longer afraid of her father. Now, she was afraid of him. My father said it'll all be over soon. Just endure it a little longer, okay? She pleaded. But Bjorn had reached his limit. He was beginning to understand exactly what was going on. That man Misha's so-called father, he knew everything. He knew how the family treated her. And still, for whatever reason, he let it happen. For personal gain, he allowed his daughter to carry this silent burden, forcing her to endure cruelty and humiliation. Bjorn's fists clenched tight, trembling with restrained rage. He could feel her pain coursing through him, and it surged into every fiber of his being. And now, that man had the gall to invite him into this house to talk. Clearly, the man thought nothing of him. Bjorn's gaze swept across the lavish mansion. A thought took root: something's wrong with this place. From deep within its ornate walls, he could sense a subtle malice, like standing in the mouth of a dungeon filled with monsters. Maybe that's why his anger kept rising. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to suppress the fury threatening to boil over. What do you think you're doing, berserker? Brantis snapped. Mind your manners. But Bjorn had no interest in playing nice. He shouted, manners? Since when does a berserker show courtesy to his enemy? His voice rang like a war drum through the halls. Branti flinched, visibly shaken. Bjorn stared him down like a predator. This servant is out of his damn mind. Now Bronte was backing away, trembling. What are you talking about? Just then Misha rushed in from somewhere, grabbing at Bjorn, trying to hold him back. You maniac, stop it, don't do this. He shook his head. Do what, exactly? His voice was low, but dangerous. That rage, she shouted. That's what I'm talking about. He cradled his own arm, muttering, rage? I don't know for sure, she said, voice cracking. But I think you were really going to smash his skull in just now, weren't you? Bjorn sighed, realizing he'd been caught. Yeah, she figured it out. Bjorn crossed his arms and muttered, almost to himself, sometimes, you just have to do whatever you want. Why bother holding back? In the end, all that restraint just benefits others while we're the ones left to suffer. Misha lowered her head, whispering, it's not just others, it's family. But Bjorn didn't waver. So what? His blunt words hit Misha hard. He'd struck a nerve. Did that family really mean more to her than her own life? Bjorn's voice grew harsher. Answer me, Misha. She couldn't take it anymore. If that's how it is, then I'll stop here, she snapped. But Bjorn wouldn't let go. Then I'll just stand back and watch. Whatever you're afraid of, it's not going to happen. Just then, the pig-like servant who had been silently watching the two of them bicker suddenly lost his temper. What the hell are you two talking about in front of me? Bjorn didn't hesitate. He punched the pig square in the face and shouted, even if you don't know basic manners, this is crossing the line. The other servants panicked, shouting, Bronte. A voice rang out from deeper in the mansion. What the hell is all this noise? Another joined in. Why is there a lunatic in here? The household servant scrambled to explain. He attacked Bronte, the gatekeeper. Misha leaned close and whispered urgently. What are you planning to do? If my father hears about this, he won't forgive you. But Bjorn whispered back, calm and confident, just watch and see. A group of armed guards with swords and shields soon surrounded them, shouting, halt, lunatic. One of them looked closely and gasped, wait, is that you? It seemed Bjorn recognized the man too. Talon, Misha's brother. Been a while. Talon's eyes narrowed. So you're the one our father called in. Bjorn. After the brief greeting, his tone shifted to suspicion. What exactly is going on here? If you don't explain yourself, even you won't be walking out of here safely. Bjorn looked at Talon, unamused. I saved this guy's life once in the labyrinth. If I hadn't been there to take down the boss, he and his entire squad would have been wiped out. And now look at him, still as unlikable as ever. He stepped in front of Misha and tilted his chin defiantly. And who said you had the right to talk to me like that? As you mentioned, I'm your family's guest. He threw a sharp glance toward the pig-faced Branty. And yet this gatekeeper didn't just insult me, he insulted Misha too, a member of your own family. And he's just a servant. So tell me what's going on here. Talon exhaled heavily. I told you already we need to be careful about outsiders. Bjorn's patience was wearing thin. Damn it, this place is worse than I thought. Talon smirked. So that reaction means. You already know, huh? You lunatics, stay out of it. This is our family's problem. He added with arrogant indifference. Still, if that servant really insulted you, I'll discipline him properly. So just let it go. Bjorn lowered his head slightly, pretending to consider it, then raised his eyes with fire in them. Let it go, huh? What I should have done was teach that bastard some proper manners. Maybe even made him realize I'm not someone you can treat lightly. But instead, he walked right up to Talon and shouted, Are you insane? Letting your own servants treat your sister like garbage. What the hell is wrong with you? Even if everything ended right here and now, Bjorn was ready to accept it. Behind him, Misha screamed, Bjorn, no. Don't. If you go any further, you'll just be another violent lunatic. There'll be no turning back. But Bjorn had made up his mind. He did what he wanted, he unleashed his power. A fierce windstorm exploded from him, raging through the courtyard with terrifying force. Talon stumbled back, unable to stand his ground. Bjorn's face bore the unmistakable features of the white tiger. Come to think of Bjorn, now fully unleashed in his madman mode, stepped forward with ease and a taunting smirk. Let me ask you something, was the way you all treated Misha really just because she couldn't form a spirit beast contract, even though she has direct bloodline ties? The man before him trembled as he raised a blade so limp it might as well have been a strand of overcooked noodles. If you already know, he stammered, then I guess there's no point hiding it. Yes, everything you said is true. So stay out of this. Bjorn crouched down to his level, voice calm but sharp. But what if it's all just a misunderstanding? The man froze. What do you mean? Bjorn didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned in and jabbed. If Misha had successfully formed a spirit beast contract, would you apologize for what you did to her? Would you accept her as part of the family? Talon scoffed, still brimming with smug arrogance. She's already 25. That's impossible. Bjorn cut him off bluntly. Don't dodge the question. Just answer. If you give me a straight answer, I won't stir up any more trouble. Talon gritted his teeth and finally relented, though irritation leaked from every word. Fine. If that actually happened, I'd apologize and acknowledge her as a member of the family. Inside, though, he was sneering. As if that worthless girl could ever pull it off. It's impossible to form a contract at this point. Bjorn caught the look and sneered right back. That's all I needed to hear. He turned to Misha and extended his hand. Misha, show them. She stood frozen in hesitation, still lacking confidence. But father, he won't let this go. Bjorn shook his head. So what? Let him be wrong for once. This is your family, mistakes happen. That's life. Her voice trembled. But Bjorn's eyes lit up with hope. Just follow your own will this time. You've got someone by your side now, me. She barely whispered a word. But before she could finish, a deep voice cut through the air. Enough. Everyone, leave. It was Karlstein, her father. Bjorn clenched his teeth. So this is the lunatic himself, huh? Sometime later, inside the head family's study in the Karlstein estate, Karlstein personally led them into the room and greeted him with formality. Thank you for accepting the invitation, Bjorn, son of Yandel. Bjorn gave a polite nod. And thank you for extending it, Lord Karlstein. The old man looked him over with an approving nod. So, you do know how to be polite. I misjudged you. But his approval quickly turned into cold scrutiny. Then why act the way you did earlier? Such insolence. Suddenly, a wave of unnatural fear washed over Bjorn, cold, invasive, and carved forcefully into the body. Though he rationally knew this was just a skill, his physical instincts recoiled. It was the kind of cursed terror that twisted deep into the soul. Bjorn shuddered for a moment, and realization struck. So this is why Misha's always trembling in front of this guy. But this fear spell doesn't work on me. Karlstein noticed his lack of response and frowned. Hey, why so quiet? Say something. Or at least Bjorn calmly slapped the man's hand away. Don't touch me without permission. He rubbed his wrist, hinting at confrontation. That was an awfully rude gesture, don't you think? A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. There's no point hiding anything anymore. If this is how it's going to be, then let's just lay all the cards on the table. When he first accepted Karlstein's invitation, he had two reasons. 1. To prevent Misha from running away. If the family finally accepted her, they might try to marry her off or send her away in some arranged deal. Bjorn had put too much effort into helping her grow stronger to let her get taken from him now. And 2. To suppress any suspicion about the spirit beast. Misha's late awakening was bound to raise questions. If the family had discovered the truth, Bjorn needed to be here to offer a convincing explanation. But as it turned out, Misha's standing in the family hadn't improved one bit. On the contrary, Karlstein had come straight at him with discipline and threats, using some ridiculous fear magic. Now the man leaned in close, voice low and sharp. Are you not afraid of death? Bjorn nonchalantly brushed him off. Honestly, I'm not sure. But if you're the one standing in front of me, death doesn't feel all that frightening. So, this guy was once an 8th-tier adventurer, huh? And what? If we fought, I'd get crushed, yeah, maybe. But then what? If he kills me, the Berserker tribe won't take it lying down. Bjorn's smirk widened with a level of contempt few could match. Are you sure you're capable of killing me? With his confidence and talent, he had every right to be arrogant. After all, killing a rising star from the Berserker tribe inside the Beastkind's holy territory, and as an invited guest, wasn't something that could be swept under the rug. Not a chance. The moment Karlstein mentioned it, the war with the Beastkind from 10 years ago instantly came to mind. It was inevitable. After all, Berserkers were a brutal, war-driven race by nature. Karlstein let out a loud laugh and taunted, You're trying to act calm, but anyone can see you're seething with rage. I know you've used that thing. His words made him freeze. So, Karlstein did know about the Ring of Frozen Souls? Still, perhaps it was better to pretend ignorance. Maintaining his composure, he replied, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Karlstein turned to him with a serene but sharp look. You're a terrible actor. He cursed in his mind, terrible actor, my ass. That very act had fooled countless others before. But this wasn't some marketplace. He kept insisting, You'll need to be more specific, sir. What is it you're talking about exactly? Karlstein kept poking. That thing. The artifact that let you form a contract with the ice beast Skadia. Then, he added slyly, You're not seriously claiming you have no knowledge of it, are you? He was sick of this game. That damn thing again. He finally snapped. All right then, what the hell is this thing you keep going on about? Karlstein rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If you admit it, then maybe I'll enlighten you. Unbelievable. The guy was impossible. He thought to himself, my instincts have never failed me, they've helped me crush countless bastards over the years. And right now they're screaming. Then he spotted a drop of sweat on Karlstein's neck. Gotcha. That sly old bastard was lying. His expression said it all. He knew something helped trigger the awakening, but clearly, he had no idea what the item really was. Karlstein kept pushing, dragging Misha into the mess, trying to make her afraid. One word from him could have stopped all this. But no, he wanted her to suffer. He just wanted to use her misery to force a reaction, to fish for information about the artifact. Disgusting. He was worse than the monsters on the battlefield. Now it was his turn to strike back. This was the very reason why berserkers were considered such valuable assets in war, the ability to flip the script under pressure. He clenched his fist. This was his trump card. Then, in a bold, ironclad voice, he placed a hand on his heart and declared, By the honor of a berserker warrior, I swear I have no knowledge whatsoever of the item you speak of. He smirked inwardly. That was his favorite technique, swearing on the honor of a berserker. He never gave a damn about it, but that oath had fooled a lot of people. Karlstein looked visibly shaken now. Bjorn no longer held any doubt, his face said it all. He'd completely bought the act. Still in character, he added, "However, I will uncover what this artifact truly is. And when I do, I expect you to fix whatever the hell you've done to Misha within your precious family." He finished with a satisfied tone. "So now, tell me, what will you do with an innocent berserker who supposedly knows nothing?" At Karlstein's manner, someone muttered in disbelief, "I can't believe it was a natural awakening." Another person held up a stack of old, torn documents. "Why Skadi of all things? This archive was already ruined. You can form a contract with the glacial beast Skadia?" Bjorn watched in quiet regret. He had summoned the berserker in hopes of gleaning anything about the relic, thinking it might be a case of artificial awakening. But it had all been for nothing. His eyes were filled with disappointment, yet his mind was still calculating. Whatever the case, he needed to resolve Misha's situation. That much, at least, was not an act. Karlstein stood silently by the window, gazing outside. Bjorn stared at him, unconvinced. He didn't trust that berserker's oath, not entirely. And yet, there was something sincere in that boy's eyes when he spoke of the girl. He felt it. The old man smirked, the reality far different from what Bjorn imagined. What a joke. That ordinary girl talented. Please. Suddenly a voice called out from behind the door. "Master." A servant entered, bowing respectfully. "Lady Misha Karlstein has returned. She wishes to speak with you." Karlstein responded without hesitation, "Let her in." Misha entered the room nervously, her voice hesitant. "There's something I haven't told you," but Karlstein, as if expecting this, raised a hand and promised, "If it's about that matter, don't worry. I'll keep my word. From now on, no one will ever question your place in this family again." Still, something about her behavior unsettled him. Strange, she's not reacting at all to being acknowledged. "Starting today, she will be my daughter." Even when he asked why she was so silent, Misha said nothing. She was lost in thought, replaying her earlier conversation with Bjorn. She had asked him what really happened earlier. "What do you mean?" He'd replied, puzzled, "You made an oath in front of Father." "I saw it with my own eyes, but you lied, didn't you?" Bjorn had faltered for a moment beneath her serious gaze. Then, without excuse, he admitted, "Yes, I lied." He added something that made her eyes well up with emotion. "Because you mean more to me than the honor of a warrior." Tears threatened to spill as she listened to his heartfelt words. Living alone in a family like that, it must have been so hard for her. But she quickly snapped back to reality, eyes narrowing. "But that's not why you came here, is it?" Then she turned back toward Karlstein, her next words like a dagger. "Father, no, you're not my father. Isn't that right? My mother told me before she passed away." Her voice faltered with a tinge of sadness. "We don't share blood. I came here to tell you that I hate you. But I needed to say this." Karlstein's voice rose, shaken. "Why? Why would you do this? I was ready to truly accept you as my daughter. Why throw that away?" But Misha only smiled softly, unwilling to explain. "I just wanted to." And with that, she left him standing there in shock. Albrecht Karlstein, supreme patriarch of the Crimson Feline tribe, could not comprehend the finality of her words. That this was not a confession, it was a farewell. 10 days later, in a tavern in Sector 7, someone sighed. "This is giving me a headache." Bjorn sat quietly, thinking to himself. How did it come to this? Just a few careless words from outsiders, and suddenly my comrades no longer trust me. How did everything get so messed up? Bjorn recalled the previous negotiation. Even though he had been warned, he still couldn't believe that Rottmiller would stab him in the back. That could only mean his father had interfered and bribed the man, his own comrade. So he warned, "Be careful. He was your ally, right?" Rottmiller gave him a puzzled look. "Are you saying my comrade would betray me?" "I'm not sure," Bjorn admitted. "No, actually it's the opposite. If I start doubting my allies just because of a few words from someone else, I'd feel guilty. Despite his inner conflict, he knew one thing: he had to clarify everything before they entered the dungeon. There was no room for uncertainty. He turned to Rottmiller. "Hey, after our last expedition, why did you go to the guild?" Rottmiller set his glass down with a sigh. "You've been visiting me a lot lately, so this is what it's about, huh?" Bjorn's expression didn't waver. That response confirmed his suspicion. "How did you know I was aware you went to the guild?" "I have contacts there," he replied simply. So it was true he had gone. Rottmiller leaned back and sighed again. "I was summoned to the guild and ran into the area's branch leader Niall Urbans." A vision of Niall flashed in Bjorn's mind, cunning and manipulative. Rottmiller continued. "He offered me a reward to betray you, but I pretended not to hear a thing. Is that enough of an answer?" Bjorn pressed further. "Then why are you telling me this only now?" "I already told you," Rottmiller said calmly. "I said I'd pretend I didn't hear it. Besides, if I had mentioned it and lied to you about it, things would have gotten awkward between us." Bjorn raised his glass with a faint nod. "I understand. Thanks for the honest answer." They sat in silence for a while, drinking quietly. Nothing had changed. Bjorn still trusted him. He was resolved to go on this expedition with Rottmiller by his side. The next day, Erwin waved goodbye. "I'm heading out first. Come back safe, all right? You too. Don't slack off," Bjorn called after her. He watched her go, then suddenly Misha barged in, visibly irritated. Bjorn quickly explained. "She just dropped by to say goodbye. That's all. Now that the binding spell has been cast, there's nothing else to do anyway." Her face flushed with annoyance. "Well, I was planning to get some sleep before the meeting. I'll be keeping an eye on you." About 7 hours later, Bjorn glanced around. "Looks like Dwaki and Hikarat are running late." Misha gestured toward a group of soldiers. "Bjorn, over there. Look, it's the berserkers. They're still so young, maybe they got lost." Bjorn approached them. "You guys lost?" He pointed toward a cluster of adventurers nearby. "If so, follow them. They'll lead everyone to the trial grounds." "Huh? Who are you to say something that obvious?" one of them snapped. Bjorn introduced himself, causing quite a stir. "I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel Vulcan the Younger. Nice to meet you." Their reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. "Wait," one of them asked, "what do you mean by obvious? Aren't you the ones who got lost? All you had to do was follow the adventurers." "That's what we were taught at the sanctuary." Bjorn raised a brow. "The sanctuary teaches that now? Since when did berserkers have someone teaching them things like that? And what about maps? You didn't bring any?" "Maps?" one of them repeated. "We've never even seen a map before." Bjorn hesitated. But seeing their reactions made him reconsider. Should he warn them about the dangers of reaching the trial tower? Should he caution them about the people they might encounter on the way? But then again, wasn't that obvious? "Our lives and hearts are ours to protect." The berserkers had clearly grown wiser. He asked, "Who at the Holy Land taught you that?" They all clamored excitedly. It was Charon, son of Tarson. Bjorn's enthusiasm dimmed a bit at the name. "Charon, huh?" The group waved goodbye as they headed off. "All right, let's go. It's been an honor meeting you, little Vulcan." Bjorn smiled, a spark of excitement flickering within him. "Before I even realized it, winds of change are blowing from all directions, bringing hope to me and to the barbarian people." Suddenly 2 figures ran up to them. "Sorry we're late." "Did you wait long?" Panting hard, the 2 caught their breath. "Sorry, please go easy on me. This guy Dwaki probably ate too much during the day, had to take some time to offload." Face turning red, Dwaki shouted, "Murad. What the hell are you saying?" Murad just laughed. "Come on, it happens to all of us. No need to be shy, we're all friends here." Everyone gave Dwaki a strange look as Bjorn steered the conversation back. "All right, that's enough. Let's get going." "Fine," Murad chuckled. A swirl of violet light enveloped them, and they were all drawn in. Once inside, everyone began searching for tasks. Let's head out. Someone suddenly came running, followed by several others. A few days earlier, Rottmiller had suggested a faster way to move through the dungeon. If everyone agrees, I'd like to test out a new travel method this time. I might not pull it off perfectly, but I'm curious to see how far I can push myself. Coming from the usually reserved Rottmiller, this request caught everyone pleasantly off guard. They agreed with smiles. A few moments later, the group panicked. Is this high-speed movement? Try it. It's kind of fun. They surged forward faster than the wind. Rottmiller led the way. This direction. He turned back to inform them, but Misha cut in. I'll speed up. It's too dangerous for him to go alone. Just as she said that, a group of goblins appeared. Rottmiller went pale. But Misha sprang up the rocky wall and shouted, "We stay together." She slashed through the goblins in rapid bursts. Rottmiller. A selfish thought flashed in his mind. Enough already. This is too much. Just stop. But Bjorn yelled, "Don't stop." And Murat agreed. Yeah. Keep going. Rottmiller relented. All right. He signaled again, this way. Then called out warnings, watch the left. Right side. Now the center. After a while everyone was gasping for air. Dwaki, now perched on Bjorn's shoulder, thought to himself, thanks to our stamina and training we're stronger than most. But even then, after a few hours of this, we're drenched in sweat. Bjorn poked fun at him. Dwaki, you feel heavier today. Dwaki tried to justify it. You told me yourself that Misha likes bigger guys, didn't you? Bjorn remembered vaguely mentioning that, unsure if it was even true. Was that really something I said? Just to delay him from confessing to her. Yeah, I think it was. Still, he admired Dwaki's effort. He really has been trying. He looked at each of his teammates, drawing strength from their determination. No matter what, Dwaki and Rottmiller are giving it their all. And so is Hikurad. But then, they came to a sudden halt before a massive rock and a blinding source of light. The portal to the second level had opened. Rottmiller shouted in frustration, damn it. Why me? Why now? Bjorn stood in silence, overwhelmed by helplessness. The gap in strength between them was becoming painfully clear. The moment he and Misha would leave this party was fast approaching. He clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, "It's not too late to start now." Rottmiller made a quick assessment. Judging by the tracks, 3 teams have already passed through here. The lead team is only about 30 minutes ahead of us. Though disappointed, he was quickly uplifted by the group's encouragement. If we hurry, we might be able to overtake them on the second floor, someone said. No, I know we can. Yeah, let's move out. Agreed. I'd regret it if we gave up now. But Bjorn brought them back to reality. What's wrong with all of you? Have you lost your minds? Rottmiller took a deep breath and calmed himself. Sorry, I think I lost it for a moment. Forget everything I just said. That fast? You already forgot, someone joked. They crossed the stone desert of the second floor and pressed forward onto the pilgrimage road of the third floor. Though anxiety loomed over the restarted expedition, Rottmiller, contrary to their fears, once again guided them skillfully as he always had. Bjorn, however, kept a wary eye on him. Let's observe for now. He seems stable, I just hope he has nothing to do with the previous zone manager. They stopped to admire something in the distance. This place is always beautiful no matter how many times I look at it. I wonder why I never noticed that until now. It's probably because you didn't have anyone to share it with, right? Someone replied. Misha gave Dwaki a look. Okay, that was a little too cheesy. But it's how I really feel, Dwaki insisted. The group chuckled and kept walking. I get it, someone said. I feel the same way. All right, enough chit-chat, Hikurad interjected. Focus. It had become a tradition in their group. Whenever they reached the third floor, they would take a brief break to admire the breathtaking view. No one remembered who started it, but since their very first expedition, it had silently become a promise they all honored. They stepped into the fourth floor of the Sky Tower where familiar enemies awaited. Everyone prepped for battle, The sky tower was structured like a theater, with multiple gates. After clearing a gate, you could choose one of 3 stairways to ascend and complete the trial. Each staircase symbolized a different challenge: courage, wisdom, patience, and fate and pangas. Bjorn lay down exhausted, while recalling each path. Courage allowed you to climb easily after defeating monsters, but then required a 4-hour wait for the next door to open. Wisdom was a network of dangerous, trap-filled passages, requiring sharp intellect and calculation, but if successful you could ascend 5 floors at once without waiting. Most teams favored this path. Patience, on the other hand, was pure suffering. Just the thought of it made them want to cry. The challenge forced them to relive their worst memories, and no one wanted to go through that. Bjorn stood before a useless-looking chest, irritated. Still, once you completed a trial, a treasure chest would appear. If luck was on your side, it could contain numbered items or grade 6 essence. Nothing good this time. And then there was fate. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground, completely drained, trying to recover. It was the 19th day of the expedition, in the early hours before dawn, when Rottmiller made his decision. I plan to leave the team after this expedition. Bjorn looked at him, unsure. Is it because of me? Though sudden, it wasn't something Bjorn hadn't considered. I've thought about this possibility before. But Rottmiller surprised him. No, it's because of me. Bjorn tilted his head. What do you mean? Rottmiller reached out his hand and said softly, could I have one? Rottmiller explained his decision, admitting that it would be dishonest to claim it had nothing to do with the area manager Bjorn had mentioned earlier. If I were in his shoes, I probably would have followed his lead too. He promised me a spot on an exploration team under a powerful noble family, after all. Standing under a sky that seemed to exist in a different world, he made his final decision. Even though he knew it was a lie, his heart still pounded relentlessly. That was the moment he first realized it was time for him to leave the team. But you don't need to feel pressured, he added. Honestly, I've been through this plenty of times before. He recalled the backs of his teammates as they pushed forward without him, while he remained behind. Talented people naturally rise higher in society, he said. Over the past 8 years, I've joined many different expedition teams, and more times than I can count, the first been left behind simply because I couldn't keep up. Rottmiller hadn't always shared in the glory of those he worked with. Sometimes he was kicked out, other times he left on his own before things could get worse. That's just how an explorer like me survives, he said as he leaned back and exhaled. But this time it's different. This isn't easy at all. Why? Someone asked. Because I care about you guys, Rottmiller replied honestly. Sinking deeper into despair, he spoke as though delivering his final words. I really hoped our journey could have lasted a little longer. But in the end, everything has to come to an end. Bjorn was about to say something, gripping the piece of food in his hand tightly. But then, the clock chimed. Rottmiller raised his hand as a signal. Bjorn reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Oh, time to wake everyone up, Rottmiller said. You should get ready too. With no choice, Bjorn held back. Fine. Let's wait until we get back to the city. Then we'll talk. Misha and I might be leaving the team too. As they passed through the gate, someone suggested, you don't necessarily have to leave the team. You and those two can always recruit new members. The trial was over. Scattered all across the ground were monsters lying defeated, putting the team on high alert. What a weird setup. This is annoying, someone muttered. Once again, I'm reminded complacency in a labyrinth is a deadly sin. All right, next up is the marked room, someone called out. Everyone stood frozen. What is this? I've never seen anything like it before. All 3 paths were labeled as the Stairway of Fate, so it did actually appear. Up to this point, none of them had ever chosen the Stairway of Fate. Its appearance rate didn't even reach 75% of the other paths, and with so many possible outcomes tied to it, there had never been a good enough reason to take that risk. Misha, thinking more casually, said, "Isn't it fine if we just randomly pick one and go in? I've done it once before. A monster appeared, we fought it, and then it ended. Seems like that's just how the gate works." Dwalki took the opportunity to chat with her. "In most cases like yours, even when people pick fate, they usually end up going through one of the other 3 trials: courage, wisdom, or patience. Looks like you were pretty lucky. From what I've read, no challenge appears truly at random." He looked at it seriously. "The problem is," he said, "with a 20% chance of different doors appearing, there's usually a variety of challenges for people to choose from. It's rare to see 3 identical options like this." He thought back to the game cards. In the game, there were 32 types of challenges. But now that reality had taken this form, there was no other choice. Hikarad spoke up to the group. "That said, just standing around here is a bit of a waste of time. If we go through the door and grind, we might earn up to 1.5 billion spirit stones. So, are we going in or what? Bjorn, what do you think?" Bjorn gave the door a firm look. "Of course we're going in." The fact that all 3 stairs of fate appeared at once can only mean one thing. They had reached a special floor. Their footsteps brought them to the gates of the challenge. "So this is an arena," someone said. "Which means that behind each of these doors is a different hidden area. But what is this place really?" A system message appeared. "Character has entered the Larka's labyrinth." Rottmiller glanced around and assessed the situation. No enemies right now. They all stood in a vast, empty space. But the place felt completely unfamiliar, devoid of any prior information. "Isn't this dangerous?" someone muttered. "Why does it have to be this labyrinth?" Another message appeared. "Area effect Guardian of Balance activated. All participant stats are being adjusted for balance." Dwakin trembled as he asked, "Rottmiller, what happens if we stay here and try to leave?" Rottmiller answered, 4 days from now the labyrinth will close. We still know nothing about this place. It's a spatial zone similar to a rift." Misha cried out, "If we can't escape the labyrinth, are we going to be trapped here forever?" Bjorn analyzed the situation and tried to reassure the team. "No, this isn't like a rift, you won't be stuck here forever. But with our current strength, it's going to be hard to clear it in time. First, we need to check our current status. Misha, do you feel anything different about your body?" She looked at her hands and tried to sense any change. Hikarad added, "Now that I think about it, I do feel a bit lighter. Not sure if it's just my imagination." Rottmiller nodded. "I feel something too." Dwakin chimed in, "It's not just in your head. My body feels unusually full of energy right now. My mana's increased significantly. At this rate, I might be able to use Tier 6 magic." Everyone began wondering what was going on. Bjorn pieced it together in his head. What exactly is happening here? Clearly their stats had been redistributed, shared and balanced among the group. That's the effect of this zone. The Guardian of Balance equalizes all participant attributes. After thinking it through, Bjorn said, "I can't explain it outright, so I'll drop a hint." "Bjorn, are you hurt?" someone asked. "You look off. Like you're suddenly drained." Rottmiller quickly picked up on the hint. "If everyone else is feeling better, but you're getting weaker, then something's definitely going on. Maybe our stats have been completely shuffled and averaged out." Bjorn's expression lit up with relief. "Exactly. That's what I was hoping someone would catch on to." "Good thinking, Rottmiller. Anyway," Bjorn continued, "what do we do now?" Rottmiller replied, "I think we need to explore this place and look for an exit." "That makes sense," someone said, "but it's not without danger." The path ahead was cold and pitch dark enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But someone else added, "If this is a zone completely unknown to others, then wouldn't the reward be that much greater?" "Spoken like a true explorer," Bjorn muttered, smiling faintly. Hikarad's comment deflated the group's enthusiasm, but Dwakin quickly jumped in, and Misha followed up. "Either way, in 4 days we might be stuck here, so exploring the surroundings doesn't sound like a bad idea. Then suddenly Hikarad lit up with a thought. Wait, I just realized something. This place might be the final legacy left behind by the great sage. You mean Gabrilius's legacy? Someone asked. The legacy of Gabrilius, Hikarad repeated. Put simply, it's what I've been calling the hidden fragment. Rottmiller nodded. That's possible. Especially with the appearance of all 3 steps of fate. Although Hikarad seemed a bit uneasy, he still tried to reassure everyone. Yeah, I mean, we chose to come here, right? It's not like some absurd monster's just gonna pop out of nowhere. Hey, are you even listening to me? But they brushed the dwarf aside. Only 4 days remained until the labyrinth would close, and the team's final expedition was now underway, more urgent than ever. After a brief discussion, the group started moving forward. Misha glanced around and whispered, "The air feels like something's about to happen. But it's eerily quiet." Trying to act heroic, one of them said, "Don't worry, Miss Misha. I'll protect you." "What? Shouldn't I be the one protecting you?" she retorted. "Well, how about we protect each other?" "What are you even talking about?" Bjorn sighed in exasperation while Hikarad remained upbeat. "Seriously, you two are still bickering at a time like this. Pull it together, Dwokin." Suddenly, a massive level 6 monster appeared. Its eyes flared. It swung its weapon. Bjorn shouted, "Incoming!" "It's a monster!" The creature heaved its axe in a powerful arc. Bjorn raised his shield to block. His legs began to tremble. "Damn it, I don't have the strength to properly guard against that," he gritted through his teeth. "Is this because I shared my physical stats with the team earlier? It doesn't even feel like I'm fighting a level 6 beast. This thing's on another level." Dwokin started casting a spell. He called out, "Bjorn, watch out." But Bjorn was too distracted to notice the axe coming at him from behind. What? The axe closed in fast, and then somehow the monster was slain. They had gained 4 experience points. Everyone stared, stunned. Then they noticed it, a massive ice spear conjured by Dwokin. Seeing it, Bjorn realized something. I could feel it. My mana had increased significantly. I think I might actually be able to use level 6 magic now. Dwokin stood frozen, blushing nervously as he tried to justify it. Was that my spell? Here, in this strange place, he was no longer the weak link. Bjorn smiled. I used to think we didn't have what it takes to clear this trial. But now things are starting to look different. In the hidden zone of Larkaz's labyrinth, even the most skilled guides were rendered useless. The place was designed so that anyone regardless of ability could lose their way. Braun took the initiative, slashing a few marks onto the wall. "Hold on, I'm marking this spot just in case," he said. At first he had doubted the usefulness of adventurers in such a confusing maze, especially when even guides couldn't help. But that was his mistake. His first impression had changed entirely. Brown Rottmiller, a man who had climbed from the lowest levels to the upper floors, proved to be incredibly resourceful. After a brief pause, Braun turned to his teammate. "Hand me the map, I need to make some edits." When the map was passed over, Braun studied it for a moment, clearly impressed. He never expected Braun to possess such a valuable skill. The thought escaped his lips. No matter how many times I see it, it's still impressive. Braun's ability to draw up such a detailed and precise map was a rare asset. As seasoned adventurers, they all remained vigilant. Braun issued a serious warning. "There are 4 enemies ahead. They're coming this way." Just then, a faint streak of green mist shot forward, followed by a confident voice, "Leave them to me." Lor stepped up and launched an attack, using an ice spear enhanced with dual incantation. His precision and coordination left the others momentarily stunned. "Is that dual chant magic?" someone muttered. But that trajectory, it was Riel Warb Dwaki who had used an 8th tier support spell to adjust the spear's path. The faint green mist gave way to a powerful explosion. After an intense battle, only 2 monsters remained. Braun spoke up again. "Karlstein and I will handle the rest. Let's finish this and move on. Bjorn nodded firmly. Got it. Clenching his fist behind his shield, Bjorn felt a twinge of guilt. Though they'd been traveling together for a month, he had never truly taken the time to understand them. Now, watching Lear fight with the zeal of a drunkard, his eyes wild and his stance unwavering, Bjorn couldn't help but reflect. No matter what shows up, don't worry. Whatever it is, I, Ryle Warb Dwaki, will wipe them all out. Lear shouted. Bjorn, still caught in his own thoughts, felt a bit of regret. He had been too late to notice just how strong his teammates had become since their stats were boosted. He couldn't shake the mess of thoughts swirling in his head. Unlike other classes, mages couldn't amplify their core stats directly through skills. So when their stats were enhanced, their mana skyrocketed instead. Still, even with higher stats, there were limits. Would everything go smoothly from here? After clearing the monsters, the group took a short break. But Bjorn remained lost in thought. This game was designed around team-based combat, not individual strength. The ideal team worked best when each member focused on their role. At exactly 1:04 p.m. Hikurad was sound asleep, snoring away. Only Bjorn remained restless. Just a few more hours and we'll have it, he thought. He leaned against a wall, deep in contemplation. All we need now is to find the boss room. With our current strength, the boss won't be a problem. Still, if we had just one more week in this dungeon, we could have cleared it all. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a quiet voice. Bjorn. It was Lear. But he didn't face Bjorn directly. Instead, he stood with his back turned, speaking awkwardly. Last time, you told me what Lady Misha liked, didn't you? He paused, his tone a bit hesitant. Why are we talking about Lady Misha now? He trailed off, clearly a little embarrassed by the question. A few seconds later, Lear took a deep breath and confessed, You already know, don't you? That I'm in love with her. Bjorn froze, stunned by the revelation. He's not serious, right? He asked himself silently. But Lear kept going, pouring his heart out. If I make it back alive this time, stop. Bjorn suddenly interrupted, his voice sharp. Lear flinched, his face turning pale. Why did you stop me, Bjorn? Don't tell me you like Lady Misha too. His eyes widened in horror. Bjorn grit his teeth. Should I knock this guy out, he wondered. Maybe I should just make him faint and avoid this mess. Instead, he chose to speak calmly but firmly. Dwaki, stop. I get that you're misunderstanding something here. But before he could finish, Lear cut him off impulsively. It doesn't change anything. Bjorn nearly lost it. He sighed heavily and muttered internally, Oh, come on. Lear continued with determination. Once we get back to the city, I'm going to confess to her. Bjorn felt a pang of unease. That was definitely a bad omen. His instincts kicked in. At this rate, we need to get out of here fast, he thought. Like being chased by wild dogs, kind of fast. By 4 p.m., the group was back on the move. But fate had a twist in store, dead end. A moment later, Bjorn's eyes narrowed. So it's finally here. We've reached it, he thought. No idea what kind of boss we're about to face, but with this much power, maybe. He stared at the wall ahead, mind working rapidly. The only thing left is to unlock the hidden area without alerting anything. Suddenly, Braun spoke. Wait a second. There's something here. He stepped forward and began feeling the wall with his hand. Bjorn watched him with admiration and a hint of surprise. Seriously, is that some sixth sense? Some heightened perception? Whatever it is, still, there was a sense of relief. Thanks to him, I don't have to handle everything myself anymore. At that moment, Braun's hand pressed down on a hidden brick embedded in the wall. As soon as he did, a door slid open with a mechanical rumble. Misha's voice rang out urgently. The door just opened. There could be danger. Everyone be careful. Bjorn stepped forward without hesitation. I'll take the lead. The group entered the chamber and were greeted by the sight of a goat's head. Bjorn's senses flared. A magic circle with a goat's head. He paused, a chill running down his spine. This is bad, he muttered. Still, a confident smile crept onto his face, masking the fear that lingered deep down. Bad? Compared to the other rooms we've been through, this is nothing. There's no teleportation trap. Should we just leave? If this really is the boss room, taking it down should be easy. The only problem is, it could appear at any moment. Bjorn crouched down, placing his hand on the floor. The real issue is, how do we even know when it'll show up? We probably need some blood to summon it, but doing that now would be suspicious. Seeing him frozen in thought, Misha approached. You're not thinking of smashing it, are you? Just as Bjorn's hand touched the floor, a chill shot up his spine. He pulled back instinctively and stared at his hand like a fool. What is this? And it wasn't just him, everyone in the party felt it. What's happening to my body? So I'm not the only one. My mana's surging nonstop. Wait, you too. Bjorn's eyes widened as he screamed Rottmiller. Even as he called Braun's name, his mind was racing. This is beyond the power of giant form and burst used together. At least one person. No, up to 5 people could. The stream of thoughts gradually faded. Anything was possible, but there was one thing he knew for sure. At the same time, the Guardian Balance Zone effect was updated. All participant stats were now equalized. This only confirmed one thing to Bjorn: they were powerful. A man with a long horn and a black cloak gave a dangerous smile. The Larkaz labyrinth, he'd finally made it in. Alongside him was an old man with silver hair and beard, hands clasped in constant, frantic prayer. Oh Lord! Why would you give wings to a devil like this? Hearing that, the horned man snarled and barked out, Old man, should I rip that tongue out of your mouth? But the elder paid him no mind and kept praying. Fear? Pain? Those were nothing. The horned man leaned in, voice cold and threatening. Of course, I mean your grandson's tongue. There was another adventurer with them. He was on his knees, trembling, his body racked with pain. Damn you, he cursed. The horned man, still basking in delight, muttered to himself, who would thought? After searching for years, it turns out there was such an easy way to get in. He looked at the adventurer and let out a crooked laugh. All it takes is sacrificing the arm of a 5th-rank adventurer, and the gate opens. The adventurer sneered. What a funny demon you are. The elder beside them turned pale. Not him, the horned man tilted his head. He's your comrade? Then, casually hardly. I only brought him because he's useful. With that, he kicked the adventurer hard. Get up. We're late and don't have time to waste. The old man begged desperately, please stop. He already sacrificed a part of his body to the evil god. The pain he's in, it's beyond imagination. The horned man shot him a glare, his voice devoid of compassion. Enough, old man. Worried that the elder might be killed next, the adventurer spoke through clenched teeth, I'm fine, High Priest. Just then, the horned man also received the notification, the Guardian Zone had been balanced. He blinked in slight surprise. Guardian balance? Huh? Even so, this kind of adjustment, he turned to the elder. Old man, did anything change? Your holy power or anything else? The elder stammered, it decreased a bit. The horned man pressed, decreased, not increased. You're sure? The old man nodded firmly. I'm certain. Then he turned to the adventurer. And you? What about you? The adventurer, still trembling, responded. Even my soul power. All my physical stats dropped. The horned man let out a low scoff. I get it for the High Priest, but even a 5th-rank adventurer weakened too. Looks like some rats have found their way in. He pulled back his hood, revealing a face badly burned on one side. The scorched half of his face bore a broken horn. With a grin that radiated excitement, he whispered, let's see how far they think they can run. This one horned figure was none other than Regal Vagos the Dragon Slayer, a member of the Dissension faction. Their goal, a coup d'etat. While Bjorn and his group were still assessing the situation and strategizing, they suddenly became aware that another team of adventurers had entered the labyrinth, and they were significantly stronger. Bjorn's eyes widened as he looked at his hand, now glowing with spiritual energy. My stats have doubled. That means the other group must be at least from the 6th floor or higher. And judging by their formation, they weren't a formal organization, they were just a small, independent party. A question immediately surfaced in his mind. So, what are we supposed to do now? Misha hesitantly offered a suggestion. We need to use teamwork. First and foremost, we should find a way to escape. But Hikurad responded carelessly, even turning the suspicion back on Bjorn. You're acting like they're a bunch of thieves or something. Lear, meanwhile, shifted into full self-admiration mode. Even if they are, he said confidently, power here is balanced. We'll be able to handle it. Braun, the calmest among them, remained neutral but added with caution, still, just in case we should try to avoid them and find a way out quietly. Their casual attitude made Bjorn's stomach turn. As I thought, collective intelligence is useless. Misha gently asked, Bjorn, what do you think? But Bjorn was also wavering. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. Act first. Talk later. Just then a thick red mist suddenly engulfed the entire area. The demon of the labyrinth Baphomet had caught the scent of blood. It was a massive demon in the shape of a goat, wielding a large spear. Panic erupted. What the hell? A monster. Where did it come from? Someone yelled. Bjorn, what did you step on? Bjorn, however, was already analyzing the situation with a serious look. This is the labyrinth's mini-boss Baphomet. Under normal circumstances, they'd need to exploit its weaknesses to bring it down. But this time they annihilated it with sheer damage output in less than a minute. After the demon fell, a reward appeared. A sheet of paper drifted down. It was the map of the Larzak labyrinth. Bjorn still hadn't fully processed what just happened. I didn't expect to defeat it so easily. Just how strong are the people who entered this place before us? While he stood there, lost in thought, the rest of the group had already gathered around Braun, who was studying the map. This seems to be a detailed map of this place, Braun said. We need to move quickly. Bjorn suddenly spoke up. Hikurad, we have to move before we run into them. Hikurad, who hadn't grasped the urgency, hesitated. Of course, being cautious is good, but he paused and looked at Bjorn, concerned. What's wrong with you? You're acting weird. Bjorn was aware that his behavior might seem odd to his comrades. Even so, he felt compelled to speak. I have to consider the worst-case scenario. Look at that last fight, we were absurdly strong. That only means one thing, the people ahead of us are even stronger. He spoke with deadly seriousness. Power may seem balanced here, but in truth, there are still differences in quality, numbers, and special abilities. And if we factor in gear, the gap becomes even wider. Though Bjorn hadn't yet encountered Regal, he was certain of one thing. If we fought, we would lose. That fear weighed heavily on him, the possibility that one of them could get hurt. A lion doesn't concern itself with the rabbit in front of it, he continued. But what about the rabbit? If it runs into a lion, it should run. His reasoning was sound and persuasive. The group heeded his warning, and they all took off running at full speed. They didn't run blindly, though. Their goal was clear: reach the exit gate of the labyrinth. Bjorn led the way. Fork up ahead, go right. Got it. He was always thinking several steps ahead, preparing for every possible outcome. To escape safely, and to be ready for the worst, they had to take out the labyrinth boss first. After sprinting for some time, Bjorn rounded a corner and came face to face with a monster. Without missing a beat, he gave a command. Dwaki. Lear didn't hesitate. He planted his staff into the ground, sending out a magical burst. Leave it to me, he said. There wasn't a hint of fear or hesitation in him as he prepared to face the beast head-on. Bjorn unleashed a Froststorm, a Tier 7 offensive spell that dealt light damage to individual targets, but covered a wide area. Because of its range, the beast couldn't even launch another attack before being completely frozen in place. Bjorn was deeply satisfied, even a little thrilled. Normally, That spell was meant to be paired with Misha's rapid attacks or to wipe out swarms of minor monsters. But now, it had completely frozen a Tier 6 monster instead of merely slowing it. This really proved just how much stronger they had become. Of course, every strength came with a drawback. After a few seconds, the freeze effect would wear off, so Bjorn took the initiative and brought his sword down in one clean strike. "Let's finish this," he muttered. And with that, they completely took down their first monster in this zone. By 12:12 a.m., on the 21st, they decided to take a short break. "Let's rest here for a bit," someone suggested. Lear turned to Hikarad with concern. "You okay?" "I'm fine," he replied, catching his breath. "Just winded. But thanks to our boosted stats, I don't feel nearly as tired as I should. Honestly, this feels easier than running around on the first floor." He chuckled at his own comment, but when he noticed Bjorn didn't react at all, he raised his voice. "Bjorn?" Startled, Bjorn turned to look. "What?" "Geez, don't look at me like that," Hikarad mumbled, backing up a little. "Even if this was just a short rest, we've been running for 6 hours straight." "You still feeling uneasy?" Bjorn nodded gravely. Ever since the fight with Baphomet, he'd had a bad feeling he couldn't shake. He addressed the group. "I don't know why, but I've got a really bad gut feeling about this. Same kind I had when we ran into the floor boss on the 3rd level." He'd mentioned it before. And now he added, "So I'm asking you all just this once, please trust me on this." Lear looked doubtful, thinking Bjorn was overreacting. "Come on, isn't this enough already? Even if there were bandits, there's no way they could track us here. We're way beyond the spot Rottmiller marked earlier." Even Misha was starting to lose patience. "You really think we need to keep moving?" Bjorn nodded. "Yes, fine. No complaints here." Just then someone stepped forward. Braun. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, "I don't understand why you think we can escape by heading this way." Bjorn sighed inwardly. "Because the boss room is in that direction. Not like I can just say it out loud." Though Braun disagreed at first, he added, "Still, I don't know why, but I have this feeling that if we don't do what you say, something really bad will happen." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Rottmiller, who had absorbed a mimic essence and had high intuition, had helped their group in subtle ways using that very trait. So for Braun, normally the skeptical one, to say something like that, Lear was stunned. "Wait, are you serious?" Braun remained hesitant, but his words carried weight. Bjorn could feel it. Misha was visibly shaken now. "Bjorn, instead of standing around, let's move. Please." Hikarad and Lear froze too. "Yeah, let's go. Just one more day. We can handle it." Bjorn stared at Braun. His words triggered something deeper, a fear, an instinct, far sharper than ordinary intuition. His senses had evolved. This wasn't just a gut feeling. It was a refined sixth sense. "Let's keep moving, Bjorn." "I told you I never objected in the first place," he replied. "Then let's go." The whole group took off running, fast and focused. They ran hard, bodies aching, unsure of how long they'd been moving. Monster after monster emerged. Each time, the team worked in sync to fight them off. It felt endless. And all throughout, time just kept ticking by. Ever since they defeated Baphomet, they'd been running nearly 12 hours straight with barely a pause. And finally, we reached our destination. It was exactly 5:13 a.m. The team stood before another gate, exchanging nervous glances. "We're not about to run into a level 4 monster, right?" someone asked. Just then, the space around them trembled lightly. A large magical circle etched into the gate began to glow. Larkaz, the master of the labyrinth, had sensed a challenge. The ground shook more violently. Shockwaves pulsed in rapid succession. Bjorn raised his massive shield and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Someone cried out in disbelief, "No way! Is this really something higher than level 4? It was. The labyrinth master Larkaz the Minotaur had officially made his debut. Bjorn grew increasingly worried for Misha. Even if it wasn't a level 4 monster, she was clearly frightened. He thought to himself, if I had to guess, it's somewhere around level 4 or 5. He decided to strike first. It was the boss after all. And not just any boss, but a high-grade variant with a title. He weighed his options seriously. At this stage, giant form isn't necessary. Seconds later, the Minotaur's body suddenly erupted into flames. It had activated Flame Hide. Bjorn panicked, shouting, "That's Ifrit! That's Ifrit's power!" His teammates screamed as well, "Bjorn, watch out!" He began to take fire damage. Without a countermeasure, it would only intensify over time. But Bjorn stood his ground. "It's just a bit hot. Thanks to the Tier 3 fire resistance seal, I can handle it, though I'll be cooked if this drags on." He knew he had to use magic. The only way to counter fire was ice. That's when Lear stepped up and cast an 8th tier enchantment, Frozen Blood. Bjorn's fire resistance surged. He was a little surprised Dwaki had cast magic without even waiting for orders. With their team now reinforced by layers of frost magic, everyone found the motivation to strike back. My turn. This heats nothing now. Hirukud unleashed a lightning strike. Lear launched a powerful curse spell. Misha used her fused venom technique. They surrounded the Minotaur and attacked from all directions. Bjorn landed the final blow, but even in victory he stood in shock. It felt like we were on auto battle. How are they working together this well? He couldn't shake the thought. Are these really the same clueless rookies from before? The Minotaur was down, defeated at 5:21 a.m. Bjorn stared wide-eyed. We just took down a high-grade variant boss in under 10 minutes. If we can perform like this outside, if the clueless team has reached its final form, then this is it, a lineup with 2 durable front-liners for stability. A fearless melee damage dealer with strong sustained output. A mage who can handle both single target and OE while supporting the team. And even a scout who isn't a burden in combat. Bjorn allowed himself to imagine it for a moment. If we really become that team, we might reach the highest floor together. But he quickly brushed the thoughts aside. Getting emotional now is no good, especially when we haven't solved any of our core problems yet. Misha sighed. Still no essence drop. And no teleport gate either. That's when Braun suddenly spoke up. Wait. Everyone, hold on. I feel like there's something behind that door. Let's go check it out. Misha lit up instantly. Yes, maybe the gate is back there. Bjorn thought to himself, it's not a gate. But there's something we absolutely have to get. The team pushed open the door. As usual, Bjorn took on the responsibility of retrieving the loot. Lear observed. Then commented, "That gem, I sense strong magic from it." "No gate, huh? Then I'll hold on to this for now." Bjorn didn't stop thinking. If I'm right, this is something we'll need for the worst-case scenario. Then came the next question, what now? They needed a way out. Braun unrolled a map and pointed. I've had this feeling for a while now. A teleport gate just opened here at the green marker. Hirukud cheered. Really? That's awesome, Rottmiller. Braun continued. This is what intuitive scouting is all about. The team made their decision. All right, let's head there. Suddenly, Regal appeared with an ominous presence, eyes glinting with dark satisfaction. See? I told you so, he said smugly. He turned to the high priest beside him. See, old man. I was right. A poor adventurer had just lost both arms. Regal didn't seem to care. With a cruel smirk, he muttered, if we hadn't sacrificed that extra arm, we would have missed it entirely. Regal carried himself like a lunatic god, a delusional tyrant reveling in superiority. With a twisted smirk, he declared, You should be thanking me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have taken it down so easily. The high priest pleaded desperately, voice shaking. I beg you, just take what you came for, and spare them. Regal muttered a curse under his breath, irritated. Damn it. Then, suddenly he snapped, voice booming with anger. Why the hell is no one saying anything? Instinct kicked in. Even before his mind had fully caught up, Bjorn was already bracing for the worst. His breath grew shallow. Sweat poured like rain. It was one of those moments where every second felt like a knife edge of survival. His ears sharpened, eyes locked onto the enemy. He forced down the rising fear with a hard swallow and began scanning the situation quickly, methodically, gathering every bit of information. He had a hunch about what Regal would say next. "You really plan to go through with this?" Regal would sneer. "You owe me for making it so easy." It was exactly what Bjorn expected. The moment Regal sensed intruders, he had dashed straight to the boss room. He was too fast. Unreasonably fast. Just thinking about Regal made Bjorn's blood run cold. Then there was the sacrifice something to Karui. The old man must be a priest, probably of some dark faith. But what bothered Bjorn wasn't that fact alone. It was that the priest wasn't willingly helping Regal. "I beg you," the old man had said. "Just take what you need and leave them be." That wasn't how a follower of the same God spoke to his ally. No. Regal had kidnapped a priest and forced him to change class. And the guy who sacrificed his arm, probably another victim. Piecing together all the fragments, what he saw, what he heard, and Regal's insane ramblings, Bjorn finally understood. This guy was completely unhinged. A madman. And with that realization his heart sank. Every plan from A to D, everything he had prepared, was useless. There was no clear path forward. Bjorn finally spoke, deliberately slow. "Fine. Let's lay it all out. I never thought I'd run into an adventurer here." Regal's tone dripped with mockery. "So, you can talk." Bjorn held back a grin. Good. He bought some time. He threw in a question, feigning helplessness. "Do you know how to get out of here?" His act was convincing. The weaker he looked, the more Regal dropped his guard. Just as Bjorn predicted, Regal lost it. "You, what the hell are you?" The crazed adventurer raised a gauntleted hand, catching Bjorn's sharp gaze. It wasn't green. The bastards had triggered the yellow light on the ring. Instantly Bjorn's mind clicked. Fate Tracker 6111, the traffic light ring. He recalled its meanings: green positive outcome, red catastrophe, yellow uncertain, either direction possible, a numbered artifact. Bjorn came to a clear conclusion. The yellow glow meant there was a chance he could take Regal down. For the first time he felt clarity in the chaos. So this was what it meant to feel conflicted hope. It favored him slightly, but the real problem was that Regal noticed the shift too. That single, fragile advantage, the one where the weak wait for the strong to let their guard down, was now gone. Regal began drawing his weapon. His voice dropped into a growl. "You recognize my ring?" Misha panicked. That thing, she stared at the blade Regal now held, its brilliant gleam unmistakable. In her mind, only one name came up. It was made from arc, a metal tougher than nearly anything else in the world. Tier 6. The highest tier metal in their world. Bjorn already knew this, and based on Regal's gear alone, the guy was at least an 8th tier adventurer. Minimum 8 essence cores. All rank 5 or above. Regal's voice remained calm but cruel, his madness seeping through. "If you don't want to die, hand over everything you've looted." Bjorn understood immediately there was no talking their way out of this. Silently he pulled out a red crystal. "You mean this?" Regal's eyes widened. "So you do have it?" he demanded. "Hand it over, and I'll spare your lives." Misha and Hikarad exchanged nervous glances. "It's fine," Misha whispered. "We don't even know what it's for." "I agree," said Hikarad. "If we can avoid a fight, that's best." But Bjorn's stance was unshakable. Trust a lunatic who kidnaps priests and drags them along by force. He snapped, unwavering. "Try saying something that actually makes sense." Bjorn clicked his tongue and deliberately raised his voice so Regal could hear him. "Damn it." Then he suddenly let out an awkward chuckle. "My stomach," he admitted honestly. "I'm starving." Without missing a beat, Bjorn popped a mana stone into his mouth and began crunching it noisily, drawing stunned looks from his teammates. He even exaggerated the sound of swallowing just to be petty. Regal trembled with rage, while the high priest and the adventurer looked on in horror. Gritting his teeth, Regal snarled "You" and lunged forward, shouting in fury, "You lunatic!" His sword was terrifying, just one slash tore through the air like it was paper. Bjorn had to brace himself with all his might to block it. Regal's eyes burned red with rage, his pupils swirling, and the veins in his eyes bulging. When Regal suddenly froze in place, Bjorn couldn't help but ask, "Why'd you stop?" Bjorn had already scrapped Plan E and every backup plan after it. Now that he had the stone as bait, he allowed himself a bit of smugness even though his face had already gone pale. "If he stabbed again, I'd be spilling my guts. And that gem too." On the outside he kept a straight face, but inside he was screaming, "You bastard." Regal pulled back, his rage temporarily boiling over into a curse. "You're insane. What do you want?" Bjorn answered calmly, "You gave up quicker than I thought." Regal, growing impatient, threatened, "Spit it out before I decide to go for the weaklings behind you." Bjorn responded with a condition, "One day. Just give me one day, and I won't pull any more cheap tricks like this." Regal raised a brow, a little surprised. "You're not begging for your life." But Bjorn already knew Regal had probably heard countless pleas before. The desperate cries of his victims, "Please let me go," always answered with, "Why would I?" Those lines had become meaningless over time. Bjorn thought, "If I want anything from him, I need to entertain him." Regal let out a sly chuckle. "Not a single plea for mercy. You might actually be fun." He lowered his voice and asked, "And why should I believe you?" Bjorn replied without flinching, "I swear on the honor of a warrior. We haven't slept in days. We're exhausted." He emphasized every word. "But if you give us one day, we'll face you head on." Regal narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me you actually think you can win." In his head, Bjorn answered honestly, "The odds are practically zero. But so what?" He stared back at Regal with no fear. "So I should just surrender then?" As soon as he said that, Bjorn reminded himself, "This isn't acting. This is how I really feel." Moments later his teammates scattered, running off to prepare. That alone meant Regal had accepted the offer. Hikarad suddenly called out, "Wait." He turned to the group. "Rest first. Then we'll talk." It was now 8:57. Almost another day had passed. Braun came up to Bjorn. "It's been 3 hours. He hasn't made a move. Looks like he's sticking to his word." Bjorn wiped the sweat off his brow. "Don't be so sure." Earlier Regal had given them a time limit. He had laughed and said, 12 hours. "I'll give you 12 hours. But I'm warning you, don't expect to use that same trick again." Bjorn cursed under his breath. "Damn it, if it weren't for that damn ring, maybe I could have waited the whole day in peace." He held his head in frustration. "Nothing ever goes smoothly. Not a damn thing." He sighed. But then, the painful memories started to return. Bjorn reminded himself he had to reinforce his resolve. He had to remember the hopeless past he had endured. He needed to clear his mind and lock onto a single goal. Bjorn had only one goal now: survive, together with everyone. Braun pointed at the map again. "Just a bit more and we'll reach the 11 o'clock alley, like you mentioned." Bjorn nodded. "Yeah, I'm starting to piece it all together too. But what's the current plan? Are we fighting?" Lear asked anxiously. He clearly didn't like that idea, and Hikarad seemed to agree. "You saw what happened earlier. Your shield was sliced through like mud." Suddenly Bjorn began calling each of their names one by one. "Hikarad, Misha, Rotmiller, Dwalki. Will you trust me and follow me one last time?" Without hesitation, they all replied in unison, "Of course." Hikarad added sincerely, "If it weren't for you, I would have died back in the Blood Fortress. I'll trust you with my life." Even Lear, still trembling, nodded. "Aye, Bjorn, I believe in the destiny of the hero you carry." Braun chimed in as well. "When everyone froze in fear, you were the only one who moved. No matter what you say, I'll trust you and follow your lead." Seeing their conviction, Bjorn quickly continued, "Then but Braun interrupted. Before that, There's something I need to tell you. While we were running here, I remembered something. He looked troubled. That longsword, and the burn scar on his face. If I'm right, that guy is a dragon slayer. The group visibly recoiled at his words. You mean he's cursed by dragons? A dragon slayer? Are you saying he's part of the Eye of the Witch? Bjorn's face turned pale at the mention of that name, Eye of the Witch. He didn't know much about the dragon slayers, but he did know that the Eye of the Witch was a notorious organization that used an ancient term for witch's eye as their name. They were maniacs, but not ones to be taken lightly. Despite the massive bounties the royal family had placed on them, only 7 members had been eliminated over the span of decades. These people had survived through time, and each one had proven their power to the world. As the pieces started coming together, so did Bjorn's unease. This is a much bigger problem than I expected. He turned to Braun. Do you have any info on this dragon slayer? Braun responded without hesitation. Of course. I'll tell you everything. His name is Regal Bagos. He's a dragonkin who murdered his own clan leader, a great dragon, and was cursed by the dragons as a result. He disappeared afterward, but about 10 years ago he resurfaced. He terrorized the elven sanctuary alone, and has since been operating as a member of the Eye of the Witch. The only good news is that his most dangerous ability, dragon speech, a unique skill of the dragon race, has been sealed by the curse. His primary weapon is the longsword known as Arc, nicknamed the Dragon Slayer's Blade. He has 6 essence cores, 3 of them rank 5, 2 rank 4, and 1 rank 3. Based on what we know, he's a pure stats-based swordsman, meaning he has no real weak point. Bjorn rubbed his chin, lost in thought. It's been 10 years, things might have changed. But realistically, it's unlikely. A criminal like him wouldn't just erase essence cores. Then it clicked. So that's why he came here. With this, he's trying to compensate for his one weakness. Bjorn turned to the others. First, we need to retrieve what we've stored here. The group all reacted in surprise. Stored. Suddenly the space around them warped and trembled. Bjorn shouted, Braun, over there. Everyone get ready. Rottmiller, open it. Got it. Even while giving orders, Bjorn's mind was spinning. So, Regal Bagos, the Dragon Slayer. This enemy is far more dangerous than we expected. The hidden door opened, revealing a chamber lined with dried corpses scattered across the floor. Bjorn stood still, contemplating. If I hadn't boosted my stats with the Balance Guardian, my head would have rolled before I even realized it. Just imagining fighting him makes my blood run cold. But the more I think about it, the clearer one idea becomes. At that very moment, the demon of the labyrinth emerged. Bjorn had to make a decision, and quickly. After all, running away was never the best solution. Misha fell into a combat stance and scoffed in annoyance. That thing's disgusting. Both Lear and Braun readied their weapons with grim determination, mentally preparing themselves for what was to come. And just like always, Bjorn stood tall, his voice firm and resolute, guiding the team with unwavering conviction. Isn't there a saying, he declared, eyes fixed on the enemy. There is no paradise for those who run. Bjorn was overjoyed after defeating the sub-boss. He sat down and quietly muttered to himself, that's 2 sub-bosses down. Which means I've met the conditions. Now that secret room should show up somewhere. As he mulled it over, a thought suddenly struck him: the map. Without hesitation, he reached out and took the map from Braun's hands. Just what I needed. Might as well use it if it's useful. After studying it closely, he quickly began assigning tasks. Rottmiller, you're with me. We're going to find that secret room. Oh, I get it now, Rottmiller replied with a nod. They scouted for a while, but Bjorn let out a sigh. This isn't the room I'm looking for. Time kept ticking. His mood began to dip. Nearly 12 hours had passed, which meant his deal with him was about to end. Just when he was starting to feel the pressure, an idea popped into his head. Wait a second. Turns out it was Braun who broke the silence, his gaze fixed on something above. I've got a strange feeling. Misha stepped over and asked, "What is it?" Without answering, Braun gave his bell a quick shake. Immediately, a chest appeared before them. Bjorn lit up with excitement. There it is. Without wasting a moment, he reached for it and said, "All right, closing the door now. Let's rest here for a bit. I'll keep watch." Everyone else looked confused. Why rest all of a sudden? Was there something special about this room? Bjorn stretched his arms wide. "I'll explain everything once we get out. For now, just trust me." "Understood," someone replied. A while later the group had dozed off from exhaustion, but Bjorn stayed awake, keeping a sharp eye out. "They trust me for now and haven't asked anything. But once this is over, I'll have a hard time explaining. Saying I read it in a book won't cut it. Especially not with Rottmiller." He took out the red stone from earlier and stared at it, thinking still, "I'll figure something out." With renewed determination he clenched his hand tightly, so tightly that he could have crushed the stone in an instant. "As long as I make it out alive, that's all that matters." And just like that he activated the suppressed wish and was transported to the room of balance. The moment he stepped in, a strange sensation hit him. This is bizarre. In the game all I had to do was pick one. But in real life, it's like this. A system message appeared, instructing him to select a replacement crystal. Bjorn stood still for a moment, thinking to himself, "I know what I have to do." The suppressed wish lets me swap out a character's crystal of level 4 or lower with a random one of the same level. He wandered through the darkness, muttering quietly, "I probably need to open the door that corresponds to the crystal I want to replace. I already know what I'm going for." The first option appeared, Orc Hero. Nope, he dismissed it instantly. Even though it's level 5, it's a core part of my endgame build. Not changing that. Next up, Corpse Golem. Bjorn paused, considering. "I'm planning to remove this one eventually, but not now. It'd be a waste to use Suppressed Wish on a level 7 crystal." Finally he came to the last option, the Vampire Crystal. This is the one. The skill set and stats fit perfectly for someone like me, who's built to tank. Plus, it's a rare Guardian Crystal with 3 abilities. But Suppressed Wish has hidden effects, and that's exactly why I'm not hesitating. A blinding light shone from within the crystal. It was powerful and overwhelming. This is a Guardian Crystal. But even now, Bjorn stared at it in confusion. He had never seen one like it before. "What is this?" Bjorn silently muttered to himself. "This must be a crystal no one's ever owned before." The Guardian of Balance had acknowledged his wish and presented him with a brand new option. The system detailed the creature, a typical level 4 psychic-type monster, equipped with a passive skill called Soul Aura, complemented by multiple powerful active abilities. Soul Aura belonged to the spirit type, no strength or agility stats to speak of, but its mental power was exceptionally high. Bjorn could hardly believe his eyes. 2 Guardian Crystals combined. He gulped hard. While rare, such a combination had appeared in the game before, so he decided to chalk it up to luck, though part of him hesitated. Still, this can't be random. Then came a new revelation. A level 3 boss class monster, operating solo. It was a bloated creature, a classic ogre. In practical terms, it would take a full level 3 or 4 party to bring one down. Its physical strength was overwhelming, the very definition of raw brute force. Bjorn began theorizing. Could it be boosting my existing stats? The results seemed to confirm it. He was now sure this wasn't a stroke of luck. There are still things about this world I haven't figured out yet. As the ogre crystal fused into his body, he felt it, his strength stat surged, as did his magic resistance and other attributes. Several hours later, upon returning, Bjorn removed his armor and dropped it beside him. Only one word kept echoing in his mind: ogre. While stretching his limbs, Bjorn reflected. A crystal with ideal stats and skills that any defensive tank would die for. But it's not part of my final build. It wasn't that it didn't suit him. No, it was purely a matter of practicality. The boss is ridiculously hard to kill. Even if you somehow manage to take it down, the drop rate for the crystal is abysmal. And even if you get one, there's no guarantee it'll be in the color you need. There are 7 possible shades. In short, the odds of acquiring that specific crystal were astronomically low. Bjorn had carefully weighed the pros and cons. Sure, the ogre crystal had insane defense, but if pure defense was the goal, the level 4 steel giant would have been a better bet. Ultimately, it boiled down to playstyle, a tank that deals versatile damage, or one that focuses solely on soaking hits. Bjorn picked up his shield again and made his choice. In the game, I always preferred pure tanks. Focusing on defense just seemed more reliable than chasing ogre essence. And in retrospect, that decision had paid off. It was because of that build that I was able to unlock the original dungeon's hardest difficulty, something no one else could do. Even so, after all that contemplation, he sighed in relief. Honestly, having an ogre crystal this early is still a win, even if it's not the yellow variant I wanted. New thoughts crept in. Truth be told, I'm a little overwhelmed. This turned out way better than I expected. With this Guardian class ogre crystal, my resilience will be leagues above what it used to be. His thoughts ran on, but the conclusion was crystal clear. This has increased my survival odds by at least 30 or 40%. Suddenly a voice snapped him out of his trance. Bjorn. It was Braun. The man was trembling all over, his face pale and ashen. Something is coming. And just as Braun spoke, the whole group instinctively snapped into battle mode. A voice cold and familiar echoed through the air. So you're all still alive, huh? It was Regal. He strutted in with his hands on his hips, sneering. I felt my power suddenly return to normal, so I figured someone must have died and the stat distribution got reset. Bjorn glanced at him, then returned to his train of thought. Luckily, my new plan was spot on. Priest Karui stayed behind to guard the central teleportation gate. The poor adventurer accompanying Regal now had only one eye. One side of his face streamed tears, the other oozed blood. Anyone witnessing that scene couldn't help but exclaim, "You monster! How could you do that to your own teammate?" Regal shifted positions, crossing his arms now, but that mocking smirk never left his face. So you're all still alive, huh? I see. Looks like you've picked up a new Guardian crystal. Bjorn immediately entered a heightened state of alert. Regal had absorbed a level 3 crystal. He must have sensed the massive boost in Bjorn's power compared to before. Regal began summoning his sword while speaking. Madman, you kept your promise, right? Hand over the gem, instructor. Bjorn's face went blank at the unexpected question. I didn't mean to, he said, feigning innocent surprise. I was just playing with it a little and it broke. My bad. Sorry. Regal's smirk twisted into a snarl. So you never intended to keep your word, did you? As the tip of Regal's sword nearly touched Bjorn's chest, Bjorn frantically blurted, I said I was sorry already. Then came a relentless flurry of defensive maneuvers. I dodged just before that damned sword crashed into my shield. There was no time to relax, not even for a second. All the while, Bjorn racked his brain for a countermeasure. Suddenly he leapt to the side and shouted, just like we practiced Dwaki lore. In perfect sync, Lear unleashed a level 7 spell, Tempest Storm. A furious windstorm surged through the tight space, roaring like a beast. But Regal wasn't fazed. He activated his own ability, Berserker's Fury. You fools. It's useless, he roared. Bjorn immediately understood the situation. He still got more tricks up his sleeve. His eyes narrowed. That move could put the entire team at risk. Without hesitation, he ripped the map apart with his teeth. That triggered the Greed Flame, a magical fire that detected nearby fire-type skills and instantly locked onto its target. Regal's molten giant crystal was sealed for the next 48 hours. What the? Regal shouted in frustration. The storm from Lear's spell then slammed into him full force, stunning him for a moment. But only for a moment. His radiant sword soon tore through the cyclone like paper. Bjorn's face stiffened. You really thought that would stop me? Regal taunted. Bjorn grimaced. No way, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. He studied Regal's movements closely. That technique he just used, Black Dusk, it wasn't on the crystal list Rotmiller gave me. And now, Regal's sword hovered just a centimeter from Bjorn's eye. He stared at it, unblinking. In other words, one of the variables I was worried about has now been confirmed. But standing still wasn't an option. Bjorn counterattacked instantly. Regal descended further into madness. Die, madman. He howled, unleashing a blinding flash of light with a full-force strike. But that very strike exposed a brief opening and Bjorn saw it. Now I know your move. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain as Regal's blade pierced his chest. I didn't want to use this so soon, he thought. He had planned everything out carefully. I was going to save this for the perfect opportunity. What he unleashed now was the skill Ironhide Skin. With someone like Regal, it wouldn't take long for him to identify the source crystal and come up with a counter. So Bjorn had crafted a strategy. I'll use it before he has a chance to realize what it is. Then came the true offensive, his first high-damage skill, Hammer Swing. As he unleashed the attack for the first time, a cloak of darkness enveloped the battlefield. Bjorn gripped his mace tightly. So I'll use this before he even realizes what's happening, my first real offensive skill. He swung the mace with all his strength, landing blow after blow. Each strike became more forceful than the last. Regal's eyes widened in shock, and beads of sweat rolled down his flushed cheeks. His entire body stiffened under Bjorn's relentless barrage. All he could do was grit his teeth. Then, with a powerful stomp, Regal surged forward, shouting angrily, "You bastard!" Bjorn immediately signaled his team, "Dwaki now." Don't give him time to recover. Lear stepped up and unleashed a high-level curse spell. Weaken, Tier 9. Furious at being ganged up on, Regal snarled, "You filthy insects," and slashed his sword hard into Bjorn's shoulder. Bjorn flinched. Damn it, I got cocky. Even with his stats weakened and slowed, Hes still this strong. Regal launched a fierce counterattack, his strikes precise and brimming with raw power. Every move was clean, deadly, and deliberate. He was pushing himself to the limit, and it showed. Bjorn realized he couldn't keep up with just his agility stats alone. Regal even began leaving aftermages in his wake. With a scornful sneer, he shouted as his sword slashed forward, "I won't die so easily. Give it up." This time the blade pierced Bjorn's upper arm. It hurt, but Bjorn just smiled confidently because at the same moment, Regal had taken a critical hit to the abdomen from Misha. Bjorn beamed with pride. "Nice one, Misha." Writhing in pain, Regal's hand slipped from his sword. He grunted, "You little." But it turned out to be a feint. In an explosive burst of fury, Regal howled, "Know your place," and prepared to strike even harder. Misha wasn't backing down an inch. "What the hell are you talking about?" she shot back. Her stunning face did nothing to soften the edge of her insults. "Your horns are as crooked as your personality." With that, she slashed her sword toward him. Enraged at being insulted by a beautiful woman, Regal bellowed, "You bitch," and swung hard at her. "Don't you dare talk down to me." Just then, another team member rushed in. It was the loudmouthed little guy Hikarad. Charging in with full momentum, he roared, "Take this." Despite his small size, his voice boomed as he released a powerful ability, shielding Misha just in time. Regal staggered back slightly, dragging one foot to steady himself. His eyes glowed red as he raised his sword and summoned a blinding light. "You think ganging up on me makes a difference?" he sneered. He then activated Doom's Boundary. A terrifying aura of golden light radiated from him. Bjorn froze in disbelief. This is the same unique ability used by Tier 4 shadow monsters, Doom's Boundary. It inflicted overwhelming fear on its enemies while giving the caster a temporary boost in physical stats. But Hikarad held his ground, shouting mid-battle, "You were right, Hes, way too strong." He had just used a protective skill to shield his allies and temporarily neutralized Regal's debuffs. Bjorn saw his opening. So the Protector's Blessing isn't treated as a negative status effect in this dungeon. He launched himself forward, eyes burning with resolve. That shield is useless against the Axii blade. I'll trust in my Ironhide skill and meet him head-on. With that, he activated Savage Outburst mode, letting primal power surge through him. Regal's fury reached its peak. His expression twisted into one of sheer hatred. "None of you are getting out of here alive," he spat, then summoned his holy sword. Bjorn froze for a split second. The holy sword. Panic rose in his chest as he shouted with everything he had, "Dodge it!" His voice cut through the chaos like a warning bell. His teammates reacted instantly, scrambling to either side. Misha stumbled slightly. Bjorn called out, alarmed Misha. To calm him, she quickly replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." But Regal had already locked onto her. With a twisted grin, he launched himself into the air. "Let's start with you," he sneered. Just then, a barrage of arrows came raining down from above, followed by a loud shout, "Fall back." Regal's attack was abruptly halted mid-air as several arrows intercepted his path. Furious, he growled, "Damn it." Bjorn silently thanked Braun. Perfect timing, Rotmiller. Their eyes met across the battlefield, Rotmiller's steady and calm, Bjorn's narrowed in focus. In contrast, Regal's eyes bulged with rage. The battle dragged on. It was a brutal fight, but little by little, Bjorn started piecing things together. "Thankfully, it looks like he doesn't have any healing crystals or recovery-type artifacts," he noted. "Of course, I'm out of vampire crystals too, so my wounds won't be healing either." Still, with the constant support from his teammates, the momentum shifted in Bjorn's favor. At one point, Rotmiller checked on Bjorn from behind and tossed him a potion from his spatial inventory. Fueled by rage, Bjorn entered berserker mode. Regal, who had always fought alone, clearly hated this kind of teamwork. He kept cursing in frustration. "You bastard." Bjorn, on the other hand, was patiently waiting for the perfect moment. "It's almost time," he told himself. 30 minutes in, and I've seen every skill he's got. As that thought passed through his mind, he charged forward across the shattered ground. If this drags on, he might retreat and bring a priest to heal him. I can't let that happen. Determination burned in his chest. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. Without hesitation, Bjorn darted forward, faster than the eye could follow, pouring every ounce of strength into his final strike. At that precise moment, the red gem on Regal's ring began to glow. Regal hesitated, confused. "It's working," Bjorn realized. "My strategy, it worked." Adrenaline surged as he shouted with exhilaration. The crystal detonated, releasing a surge of spiritual energy so powerful it made Regal stagger. Bjorn seized the opportunity, charging in like a madman. He only moves when absolutely necessary. But now, within seconds, Regal's body was in Bjorn's grasp. "I've got you." Bjorn roared in triumph, then raised his mace and brought it down with full force. Every strike was infused with everything he had left. "This ends now." Regal screamed in agony as the blows landed. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, but something was wrong. Bjorn could feel it. His power was suddenly being suppressed by an unknown force. His gigantification ability was interrupted without warning. He looked at Regal, who was coughing up blood but still somehow grinning. "What the hell is this guy doing?" The answer came instantly: a racial ability, a hidden trump card of the Dragonkin. Bjorn's expression twisted in disbelief. He couldn't use this before because of the dragon curse. But now, Regal activated it. The ancient draconic tongue dragon word, soul silence. Bjorn's mind raced. "That's a dragon word." Misha stammered, I can't move. My body feels like all the strength is gone." A new oppressive energy blanketed the battlefield. The Balancer's domain had been activated, an area effect that leveled all base stats among those inside. Worse still, Bjorn and his team were outnumbered now. One of their Tier 4 crystals had also been sealed off. Bjorn's thoughts spun back to earlier. The Axe's sword, I couldn't withstand it before. But thanks to the Ogre crystal, he had held his own against it. That power boost had made him overconfident. I thought I could beat him easily at this level. Now he finally understood. Fighting a Dragonkin is never easy. Bjorn berated himself, overwhelmed with regret for letting his guard down. "How foolish of me," he muttered bitterly. At the same time he was growing weaker by the minute, his stats having dropped by a staggering 70%. The same thing was happening to the others, everyone's stats were plummeting. Still blaming himself, Bjorn realized something crucial. I forgot, despair can strike anyone, at any moment. His face took on a somber expression. Imagine a child, just entering their teenage years, suddenly diagnosed with a terminal illness. Then, out of nowhere, they're hit with more pain. A beloved family member dies in a travel accident. Before they can even process it, the house they were living in burns to the ground. And just when they think things couldn't get worse, the mother who promised to be by their side tomorrow vanishes without a trace. Bjorn had been so confident in his plans, so sure of victory, that he forgot how unpredictable and cruel reality could be. And right now, that cruel twist of fate was regal, unannounced, unstoppable. Bjorn was starting to lose hope. His backup plan had collapsed, and he knew it wouldn't be long before he paid the ultimate price. Dropping to one knee, his body weakened, but his eyes still burned with fury. He let go of his weapon and muttered, "Damn it, I won't be able to use it for a while." Still, he had no intention of sparing his enemies. "I don't even know how many times I've hit the ground, but you're not getting out of here alive." With that, he launched a brutal kick straight into Bjorn's gut. Misha screamed in horror. Bjorn. Regal barely glanced at her and sneered, "Trash." Then he turned his focus to her. One swift, merciless kick landed on Misha, knocking her back. Regal turned back to Bjorn, who shouted, desperate and panicked, "Oh, Misha, run." Regal radiated killing intent, disgusted. All this because of a bunch of nobodies. Bjorn trembled, deeply shaken by the overwhelming difference in power between them. His teammates called out, "Bjorn, are you okay?" Chaos erupted all around. "Miss Misha, stay with us." But even in this hellish moment, Bjorn's mind instinctively sought patterns and clues. "That anchor cord over there, look at me," he silently urged Misha. Bjorn was shaking uncontrollably. Regal wasn't at his peak anymore, either. It seemed like he could no longer wield the Axis sword. His healing potion, it must be in his storage inventory, Bjorn thought. But pain like this, pain during combat, was nearly unbearable. Even Hikura didn't dare raise his voice. The man was trembling. Still, Bjorn realized, he's in better condition than any of us. This really is hopeless. What do we do? At this rate, even escaping won't be possible. Bjorn felt like he was bound by invisible chains. His head was spinning with dread. Then, at that moment, Lear stepped forward. "I'll protect Misha," he declared. Bjorn was caught off guard. "Dwalki," he murmured. Then it hit him like a spark. Right, why did I forget? Lear was the only one among them who could still cast magic. He unleashed an 8th-tier offensive spell with force. Watching him, Bjorn remembered a key detail: mages don't rely on soul energy the same way we do. That meant they weren't suffering from soul exhaustion. Lear could still fight at full strength. And for the first time in what felt like forever, a sliver of hope flickered in Bjorn's heart. In other words, we've got a real mage on our side. At the heart of the Larkaz labyrinth, within the chamber known as Jiangthach, that an intense light radiated with terrifying force. One could only hope they wouldn't make their way here. The man present in that ominous place was none other than Hector Ludwig. Clenching his fists tightly, as if in desperate prayer, he stood there, the once revered high priest of the Leetless Church, now a broken old man, forced into becoming a follower of a dark god by the Dragon Slayer. Echoing in his ears were cruel, blood-chilling words, "Still clinging to that delusion, you sanctimonious hypocrite." In his heart, memories of those he once encountered flickered to life. A voice, perhaps imagined or remembered, whispered, "Then let that twinkling star at dusk lead them forward." It was in that moment that he recalled the most regretful seconds of his life, the time when that Dragon Slayer had raised his sword, ready to strike down a child, unmoved by the child's tearful screams and pleas. The man Hector had knelt on the ground, trembling as he begged, "Please stop. I beg you, stop. If only I hadn't submitted to evil that day." He thought bitterly, maybe fewer people would have fallen into despair. Maybe that man would never have set foot here. But now, in his heart, he cried out, "O goddess of adventure and starlight," with a pain that ran deeper than words. His old hands tugged at his long beard. The leatless church, no theory or plan matters now. All that's left is regret. And yet even if I could go back to that day I would still make the same choice. Then the chilling voice returned, venomous and cruel. "Watch closely, you fraud. Witness the despair you've helped create. Pain born not from gods but from men." No matter how hard they fought back, it was clear they were no match for that monster. Yandel shouted from the front lines with all his strength, "Protect Dwaki." Across the battlefield, the young man he was trying to shield had already been gripped by terror, too shaken to think clearly. Still he declared, "Lady Misha, I swear I'll protect you." This wasn't bravery born from training or some noble sense of duty, it was pure instinct. He couldn't explain it, whether it came from an ability or something else, but something deep within him recognized that everyone around him was off. Everyone except himself. And in that split second, he reached a single conclusion. Nearby, Misha lay writhing in pain, coughing up blood. "Lady Misha, here, take this medicine," he cried, shoving the vial into her trembling hands. "If I don't step forward now, we won't survive this. It's my turn to protect everyone." Just then, Real Warb Dwaki unleashed a powerful spell, 8th Tier Ice Lance. A pale blue light burst forth in an instant, illuminating every inch of the surrounding darkness. Blood dripped steadily onto the cold floor. "Good, I should kill you first, right?" The Dragon Slayer's eyes gleamed with feral delight as he turned toward the source of the spell. "Mage. But why? Why am I still standing? Why was I saved by someone who's both a teammate and a rival in love?" Weapons drawn, each of them charged forward, ready to put their lives on the line against that overwhelming attack. "Get back!" someone screamed. "Fall back, Dwaki now." The towering figure of that man razor-fist in his mind once more. "If you're truly grateful, then never become an adventurer." The words echoed part of a conversation long ago at the orphanage with a barbarian adventurer. Back then, the young boy could only lower his head and murmur softly, "An adventurer? That's not something I can do, and I don't want to either." That had been his answer. Suddenly, a shrill voice snapped him back to the present. "Where's the spell, Dwaki?" With visible worry, the mage reminded him again. "I'm ready, but you two are too close." The other man quickly signaled, "It's fine. Just fire." Without delay, the Tier 8 Ice Lance spell was unleashed. In an instant, a wave of freezing magic erupted and swept through everything in its path. The Dragon Slayer was visibly shaken, eyes wide with disbelief at what he was seeing. But the icy spear didn't travel in a straight line, it twisted and curved again, slithering like a serpentine beast ready to coil around its prey. The immense force behind the spell stunned everyone present. The attack had thrown the Dragon Slayer into utter confusion and disarray. Finally, Yandel caught a brief moment of respite and asked anxiously, "How's Misha?" "Looks like a few ribs might be broken," someone responded. "But if she takes the medicine and rests, she should recover." Dwaki turned his head, caught off guard. He gazed at the girl he deeply loved, a wave of helpless sorrow washing over him. She trembled uncontrollably from the pain. "This time it's my turn," he thought. Their group charged forward once again, fearless in their assault. A teammate shouted, "Dwaki, fall back quickly. Be careful." The young mage grit his teeth, overwhelmed with emotion. "It should have been me protecting them. One day, I'll be strong enough to do that." He recalled his younger self, soft-spoken, uncertain, voicing his deepest wish, "Strong enough to protect the people I care about." And back then, the other man had answered with unwavering conviction, "Don't worry. You'll become someone great." That massive weapon once again slammed down onto rugged flesh. Now face to face with the terrifying monster, he realized how outmatched he truly was. "Someone great? What did he even see in me back then?" The dragon slayer, a twisted grin spreading across his lips, glided past him with ease. Too slow, he sneered. Is that all you can do, just stand there and watch? Confronted with such an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, there was little anyone could do. Fall back, someone shouted desperately. Retreat now. The horned figure closed the distance in a flash, effortlessly taking down the remaining fighters. Hikarad. Was that what he meant to say? Another warrior, gripping his weapon tightly, lunged forward with all his might. But in the blink of an eye, he was completely overwhelmed. The enemy's sharp, forceful blade struck Rottmiller. That name. The dragon slayer finally realized something was wrong. The man standing before him was clearly wounded, yet his gaze remained unwavering, his presence unshaken. This belongs to us, he said with quiet defiance. Brown Rottmiller had activated a treasure chest. The serpent's fang had been sealed away into a subspace. Of course, I once wanted to be someone special too. In a flash, Terran's shield was summoned. Real Warb and Dwaki cast a coordinated magic attack, unleashing a surge of energy. In an instant, the enemy was blasted away. So this is the team I signed up for, one that's always on the brink of destruction. The swift figures of his remaining comrades entered his line of sight. Misha, now more alert, gripped her weapon and charged forward, using her speed to her advantage. If our team is mostly made up of warriors, then our mages are all the more precious. We can't let him get close to Dwaki, she shouted, striking with all her might. But in the blink of an eye, she too was knocked aside with disturbing ease. Still, Yandel, now regaining his composure, joined the fray with renewed force. Yet the horned enemy remained eerily calm, dodging every blow with nothing but subtle movements. It didn't take long for Dwaki's true limitations to become obvious. Their foe turned to them, shouting in rage, "Barbarian, you're really still trying? That spear carries nothing but a chill and a few curses. You're putting your faith in trash like that." Dwaki stood off to the side, trembling, gripping his weapon tightly. He couldn't help but recall the pain and humiliation of his past. Trash, even I get goosebumps at how shameless that was. He remembered the old man screaming at him with fury and disgust, "Stop parroting around calling yourself a mage. You're not even acknowledged by the others." Now, the monster before them pulled out a dagger, smirking as he replied to some unspoken resignation. "Too bad, looks like you've already given up." His grin widened. "Barbarian, you know it too, don't you? This ended a long time ago." Hearing those words, Dwaki could no longer stay calm. Of course he understood they all did. But when he remembered the joyful smiles of his teammates, he couldn't just walk away. "So that means we're all a bunch of idiots, right?" he muttered to himself. "That's fine. That way, no one has to feel ashamed in front of each other. I feel like I've been saved. I'll give everything I've got to support this team. Let's give it our all. I really hope this team stays together for a long time. Maybe I lived 25 years just to meet these people." At one point he had genuinely believed that. Meanwhile, the fierce duel between the two men still raged on. "I'll admit it," the enemy growled. "I've never met anyone like you in my life." "That's right." The other man continued pressing forward, fearless and resolute, every step brimming with conviction. Even after being pushed back several times, he remained steadfast in everything he had chosen because they couldn't give up. Not now. Dwaki watched the broad-shouldered back of his comrade ahead, his heart swelling with resolve. His teammates, those precious comrades, were still fighting. To protect them all alone, he tightened his grip around his magic staff once more, as if drawing courage from it. Echoes of old conversations rang in his mind. "You seem more clear-headed now. Do you really care that much about your teammates?" "Back then," the boy had awkwardly replied. "No, not really. I just think magic has been kind of interesting lately." The man beside him had paused thoughtfully before answering his earlier question. "What? How to defeat a troll? Well, it's not impossible, but the cost is steep. Whatever the cost, I'll pay it." "Fine. I'll tell you, but you must never ever use it. Just knowing it is enough. Pushing himself to the limit, his entire body once again became enveloped in a fierce, radiant light. Accelerated cognition, his platinum hair seemed to fall freely around his face. Magic amplification, the staff in his hand pulsed with immense power. Heart stimulation, his chest pounded wildly, faster and harder than ever before. He stacked spell after spell, targeting the mind and senses, each notorious for their severe side effects. Expanded awareness. Enhanced perception. Neural forecasting. Mana focus. Mana circulation. Vitality burn. Meridian resonance. Want to know its name? This was practically a gamble with one's life. A massive warhammer slammed into the ground beside the weapon, its force shaking the air. It doesn't really have a proper name. This spell sequence had only been passed down by word of mouth. Let's see, sacrifice sounds a bit too grim. If I had to give it a name, Terran's magical barrier activated, and in an instant, the man's entire body surged with overwhelming power. Awakening. That blinding light flared across the battlefield, radiant like the morning sun. Yet the mage's body was clearly being pushed to its absolute limit. Yes, Awakening felt like the only name that truly fit. Awakening, Dairo Wool. From the white orb, a barrage of icy spikes launched straight toward Regal Vagos. He slammed his feet into the ground, bracing himself as best as he could. Dodging the onslaught of frozen arrows, Regal Vagos cursed loudly, "Damn it, you wretched mage." With a sharp dagger in hand, he struggled to evade the relentless storm of ice. "Have you made peace with death yet?" he sneered, though his confidence was crumbling. Several icicles had already pierced his body, and now he resembled a walking porcupine made of ice. Trembling, he cast a furious glare toward Bjorn Yandel and cursed under his breath, "This is insane." Bjorn watched Regal Vagos barely fending off the magic and couldn't hide his surprise. He actually managed to endure that spell. Just shielded his vital points and relied on raw magic resistance for the rest. Impressive. Just then, Dwaki stepped up beside him and spoke with an apologetic tone. "Sorry for making you wait. I took longer than I should have to make a decision." A magical portal shimmered to life behind him. Without wasting a second, he turned to Bjorn. "But first, Bjorn, can you tend to our wounded? Especially Rottmiller. If we don't treat him soon, it might be too late." Bjorn's eyes flicked toward Regal Vagos still looming nearby. "I'd like to," he answered. "I have a high-grade healing potion in my pack, but I see," Werv nodded. But his face had already turned pale. Veins surfaced across his skin, and a chilling aura began to emanate from his body. "Then let's finish him first." Bjorn sensed something was wrong with Werv. "What's going on?" His condition, something's definitely off. After fending off another attack, Regal Vagos lifted his head and smirked at them. "Savage, you have no idea what that mage just did, do you?" The orb atop Dwaki's staff was glowing faintly as it absorbed surrounding light. But his stamina was quickly draining. His breathing grew heavy. "If you're just trying to stall," he said, "don't bother. Even I know there's not much time left in this dungeon." Then came the next spell, Frozen Spear Awakening. A colossal vortex of ice tore through the space, threatening to rip the entire battlefield apart. Regal Vagos staggered, coughing as the chill caught him off guard. Then, with a grimace, he reached into the air and pulled a blade from a hidden dimensional space. "I didn't want to use this because of the curse," he muttered, tightening his grip as dark energy coiled around his hands. Regal Vagos raised the sword and bellowed, "Cheap tricks won't save you." He swung it once, just one strike, and it effortlessly shattered the massive icy cyclone in half. Dwaki clenched his staff, stunned. "How is this possible?" he thought. "Even with the Arc Armor's anti-magic properties, I didn't expect him to be this prepared." Regal leapt forward with blinding speed. Werv instinctively stepped back to avoid the attack, his teeth gritted from the pressure radiating off the enemy. Then seventh tier offensive magic blizzard. Real Dwaki thrust his staff forward, conjuring a massive snowstorm that surged toward Regal Vagos like a living force. Stay the hell away, he shouted. The surprise assault caught Regal off guard. The full force of the blizzard slammed into him, driving him back. He roared in pain, his body reeling from the devastating blow. Bjorn Yandel stood outside the fray, watching as the scene unfolded. His eyes narrowed with understanding. So that's how it is. Even in the final moments, nothing ever comes easy. Huh. He reached out and gripped the mace beside him. It's nothing special anyway, he muttered. I've never lived a peaceful life. Just a tanker doing his job protecting assassins. With a roar, he charged toward Regal Vagos, swinging the mace with all his strength. Regal Vagos glanced at him with a slight scowl. What a nuisance, he growled. Bjorn brought the mace crashing down, shouting die. But the blow was blocked cleanly by the sword in Vagos's hand. Bjorn gritted his teeth. Damn it. Am I really going to die like this? Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in Regal Vagos's arm, like something was gnawing at him from the inside. He winced, his movements slowing. With a curse, he hurled his sword back into his storage space. Shit, he spat. Then, pulling out a short sword from his dimensional inventory, he lunged at Bjorn again. Bjorn saw the weapon switch and felt a flicker of hope. Still alive. The sword rejected me after the command spell. Perfect. Suddenly Warp Dwaki shouted in alarm. Bjorn, get away from him. Real Warp Dwaki just cast a level 9 curse spell Deceleration. And another one weaken. Regal Vagos howled and launched into a furious assault. Bjorn backpedaled, trying to keep his distance. Why is he sticking to me like glue? Damn it, if he keeps this up, Dwaki won't be able to use powerful attack spells. But then a realization struck. But Dwaki can still support me with curses and magic control, like before. This might actually work to my advantage. Sweat poured down Regal Vagos's face like rain. An inexplicable unease crept into him. Does that kid not realize it? Vagos recalled his own words. If you're trying to stall, don't bother. I already know there's not much time left. That's it time. Dwaki's cooldowns. Before Vagos could move again, Bjorn shouted Dwaki. Use Blizzard. His face says it all, I was right. Werv hesitated but Bjorn barked, just do it. Don't think, cast it now. Werv Dwaki immediately complied. Real Warp Dwaki cast a level 7 offensive spell Blizzard. A bone-chilling cold swallowed both Bjorn and Regal Vagos. The temperature plummeted so fast it drained the color from Bjorn's face. How the hell can you tolerate this cold? Vagos asked in disbelief. Bjorn gritted his teeth. If Dwaki falls back now, our whole side gets wiped out. We have to finish this here and now. The raging snowstorm swallowed them both, visibility reduced to nothing. Inside that whiteout, Bjorn and Regal Vagos clashed again and again. A slash landed on Vagos's cheek, blood spraying into the snow. Another blow struck this time, blood sprayed from his mouth. Bjorn smirked, just slightly, despite the cuts and bruises covering his own body. The two continued trading blow for blow, relentless. Bjorn clenched his jaw and focused all his remaining strength into a single strike. He drove the mace straight into Vagos's stomach. With a sickening sound, the weapon dug deep. Bjorn wrenched it free, and blood splattered everywhere. But it was only for a moment. The condition to activate the second heart that Regal Vagos possessed had been fulfilled. This unique item granted invulnerability once the user suffered a lethal blow to the heart. In the same instant, his body transformed, twisting and mutating into something grotesque. Item No. 3120. Second heart, a consumable item from the Numbers series. Activates upon receiving a critical strike to the heart. Once triggered, a hard shell encases the user and restores the heart within a protective state. Bjorn Yandel collapsed to his knees, drained. So that's it, he had a hidden Numbers item, and of all things, it had to be a damn healing item. His face twisted in fury. Blood dripped from his mouth as he cursed. Second heart. I told myself I wouldn't swear anymore, but goddamn bastard, you son of a bitch. Bjorn Yandel froze in place as something clicked in his mind. The second thing was he turned toward his teammate. At some point, Dwaki had collapsed to the ground, still clutching his staff, blood gushing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. A scream rang out, Dwaki. In a survival scenario, focus and the ability to make decisions what to let go of, and what to hold on to were vital. The better one managed those, the higher their chances of staying alive. But this time I failed to do that. The most practical option was to use the top-grade recovery potion on Rottmiller, wake him up as soon as possible, and have him retrieve more high-grade and top-grade potions from the subspace inventory. That way not just Dwaki, but I too could be treated. But Dwaki looked like he was on the verge of death, as if his life would be snuffed out in an instant. Without hesitation, I split the highest tier potion and used it on him right away. In my desperation to keep the whole team alive, I made an irrational decision that could have cost us everything. Murad rushed to Dwaki's side, sobbing uncontrollably. "Hey buddy, hang in there." Misha ran over too, eyes wide in panic, tears streaming down her face. "Bjorn." Rottmiller's trembling like this, is he even okay? Both of them were barely clinging to life, bodies trembling, faces pale, breathing shallow. It was a pitiful sight. I had drawn the line. A moment later, Bjorn Yandel struggled upright, clutching the bleeding wound at his abdomen. "Are my stats back?" he thought. "Feels like I came back from the dead." Dwaki stirred slightly and forced out a question. "What about him?" Hikarad and Misha quickly spoke up. "Dwaki, don't talk." "Yeah, just stay still, please rest for now." But Dwaki wasn't done. He forced out another breath. "What happened to him?" Bjorn Yandel leaned close and replied quietly, "He's not dead. But thanks to you we overcame the immediate threat. From here on, leave it to us. You just rest now." Dwaki groaned faintly. "Time," Misha panicked, "even if it hurts, please hang in there." Hikarad added quickly, "Once Rottmiller wakes up, use the potion, okay?" Dwaki shook his head weakly. This isn't something potions can heal." Bjorn Yandel froze. Everyone else tensed in horror. "What do you mean?" "This is the best potion we have." "Yeah, you know that. So don't say nonsense like that." Dwaki looked around at his teammates and spoke with effort. "Lady Misha, Hikarad, and Bjorn." Bjorn gripped his hand, urging him on. "Say it. I'll pass it along to Rottmiller." Dwaki, with eyes growing dim, began speaking again. "There's something I need to tell you all. My mother loved the sea. She never saw it in person, only ever heard stories about it. Her whole life, she longed to see it just once. When I was little I didn't understand. But the older I got, the more I did. Some things in this world become more precious simply because we can't have them. Because we don't know them. Because we're not allowed to reach them, they shine all the brighter in our eyes." His gaze blurred as tears welled up. "For me, those things are all of you." Dwaki smiled warmly, and with that smile, tears began streaming down his face. "Thank you, for being my comrades." Misha and Murad couldn't hold back. They cried their eyes out, noses running, their whole bodies trembling. "Don't say things like that, Dwaki. Please, it's me who should thank you. For being my friend. For joining the party I put together." Bjorn Yandel clutched his hand even tighter. "Real Dwaki, you're a mage more outstanding than anyone I've ever met. And an irreplaceable comrade. What you've done today is noble, sacred even. Fighting beside you has been an honor." A surge of emotion flooded through me, mingled with a strange calm. To be remembered by a warrior like him, a man who felt as though he stepped right out of legend, even a half-baked mage like me became part of his story. That alone would have been enough. It should have been enough. But why do I feel this way? Grief. Rage. Fear. Emptiness. Why? Because this is death. This is what it means to be erased from someone else's story. Misha buried her face in Dwaki's chest, whispering his name through her tears. "Dwaki." It was the painful realization that he would never get to see the next chapter of anyone's story again. Bjorn Yandel leaned in gently and asked, "Do you have anything you'd like to say?" If you want, I can step away. But Misha couldn't stop crying. She stayed there, collapsed over Dwaki's body, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, Dwaki, don't die. Please. Dwaki pressed his lips together tightly, clearly unwilling to give in. So greedy of me, huh, Bjorn, he murmured, using what little strength he had left. You've never been the most perceptive guy, but please, stop running from it. Bjorn remained silent for a long moment before Dwaki urged him again, say it, Bjorn Yandel. Finally, Bjorn nodded solemnly. I understand. At that moment, over where Regal Vagos lay, that grotesque creature began to twitch. He was waking up. Dwaki, struggling to hold on, asked weakly, can we win? Bjorn picked up the mace that lay beside him, gripping it with resolve. Don't worry, he said firmly. His eyes fixed ahead, filled with determination. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe. As if that answer gave him peace, Dwaki let out one final breath. He smiled gently, his eyes slowly closing. Not a bad way to go, he thought. And just like that, real Dwaki, the mage of the half-useless team, passed away heroically, having protected his precious comrades from the Dragonkin, Liger Vagos, a member of Orculus. Achievement unlocked, first party member death. Reward, permanent boost to mental stat. Braun clutched his stomach, breathing heavily, eyes shut tight and hands pressed over his ears. And yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could still hear it all, every clash, every scream, the brutal chaos of battle. At first, witnessing it all was harrowing. The agony of watching them struggle seemed unbearable. Resistance felt pointless, something that only brought about greater suffering and despair. But as the battle dragged on, despite how bloody and hopeless it appeared, a different thought started gnawing at him. Why won't they give up? Surely they knew how this was going to end. Surely they could see the outcome had already been written. So what hollow hope were they still clinging to? His mind flashed back to a conversation between Lear and Bjorn. Can we really win? Don't worry. But why? Because I promised. I'll bring everyone home safely. Braun couldn't understand it. Why could they keep moving forward with such radiant conviction? And then, in a dark corner, there was Regal alone. While everyone else had their comrades beside them, he sat by himself, clutching his battered body, covered in cuts and bruises. He whispered to himself, trying to stay grounded. My second heart, I'm lucky I had it. If it weren't for that, he would died the moment his skull got cracked open. His mind drifted again, back to the words of that woman who once sat across from him at the gambling table. Should I tell you why you always lose your money? She had teased. You only ever bet just enough to keep up, even when the moment of truth is staring you in the face. So that's it, he realized, eyes snapping open. You've never had the resolve. At the front, Bjorn gripped his weapon tightly, the fire of battle surging in his chest. Karad, still shedding tears, was surrounded by nothing but pain and hell. But even so, this battleground, this very moment, was no paradise either. Nothing had changed. All that remained was one shared goal among every team member: kill him here and now. While their guardian still stood, this was their one chance. If they failed, the next time they met him would only bring more blood and tragedy. Bjorn gave his orders calmly. Elder, Karad, prepare for battle. The elder stifled his sorrow, forced himself to his feet, and nodded. Understood. Regal slowly unsheathed his sword, his entire presence shifting, a bloodthirsty aura rising around him. Come on then, you savage freak, he growled. Bjorn looked at him and clenched his teeth. Damn it. He's recovered a lot more than I expected. Karad gritted his teeth, eyes still shimmering with tears, voice thick with rage. He's the one. He's the one who took down Dwaki. Bjorn quickly intervened, trying to calm him. Karad, take this shield and get a grip. I understand what you're feeling right now. But if you fall too, we're finished. He steadied everyone with a low, resolute voice. Don't worry. I know exactly what I have to do. He met their eyes with raw honesty. And I understand what Dwaki wanted. That's why he raised his weapon. We'll end this. Right here. Right now. One after another, the team began unleashing their abilities. And just like that, a truly chaotic battle erupted. Bjorn activated Fleshburst Rampage, hurling himself into the fray. Regal, though visibly weakened, was still holding out. The others pressed their attack with relentless force, yet he hadn't managed to land a single counter. And yet, even this Dragon Slayer with a title known far and wide was no longer fighting like a legend. No. Now, he was just a blood-crazed beast, like a rabid dog clawing at its prey. Bjorn struck him again and again, showing no mercy. There was no pity in his gaze. To all of them, Regal was no longer a hero, no longer a myth, just a wild animal desperately trying to bite back. Hilurid's arm had been struck, blood sprayed through the air in a violent arc. There was no glory here, no honor, no tactics, only a brutal clash between bloodthirsty mad dogs. Regal's eyes burned with malevolence, glowing with a vicious light. Then it was Misha's turn to attack. But she couldn't hold out for long, she was swiftly wounded. Among them, only Bjorn still had a real chance of rattling Regal. After grappling fiercely for a moment, both of them collapsed in opposite directions. Regal was the first to sit up. Breathing heavily, eyes wild with excitement, he declared with a savage grin, "I'm still alive." Bjorn staggered upright. Regal brandished his sword and strode forward with fury, roaring, "Begone." Then suddenly the high priest stepped in. He raised his fingers, glowing with divine light, and cast a spell. Regal screamed in agony as his weapon was blown far from his hand. Shocked by the betrayal, he stammered, You bastard, what the hell is this supposed to mean?" The high priest stood, barely keeping his balance, his arm severed and bleeding. His voice trembled, yet his conviction was clear. "The answer is simple. What nonsense are you spouting? Courage, that is what you cast aside. And yet, they, the ones who carry light in their hearts, stood before you. Among them, I saw the sacrifice of lore. Perhaps this is the final grace of the goddess, given to a fool like me shackled by his own chains. When the stars rose at twilight, they led me back toward the light." The high priest fell to his knees, hands folded in prayer. "O Leatless, I shall follow your will." He recited sacred words, even as he knew they might sever his ties to the divine. "O Karun, I offer myself unto you." And then the god responded. "What is it you seek?" Amidst the chaos and devastation, the high priest asked for one thing: "Send me to that place." Karun answered solemnly, "If you go through with this, you shall never be saved." Tears ran down the priest's face, but they mingled with streams of red blood, not water. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "That's fine. After all, wasn't it a young mage in the labyrinth who taught me this? That humans can rise to greatness at any moment, whenever others need them most. If they want it, they can." Regal, feeling the sting of betrayal, roared, "You'll pay for this, you bastard." His ability allowed him to absorb souls of the fallen to boost his stats and magic. Under certain conditions, he could even bind the living, enslaving them. The high priest trembled violently. He couldn't speak coherently, only muttering disjointed phrases. Then he summoned all the inner power within him, and the divine gift just granted, and bellowed with fury, "Now is the time for your reckoning." His arm transformed, no longer human, but monstrous. Clawed, hairy, grotesque. Regal, stunned, whispered, "Nino, what are you praying for?" Still murmuring feverishly, the priest replied, "Grant me the strength to slay that man." A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Bjorn looked up in horror. He recognized it. It was Karun. "You cannot." Bjorn flinched, his blood ran cold. But the priest didn't stop. He pleaded once more, voice desperate, "Then give me the strength to protect them, the ones who need me now more than ever." There was a long silence. Then the voice returned, calm and resolute, "Very well. I grant your wish." And so those monstrous arms fused into the high priest's frail, battered body, becoming one with him. Regal was the most disoriented of them all. He screamed in fury, like a child abandoned by its mother. "You, what is this? How dare you defy me?" He was lost in his own delusions of grandeur, shouting, "You'll regret this." The high priest gritted his teeth and responded with conviction, "This is something I should have done a long time ago." Regal fought back desperately, pouring everything he had into his resistance, but it was futile. The sword refused to return to him, no matter how hard he tried. "You bastard!" he roared in helpless rage. Watching this pitiful display made Bjorn's blood boil. Even in death, this bastard still clings to his sword like it's all he has left. Moments later, Regal's figure began to fade. Bjorn held tightly onto the sword, refusing to let go. Even as his body dissipated, Regal's voice remained fierce and defiant. "Once again I've lost to you," he admitted bitterly. Seeing Bjorn attempting to control the weapon, Regal screamed one final warning, "You'll never be able to master it." Then, he suddenly began coughing violently, spitting out blood. Bjorn stood over him and stated coldly, "This is your end." He left Regal with a final message, "But we will meet again, Dragonkin. I will keep living, fighting with everything I have, until the day I become strong enough to no longer rely on luck." In those chaotic final moments, as Regal's form twisted into the void, Bjorn silently made a vow. "I'll come for you." He couldn't shake the memory of Lear's death. "Today I've lost a friend, and you will pay for that." As the light swirled upward, burning bright and blinding, Regal's eyes remained just as wild and unrepentant as ever. If anything, there was a new madness in them, and his final words were filled with venom. "One day, you savage freak." Staring blankly at the mesmerizing golden light in front of him, Bjorn stood speechless. Is this divine power, he wondered. Braun was just as dazed, fixed on the glow. "So this is what it feels like to receive it while still conscious," he murmured. "It doesn't hurt, just warm and damp. And it brings a deep, enduring sense of rebirth." It was an overwhelming force, almost unbelievably powerful. But even this incredible power couldn't restore a body that had been cleaved in half by magic. Truth be told, the sensation of it all was deeply unsettling. Bjorn glanced toward the high priest, now resting peacefully on the ground, and couldn't help but wonder. What was going through this old man's mind? What made a mage like him sacrifice himself for strangers like us? He stepped closer and softly asked, "Why?" The high priest, voice strained and fading, whispered broken words, "Peace, shelter." When embraced, with trembling fingers, he pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to Bjorn. His lips kept moving, barely audible. "Rietlas. The Church of Rietlas." Bjorn nodded. "Don't worry. I'll make sure your message gets delivered." "Thank you," the high priest replied weakly. Bjorn asked again, "Why did you save us? Why did you stand up for people who meant nothing to you?" The priest gave him a faint, serene smile, and with his final breath, said, "Magic." Bjorn bowed his head, whispering, "I understand now. Thank you for telling me." He was filled with a profound gratitude. As their weary feet slowly carried them forward, the survivors emerged alive. Misha, the only woman among them, Hikarad, the gruff dwarf, and finally Rotmiller. No one had died. And yet, seeing Bjorn frozen in place, the others grew worried. "Bjorn, are you okay?" He couldn't bring himself to answer. "Like this, I can't say I kept my promise." The one that haunted him was the vow he made to Lear. "Can you win? Don't worry." He had told the team's mage with full confidence, "I'll make sure everyone comes back alive." But in the end, the one who protected them all was that old man. The truth was, they survived not by sheer luck. The high priest's appearance hadn't been some miraculous twist of fate. He was just a man who fought with everything he had, until his very last breath. He was a true sorcerer. A kind-hearted mage, Leal Warbdwaki. Now everyone was safe. Everyone except Lear, who had found peace in another world. And what he left behind for them was his courage. The team lowered their heads in silent prayer, offering their final words to Lear. Braun, overcome with emotion, sobbed out loud, "I should have taken you to see more of this world." Even Rotmiller, who hadn't been there for Dwaki's final moments, paused briefly to mourn. Afterward, without wasting any time, they began the solemn task of cleaning up. Bjorn gave the oil lamp a gentle shake. We've gathered everything we need. Let's move out. Suddenly Hikarad asked, Hey, now that I think about it, what is this room anyway? If you use this key, Bjorn calmly explained, you'll be teleported to the labyrinth's central gate. It's a hidden lock. That dragon slayer guy was planning to escape through here. Hikarad nodded in understanding. I see. Bjorn was certain the man would eventually be caught. And Hikarad, looking over the bodies that had fallen here, believed the same. There was no way he'd get away that easily. With that, the group officially exited the labyrinth and stepped into the 4th floor of the Tower of the Sky. Upon returning to the tower, the entrance to the labyrinth would be sealed in a day and a half. While the others took time to rest and mourn, Misha remained by Dwaki's side. Her voice heavy with sorrow, she asked, Bjorn, isn't there any way we can bring Dwaki's body back to the city? Bjorn shook his head. There's not. I see. Misha didn't ask anything more. There was a reason for it, after all. Corpses inside the labyrinth were considered part of the labyrinth's material realm. Without a distortion spell, it was impossible to bring them outside. But there was one exception: the heart of the berserker, a unique item that could be taken back to the city without magic. The Tower of Magic had certainly taken note of that, and was likely already researching it as a magical resource. It was cruel. The person who gave his life for them couldn't even be given a proper burial. Seeing Misha still sitting silently beside the body, Bjorn asked, Misha, aren't you going to rest? She softly replied, I'll stay here just a little longer. He'll be lonely once we leave, won't he? All right? Leaning against the wall, Bjorn let his thoughts drift. He figured it would be better to do something, so he opened the letter the old mage had left behind. The pages were tightly bound, detailing the old man's story and the kidnapping of his grandson. It even revealed where the boy had been taken to the underground city of Nork. Bjorn's expression darkened as the realization hit him. That city beneath the sewers, the one he'd visited before. So Nork and Orculus were working together. The train of thought barreled forward, unstoppable. That explained what that woman had said when she confronted him back then. He remembered Amelia's words. Tell me, how do you know about this place? You're the one who opened the gate and entered first, berserker. Don't tell me, that woman's part of Orculus too. As Bjorn stared at the letter, a new wave of dread crept over him. A second gate, underground. Bit by bit he was uncovering information that had never appeared in the game before about Orculus. And now Nork. It was all unraveling, and Bjorn couldn't make sense of it anymore. He had no choice but to investigate and prepare for the worst. It was time to cast off unnecessary thoughts. He needed rest. Right now, this place was safer than the city, at least, until they had to deal with the aftermath of letting the Dragon Slayer escape. There was so much waiting for them when they returned. But something felt off. After nearly 2 days of relentless battle, he still couldn't sleep. Neither could Misha. She remained at Lear's side, unable to tear herself away. Eventually, the labyrinth closed for good, and the survivors were transported to Lefdonia, a dimensional plaza. Bjorn lifted his gaze skyward. For the first time in what felt like forever, he saw sunlight again. He thought to himself that their first task upon returning was clear. They stopped at the checkpoint to exchange the mana stones. When they gathered at the nearest branch of the Adventurers Guild, they filed a report. The Royal Certified Rank 8 mage, Leal Warb Dwaki, had perished in the dungeon. It took 1 minute to fill out the form, 2 minutes to review it, and in just 3 minutes, the life of one man had been summarized and closed. The members stood in solemn silence as the official read the announcement. Hikarad couldn't hold back his tears, quietly sobbing, while Bjorn too couldn't hide his emotions. It was a reminder that death was a painfully ordinary occurrence in this world. The fallen were our comrades, and then, with the sorrow left behind, we exited the guild once the formalities were over. At the Reetless Temple Hall, a familiar voice greeted them. Long time no see. Paul bowed politely to welcome them. I heard you're here on behalf of Priest Ludwig, who's been missing for years. Do you have any proof? Bjorn asked. Proof? Pale continued with a calm tone. This matter is extremely sensitive to the church, so we hope you understand. Bjorn thought to himself that due to the reward placed for information about the old man, things had gotten serious enough to draw the church's attention. Curiously, he asked Pale, reward? There's a reward. Pale bowed again and confirmed, yes, it's a reward so large that it's tempted many greedy individuals. Bjorn pressed further, how much are we talking about here? But just then, Hikarad cut in sharply, even for you, that's crossing a line. Embarrassed, Bjorn admitted, sorry, I didn't mean to be thoughtless. Pale brushed it off gently, it's fine. However, the reward varies greatly depending on the information provided, so it's difficult to disclose exact figures here. Bjorn quickly handed him a folded note. Can this letter from him be used as evidence? Paul took one look and visibly tensed. This is, Bjorn raised an eyebrow, is something wrong? Paul answered with a shaken voice, if this information is real, then this could be an extremely serious matter. Could you wait a moment? Sure, Bjorn replied. More time passed than expected before they were finally led into a restricted area of the temple, one usually reserved only for members of the church, specifically, the second-floor chapel. As they stepped inside, priests had already lined up in 2 solemn rows, their expressions grave and composed. Braun immediately dropped to one knee. A humble servant of the stars greets the great archbishop. One of the clergy stepped forward and said, so the one who travels with the saintess is present as well. Please, feel at home here. Bjorn scratched his head in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The archbishop. He recalled the things he'd read in the temple library. That means right now, in this room, the bishops and holy knights all looked upon them with gentle eyes. Some even smiled encouragingly. Paul beamed and said, please stand everyone. Bjorn silently scanned the room. The 3 commanders of the holy knights, the high archbishop, who's basically the equivalent of the pope, and every single one of the highest-ranking priests in the church. His gaze eventually dropped to the smallest figure among them. Who's that kid? Regardless, an extraordinary assembly had gathered in one place. The boy pressed his hands together, his face glowing with radiant joy. The goddess had just spoken. The ring on his hand was clearly no ordinary trinket, it was a divine artifact capable of suppressing 3 waves of karma. Bjorn Yandel stared at the ring and asked again for confirmation. Karma? Are you talking about Regal Vagos, the dragon slayer? The boy nodded firmly. Yes. The goddess said it can only suppress karma related to him. He went on to give Bjorn a clear warning, telling him to mentally prepare himself. So be ready, when the final bond of this ring is broken, fate will catch up with you. A fierce battle is inevitable. Prophecy from the goddess? Bjorn stood there stunned. What the hell is going on? I'm not some chosen warrior on a quest to slay a demon king. His face grew stiff as confusion washed over him. Why would the goddess give me something like this? Doesn't a divine being already know everything that's going to happen? Misha, Hikarad, and Braun had gathered around him, visibly shaken. Bjorn, what the hell are you exactly? Braun muttered. Are you seriously the one chosen by fate? Misha asked. No, that can't be it, Hikarad scoffed. There's no way a lunatic like you would be chosen by the gods of humankind. They shook their heads in disbelief, looking at Bjorn's bewildered expression. Look at this idiot. I've got about 100 questions I want to ask right now, someone muttered. But the conversation was cut short as the boy suddenly collapsed. Did the prophecy take that much out of him? The saint had fainted. And just like that, the meeting was over. The boy was carefully carried away by the priests. Voices buzzed throughout the room, some filled with excitement, others steeped in concern. A little later, inside one of the temple's guest chambers, Krobis sighed. Honestly, I have no idea what just happened. He was in a discussion with Paul and the others, though the mood wasn't exactly optimistic. I'm not sure what it means either, Paul admitted. A divine prophecy, and directed at a non-human, no less. That's not something we usually see. As far as I know, This is only the third time it's ever happened. Bjorn cautiously asked, "What happened to the others?" Paul's face darkened. According to the records, they didn't fare well. They were branded heretics by the entire Berserker tribe and exiled. When I first arrived, the High Archbishop immediately ordered my expulsion. Bjorn thought back to that moment. I thought I'd be respected, but instead, I was cast out like a traitor. He sighed. For Berserkers, the core of growth lies in soul branding, and yet I was expelled from the tribe for something completely out of my control. From that day on, I was seen as something already matured, yet rejected. One of the others quickly spoke up, trying to ease the tension. "Still, don't worry about us. We won't let any of this leak." Braun and Misha looked completely trustworthy. "I'll keep my mouth shut," Braun vowed. "You have my word." "I swear it on my faith. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't hear a thing today." Bjorn nodded, feeling confident in them. "Those two I trust." But then he turned to Hikurad, the real wild card. "Now you, what's with that look?" Hikurad looked surprised. "What? I'm just as clueless as you." Bjorn let out a weary sigh. "Fine. I'll make a promise too. I'll quit drinking starting today. Damn, I shouldn't have dragged everyone into this." Shoving all the side distractions aside, he returned to the matter at hand. "All right, let's focus on the upside. This ring being able to suppress a confrontation with Regal Vagos that's insanely powerful. But how long will it last?" he muttered to himself. 2 years? 3? Clutching his head, Bjorn tried to work out a plan. "Let's just assume the shortest time frame and prepare for that. I won't tell a soul, I promise." Looking at his companions, he finally said, "I've decided. I'll mentally prepare myself for at least 6 months to a year." "All right. Let's get going." Just as he stood up, Misha's horrified voice rang out. "Bjorn. The ring, one of the bindings just snapped." "Wait, don't tell me." A thin wisp of smoke rose from the ring as one of its bonds burned away like charred string. Bjorn's eyes widened in alarm. "Shit. You've got to be kidding me." As night fell over the fortress walls of Nork, deep in the underground city, a wounded figure lay sprawled on the ground. Amelia approached cautiously, recognizing the man instantly. "Regal Vagos? What's he doing here? Wasn't he just in the plaza?" Her eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me he used a spatial portal to escape the labyrinth." She sat down, carefully inspecting Regal's injuries. "If I use that poor old wizard and that explorer as sacrifices, maybe it'll work," she muttered, but quickly turned her focus to his battered state. What the hell did he even fight to end up like this? One of his arms was burned and soaked in blood. The other, his right arm, was completely scorched. His shoulder was shredded, and the left one was clearly dislocated. His entire body was a mess of crushed and bleeding wounds. And yet, Amelia couldn't hide her satisfaction at the sight of his near death. "Good. Among all the Hercules, he's the one I've wanted to kill the most. Just leave him here, he'll die on his own." But Regal wasn't dead yet. Upon seeing Amelia, he seemed to latch onto a sliver of hope. You're here, good, heal me now," he cried, only to be met with a cold rejection. "Why should I?" she replied flatly. We have a contract, don't we?" Amelia scoffed, dismissing the idea without a shred of pity. "That contract? Please. Even dogs and cats know about that by now." She reminded him of a far older pact, the one she had signed with the Lord of Nork. In Nork, killing someone is strictly forbidden. That pact is etched into the soul. It cannot be broken. But even that didn't mean she had to help him. "Not killing you and saving you are two entirely different things," she added coolly. Then she took his ring and several other useful items. "I'll store these safely in my personal space." Regal trembled, helpless and furious. "Damn it all, you bitch." Amelia leaned against the wall and waited, determined to witness his death with her own eyes. No turning back now, she thought. "I won't rest easy until I'm sure he's dead. If he survives this, he'll be a massive threat later." Suddenly she heard footsteps. Lots of them, The patrol, she muttered. Regal was about to catch a break. She immediately stood and prepared to leave. Looks like you got lucky, Dragon Slayer, she said, her voice frosty. You won't escape justice though. She warned him one last time. If you remember this and report it to the city lord, but she didn't stop there. Playing it safe, especially with someone this dangerous, was always the better choice. Let's just erase a week's worth of memories, just to be sure, she decided. Regal knew exactly what was happening, but there was nothing he could do. You witch, feeling more at ease after her precaution, Amelia walked away, content with her thoroughness. The longer Hez left in the dark, the more believable it'll be that he got mauled by monsters in the labyrinth, she thought. Even if I used rare potions, it's fine, I still gained more than I lost. Still, one thing kept bugging her. Who did beat him this badly? Bjorn Yandel suddenly remembered right. His mind wandered back to the ring. The real question still lingered. When will the thread on that final ring snap? Don't worry too much. Are you in there? Erwin called from outside. Something wrong? He asked. Can I come in? Bjorn invited her inside, but it wasn't what he expected. At first I thought she came all the way here because something important had happened, he thought. But instead, she just went on and on about what had happened inside the labyrinth. He sighed and gestured toward the door. Erwin, I'm tired. Let's talk later. But we were just getting to the good part later. Okay. She left, disappointed that Bjorn didn't seem to understand how she felt. I even wore nice clothes for this, she grumbled. The next day at the Region 7 Explorers Guild headquarters, was this after the troll battle? Someone asked. Everyone gathered to review the available reports and try to piece the story together. That morning, all four of them had received an unexpected summons from the guild. But the reason was not what they had anticipated. All four had been designated as heirs of Dwarki. Something completely unexpected. I thought he was going to donate everything to that orphanage that raised him, one of them said. Why us? Hikarad clutched the will, his emotions stirred. He rewrote it already. He planned all this ahead of time. It was the kind of shock he never saw coming. They all remembered that bright smile of his, always so full of hope and positivity. Now he was gone. They were grateful, but unsure how to respond. Eventually they accepted ownership of his old home and left the guild quietly, feeling like failures. How do we repay him for this? If it were Dwarki, someone said, he probably wouldn't want us to repay anything at all. That's just who he was. They even received part of his reward. Afterwards, the group went to the temple to receive their rewards. Once the conversation was over, everyone left except for me, who stayed behind. Bjorn Yandel engaged in another negotiation with Pale. From now on, can the things I say be kept confidential? Unless it goes against the will of the gods, I won't reveal the words of my benefactor to anyone. A strange sword was brought out. Do you know what this is? It's the Dragon Slayer's sword. Bjorn asked for Pale's advice. For some reason, every time we try to use it, it rejects us. If it's cursed, I'd like help removing the curse. Paul responded, the power hidden within this sword is not a curse. The truth is, he explained the sword's true nature in detail. Its original name is the Ancient Dragon Sword. It's a weapon that can only be wielded by dragons, passed down through generations of the Ancient Dragon clan. It's one of their greatest treasures. Bjorn listened intently as Pale continued. It was only called the Dragon Slayer's Sword after Rigel Bagos killed the ancient dragon and stole it. That's why the sword has never worked properly for him, even during the battle with you, because of the dragon's curse. Before its death, the ancient dragon laid a curse upon it. As a result, Rigel Bagos, though born of the dragon race, is no longer considered a true dragon. His betrayal went beyond what anyone could have foreseen. The dragon traits, his scales were burned away, and even his dragon heart, the source of his power, was transformed into something nearly human. Paul saw this as karma. He brought this on himself, betraying his own kind, just to claim a weapon he ultimately couldn't even use. Paul clarified, so, It's not the sword that was cursed but him. I understand, Bjorn replied solemnly. Another dilemma arose. Krovitz asked Bjorn what he planned to do with the sword, suggesting he return it to the dragons in exchange for a reward. Bjorn nodded respectfully. Thank you for the advice. I'll give it more thought. Think nothing of it, Paul said. You're a benefactor of our church. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to return. Bjorn, half joking, asked, so that means I can receive blessings for free from now on, right? But Paul turned him down gently. I wish I could help, but this morning we received a new divine mission. Bjorn's face went pale. The Star of Dusk declared that everything will proceed according to its destined order. So please, don't misinterpret the will of the gods or try to act against it. Bjorn couldn't help but wonder, was that directed at him? The church had given him a holy artifact, a ring. As repayment he shouldn't expect more. Still, Paul added warmly, but I'm always here if you need to talk. Come find me anytime. Thanks, Bjorn said with a smile. To lift his spirits, Bjorn sought out a way to unwind. Maybe this exhaustion is all in my head. He headed straight for the tavern where his teammates were waiting. Everyone there wore somber expressions. Though they hadn't been particularly close with Lear, his absence weighed heavily on them. After all, they'd fought and survived together. Bjorn felt the same. He remembered Lear not just as a comrade, but as someone whose memory deserved to be honored. Quietly, he drank a few glasses of liquor in silence. Later, he and Misha slipped away. She stumbled a little, so he reached out to steady her. Here, take my hand. Thanks, she said softly. The sun dipped below the horizon as they arrived at their destination. We're here, Bjorn said. Yeah, finally. They shared a quiet moment, looking at each other. Misha became flustered and quickly turned to leave. I'll head in first. Get some rest, okay? But suddenly, Bjorn grabbed her hand. He called out gently, Misha Karlstein. His next words made her blush deeply. Do you like me? As your man. The words he'd spoken before leaving had made a difference. Maybe he was more perceptive about emotions than he thought. Please don't turn your back on her anymore. Bjorn quietly spoke from the side. Do you like me as a man? Misha blinked in confusion and turned to look at him. An awkward silence immediately settled between them, so intense it was almost suffocating. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. In the end, with no way out, she responded in a soft, hesitant voice. Yeah, I do like you as a man. As if some painful realization hit her, tears suddenly streamed down her face like a flood. Wait, you already knew, didn't you? A startled voice rang out. Ah, Teresia immediately turned and asked, Erwin, what's wrong? The person beside her clenched their fists, looking a bit shaken. It's just my heart suddenly started beating really fast. She cast a careful glance at Erwin, scrutinizing his face. You haven't looked well since you met him yesterday. Did he do something to you? Erwin quickly shook his head. No, it's not that. His expression just seemed off, so I got worried something might have happened in the labyrinth. He sighed inwardly, then continued, looking pale after coming back from the labyrinth. It's really nothing. Besides that, I swear nothing else happened. Hearing that, the other girl gave him a gentle smile. Is that so? Then I guess I'll just try to find out what's going on myself. Erwin blinked. You will. Without warning, she shoved an apple into his mouth and said, so calm down for now. Erwin muffled a reply, Memph okay. The scene shifted back to the tense awkwardness between Misha and Yandel. In a low voice, Misha asked, You already knew, didn't you? Yandel held her hand tightly and answered, I wasn't sure. More accurately, I used that as an excuse to pretend I didn't notice. She never said it outright, after all. And if I were sure, I'd only have one choice left. The girl fumbled for words, visibly flustered. I see, so, what do you think? Yandel looked nervous as well. I've already made up my mind. Dwalki once said, you can't expect sincerity from others if you're not brave enough to show your true self. Then, with blunt honesty, he said, "I've always seen you as a very important comrade." Those words hit her like a blow, plunging her back into quiet heartbreak. She slowly withdrew her hand, embarrassed and hurt. "I see. So, I'm not enough, huh?" She turned away, voice trembling with resignation. "Anyone else would react the same way. We never know when we might die out here. I only just completed my coming-of-age ceremony not even a year ago. In the end, surviving is what matters most." Yandel understood all too well. In their current circumstances, once romantic feelings got involved, it would become dangerously hard to make rational decisions when the time came. His voice, dry and flat, sounded beside her again. "Yeah, that's why I hope you'll think of me only as a teammate too." Misha finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded in anger. "Know what? That's your answer? Just like that?" She punched him hard in the stomach, imbuing it with ice element damage. Fuming, she shouted, "Why the hell should I have to do this, huh? I wasn't even planning to confess today in the first place, you annoying old barbarian. You fraud. You asked me like you'd accept it, and now you under the dim light." Her voice turned desperate. "Who the hell asked you to accept me anyway, huh? I knew you weren't in any position to say yes. But telling me not to like you, isn't that just cruel?" She collapsed into his chest, trembling as she sobbed. I didn't even ask for much. Just this moment, just being here I already feel lucky enough, like it's more than I deserve. So please don't say things like that. Why do you even want to take that away from me too?" Silence fell between them. Then, without warning, she vanished, leaving Yandel standing there alone. A single message remained in her wake: "Don't expect dinner tomorrow. You jerk." The night passed quickly, and by the next morning a huge pot of carrot soup was waiting for him, one that Yandel stared at in total confusion. He looked directly at the pot, his mind full of question marks. What is this? Some kind of feline revenge? Misha turned away with a huff and muttered, "Make sure you chew it properly before you swallow, got it? Meow." Yandel stared down at the food, clearly helpless. He knew he was in the wrong, after all. So he ate it all, chewed and swallowed every last bit so thoroughly he almost forgot to breathe. In the end he had no choice but to finish the whole massive pot. When he was done, he looked at her and asked, "I'm full now. So, what's next?" The girl beside him glared at him with pure hatred and disgust. Feeling completely drained, he could only sigh. "This isn't so bad, right?" But before he could say anything else, she shouted over him, swallowing his words whole. "You don't get to decide that. And don't overthink it, okay? I'm just acting on my own damn feelings. Got it?" He looked at her carefully, really looked, and the thought struck him. The conclusion I came to last night after going home is, Misha is way more mature than I am. Yandel stood up. "Alright, got it. So from now on this topic is off limits. Agreed?" Yeah. After that he and Misha left together and met up with Rottmeiler and Hikarad. The group set off toward Kamelby, the central administrative headquarters, because of Hikarad. When Misha and Murad arrived, she asked, "Are you really okay with this?" The man smiled warmly. "I've always dreamed of having a home of my own, and well, I happened to come into a pretty big sum of money." He had decided to purchase the haunted house Dwaki had left behind. According to the appraisal confirmed by the administrative agency, the house was valued at around 24 million spirit stones. The pen scratched softly across the paper as the narration continued. Factoring in market value at auction, the three of us agreed to split the earnings evenly. Each of us would receive 5 million spirit stones. Holding a stack of documents, Murad smiled brightly and said, "Well then, how about a drink to celebrate?" At Sector 7, he sat down and spoke carefully. "I guess it's about time we talked about the team." That same thought surfaced again in his mind. He had planned to announce that he'd be leaving the team along with Misha. But before he could say anything, Murad, holding a bottle of liquor, took a swig and said, "About that, there's something I need to tell everyone." With calm composure, Murad declared, I'm quitting the exploration business. The news genuinely stunned him. What? He blurted out. Rottmeiler turned and asked, if you're quitting, what do you plan to do next? Murad replied, I'm going to open a forge. That's actually why I decided to buy that house from our friend. He sat there, continuing to explain, I became an adventurer to escape reality. I thought I had no real talent. But now, I don't want to live with regret anymore. That would be an insult to our friend. Hearing those words, Bjorn thought to himself there was a resolute will in that statement, so strong that no one could argue against it. The man beside him let out a small, genuine smile of relief. I sincerely hope you get to fulfill that dream, Misha added enthusiastically. I'll definitely visit the place one day. Yandel raised his mug to join in the warm moment. Well, I guess I know where I'll be going when I need weapons from now on. Rottmeiler took a hearty sip of his wine and said, But Murad, you don't have to feel guilty. Honestly, I was planning on leaving the team after this expedition anyway. Murad was surprised, then slightly irritated as he turned and raised his voice. What, you too? Why? Rottmeiler answered plainly, I just feel like I still have a lot to work on, that's all. Misha was left speechless by that. Murad responded again, with your work ethic, I'm sure whatever your goal is, you'll reach it. Suddenly, Bjorn slammed his mug down on the table and declared, Misha and I will form a new team. He continued, much to everyone's surprise, and will keep moving forward to reach even greater heights. Murad, as expected, replied with a smirk, I knew you'd say something like that. He turned to Misha and said, Poor Karlstein, you've got your work cut out for you. The girl just grinned and said playfully, Yeah, well, I guess it's the price I have to pay. Mio. Night fell and the tavern was bright with light. Voices rose together, Come on, we can't just sit here. Let's raise our glasses. Great idea. But what are we toasting to? Mio. Another voice chimed in, I've got one. Can I say it? Go ahead, Rottmeiler. With a wide, satisfied smile, Rottmeiler raised his glass. 4 mugs clinked together, accompanied by laughter and excitement, to the success of all us half-baked adventurers. A little while later, Murad was passed out on the table, completely drunk. Misha, too, had finally given in to the alcohol, slumping over with a flushed, drowsy expression. He looked at them, warmth swelling in his chest. It really did feel like a peaceful, perfect ending for the team after all they'd been through. Then, someone across the table suddenly spoke up. There's something I want to ask you. Go ahead, he replied. But the atmosphere had shifted, thick bloodlust now hung in the air. A suspicious voice pierced the quiet. Tell me, are you an evil spirit? Yandel slammed his hand on the table in fury and shouted, Rottmeiler, I hope you've got a damn good reason for saying something that insulting, he growled. But unlike Yandel's anger, the man across from him kept his calm smile, as if he wasn't shaken at all. He looked as if he believed Yandel thought he was truly furious. Before I got to understand what kind of person you are, Rottmeiler continued, eyes sharper than before, I might have thought the same thing myself. You're not someone bound by oaths or honor. And you're definitely not the type to let emotions cloud your judgment. Too well. Just thinking about it made my hands, resting on the table, slowly clench into fists. The warrior's oath was essentially a loophole. It wouldn't work either. Rottmeiler pressed on, Isn't that right? So I adjusted my stance a little. I answered, visibly irritated. Hearing something like that from a teammate, even I find it hard to take. Well, that's understandable, he replied. But still, he downed the rest of his drink in one swift gulp. At last, things began to settle again. With a cautious tone he evaluated, You're too different from everyone else. Of course I knew what he meant. A warrior who could read, who didn't let emotions cloud his judgment, who prioritized practicality over honor, and who possessed knowledge no first-year rookie should have. Yeah, I stood out. His voice echoed in my ears again. After escaping that labyrinth, you said you heard the voice of an ancestor, didn't you? Who would believe something like that? I couldn't believe it myself, I admitted. At one point I even thought you might be a dark spirit, he said. You used to think that. So you don't anymore? I asked. In every book one read, dark spirits treat all of humanity like puppets. But you're not like that. Bjorn's mind drifted to a memory of a frail girl lying on the ground, whispering, I never apologized, did I? I'm sorry. I thought you were an NPC. If I'd known, I never would have done that. That had startled him. Right, she did say that, he murmured. Rottweiler continued, besides, the goddess of the stars gave you a divine revelation. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I doubt you after that? Bjorn finally began to see it. This was all part of some divine game. The voice before him grew less composed. That's when I realized how short-sighted I'd been. The reason I mistook you for a dark spirit was because I looked at you with the eyes of a mere mortal. There really are people in this world loved by the gods, he went on. And history calls them heroes. No, he saw it for himself. Then Rottweiler stood up and said, You're giving me too much credit. But the other man replied, You tend to underestimate yourself. But I mean what I said. Yandel simply responded in a calm voice, Then why say all that? The familiar smile returned to the man's face. Because it's time I stood up. I wanted to leave you with a warning and a bit of advice. That line sparked something in him. A warning and advice. As he helped Murat up, Rottweiler said, Yes. You're clever, but in certain areas, still a bit naive. No matter how much you trust your comrades, there are things you should keep to yourself. Yandel asked, You mean the new team I'm forming? Exactly, Rottweiler nodded. Your uniqueness, it won't stay hidden. It's like a sharp chisel poking through a cloth bag. Someone will try to judge you, to force their view on you like I once did. So as long as you can't openly talk about the divine message you received, do your best to stay hidden. It'll save you from unimaginable trouble. Yandel understood every word. As someone who had once lived an ordinary life, he knew the gravity of this advice. I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart, Rottweiler said. Under the statue of a goddess, Yandel and Misha walked side by side. One final blessing came from Rottweiler's lips. May the path you walk always be bathed in light. And with that, a new thought formed in Yandel's mind. If a comrade, someone I've built a bond with, became convinced I was a dark spirit, and even had evidence to back it up, what would I do then? He looked up and muttered to himself, Maybe, even if I have to become someone terrible, if it were me, I'd still choose to survive. Misha, noticing something off, called out, Bjorn, why are you just standing there like that? What are you thinking about? Aren't we going? He replied, It's nothing. Let's go. The girl beside him asked anxiously, Wait, don't tell me I said something weird last night while I was drunk. Who knows, he muttered as he turned his face away. Let's just meet Krabitz and head to Kamelby. But then that panicked voice echoed in his head again. Wait, say something. Say something, Bjorn. Yandel calmly spoke. I met with Krabitz and asked him to arrange a meeting with the Dragonkin. A luminous sword appeared before a powerful spirit. After weighing all options, no matter how he turned it around in his mind, the old man's advice still seemed the most logical: return the sword and accept the reward. Since the meeting would be through a temple, the Dragonkin likely wouldn't try to undercut them or steal outright. Yandel had calculated that risk as well. Eventually, the two arrived at the central trade hub, and from there, to Kamelby. He had purchased the materials needed for a Tier 6 soul engraving. The vendor said, Here's the troll byproduct you requested, along with the undying phantom. Bjorn thought bitterly, There goes 18 million soul stones. Misha stood beside him, still wide-eyed at the items. Once again he carefully mapped out the next steps in his head. Now it was Misha's turn. She had bought a Tier 3 Earl longsword, forged from a mithril steel alloy. Holding it in her hands, she said in disbelief, I can't believe there's a day where I actually buy a sword worth 12 million soul stones. I really never thought this would happen. Her companion immediately grew tense. Yeah, we seriously have to start saving now. The guy behind them seemed slightly irritated. Why do we have to save? Then he added, aside from the bare minimum, use the rest of our money to buy as much beast extract as you can and drink it. She asked, surprised, seriously. Yes, you still haven't unlocked your soul receptor's true power, right? Don't hold back, invest everything in that. Misha finally smiled. Ah, got it. And so, after several hours of shameless spending, the two returned to the residential area. Misha groaned, I'm a beggar now. Yandel replied helplessly, quit whining. The young girl turned as if to leave. Well then, good night, Bjorn. But he quickly called out, hey Misha. Do you have any particular preferences when it comes to recruiting teammates? Teammates, huh? She tilted her head and said, as long as they're not elves, I'm fine. That answer caught him completely off guard. So Misha's a racist, he thought. Guess I really shouldn't judge people by appearances. Yandel clapped his hands and said, oh right, I just remembered I've got somewhere else to drop by. Misha blinked, confused. Wait, what? But the truth had shaken him a bit too much. Though he still had things he wanted to say, he let Misha walk away. At that moment, Abman's wife welcomed him enthusiastically. Welcome, dear customer. Abman looked surprised. Yandel, his wife, irritated, snapped again? Another friend. You never bring in real customers, just your buddies. Both Abman and Yandel froze at her words. Feeling the tension, Yandel said, suddenly, I really feel like having a drink, and some snacks. I only came to talk, but, Abman sighed. Fine, just bring out something simple. Later, Yandel chatted cheerfully with the man beside him. You're surprisingly good at serving drinks too, he remarked. Abman replied, it's not always like this. The place has just been so busy lately, you understand. Abman grumbled, still the place is completely dead. Hearing that, Yandel replied calmly, living like a family man isn't something to be ashamed of. Abman raised an eyebrow. So, I take it you've left your old party. Yandel answered with a neutral tone. The party disbanded. Holding his glass of liquor, Abman said, from the look on your face, I can tell you lost someone. The two clinked glasses and downed their beers in one go, letting out a few bitter laughs. What a damn mess. Yeah, real shitty. Turning to Abman's wife, Yandel called out, 2 more please. She smiled from the kitchen, coming right up. Then, the real conversation began. So it's you, the red cat girl, and me, that makes 3. What about the others? Yandel replied, first, we definitely need a mage. If we could get a healing cleric too, that'd be ideal. But he paused, thinking about how the recruitment criteria now felt stricter than in a game. He recalled the requirements: at least 3 members above level 5, plus contribution points from temple missions. Finding people for the team won't be easy, he admitted. Abman nodded. Of course not. You're pretty selective. While Abman's wife hummed a tune in the kitchen, Yandel continued, we'll at least need a guide. But since those are hard to come by, I was thinking of hiring a temporary explorer. Abman asked, and how will you split the loot? Yandel replied, everything gets split evenly except for the explorer's share. Abman gave a curious look. So if I were the guide, would I get a bigger cut? Bjorn suddenly stood up. What? You serious? Abman insisted, I meant that literally. Yandel laughed. Weren't you the guy who got lost on the first floor for 19 straight hours? The other man tensed. You're counting the hours now. That's because the rift opened at 7 p.m. On the first day I went in. Abman faltered. Well, yeah, but... That's when Yandel realized, wait a second. So he's a guide with no sense of direction. I'll think about the loot split, he said. We should hear from the other members too. Abman lifted his glass. That's enough for me. Looking forward to working with you. But just then, his wife emerged from the kitchen, giving him a sharp glare. Hey, you plan to sit there all day or what? He shrank in his seat, No, not at all. New party? She smiled brightly. Why didn't you say so? I feel so much better now that my husband's going to be teammates with someone dependable like you, little Balkan. Then she added, to be honest, I never liked his last party. Worked with them for over half a year, but not once did they ever show their face at this bar. Yandel blinked, surprised. White? What? His party. Abman took a gulp of his drink, clearly nervous. Yandel thought to himself, his old teammates. Don't tell me he was dungeon crawling solo behind his wife's back. He muttered. First the getting lost thing, now this. Guess he's not the reliable bear-type teammate I imagined. More like some dude just living day to day. The next day at the Manzi sanctuary, Yandel stood in front of a tent, muttering, no one here. Am I supposed to go to the chief's tent or something? I really don't want to, a voice called out, Bjorn. Son of Yandel, is that you? A tall man with golden hair and a beard stepped out. You came for Kiduba's funeral, didn't you? Bjorn's eyes narrowed in thought. Kiduba, so that's what this is about. It had been half a year since Einar began her training. Didn't expect today to be the day, he said. The golden-haired man nodded. Do you know why it's done like this? Being able to leave something behind for the next generation, that's a great honor. Let's go. They walked together, until the man said, we're here. In front of Yandel stood a group of fierce-looking men. One of them sat with his head down. Seeing the scene, Yandel thought, so it's starting. A girl sitting alone, knees hugged to her chest, suddenly looked up. Bjorn. The young man's gaze locked onto hers in surprise. Einar. He frowned. Why are you sitting here by yourself? But Einar said nothing. After a pause, she whispered, if I had known things would turn out like this, I never would have done it. Yandel watched her closely. She really doesn't know. I thought they would have told her by now. Yandel suddenly recalled the scenes from the past, how Einar had been training non-stop for the past 6 months. Among the barbarians, this was known as grueling training, both physically and mentally, a process of forging the body to become a warrior worthy of the tribe. In the game, completing this training would result in a significant boost in physical stats, and the individual would then be eligible to receive a soul inheritance, a special type of magic that only the barbarian tribe could perform. Alongside the soul mark engraving, this ritual allowed a barbarian to pass down one of their essences to the next generation. But the person receiving the essence could only do so once in their lifetime, and the one passing it on would inevitably lose their life. Yandel quietly spoke to the person beside him. It seems that elder truly cherished her. Hearing that, Einar replied bitterly, why didn't anyone tell me this? If I had known what kind of ritual it was, I would have stopped immediately. A voice suddenly rang out, Kiduba. The towering chief, standing with arms crossed, sneered. He was a coward. Einar shot to her feet in outrage. Chief, don't insult him. Kiduba was a fearless warrior. The chief snapped, then maybe you're the real coward for being the reason Kiduba couldn't bring himself to tell you about the soul inheritance. I'm the coward. Einar screamed, her voice shaking with rage. Without warning, the chief slammed his forehead against hers, hard enough to draw blood. As her blood splattered onto the ground, he growled, so what? If that's the case, then don't disgrace his death. Live in a way that makes him proud. Become a warrior worthy of the barbarian tribe, you inexperienced child. The scene shifted to a vivid image of a bald, white-bearded man chained to a tree, his head bowed in silence. Yandel's words from that time echoed, no one in this world is free from sorrow. But even so, stand up and face it head-on. Keep moving forward. That is the true path of a warrior. Blood ran down Einar's furious face, and the man standing opposite her looked the same, blood streaking down his own. Meanwhile, the others remained fixated on the shaman, who now announced, the soul of Kiduba, third son of Tohar, has left his body and returned to the forest. Anyone who wishes to be engraved into his soul, step forward. Across from them, Einar and the tribal chief finally stepped away from each other. She bowed her head, seething, while the old man snapped his gaze toward the one who had spoken. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if refusing to face the truth. The scene shifted to a tent. "I knew you'd come, warrior. Did you bring the materials?" the shaman asked as Yandel slung his bag down and rummaged through a smaller pouch. "Yeah. You were expecting me to harvest it myself," he replied coldly. "No, I bought it at the trading market." "How much?" the old man asked, curious. Yandel pulled out a heart-like object glowing red. "Why do you even care?" 18 million soul stones. The shaman chuckled. "How did someone like you even get that lucky? You must have been born under a good star, warrior." Yandel's temple throbbed with anger. "Lucky? You know nothing." The shaman leaned on his elbow and teased, "Or maybe it's compensation, after losing something precious." Yandel sat cross-legged on the floor and carefully adjusted his backpack. "I don't want to talk about it." The old man, sensing his reluctance, backed off. "Fine, it's not a shameful thing anyway. In fact, warrior, the more precious the thing you lose, the stronger you'll become." Yandel scowled and turned his head. "Enough. Can we do the soul engraving today?" "Of course," the shaman replied. Yandel tossed the pouch into a large jar. "Then let's begin." Outside, black crows filled the sky. Activating level 6 recovery seal soul regeneration rate greatly increased. Spinic stat 240. Grinning wickedly, the shaman held up a soul engraving needle. "Let the weapon's soul inhabit your body." The candles flickered low in the room, their dim light enhanced by a unique fusion effect that increased gear performance according to the user's stats. Yandel gasped for air, his body glowing with countless soul markings. "Finally, I've made it to this stage." Once it was done, he would become far more powerful. Fusion, a passive skill that was always active, allowed a warrior's stats to directly boost their equipment's power. This alone was powerful, but there was more. In line with the spirit of true fusion, when he enlarged himself, his gear would scale up with him. From a normal-sized body and weapon, everything would grow several times over, granting a massive boost in power. Yandel would no longer need to strip off his armor every time he transformed. Even better, he could now wield an enormous war hammer and shield to smash his enemies. As he muttered incoherently and drooled with excitement, the shaman beheld, sighed in disbelief. "This guy, there's definitely something wrong with his head." The next morning, sunlight spilled through the cloth flap of the tent. Yandel finally stirred. "Has it really been a whole day? Where's the shaman?" Right outside the tent, someone was already waiting. "Warrior." Yandel looked up. The shaman stood before him, imposing as ever. "Why have you been marked by the god of humans?" Confused, Yandel raised his hand to his head. "What is he talking about?" Then he saw the faint glow from the silver ring on his pinky. "That ring you're wearing, it's bound to your fate. And you still don't realize it," the shaman said with a chuckle. "Don't worry. No one else will notice." Alarmed, Yandel quickly covered the ring with his hand. "Are you going to tell the chieftain?" he asked suspiciously. "Why would I?" the shaman replied, still smiling. The old man began telling the story, raising a single finger toward the sky. According to legend, since ancient times, their people had followed the call of their ancestors' spirits and returned to this city. Thanks to that, they truly learned the meaning of civilization. They quietly watched those chosen ones use supernatural powers to save their people and realize the presence of the gods. Yandel frowned at him. "What are you trying to say?" The sorcerer laughed heartily. "It was the spirits of our ancestors who guided us to Lefdonia." He spread his arms wide, as if shielding something before him. "The god of Lefdonia resides exactly where those spirits pointed us. So why resist them in such a foolish way?" He was still speaking in that same cryptic, abstract tone as always. Some things never changed. Yandel asked, "Then what do you think the chieftain will do when he finds out I've received a divine oracle?" The sorcerer's expression turned serious again. Yandel could guess what was coming. He imagined that hot-headed chieftain storming toward him, weapon raised. With that temper of his, he'll brand me a traitor, exile me from the tribe, maybe even chop my head off and burn my body. Exactly, the sorcerer replied, completely unbothered. But you're worrying about the wrong thing, warrior. Whether beastfolk, dwarves, or elves, everyone else abandoned those old traditions long ago. Why do you think they were able to do that? Yandel paused. I guess I've seen that kind of rebellion before. Earth's history isn't so different. The old man placed his hands on his hips. Are you afraid of exile, warrior? Then the answer is simple. Yandel narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me exactly. The old sorcerer grinned. Only a savage would come up with something like this. If something gets in your way, crush it. In other words, he continued, you just need to become the new chieftain. Lead the tribe yourself. How's that for a warrior's path? Yandel smiled, his eyes sharp. I like the sound of that, old man. That's a pretty compelling story, mostly because it actually makes sense. The scene then shifted to the forest where Yandel was wandering alone among the trees, deep in thought. First step, I should start gathering support, he mused. He kept walking, knowing that even if he didn't become chieftain, having influence would be invaluable in the future. Suddenly he stopped. In front of him was Einar, asleep in the weirdest position imaginable, drooling under a tree with birds perching on her. Yep, still here, just like I thought. You were sleeping out here? Yandel asked. Einar stirred at the sound of his voice, opening one eye to look at him. Yandel, she murmured. She suddenly jolted upright, but her head didn't quite catch up, twisting awkwardly to a 90-degree angle with her body. I wasn't planning on falling asleep again. Wait. Oh my God, the ground, it's moving. Yandel squatted down beside her with a deadpan expression. That's just your head lying on the ground. You okay now? Ah. They both turned to look at the body of a bald man leaning lifelessly against a nearby tree. Einar still felt a little irritated, but she was doing better. She recalled a time when someone had come to watch her doing push-ups with a giant rock on her back, and then the moment that man had crouched down, grinning smugly as he watched her pinned and struggling to get free. Because he'd tricked her. He had exhaled slowly, gazing at her collapsed figure with strangely gentle eyes. If he had been honest from the beginning, she wouldn't have ended up in that pitiful state. To her, Kituba had basically turned her into a coward in front of everyone. She glanced at Yandel. But you too, Yandel, something's going on with you, isn't there? What do you mean? Just a hunch, she said. You look a lot gloomier than the last time I saw you. If it's because of me, you don't need to carry that weight. He lifted his chin slightly. Gloomy, huh? Maybe, because a teammate of mine died. They sat facing each other in the quiet woods. That really happened? She asked softly as leaves blew gently through the air around them. Can I ask what happened? She continued. Sure. After they talked for a while, Yandel pushed himself up with a hand on his knee. Lear Wervdwaki. I'll remember that name, she said, closing her eyes with a thoughtful expression. That's such a shame. I wish I could have met him once before it came to that. Then she opened her eyes again, smiling slightly. But hey Yandel, how about a match? A match? I just want to see whether I'm strong enough now to not be a burden to you anymore. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. Yandel stared into them. So you want to join the team I'm putting together? If you think I'm worthy. Yandel started seriously weighing the idea, as if playing a game of strategy in his head. Tank? Melee? Ranged? Mage? All the core positions were already filled. The only spot left was Scout, normally guided by the bear. Depending on who he chose for that role, the team structure would shift dramatically. They could become a dual mage team with overwhelming burst damage, 2 enchanted staves overflowing with magic. Or a long-range team with bows and crossbows for sustained attacks. Or a melee-heavy unit focused on speed and consistent DPS, greatswords and longswords leading the charge. Einar, aside from the mage slot, there's only one position left. And honestly, I was planning to put another mage in that spot. He picked up his wooden shield and staff. So let's keep it simple. Yandel smiled, raising his shield. Come at me with everything you've got. Without hesitation, Einar charged forward, swinging her massive wooden sword at the man in front of her. Yandel blocked the heavy blow with ease, his shield holding firm. She pivoted swiftly, eyes sharp like a predator's. Her next strike came fast and hard, even making Yandel sweat a little. That one a chain cleave. He frowned, surprised. That training effect really paid off, huh? You've gotten a lot stronger, and inherited that essence too? Damn, you're lucky. Let's push a little further. Just then, Einar froze. Yandel's body and his weapon were growing larger by the second. Gigantification. Savage surge. Fusion. He remembered how that apprentice knight had turned and run the moment he saw this skill in action. On the ground, Einar dug her heels in and cracked the dirt beneath her. All right, what now, Yandel? The words had barely left his mouth when she leapt high eye level with him in an instant, and came crashing down with a devastating strike. A system notification popped up immediately. Yandel level 4 physique, 424.4 spirit, 320.3, 1, ability, 736, 240, gear rating, 197, minus 770, total combat rating, 1529.95, 48.5, essences collected, rank 7 golem flesh, rank 5 orc hero. Blood trickled from Yandel's nose down to his chin. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for his iron skin, that slash might have landed. He shifted back to his normal form and said, "All right, let's stop here." "What? But I can still go on." "I know. But continuing now wouldn't mean anything. Is it because I'm not qualified enough?" Yandel wiped the blood from his upper lip, then glanced at it. "That's not it. You didn't go all out, but you still managed to make me bleed while I was in my giant form. The thing is, if I add you to my team, we'd be too skewed toward melee fighters." Einar lit up. "So that means I can join you next time, right?" He looked at her, hesitant to say no. "Can you give me a little time to think it over?" Grinning, she stabbed her wooden sword into the ground and chirped, "Got it. Of course. How about 1 minute?" Yandel sighed. 1 minute is too short. Make it 3. 3 minutes? I can wait that long. I'm super patient, you know. Look, I can even hold my breath." As if to prove her point, Einar puffed up her cheeks and held her breath until her face turned beet red. Yandel genuinely began to consider it. Einar did have great potential. She might still be lacking in some areas, but from the 6th floor onward, they'd need to work as a team more. Still holding her breath, Einar looked up at him with her tomato-red face. What is it?" He placed a finger on his chin. "From now on I'll be counting on you." But before she could respond, she passed out from lack of air and flopped over, drooling at his feet. "That's right. Just like you guessed," he said, smiling down at her. "Einar, second daughter of Fenelline? Seriously? Damn." He left her there and continued walking deeper into the woods, his thoughts drifting again. "Now I just need a mage. But before that I should go back and raise Misha and Einar's adventurer ranks. Can't have them looking like weak links." He remembered how excited Einar had been when she got the message that she'd joined his team. She'd rushed off to the elder's tent to pack her things, grinning from ear to ear. "Wait for me at the gate," he'd told her, taking the long route toward the village entrance. Along the way he ran into someone. "Yandel, hey," it was Karen, beaming at him. "Son of Yandel," he said in surprise. "Son of Tarsan Karen," Karen replied cheerfully. "Nice to finally meet you. But what brings you here?" "I was visiting the mage." "On my way back now," Yandel said as he strolled up. "Perfect timing then. I'm on my way to train some of the village kids. Come with me. They'd be thrilled to have you there." "Training kids, huh?" Normally, he would have declined right away. But Yandel hesitated, thinking back on his new goal. If he was serious about aiming for the position of chieftain, this was a perfect chance to build influence from the ground up. All right. Let's go. Soon after, he found himself watching Karen standing atop a rock, riling up a bunch of teenagers sitting below. Repeat after me. Humans are the enemy. And your heart is steel. Yandel raised an eyebrow. The scene looked suspiciously like indoctrination, but he had to admit it was effective. It stirred up a fighting spirit in the kids. Then came the next part of Karon's lesson, where he recited ancient tactics for hunting bandits and declared in a sinister tone, "From now on, I will only share a tent with someone I truly trust." With eyes gleaming, he clutched a cloth pouch and added with a wicked grin, "Any funny business, and I'll smash your skull in. The sooner those bastards die, the better this world will be." Yandel didn't even bother stepping in to stop it. Then, when he was introduced and stepped onto the platform, "This is Yandel, son of the great warrior Yandel. Now, let's begin." He dropped his belongings to the ground and stepped up onto the stone. The moment he found his footing, the group of kids below him seemed to go even wilder. Yandel clenched his jaw. He knew full well that their frenzy was due to Karan's brainwashing, yet he still couldn't suppress the strange surge of excitement rising within him. "In the end, I'm no different from them. I can't hold it back anymore." He let out a fierce roar, full of strength. Yes, these were his people. His roar only fueled the kids' frenzy further. They shouted and cheered along with him. "When I have the money," he thought, "the first thing I'm buying is a recording device. It'll be invaluable when I need to prove my innocence one day." Clenching his fist and raising it high, he shouted, "Now, say it with me. What do we do with thieves?" He thrust his fist forward. "Thieves must die." The kids, as if possessed, copied his every move without question. "When you run into Hans in the maze, no. The outsiders if you don't want to die. Good. You really are warriors of the Barbarian tribe." Right then, out of nowhere, a chipped axe rose into the air. A chill shot down his spine. Yandel's instincts screamed at him. He looked up just in time to see that old man raising his axe high above his head, ready to bring it down on him. Killing intent. He can use it even outside the maze? The man's axe came crashing down with the force of a natural disaster. Yandel barely managed to leap to the side and skid across the dirt, leaving 2 long trails behind him. "Damn it! What the hell?" A cold voice rang out. "So this is Yandel, son of Yandel." The chieftain glared down at him. "Lately I've received a lot of communications from the Adventurers Guild. So you're the one behind all this." His tone was sharp. "Speak before I jump to conclusions." He pointed the axe directly at Yandel and accused, "You make money by killing people, not monsters. And you think that's the conduct of a righteous man?" The unexpected accusation hit hard, and Yandel's blood, which moments ago was boiling with adrenaline, instantly ran cold. There was only one path forward. He took a breath, calmed himself, and replied, "Chieftain, this is something you should have done." "Oh?" The chieftain raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Yandel thought back to the brutal struggles he had faced. "Exactly what I said. Chieftain, do you know how many people die every month in the maze? More than anyone, you should understand, a man who fears death can never become a warrior. Only the ones who survive become truly strong." Yandel's face darkened. "Only the survivors become strong, huh?" The chieftain remained stubborn. "That's right. You are living proof of that." Admittedly, he wasn't wrong. But Yandel grit his teeth. His mind flashed to the comrades who had fallen during their expeditions. Even in their very first journey into the maze, many of his tribesmen had died. Then another half of the survivors followed them into death shortly after. And like that, even after the rite of passage ended and 6 months passed, only a small handful of the Barbarian tribe had managed to become adventurers. One companion looked at him coldly. "And the rest? 9 out of 10 are dead. They're all gone." It was a brutal system of elimination, so broken it didn't even deserve to be called natural selection. Yandel stood across from the chieftain in front of all the tribe's youth. Chieftain, he asked, when you first became a warrior and entered the maze, were there that many deaths? No. Then is it because we're weaker than the others? Than the other races? Is that why we die more? Chieftain, do you truly believe that? That's not necessarily it. In the maze, Yandel said, there are monsters wearing human skin. They treat us like we're nothing more than goblins, mindless beasts. Why do you think that is? Still clinging to his beliefs, the chieftain growled. The sorcerers are aiming for our hearts. No, Yandel cut him off. His words startled the chieftain. It's because you didn't do anything. At the very least, you should have warned us of the dangers. You should have told us what kinds of monsters or what kind of deceitful adventurers were lying in wait inside that place. He remembered the madness of fighting for his life in there, time and time again, fending off attackers who didn't even introduce themselves. You should have told us. You should have helped us prepare. The chieftain tried to justify himself, invoking the long line of warriors who had once eagerly entered the dungeon. He spoke with conviction. A warrior who has come of age must face the maze alone, relying only on their own strength. That is the tradition passed down from our distant ancestors. I cannot change it. Yandel shouted, Chieftain, look at us now. Before them stood a group of youths brainwashed, hollow-eyed. Inside that maze, we're not warriors. We're prey for those cunning monsters. Even Karen looked shaken by his words. This is what we call tradition. This is what our ancestors left for us. The chieftain tried to intervene. Calm yourself, but Yandel roared over him. If it were up to me, I'd at least give the new warriors proper guidance before sending them in. With a stomp that echoed through the hall, the chieftain growled, Yandel, son of Yandel. For a moment Yandel wondered if he had gone too far. Then the chieftain pointed his axe straight at him. Then say it. What is it you really want from me? He couldn't argue with Yandel's point, but the anger still boiled behind his eyes. Yandel clenched his fists, veins popping as he fought to contain his fury. With a steady, solemn tone, he finally declared, I'll do it, chieftain. The moment was heavy. He had made his decision not just for himself but for the entire tribe. I'll make our people stronger. The scene shifted to a large tent, filled with strange noises that caught the attention of passers-by. Inside, Yandel sat up with a groan, bruised and battered. Propping himself up with one arm, he looked around in confusion. The chieftain's tent. What the hell happened? He began piecing things together. After boldly declaring his resolve, the chieftain had gone silent, his face darkening. Then, out of nowhere, he exploded in rage and swung his axe at Yandel. It was pure reflex that kept him alive. He had transformed, gone into his giant form and fought back. But truth be told, he had been no match for the old man. The chieftain had wiped the floor with him. Still, Yandel did remember landing at least one solid punch to the chieftain's face before passing out cold. Someone pulled back the tent flap and stepped inside. You're up early, said the chieftain, now with a massive purple bruise covering his nose. Yandel stared. Chieftain, your nose still looks better than your face. So have you cooled off now? He sat down and gently rubbed his swollen nose. I wasn't angry to begin with, he added. Yandel raised a brow, touching his own bruised face. Then why? I just thought you were getting a bit full of yourself, so I punched you. Yandel groaned. Chieftain, that's literally the definition of being angry. Who the hell chops people's heads off just because they're annoyed? The chieftain stared at him with a more serious expression. So you crave my position that much? Yandel didn't back down. Yes, there was a pause. You're different, the chieftain said at last. Other warriors seek this position for the honor, for their own pride. But you stood up for our tribe. That's rare. It's a relief, really. I thought you might have been possessed. He chuckled to himself. The last chieftain was like you. Whenever it was about the tribe, he charged in without a second thought. The small clay jar sat quietly, bearing witness to their conversation. Do you know how that ended? The chieftain asked. You mean the Holy Relic War? Yandel replied. The chieftain closed his eyes and began to recount. Yes. That war began when a barbarian warrior stumbled upon a relic belonging to the elven tribe inside the labyrinth. The elves believed it had been stolen, so they captured him and intended to interrogate him. A fight broke out. That warrior, riddled with arrows, still resisted to the very end and died in battle. Both sides lost their temper, and war erupted. The previous chieftain, overwhelmed by rage, led us into battle. Before the royal family could intervene, we had already fought the elves for over a year, and in the end, the chieftain lost his life in that war. The Holy Relic War was the biggest reason why the strength of the barbarians weakened so drastically. So many warriors who should have become the foundation of the next generation died. And at the same time, the Mage Tower announced that the heart of a barbarian had high value in magical refinement. The image of the towering spire rose in his mind. When I confronted the Tower Lord and demanded justice, they only asked, "Why should we abandon such a fine magical material just for your kind?" I knew they were wrong, but we couldn't wage war against the Mage Tower. Yandel interjected urgently, which is why, like I said, the chieftain resumed, "You're right. If we had warned the younger warriors ahead of time, things might have turned out better." "Then why didn't you?" Yandel pressed. Arms folded, the chieftain sat with imposing presence. "You're a fool, warrior. What you just did is the same as planting hatred toward humans and elves in the hearts of your comrades." "They're not humans," Yandel shot back. "They're raiders and thieves. If you truly think the young warriors can't tell the difference, then maybe I've misjudged them." The chieftain fixed his gaze on him. "Then why is it forbidden to hate humans?" Yandel saw the chieftain's expression shift, as if recalling something horrifying. "Because if we do, we won't have any place left in this world where we can survive." Suddenly, it clicked. "You're afraid of the Lafdonia royal family," Yandel realized. "And I get it. I know how terrifying their power is." But the fear gripping the current chieftain wasn't just about royal authority or military might. What had truly shaken him, what had made him kneel, trembling, before another man's boots was something else entirely. Even raising his eyes to look at that man had drained all courage from him. One day, the chieftain murmured, "If you ever meet him, maybe then you'll understand. It's not the crown I fear. It's the man who wears it. That king, he's terrifying. A being who radiates a force far beyond anything we can comprehend." As the sun set, night once again embraced Yandel's tribe. "I'll overlook the fact that you taught the warriors about the raiders," the chieftain said. "But under no circumstances should you allow them to grow deep hatred toward humans." Yandel nodded. "I understand." He lifted the tent flap, preparing to leave, when the chieftain spoke again. "And if you truly desire my position, from within," the chieftain watched him. "Then grow stronger, warrior." Yandel glanced back, half his face visible through the tent opening. "You mean I'll be watching until you prove yourself?" the chieftain said. Yandel chuckled. "Can I take that as a sign of recognition?" "Yes. Oh, and one more thing." The chieftain wiped blood from his nose and smirked. "That punch hurt more than I expected." Well, Yandel grinned. Who would have guessed? When Yandel stepped out of the chieftain's tent, he found a crowd already gathered, waiting for him. "Huh? Don't tell me they all showed up just for me." He walked calmly down the path flanked by warriors. "What the hell? He's still in one piece. I heard the chieftain had a bloody nose, but this guy's limbs are all intact." Knowing the chieftain, maybe he really is thinking about passing on his title. Einar suddenly popped up from the end of the crowd, a mountain of luggage strapped to her back. "You okay?" "I heard you fought the chieftain." "Don't worry. I'm fine." She beamed with excitement, oblivious to the admiring stares from the others. "So what really happened? Did you seriously declare you wanted to become the next chieftain?" Yandel stopped in front of her. "He told me to grow stronger and prove myself. So basically you have to beat the chieftain, right? But that's impossible for a young Balkan in such a short time." Yandel turned back toward her with a smile. "So Yandel, what did you say to that?" she asked. He didn't answer, just kept walking, leaving the chieftain and everyone else behind. "I told him, it won't take long." That's how I answered. Later, after leaving the sacred ground, Yandel met with Karen and explained everything. We shouldn't teach the warriors to deeply hate humans, he said. The chieftain had a point. Karen looked surprised. But, aren't humans our enemies? Before Yandel could respond, Einar's massive pack smacked him in the face. Well, not all of them, she chimed in cheerfully. There are honorable warriors among them too. Yandel glanced at her, and she continued, his name was Dwaki, a human. He used to be Yandel's comrade. Here's what happened. A while later, as Einar recounted the tale, Karen was moved to tears. You're right. There really are noble men among them. Could I tell this story to the other warriors? Yandel looked slightly surprised. The story about Dwaki. Einar was even more thrilled. I can't believe it. That's an amazing idea. Karen, now emboldened, laughed proudly. Yes, it'll be a perfect example. We love warriors like that. He threw his head back in a boisterous laugh. Even if Dwaki wasn't a warrior but a mage. Yandel raised an eyebrow. That's kind of a strange way to put it. What are you talking about? Karen shot back. Anyone who gives their life to protect their comrades is a warrior, mage or not. Yeah, well, Yandel shrugged. If two true warriors like you say so, then I guess it must be true. The scene shifted to a lavish home. After leaving the sacred grounds, Yandel brought Einar back to his residence. The room next door happened to be vacant, so he arranged for her to stay there. Einar was completely stunned. I can really sleep in a place like this? This bed, this window, this is really my room. Yandel watched her bounce up and down on the mattress like an excited child. Of course. This kind of thing is nothing now, so there's no need to repay me. Yandel, I'm going to follow you for the rest of my life. He quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. From now on, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. He nudged her to sit down on the bed. Quiet down. This isn't the sacred ground anymore. Got it. Right at that moment, Misha Karlstein appeared behind him like a ghost. Yes, just be careful from now on, Yandel. I heard a woman's voice, so I came to check. He stiffly turned his head to look. Who was that girl again? You're here? He let go of the hand that had been covering Einar's mouth. She smiled cheerfully. Say hi, this is our new teammate starting today. Einar, I told you about this earlier. I'm Misha Karlstein. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Then the two of them left the room together, leaving Einar sitting there in confusion. Yandel, follow me for a bit. Yeah, I know. Misha was annoyed but kept her voice low. You said she was a barbarian, didn't you? So what? His nonchalant attitude made Misha bristle. How could you look at her and think she's a barbarian? Yandel scratched his head, puzzled. Anyone can see she's a barbarian. What kind of barbarian is that petite? Just then Einar suddenly ran up, startling them both. Misha Karlstein. She angrily flexed her muscles. Are you insulting me because I'm short? No, that's not it, you misheard me. Misha mumbled, flustered. But Einar wasn't backing down. I have excellent hearing, you know? Sorry. I didn't mean it that way. It's just you're so beautiful that what did you just say? That only set her off even more. How far are you going to go with these insults? Yandel smirked in satisfaction as the two girls bickered. How is calling someone beautiful an insult? He left them behind, opening the door to return to his own room. An insult? What kind of word was that supposed to be? Are you mocking me? Sorry, I injured my tongue once, so I talk like this now. The next day, the scene changed to a different location, a tea shop near the administrative office. Yandel sat with the two women, drinking tea. The gathering was organized once a month by Shaban, a level 7 official from the administrative office. I'm participating in what they call a friendly meetup. It's not really my thing, but sometimes Shaban lets slip some useful info from the government, so I accepted the invite. Across the table he looked at Lagna, elegantly sipping her tea. The reason I push myself this far must be because of that kid. For some reason, Shaban seemed eager for him to get close to Ragna. In that sense, Ragnar Rataniel Peprock, she looked at him coldly and asked, "Have you ever considered becoming an adventurer?" It was the same suggestion as before. Shaban jumped up. "No way. What are you saying?" "Huh?" I thought she'd happily say yes. She turned to her friend in a panic. "Lagna, of course you'll turn it down, right?" "Yes, Shaban, don't worry." Lagna gently set her teacup down. "I won't be going anywhere." "So, you're rejecting my offer?" "Yes, I'm very content with my work at the library." Her soft voice echoed in the shop. "Content with being a librarian, huh?" Yandel thought of Lagna's abilities. Honestly, it was a shame. Through these gatherings he'd learned she was at least a level 5 mage. But then again, for someone with that kind of power to be working as a librarian, there must be a personal reason. Shaban finally relaxed and sat down. "Ah, right, what about the mage in your party, Lord Yandel? He's dead." "Ah," and with that the meetup ended. The scene shifted once more to the towering spire, and finally, the real business began. In other words, it was another recruitment attempt. Yandel sat in a chair, listening seriously to Raven. "Lord Yandel, you still remember the condition I mentioned last time, don't you?" They were in the Tower of Magic, in Raven's research chamber. "I said the team must be composed entirely of members level 6 and above. If there's a priest included, all the better." She sat with one leg crossed over the other on the desk. "Or a Raven, a level 6 mage. So, does your team meet the requirements or not?" she asked. "I've decided to be honest in my introduction. First off, we don't have a priest. The first member is Misha, a level 7 melee fighter. She's the curvy dual-blade girl I mentioned before." "Level 7. Raven squinted, skeptical. "She's expected to reach level 6 later this month," I added. Raven narrowed her eyes further, still unconvinced, so I went ahead and recited the grade of the crystal Misha currently possesses. "If that's the case, next, I introduced the girl from my tribe. Einar was the one who crossed the Blood Prison Fortress with me. There's no need for much explanation. Inherited a level 4 crystal." Raven's tone shifted. "Well, that changes things." "Of course it does," I said. "She's basically already at level 6. I've fought her myself, and I can vouch for that. I'll make my own judgments." "Thank you," she replied curtly. Then she continued, "And the last member." I could sense her scrutiny, but I stayed confident. "The last one is Abman Urikfrit, a level 5 adventurer from the Black Bear tribe. Khayyam's son, he's a crossbow sharpshooter, but he can also summon tanks. He's a valuable asset to the team. He can fire a heavy crossbow with high precision. With skills like that, he'd be welcomed anywhere." "So why did he join your team, Lord Yandel?" I looked up. "At the very least, he won't stab his teammates in the back." Raven seemed a bit surprised by that. "That much I can believe." Then she frowned. "But what about a scout?" "That's crucial." Finally, the question I'd been waiting for. I leaned back comfortably, legs still crossed. "Oh, I haven't mentioned that, have I? Urikfrit is also our scout. Is that true? You need me to swear on it?" I chuckled. "With a scout in the party, profits rise exponentially." She quickly waved her hands. "No, I didn't mean I don't believe you. With that kind of lineup, even Raven couldn't stay indifferent." I grinned broadly. "Naturally, this is a good opportunity for you as well. You've been complaining about the lack of research funding, haven't you? We're planning to reach at least the 6th floor, so the reward should be more than enough." Raven leaned back, lost in thought. "With a proper scout, it's likely we'll find rift entrances or hidden spaces in the maze." She lowered her voice. "Though let's keep Gium's poor sense of direction a secret." Her cheeks tinged slightly pink as I flattered her. A true mage like her had to understand the value of all this, didn't she? She exhaled softly. "Good grief, for you to speak so passionately about it. But I have one condition." She raised one finger. "A condition?" Then another finger joined the first. "For me, exploration is always the second priority. My top priority is magical research, let me put it simply. The mood turned more serious between us. If a research topic comes up, I might have to take a break for a month or two. I hope you can accept that, Lord Yandel. Fine. I nodded. I felt a little hesitant, but it wasn't an unreasonable request. Raven jumped down to the ground. As long as you let me know in advance. If you're pulling out for good, I'll need to find another mage to replace you. Yes, I'll make sure to do that. She stepped forward and extended her hand. Then I guess we're officially teammates now. I look forward to working with you. So do I. Aura Raven, a beautiful and refined mage, an orthodox level 6 magic user from the Altemian school, successfully recruited. What followed were peaceful days without anything out of the ordinary, one night passing after another. Yandel kept himself busy helping out at the library, clearly trying to win over Lagna. Einar, meanwhile, was often seen happily chewing on a fluffy stick of cotton candy. Sometimes it was the three of them, now joined by Misha, hauling wooden crates together. Other times it was the sound of Abman Urikfrit's wife blowing her top. You went into the labyrinth alone again. And didn't even tell me. My love, please. He panicked, waving his hands. I was wrong. Forgive me. Think of the baby, you're pregnant. Spare me, please. Misha looked on, laughing as the poor man got pummeled. Sorry, Abman, I had no idea that was happening. Wait, please. And just like that, their peaceful daily life went on. Then came day 15. When both the hour and minute hands of the clock pointed to 60, the familiar moment returned when the soul of the character resonated and was drawn into another world once again. At that moment, in a sleek modern room, a man sat typing furiously at his computer. He had dedicated 12 straight hours to maintaining the community, and within that window, he had to find the information he needed. Orquilis, Nork Dragon Slayer. The screen displayed 1 to 140,000 GP, everything related to Orculus. All of it had become inseparably tied to his survival. He pored over every detail. Relying solely on books from the library wasn't enough, they were always too slow to update. Now he'd already posted a request to purchase information. And suddenly, one particular post caught his eye. Long live Korean independence. One user. Tears welling up, Beiko practically screamed, Hansu, why are you only showing up now? The man stammered, no, I came as fast as I could. Beiko stomped his foot. It took 3 minutes and 28 seconds. What do you mean you came fast? Do you have any idea how scared I was? I thought you'd died. Hansu was speechless. How emotionally deprived does someone have to be to worry about me this much? But Beiko kept going. I haven't even gotten to talk to my idol yet. I don't know anything about politics or the military, only you understand this stuff. So that's it, Hansu thought. And here I was thinking, he gestured for Beiko to sit. All right, let's sit and talk. Right, that makes sense, Beiko nodded. How ridiculous of me to expect him to act like a normal person with normal emotions. Hansu glanced at the oddball grinning, and posing in front of him, he was the poster child for bad luck, drafted and dragged into this place the very day he was discharged. Despite acting all clingy and emotionally unstable, he'd been friendly from the very first encounter. But still, this kid had survived nearly 10 years in another world. That cheerful smile paired with sharp, piercing eyes, it was clear that his easygoing attitude could be an act. Hansu reminded himself to stay cautious. He smiled. So what if he's Korean too? In this place I'm just a nobody, no name, no face. No matter how friendly he seems, I can't afford to reveal too much. Beiko beamed. Still, it's great to see you alive again. I told you I'd come back. We should chat and catch up a bit, right? Wiping his nose, Beiko asked, so, what should we talk about first? Oh, Ice Bay's official album Vol. 2. That's definitely the best place to start, right? Rina and Kawon, right? Who? Hansu blinked. Beiko froze. If Hansu said he didn't know, he looked ready to explode. Sunlight spilled through the window into the room, Start with military stuff, Hansu thought. That's safer. But Beiko cut in. Wait, weren't you doing community service? I was, but I still went to the training center, you dummy. Bako wasn't thrilled with the boring topic. Let's just go back to idols, that's more fun. About that, I'm actually not that into idols. Beiko looked like someone had just told him the earth was about to explode. What? You totally look like the type to be obsessed with idols. The type. The room instantly grew awkward. But a little while later, Beiko's goofy smile returned. Hansu looked at him curiously. Why are you smiling? Blushing, Beiko shook his head. No reason, but didn't you think that conversation we just had was hilarious? Hilarious. How? Beiko slumped back in his chair. I don't know how to explain it, but just now it felt like I was actually back in Korea for a moment. If it's that feeling you're talking about, Hansu nodded. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. The two of them sat and talked for hours, chatting freely. The band must have debuted by now, right? I bet they'll last another 10 years easy. And the usual another Best Actor award, probably. What about Miho, the actress? They let the conversation flow wherever it wanted. Sometimes they even laughed like kids again. Suddenly, Beiko said, but if we ever go back, we'd probably end up in a psych ward first. That made Hansu widen his eyes in surprise. A psych ward? The image of a savage flashed through his mind, a person with eyes cold as ice, who would kill if obstructed, kill if suspicious, and when meeting someone new, the first thought was whether or not they might be a threat. He remembered the scene where he personally shoved an enemy's head into a blazing fireplace. Human life, it had gradually come to feel no different than characters in a video game. Yeah, this really was madness, wasn't it? Beiko covered his face with both hands, and the mood turned heavy, as if all the cheerful laughter from earlier had just been a lie. Hansu looked at him with a hint of concern and said, You'll get used to it soon enough, just like when you first came here. Beiko, still hiding his face, muttered, Maybe, yeah, I guess you're right. Then he slowly lowered his hands, revealing a strangely calm expression. Anyway, thanks, man. Lately I've honestly been wondering if we really even need to go back. Not that I like this place or anything, you get what I mean, right? Hansu furrowed his brows slightly, unsure what he was hearing. Beiko spoke as though he were confessing something. At the very least, it became a kind of motivation for me. I mean, if I can still laugh like that in this hellhole, then maybe I'll be okay if I ever make it back. It's a kind of hope, I guess. That word stirred something strange and indescribable in Hansu's chest, but he quickly brushed the feeling aside. Under the light of the wall-mounted chandelier, Hansu silently told himself, Don't overthink it. Nothing's certain yet. No good ever comes from dragging up this kind of stuff anyway. Focus on gathering more intel first. He leaned back in his chair and changed the topic. By the way, do you know anything about the Hercules? The Hercules? Beiko looked up, raising an eyebrow. Why are you asking about them all of a sudden? What's with the counter-question? Hansu thought. I've always answered straight up until now. This guy's starting to seem more suspicious. Who the hell is he really? He gave a half-true explanation. To get to the final floor, we need a primordial artifact. I'm thinking the Hercules might have stolen one. Oh, so you've heard about the thefts too? Hansu told himself to stay calm. Just stick to the lines you rehearsed. Beiko gave a small, relieved laugh. Ah, I see. So that's why you're asking. That's a relief. A relief. Hansu narrowed his eyes. Beiko started rambling again. Still, that's pretty impressive. Thinking that far ahead, I actually had the same thought at one point. You had the same thought. So, not anymore? Hansu asked, carefully observing. According to Lee Beiko, the primordial artifacts had all been stolen from the 6 major races half a year ago on the exact same day. Just like the Elder had said, it was possible the other races were experiencing the same problem. Still, the idea of the Hercules pulling something like that off seemed far-fetched, no matter how powerful they were. I did some digging too, just in case, Beiko continued nonchalantly. But couldn't find anything solid. If you discover anything, let me know, yeah? It's the only shot we have at going home. Inside Hansu's head was now a mess of information and competing plans. So, even he doesn't know anything about the primordial artifact. There was a time I wondered if he might actually be the final boss. Guess I was way off. Still, despite the lack of useful intel, Beiko looked at him earnestly and said, "You're not thinking of me as some kind of rival, are you? I mean, the portal can be opened with up to 5 people at once. I can help too, you know." The two of them went back and forth, trading lines. "Not that it's any comfort, but if even you can't find it, what chance do I have?" Beiko said. "Fair enough," Hansu replied, slightly exasperated. "Still, from the first time we met, I had a feeling you were someone special." That caught him off guard. He wasn't quite sure how to respond. "Huh? What do you mean?" he asked. "You're like 10 times the person I am," Beiko continued with a grin, flashing the sharp line of his jaw. "Maybe 10 years from now, I'll be like you are now. Though honestly, I don't think there's any room left for me to get stronger." That last part he said half jokingly, but Hansu could sense the fire behind the words. His brows furrowed. Beiko had clearly accepted that it might take another 10 years to find the origin artifact, yet not once had he considered giving up. Just what kind of resolve did this guy have? Before he could dwell on it, Beiko suddenly perked up again. "Oh right, there's something I want to tell you. You probably don't know this, it's not even part of the game's storyline." "What is it?" "It's about the underground city, Nork," Beiko began, then launched into a series of revelations Hansu had never heard before. "Like the Army Revolutionary Organization, you know, the group that shows up to recruit you if you have a high enough fame level in-game. Turns out they were the ones who built Nork. Fully armed military units, events that would lead straight to a bad ending if triggered, and rumors that the royal family might be assembling a punitive force to wipe out the Nork or Keyless alliance. It was a mess. There was a man known as the Dragon Slayer, apparently responsible for some major incident. He kidnapped the high priest and then let them get away. The guy finally showed his face," Beiko added, miming a finger gun at his temple like he was getting shot. "Honestly, I don't know all the details either. Just rumors." He leaned sideways, acting out the dramatic collapse of a man shot in the head. The Dragon Slayer, he didn't suffer any head injuries, but he still lost all his memories. Doesn't even remember what hit him. Kinda sounds like it might have something to do with one of the vines on the ring breaking, doesn't it? Then came the part about a note, a message the high priest had written, which someone just happened to find and deliver to the temple. Thanks to that, everything that had happened recently was now out in the open. And since Norik had broken the treaty first, it was almost certain that the punitive forces would be formed soon. Beiko raised a hand, signaling a pause. "But those Orkulis guys, they're not still surviving peacefully underground by accident, why no? So if you ever get drafted or ordered to join that punitive army or whatever, don't. Just don't. You'll only end up getting hurt." "Got it." He was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly cursed and vanished. "Shit, I'm late. We'll talk next time, see ya." "Hey, wait." Hansu called after him, but Beiko was already gone without a trace. "Damn it," he muttered. Hansu returned to his computer, now deep in thought. After Beiko disappeared, he went back to his room and sat quietly for a moment, reflecting. In the end, it was only a matter of time before everything came to light. He glanced down at the silver ring on his pinky. If they traced the letter back to whoever delivered it to the temple, they'd eventually find out about him. The ring would only delay that inevitable discovery. Vago's face flashed through his mind among others, and Hansu made a decision. He would begin gathering intel under the assumption that all of Orkulis could become the enemy. The clock in the corner of the screen read 3:09. Who knew how long it had been? But now it was time. A puff of white smoke enveloped him as he shifted into another form. He had entered the realm of the Round Table's overseer. Hansu made sure to arrive with only 1 minute left before the gate closed. Because when playing the main character, The magic is in the details. Under the flickering candlelight, one figure muttered, "He's not coming this time either, huh? Maybe he doesn't need us anymore." Figures in strange robes, their faces hidden, gathered around a round table. "Seriously, who is this guy everyone keeps making such a big deal about?" one of them asked. "It's hard to explain," another replied. "He's eccentric. But if you do meet him, be careful what you say. One wrong word in your life will become very unpleasant." An impatient player wearing an elf mask grumbled, "I don't get it. Are you all messing with me? No physical combat abilities, real identity unknown, what the hell are you so afraid of?" The jester-faced one leaned on his hand and answered calmly, "Just one thing is killing intent." "What?" "That pressure alone is enough to keep even high-level players like us on edge." The goblin mask wearer froze mid-motion. The clown, looking a little awkward, chuckled, "Long time no see, Holy Lion." The woman nearby pressed her lips into a tight line. The masked figure instinctively fell silent. Sweat beaded on the forehead of the one wearing the stag-horned mask as he looked toward the newcomer. The goblin tried to play it off, scratching his head sheepishly. "Oh? Did someone really just show up?" "Yes," came the calm reply. The one called Holy Lion exuded a commanding presence. "If there's a newcomer..." Before he even finished speaking, the goblin was suddenly seized by the throat, drool spilling down his chin. "Then I must assert my dominance. It's tradition here, right?" Choking and barely supporting himself with one hand on the table, the goblin wheezed, "Technically, I'm the newcomer here. Please stop. I should be called a returning player instead." Neither the fox nor the stag dared to move a muscle. Still, after being gone for so long, he really should have listened more carefully to the patch notes the veterans warned about. The Holy Lion didn't fully withdraw his oppressive aura as he walked toward an empty seat. "A new arrival. I figured it was worth hoping for something different." The goblin panted, laughing weakly. "How amusing. Don't worry, Holy Lion." The clown beamed with delight. "This time even you will be intrigued by what I've brought." If the clown was hyping it up like that, it must be something serious. Taking his seat with the regal air of a king, the Holy Lion replied, "Hearing that, even I'm starting to get curious." The grand door slammed shut. "Ah, looks like it's time," someone muttered. The one with the staghorn mask was the first to speak. "Goblin, we need to begin. Snap out of it already." Then, with a sneer, he added, "This guy's always acting all tough, so dramatic." The clown slammed a hand on the table in amusement, watching as the goblin still struggled to catch his breath. "And here I even went easy on you this time compared to last time. Still ended up like this. You're embarrassing, and now I feel secondhand shame just looking at you." The crescent moon chimed in, "Yeah, it really doesn't compare to last time." The fox added with a nod, "True. I could handle it this time. Last time he went all out." The Holy Lion replied coldly, "That was the limit of my controllable bloodlust. I've only gotten this far because I've seen how tribal chiefs use it in real combat and kept practicing." The goblin finally managed to speak, clutching his chest. Sorry, I'm good now." He sighed. "Honestly, this guy's way weaker than the other four. So who should we start with?" The clown glanced around with a mischievous grin. "How about we go in a circle starting with the goblin, and let the Holy Lion go last?" He rested his chin on his hand, smirking. "You always save the best dish for last, right?" A multicolored, ornate door slid open. The meeting of the Round Table's keepers had begun. Round 1. The goblin straightened up, now visibly serious. "As most of you probably know, the High Priest of the Stars, Lord Ludwig, went missing for a time. The culprit was Orculus. They kidnapped him and manipulated his mind." Behind his Holy Lion mask, Hansu clenched his teeth. "That bastard, is he a priest or what?" A radiant red gemstone glowed in the center of the table. Clearly, more than half of those present were already aware of this development. Hansu said nothing, observing the meeting quietly. "What a joke. It's been less than half a month since I sent that letter, and already the info's spread this far. The woman in the fox mask turned toward the person beside her. Better get used to this. Regular intel won't be enough to impress those two. Those two? The crescent moon spoke up. This is news to me. Who knows? Maybe the temple will side with the royal family this time. Wait, so the only ones who knew about this were me, the clown, and the stag. Hansu bit his lip, clearly displeased. The subtle gesture made the clown visibly uneasy. Slamming his hand on the table, the clown stood up abruptly. Hey, what happened to the unspoken rule? We agreed not to out who knew and who didn't. The fox looked at him calmly. Sorry. Just felt bad for the goblin, that's all. The clown plopped back into his seat. Since there's a newcomer here, we all need to be extra cautious. Fair enough, someone said. But isn't that what you did last time too? The clown leaned on his hand again and looked toward Crescent Moon. Don't let it get to you. Most people wouldn't have known about that. Still, I think that person operates with calculated intent. Doesn't look like it, but yeah. Hansu watched in silence. Maybe he's worried that piece of intel could be used to figure out his real identity. If that theory holds any weight, then the jester definitely belongs to either the temple or the underground city, one of the two. Given everything so far, Hansu leaned toward the latter. The guy gave off the feeling of someone straddling two worlds. The elf turned to the jester and asked, Then what about this? The goddess of the stars has delivered a prophecy. The jester looked momentarily startled. A prophecy? Can I buy intel on the chosen one? Then? The elf shook his head. Even I don't know that. What? Not even a holy knight knows. Seems like the temple's really locking it down this time. The elf suddenly snapped. We agreed not to bring that up again. The jester raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, my bad. But come on, everyone knows by now. Why act so sensitive? The elf muttered, It's not that. He's new. He motioned toward Hansu. Hansu rested his chin on one hand, watching the back and forth like it was a show. What now? The saintly lion. You think he actually gives a damn about you? In his mind, Hansu was already taking notes. Elf likely a fake holy knight. Got it. Regardless, the meeting pushed forward. The fox brought things back on track. Next month, something big's being auctioned at the Sky Auction House. A numbered item. Hansu's eyes lit up. Right, I need to move fast. Infiltrating that place just became a top priority. Then the staghorn chimed in with a dry tone. So it's just a pipe dream now, huh? Hansu perked up at the information. Another useful bit: turns out the royal family is planning to wipe out the Nork faction. So Baiko wasn't bluffing. Crescent Moon followed with an added detail. A piece of gear believed to belong to the Dragon Slayer was spotted on the black market. Came from a member of Orculus. No dragon-slaying sword, but clearly something happened to the guy. Hansu was stunned. What? On the black market? The fox nodded. At first I panicked too. But then everything clicked. I remembered Vagos' bruised and bloody face. My guess. The Dragon Slayer got wrecked and disappeared, and someone stripped him clean. And remember Baiko's shooting incident. They say he didn't lose his mind from a head injury, it was something else. If Baiko was telling the truth that day, then he lost his memories too. Had to be that drug. That pitch-black thing that looked like a worm. Hansu covered a smirk. Exactly. This is classic underground city power play. Someone drugged him, looted his gear, and dumped it onto the black market. Probably made a killing. The jester turned toward the saintly lion with a sheepish grin. Guess it's my turn now. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to go first? Hansu raised a brow. You seem pretty confident. The jester's eyes gleamed. Naturally. If all we're doing is stating the obvious, then I doubt the saintly lion would even bother showing up next time. Hansu stretched out his hand. Fine then. Let's skip the formalities. Everyone in the room went quiet, leaning in to hear what he had to say. 3 years, he declared. A grin spread across his face. In the next 3 years, a new type of magic will appear, one that can link up to 6 people together. The news sent the stag mask and the fox into a panic. What? You expect me to believe that now? And what about the gemstone? The man sat there calmly, letting the soft blue glow reflect off his mask. It had turned blue, meaning what the jester said was true. Or at the very least, he truly believed it was. The stag mask abruptly stood up. Damn it, I can't believe it's actually possible. He looked shaken. The entire guild, the royal family, even the clans, everything will change. If that really happens, it'll be a seismic shift. Hansu's thoughts jumped straight to the in-game characters. From the fundamental structure of party compositions to the very strategies used to conquer the game, everything would be rewritten. Whether it was the 10x mode or 100x, previously impossible synergy builds and combos would suddenly become viable. In other words, the odds of clearing the game would skyrocket. The final door was now within reach. The jester beamed with excitement. Well, impressive, isn't it? Hansu looked at his expression and thought to himself, this guy isn't just some kid fishing for praise, is he? Still deciding to play along, he smiled and offered a casual compliment. That's actually pretty interesting. All eyes at the table shifted toward him. Then it's the Holy Lion's turn now, isn't it? Someone remarked nervously. I've prepared a few things, but the quality of intel just shot up. Hansu lazily dragged his finger across the stone table. Seems like that line I dropped last time pushed everyone to go all in. Well, that's fine. But it does raise the pressure. I guess that option is still the best choice. His voice softened slightly. Let's consider this a little reward for making me enjoy myself. He glanced toward the jester. You seemed pretty curious about the prophecy earlier. The jester tensed up slightly. Ah, yes. But I didn't mean to push for the reason why. Hansu ignored that and dropped the real bomb. Along with that prophecy, a new holy artifact has appeared in the world. As he finished speaking, the ring on his pinky finger pulsed, and the gemstone on the table turned a vivid emerald green. The goblin blurted out in disbelief, What? Who are you to know things even I don't? The jester leaned forward eagerly. This artifact, may I ask what it is exactly? The Holy Lion let the bait hang, deliberately vague. If you bring something else interesting to the table, maybe I'll tell you. Ah, Hansu thought, so that's it. To him, what matters isn't who received the prophecy, but what the artifact actually is. The jester burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. Just hearing that you'll be back is enough to set my heart at ease. Yes, I'll make sure my next contribution is even more fascinating. I look forward to it, Regal Vagacy. The more they talk, the more I gain, Hansu mused. In the end, when the time comes, I might just say this. The jester flailed dramatically, brimming with energy. Did you all hear that? The Holy Lion himself is expecting something from me. So cringe. The fox interlaced her fingers and looked toward Hansu. Do you know where the master is? He replied casually, if he brings something interesting to the table, there's no reason I wouldn't tell. Hearing that, she clenched her fists, lips pressed tight, anxiously awaiting the answer. I will. No matter what, I will. Though in the end, whatever I bring will probably still be brushed off as underwhelming if it doesn't matter to them, she thought. But then she quickly shoved the feeling aside. This is just business behind a mask after all. Well then, Hansu said smoothly, shall we begin the next round? And just like that, the meeting of the Guardians of the Round Table moved into its second phase. The exchange of secrets continued on, above that ever-mysterious stone table. The crescent moon looked visibly displeased. Maybe in the past you could get away with tricks like this, but not anymore. As usual, the goblin tried to buy a pass by selling off tidbits of temple intel. The fox talked about a numbered item soon to be auctioned, and the deer antler exhaled softly. Useful, yes, but you've reused the same intel twice. Next up, Antler shared political news involving the royal family, while Crescent Moon revealed that the elven heir had committed a grave offense and been stripped of their title. Since these individuals were known for telling the truth, the stone on the table continued to glow a consistent shade of emerald. Round 2 circled back to the jester. My turn again, huh? He said with a grin, then launched into something new. Actually, the masks we wear weren't randomly chosen. The fox raised an eyebrow. What are you implying? The host once said everything happens for a reason. When you first enter this place and pick your mask, you're subconsciously drawn to the one that reflects your fate. The goblin clicked his tongue, visibly irritated. So that's why goblins are always underestimated. Because we're fated to be sneaky and weak. What nonsense. The deer antler cut in. I don't know about all that, but I finally get why people find you so irritating. Crescent Moon chimed in right after. Still, this doesn't feel like valuable intel. The fox chuckled. I mean, I was just a little curious since the host picked these masks in the beginning. Eventually, the jester moved on to speak about the Explorers Guild, and for once, no one interrupted him. Then it was my turn again. I decided to drop a high-tier piece of information, something so obscure that even knowing it wouldn't be useful for most. I rested my interlocked fingers on the table and calmly said, resurrection stones are real. The crystal stones still glowed green. The other 4 froze in shock except the goblin, who just looked confused, seemingly unaware of what this meant. A hesitant hand rose. Yes, this silence was the exact response I'd hoped for. But then, breaking the moment, the goblin asked, half embarrassed, resurrection stone. What's that? Am I the only one who doesn't know? The jester couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. Unbelievable. This guy, the intel was now projected clearly. A resurrection stone, depicted as a gem etched with arcane symbols. It was a legendary item known only through rumors, said to bring the dead back to life. Obtaining one required absurd levels of luck and near impossible conditions. Even Hansu had only managed to get one in his entire 9 years of playing the game. As she spoke those words, the girl across from me seemed somewhat reluctant, almost regretful. It's a resurrection stone, she said. An item that can bring someone back to life. The others nearby quickly erupted into whispers and murmurs. No way, that's what people say it can do. Someone scoffed. I thought stuff like that only existed in roguelike games. So it was just a rumor, right? But now, it was no longer just a rumor. Someone nearby, having overheard the shocking revelation, stood up in alarm and shouted, if that thing really exists, does that mean we can bring the dead back to life? Yes, came the answer. The conditions for using it are complicated, but its effects are exactly as the rumors say. Then where can it be found? The group's leader gave a cold sideways glance and cut him off. Enough. I've already shared one crucial piece of information. Ah, right, but if that's the case, the man pleaded, then at least tell me what is it you're after. I need that item. Please. This turn of events had clearly taken him by surprise. Behind the mask, Yandel fell silent, lost in thought. What should I even say? He was an oddity, someone bored with everything, someone who wore a cleric's mask and had only come to this strange gathering in search of anything interesting. With no other option, he lowered his head slightly and responded in a mysterious tone, I don't know. I truly don't know what I'm interested in. Yes, even the so-called cleric didn't know. And neither did he, really. It might have sounded like a tired old trope, but taken at face value it worked. The vagueness left others guessing, and inevitably, they'd start offering up useful information themselves. After all, no matter what you said, people would always think you were just another tiresome bore. Suddenly the man slammed his hand down on the armrest and shouted, what the hell do we have to offer to amuse someone like you? Following Crescent Moon's silence, the gathering naturally came to an end. Many of the others in the hall had heard the outburst, and the whole room fell into contemplative silence. He had no choice now but to sigh in exhaustion. Again. Seriously. What am I supposed to say now? Eventually he spoke again, softly but clearly, before turning to leave. Look forward to next time. And just like that, he walked away, having successfully gathered some prime intel. Nearby, the masked goblin spoke up, voicing a quiet thought. That guy, he might actually be on our side. But before anyone could reply, the jester's voice cut in, sharp and amused. What's that, goblin? Even within the church, fewer than 10 people know about the prophecy, the jester continued. And those people? They're all high priests or senior clergy. If you were one of them, I thought we were talking about something else, the goblin muttered, flustered. With a grin, the jester teased him again. Wow, you really think so simply, huh? You think that man's only that good? The man in question, sitting a short distance away, heard everything. And this time, he responded calmly but seriously. If he's not one of them, then the situation doesn't make any sense. The prophecy was only delivered less than 2 weeks ago. At those words, someone slammed their hand onto the table and burst out laughing mockingly. Unbelievable! No wonder nobody takes you seriously. Did it never cross your mind, he continued, that one of them could be working under him? The goblin, clearly upset, snapped back. That's absurd. You don't just end up in that position. You have to be personally chosen by the goddess. Isn't that right, everyone? The people present at the gathering, having been unintentionally drawn into the conversation, fell silent in contemplation, offering no response. Their expressions clearly unsettled the goblin-masked figure, who stammered in disbelief, What? Don't tell me you all actually think that's true. Once again, they voiced their honest opinions because, frankly, there was no better explanation. I thought he was the type who's stubborn and unreasonable, someone muttered. But he's not like that at all. What if we've gotten ourselves tangled up with someone far beyond our comprehension? With no other choice, the goblin-masked one slumped into a chair, visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, the voice of the man they had been discussing echoed once more in his mind. Apparently he'd already known about the plan to eliminate Noark. He might even have informants within the Royal Central District. The Red Fox woman chimed in, and he didn't seem remotely interested in the numbered items. Maybe because he's strong enough to not need any of them. The jester blushed slightly and offered his own theory. I'm not entirely sure, but I'd bet he's killed thousands before. Not knowing what he cares about, a person that broke in, I've only met a few like that in my life. Someone nearby nodded and added, what if he already knows who we are? The woman beside him looked startled by that suggestion. What are you saying, Crescent? That same man's voice lingered in her memory. Before I even mentioned the resurrection stone, he was already staring straight at me as if he already knew my entire story. That remark sent shockwaves through the group. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Maybe it was just coincidence, someone tried to reason. He might have just been glancing around randomly, like from left to right. The jester in the middle spoke up again. At that moment when he suddenly brought up the resurrection stone, I started getting suspicious. But if all of this is true, then it all fits. Those words sent a wave of caution through the goblin, his instincts on full alert. These people weren't the type to say things carelessly. Had he overlooked something crucial again? Then the Red Fox girl suddenly raised her voice as if struck by realization. The mask. Think about the mask. Doesn't that tell us what kind of person he really is? Even the deer-antlered figure in front of her seemed stunned by that line of reasoning. If what the jester said was true, he murmured, then it's definitely connected. The jester, inwardly delighted, continued with a smirk. It was the master of this place who said so himself. The discussion continued from there. The lion priest, someone mused. That immediately reminds me of those old stories about lions throwing their cubs off cliffs to toughen them up. Probably just myths, but to be that powerful, he must have gone through things way worse than that. Honestly. Another said, I just keep thinking about the king of beasts. Maybe the mask is a hint, maybe the lion priest is destined to become a king. He doesn't strike me as the type to bow to anyone. I've heard that in the East, someone else added, lions symbolize royalty and bravery too. In Greek mythology, Heracles defeated a lion. And you know, Singapore literally means Lion City. All these theories seem to stir something in the goblin's mind. Ah, he suddenly blurted out, lions, they live in polygamous societies. Maybe it was just a metaphor suggesting he's naturally charming, or has a way with women. He had no choice but to keep his thoughts to himself, though the idea gnawed at him. Even if that was his guess, saying it out loud would definitely earn him some serious side-eye. Could that really be the reason he's called the Lion Priest? Because of something like that? Day 17 after the incident, evening at tavern somewhere in Sector 7. The newly formed team was having their first proper get-together. Everyone around the table was chatting and laughing with a relaxed energy. "Bjorn, wanna try this? The food here's pretty good, seriously," someone offered cheerfully. "Uruk-Barak," the man replied with a sigh, "my name is Crypt." Despite some initial awkwardness, the overall vibe remained warm and friendly. Then someone broke the mood with a more serious tone. "All right, time to get down to business." A few girls playfully chimed in. "Let's figure out how we're splitting the loot." "Shouldn't we just let Yandel handle it?" someone asked. Raven spoke up again, expressing his own concerns. "That might work for Einar, but not for the rest of us." Uruk-Barak followed up with his own blunt opinion. "Misha hasn't said anything. But if Einar's getting an equal share, that feels a bit off." That comment hit a nerve. The girl across from him snapped. "Let's be real here, you're the weakest among us, Einar. Did you seriously just say that to me?" Einar shouted, unable to keep her temper in check. "I believe in you." Someone tried to reassure her. "You've always been a valuable teammate." "Calm down a little, Cole," Misha said calmly, trying to diffuse the tension. "Yandel will sort it out. Honestly, I don't really care whether it's Einar or Karlstein, we all have our roles. I'm a mage after all." Raven shrugged lightly, and added, "With me on the team, we can extract the essence into vials and sell them. Plus, I've trained in advanced mutation magic, I can harvest additional materials much more easily." The man sitting beside her looked at her seriously. "So what you're saying is you want a bigger share?" She nodded with quiet confidence. "Yes. I believe I should get 30%. The more experienced members from other teams usually get that much." But her words only made his gaze grow sharper. "Then I'm guessing those other teams must have been weaker than you." Raven, hearing that, narrowed her eyes and replied coldly, "Are you implying I'm not skilled enough?" The truth was, Raven was a level 6 mage strong enough to be treated like a rank 5 adventurer. Just recently she had cast the Black Sphere, a level 6 offensive spell. Both she and Misha were level 6, while Einar was level 7. Technically, Raven ranked higher than most, but still we'll find out once we're actually out there, someone said. Rank is one thing, but no one's getting shortchanged. Raven clicked her tongue and muttered disdainfully, "Anyway, Karlstein and Einar aren't nearly as important as the three of us." He simply lifted his beer calmly upon hearing all of that and said, "Everyone gets 20%. As for any special loot obtained through magic, she'll receive 40%. Fair enough, it was still within the standard market rates anyway. One person down next. "Avman, you'll get 25%, taken from Einar's share." "That's all?" the older man asked, hesitant. With no other option, he finally nodded. "All right. I've never been on an expedition before, so let's go with that for now." Honestly, considering he was the one guiding them, he probably deserved an extra 10%, but maybe he was just too modest to push for it. So that was it, the toughest part of the negotiation was over. The final breakdown: himself 20%, Misha 20%, Einar 15%, Raven 20%, special magic loot 40%, and the bear uncle 25%. Thanks to thorough research beforehand, everything had gone relatively smoothly. Besides, both parties respected him and kept things professional. It was done. Their conversation over the meal picked up again. "What about team registration? When are we doing it? And the guild tax? How much per month? What if the team funds run low? How do we cover that? And how do we split loot inside rift zones? Will we need to adjust anything? What if we find unidentified treasure? Raven glanced at the young man beside her, who had been silent the entire time, and asked curiously, Yandel, you're not dozing off, are you? He was exhausted but still replied, I'm listening. Just back when I was in a group, we didn't discuss things in this much detail. Are there still more topics to cover? The cheerful young girl chimed in brightly. Only 31 more points to go, we haven't even hit the halfway mark. And at that moment Yandel fully realized how mentally drained he was. Not even halfway done. Left with no other choice, he suggested, it's already too late, let's continue this another time. The girl beside him nodded cheerfully. Okay, but when exactly? I always thought I had the personality of a mage, he muttered. 2 nights from now. Where? But after meeting you all in person, yeah, choosing to be a barbarian was the right call. The next morning they completed the team registration early and returned to the inn. You two should go rest now, he said. The other 2 teammates happily ran around like kids. Seriously. I'm already sleep deprived. I need a nap too, he mumbled. Just as Yandel opened the door, he saw a letter placed on the table. It bore the seal of the Litras Church. He immediately began calculating in his head. From Crowitz? Could it be the meeting with the dragonfolk I requested has gone through? Of course. I said I'd return the Dragon Slayer sword, so naturally they'd respond. The moment he touched the letter, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. You are summoned. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was transported to a strange, unfamiliar space. The teen still hadn't adjusted to this form of summoning. It felt like being summoned to another world. With panic setting in, he scanned his surroundings. Is this a dragon shrine? The space seemed to be constructed with spatial magic woven in draconic language, creating a projection of the real place. A chilling, shadowy voice slowly echoed through the space. You know, you're not the first barbarian to come here. But before Yandel could respond, a terrifying pressure radiated from the other presence. It was enough to freeze someone in place. He had no choice but to face it seriously. This wasn't just bloodlust, it was something far more intense. It felt like standing bare and defenseless in front of a natural predator that no human could ever hope to defeat. Dragon's Majesty. The figure above him looked down with contempt, like a superior being sneering at the lowly creatures below. The aura exuding from that man was overwhelming. It crushed the soul. If you return alive, the voice continued, you might just be the first. He stood there, completely unable to comprehend why someone from such a noble race would suddenly unleash their draconic aura on him. But of course it was a show of force. Being of a superior species, they wouldn't just seize the Dragon Slayer sword without offering a proper reward. Still, they wanted to rattle him first, to make negotiations smoother. His hands unconsciously clenched, radiating a murderous aura. What was with these guys and their obsession with psychological warfare? From above, the man looked down coldly. Strange reaction. Didn't think I'd have to do this before even stating my name. Let's just get this over with, save us both some time. With a weary exhale, he muttered to himself, dragon aura, intimidation tactics, whatever. Then, in the next breath, he released a terrifying killing intent of his own, dense and suffocating. But to him, it was all pointless. When he raised his head again, he was met with the sight of a massive dragon exuding a pressure so fierce it made the air itself tremble. Hey, say something already. This is getting awkward. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him was the first to speak. What? Why'd you suddenly yell like that? He had no idea how to respond. I just felt like doing it. Is that a problem? The man chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Nope. No problem at all. Then the giant dragon hovering above slowly vanished. Anyway, sorry about earlier. I'm actually not a fan of those childish intimidation games, but the elders insisted we scare you a little first to make things easier. Relieved by the turn of events, the young man finally let out a breath. So it was just an illusion. Let me just clarify, I'm Yandel, son of Yandel. Are you the leader of the Dragonkin? The man above smiled. If we're using your terminology, then yes, you could say that. Call me Fersi Laedormus, if it's easier. The moment Yandel heard the ridiculously long name, he nearly lost his composure. You call that easy? Seeing his reaction, the man burst into a laugh. Just kidding. You can call me Laugher. All right then, Lafir. And you too if my name's a mouthful. Just stick with Yandel or Jandel, whatever's easier. Maintaining his imposing posture, Lafir stared down at him. Well then, Yandel, may I see the dragon sword now? I still find it hard to believe. A heavy pressure filled the space again as Yandel thrust the gleaming sword into the ground. He wasn't in the mood to explain anything, especially not to someone who outright said they didn't believe him. In the blink of an eye, the man was standing right in front of him. So it is real, huh? When did I even move? He held the sword in his hand, clearly pleased by its razor-sharp edge. Lafir turned his gaze toward the young man and asked, "And what about you? I'd like to hear your side in more detail." Left with no other option, he could only come clean. He gave a brief but honest account of what had happened that day, carefully glossing over anything that might cast him in a bad light. After hearing the full story, the man sighed, sounding genuinely weary. So that's how it ended. In the end, he turned out like that. As for the dragon sword returning at your request, I'll keep that a secret. Yandel, sensing a moment of openness, asked, "Were you close to him?" Lafir exhaled heavily, visibly uncomfortable. "He was my younger brother." "What?" Yandel froze. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This didn't make sense. The ancient dragon, the primordial dragon, was supposed to be dead, and the dragon sword had vanished along with him. Lafir slammed the sword into the ground again, this time with a bit more force. "Wait. There's something I still haven't said." Then he looked Yandel straight in the eye and bowed deeply, his voice full of sincerity. "Yandel, son of Yandel, thank you for returning the sword. Besides the reward you've asked for, we will also regard you as a benefactor." Yandel, now overwhelmed, had no idea how to respond. This is just empty courtesy, is it? He had only come for the reward, and now being honored like this felt awkward. Still, being treated as a benefactor wasn't something one should reject. Then that deep voice echoed again, calm and serious. "Yandel, what do you wish for?" Yandel blinked. "What can you offer me?" "First, riches." The offer piqued his interest momentarily, but he quickly shook it off. "If it's enough to be considered a proper reward, it's probably enough to outfit me head to toe in high-tier gear, but no, I don't want money." "Second," Lafir continued, "companionship. You're forming a new party, aren't you? I'll assign someone from my clan to accompany you for 2 years. It was a bold offer, clearly made by someone who understood the immense value of his own people. Yandel couldn't deny it was tempting, but still he declined again. He felt utterly drained at this point. "Is that all?" Lafir's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "A very beautiful girl, perhaps. And then?" Still trying to be helpful, Lafir offered another suggestion. "Then this will be my final offer. I'll gift you next year's arc weapon. Arc weapons, mystical gear only usable by the dragonkin, crafted once a year through a sacred ritual." But if this was the best they had, Yandel thought he should have just taken the gold and been done with it. With an exasperated sigh, he muttered, "That doesn't really appeal to me either. I guess if you won't offer the real good stuff, I'll just have to name it myself." He looked straight ahead. "I just want a tattoo." The request completely caught Lafir off guard. "A tattoo? Don't tell me you mean that one. The dragon's blessing. A sacred power paired with ancient draconic language, the very thing that elevated the dragonkin into a near-mythical race." Once again, Lafir's presence darkened as a heavy pressure filled the air. "Yandel, just where did you hear about that?" His eyes were cold, probing, and ominous. But Yandel had no intention of answering weird questions like that. "Just do it already. Come on, don't be stingy. It's not that big of a deal." His reaction left the man before him utterly stunned. "What did you just say?" But Yandel had already revealed his blatant disdain for the person in front of him. Step aside, Lafire. Aren't you a dragon's descendant or something? Stop being so stingy and just do it for me. Lafire was too taken aback to react. What is this? Are all barbarians like him? No, this would affect you too, you know. But from beginning to end, Yandel maintained his mocking tone. If your clan finds out about this, they'll call you a traitor. What a joke calling me a benefactor earlier, and now refusing something this trivial. Then Yandel spoke with strange solemnity. The goddess of stars said I would cross paths again with regal Bagos. She said our bond is one of deep karmic entanglement. That line made Lafire freeze. The goddess of stars? Are you serious? Yandel nodded firmly. That's right, I have to become stronger. I can't afford to lose any more comrades because of your brother. You said earlier that you couldn't stop him, right? Then invest in me. Make the bet. His voice rang with determined conviction. I'll do what you can't. At that moment, a powerful aura enveloped his body, descending upon him like a divine seal. The dragon in front of him looked visibly shaken by the shift. I'll check if that prophecy is true, Lafire muttered. After saying that, Yandel was safely returned home. He had made it back, safe and sound. But when he looked up, he was surprised to see a familiar face. Julian Urbans. Julian was the first to speak. Changed your mind already? What are you talking about? I heard your team disbanded. Didn't Rottmiller do something? Yandel responded coldly. Yeah, your father did try to pull something, but Rottmiller didn't flinch. Huh? Really? He looked her over with a sharp, calculating gaze. Now that I think about it, it's way too much of a coincidence. She came to me, and right after that Rottmiller was summoned. She might not be lying, but then a grim certainty struck him. The reason the regional leader hates me so much is probably because of her. If we keep going like this, it's going to become a real problem. His fingers brushed over the weapon beside him, powerful and solid. Looking back, yeah, I should act now. Where's your father? Julian's face turned pale. Am my father? Why? What do you think? It's time to settle this. When she saw the boy marching off with his weapon, panic gripped her. Is he serious? But why? Why is he holding a weapon? Yandel, wait. What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm going to settle the score. And with that, Yandel raised his weapon and blasted open the door ahead of him. The guards inside were stunned by the sudden intrusion. What the hell? Stop. Where do you think you're going? But the man seated at the center calmly raised his hand to stop them. That's enough. You two leave us. The two people standing nearby clearly couldn't feel at ease. However, the middle-aged man held his face in his hands, letting out a weary sigh with a hint of helplessness. What you're worried about won't happen. Understood, Yandel replied casually, taking up his weapon and stepping further inside. His voice was calm, but his eyes sharply assessed the situation. Impressive awareness, just what I'd expect from a district chief. Let's cut to the point. You show up dragging my daughter in and causing a scene like this. I assume you've got a reason? Dad, it's just I'm not talking to you. Hearing the conversation, Yandel could only let out a tired sigh of his own before stepping in. From now on, settle your family matters on your own. The man frowned in annoyance at his words. So you're turning your back on my daughter, is that it? Yandel's reply was cold. Turn my back. We were never holding hands to begin with and we never will. Then why come here with her? He gave a light shrug. She kept pestering me. I figured I might as well deal directly with you, but she tagged along. Like a clingy little goblin. Julian, standing behind him, flushed red with anger. I only followed you because I didn't want you to start some kind of trouble. Is that so? Well, I believe her, the father responded mildly, then gestured toward the shattered door. But was all that destruction really necessary? What do you think people will say about me when they see it? Yandel, unfazed, replied with a perfectly calm tone. A district chief who values open dialogue and transparency with his staff. I could have you locked up, you know, and no one would complain. Try it. Everything you've done would come to light. You think people won't care? Maybe. But the Barbarian Sanctuary might think differently, especially if they hear you falsely accused and attempted to kill their heir. The man looked startled. Heir, you're the successor. Yandel simply shrugged. Guess your intel's a bit outdated. I was just appointed recently. Facing this strange, oppressive presence, the man had no choice but to retreat. So, what do you want? A public admission of guilt. Normally your actions would have earned a skull cracking at least 3 times over. But he sighed. I've got enough on my plate with the Dragonslayer issue. Yandel's eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped into a threatening calm. Look me in the eyes, District Chief. Whether it was a misunderstanding or you just plain hate me, I don't care. His aura flared, like the lion mask itself had come to life, and he spoke louder. But if you try any tricks behind my back again, we're not going to have another nice little chat like this. With that, he turned away with a cold air of finality. I'm leaving. I'm starving. Behind him, the father and daughter stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by the weight of his presence, unable to even stay on their feet. After a smooth negotiation with them, I began preparing seriously for the upcoming expedition alongside the new team members. But first there was one more thing. I closed the book once again, having finally completed all 31 research papers Raven had compiled. A bright smile spread across her face. Perfect. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know later. Just the 2 of us. Again. Yandel let out a tired sigh. Sure, whatever you say. Oh, and the team name had been decided too. Einar raised her glass of beer, smiling with uncontainable joy. Apple pie. That dessert you love so much, Yandel. Well then, I couldn't ask for more, Yandel muttered. Raven, however, gave a sharp, cold stare from the side. What about Narak? In the old tongue it means the one who walks in darkness. Sounds far more fitting. With another deep sigh, Yandel relented and decided to merge both suggestions. The team would now be called Apple Narak. Right, Narak for you? Though personally, I think Narak pie would have been great. He added, I don't know much else, but I do know that a level 24 mage's right arm is home to a black flame dragon, and that there's nothing left alive inside that idiot's head. Later, we gathered at the city's training center, the only place where ability usage was legally permitted. Everyone launched themselves into the air. Misha, Einar, the entire team surged forward, eyes blazing with excitement. Their blows struck the training dummies with enough force to send straw flying in all directions. I had already purchased a monthly training pass and made a habit of training regularly with the group. In my free time, I dropped by the library to read. Einar, someone asked. I heard Raven's a new member, right? Also, didn't Hikarad stop by a while ago? That line of conversation was cut short, completely derailed by the astonishing reaction of the man in front of us. And just like that, the busy days flew by, leading us to the long-awaited moment, the opening of the labyrinth. Floor 1, deep within the crystal caverns, the monument of the great sage. They stood before the ancient stone tablet, clearly annoyed. What is this supposed to mean, Urikprit? Damn it. I didn't think we'd be found this quickly, someone muttered, releasing a frustrated sigh. There's something off here, another said, eyes narrowing. Even the air feels different. Yandel, did you know this would happen? Yandel glanced at the man beside him. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this serious. Damn it all, he cursed. They had returned to the monument using teleportation just 15 minutes after leaving. This situation had spiraled completely out of control. Raven gripped her wand tightly, visibly annoyed. So that's why she showed up 45 minutes late to the Space Square meeting, even though she lives right next to it. First things first, someone snapped, pay the damn penalty. Invalid trade crystal, unilateral teleportation crystal, and a 45-minute delay. Yes, I know. That did happen, but still, why were you so late? It was my first time coming here at night, and the vibe was just strange. Huh? What do you mean by that? Whatever, let's just move. We're already running behind. The other person bit her finger in frustration, clearly annoyed. Unbelievable. This time, we had to prove ourselves, show that even if our guide couldn't navigate her way out of a paper bag, the expedition would still succeed. Abman, just tell me where to place the teleportation gate. What's with you, Misha? Yandel asked, narrowing his eyes. Better shut that tiny mouth before it spits out something you'll regret. Yandel, standing beside them, finally spoke up with no other choice. I'll take the lead from here. Abman, just tell me where to place the teleportation gate. The bear-like man couldn't possibly refuse. All right, he agreed. Their steps slowly moved forward. Then let's head out. The group steadily advanced deeper into the cave. At every fork, choosing the wider path was already more than half the battle. Though it was Yandel's first time navigating, he'd been advised to avoid blocked paths since they often led to dead ends. Once they reached the outskirts of the core zone, they had to choose only the darker paths covered in crystalline minerals. Thanks to pure effort and some helpful guidance from Rottmiller, Yandel had learned countless useful tricks along the routes they'd traveled. And finally they reached the second floor, the Goblin Forest. It had taken 12 hours to get there, which wasn't bad at all, faster than expected. We made it. We're safe, someone remarked with relief. Fortunately, this area was slightly easier. In the Goblin Forest, there were a total of 8 teleportation gate obelisks. Activating just one would render all the others inert. That's why groups arriving later often skirted around the far edges of the forest, spending 2 to 3 days searching for the still active gate. That was the usual approach provided the team didn't have a proper guide. Yandel glanced over his shoulder. Abman, which way now? Abman pointed in a direction. Over there. Clearly, having a guide made all the difference. Their voices echoed once again in the narrow cave. Raven, could you increase the number of light orbs? Upon hearing the request, she cheerfully responded, 3 orbs. No problem. My mana recovers fast anyway. Misha looked visibly surprised. What? Even Abman, apparently new to this style of teamwork, was a bit bewildered. Strange. The mages I've worked with before weren't like this at all. Perhaps it was because Doyanki had often mumbled gloomily about this very thing. Now he truly understood the overwhelming difference a real mage could make. This forest was known for its traps scattered throughout the area, usually requiring a professional scout. But with their magical light illuminating everything like daylight, many of the traps ceased to pose a threat. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something seemed to be stirring. Goblins kept swarming toward the light source, but Yandel easily wiped them all out. Day 2. They arrived at the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path. The group slowly ventured into the vast forest ahead. They had entered a special zone. Environmental effect activated, Witch's Forest. Day 8. They carefully strolled through the ancient woods, visibly delighted by the mysterious surroundings. Didn't you feel like screaming when you saw that? Someone asked excitedly. It's a tower. There's an actual tower in the middle of this forest. This is incredible. At this pace it was nearly as efficient as when Rottmiller had guided them himself. So in the end, effort still couldn't beat raw talent, huh? Suddenly the lead scout came to a halt, leaving the rest of the group confused. Hey Yandel. From behind the large shield, Raven quickly signaled mana disturbances were rippling through the entire forest, and it made her stomach churn. Let's hurry up and get inside, she urged. The man across from her responded swiftly, wait. We have to wait until the color changes first. They probably did that to avoid misunderstandings. If another team had entered first, barging in might get them mistaken for intruders, and they'd have no right to complain if they got attacked. The colors changed. Can we go now? All right, let's go. The system panel above flashed with a new notification. You've entered floor 4, the Sky Tower. Misha was visibly startled by the monsters emerging nearby. Those are half trolls. This area was often called a training tower, and she'd planned to seriously practice her team coordination here. To put it simply, giant mode, savage instinct, synchronization. With no other choice, the whole team dove into combat. How strong have we become? His strength had long surpassed the norm, and the weapon in his hands effortlessly sent enemies flying. Abman Urikprid activated his skill Hazardous Matter. The monsters, likely encountering human power of this caliber for the first time, were visibly shaken. He quickly unleashed powerful bursts of light that blew everything away. Every single member of their team had come fully prepared. Arua Raven cast a 6th-tier offensive spell, Cleansing Flame. The fierce blaze seemed intent on burning away every ounce of evil in existence. She gave a proud, satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the results. Yandel, witnessing the scene, nodded approvingly. Yeah, a team needs at least 3 members capable of holding the front line. The team's overall cohesion just skyrocketed. Even those with less raw power still fought enthusiastically. With this level of performance, any monster below Tier 6 could be wiped out in under 3 minutes. Those 2 would definitely hold their own. With the current formation, Floor 5 wouldn't be an issue. Which left only one problem: ascending the Sky Tower required passing through a fixed route, the Stairway of Wisdom. Rottmiller had taken about an hour to clear the stairway. Yandel, on the other hand, had taken 5 times longer. Once again he held the small pocket watch in his hand, silently calculating. 10 p.m. At this rate, there's no way we'll clear the Sky Tower before the labyrinth closes. Left with no choice, he turned and gestured to his teammates. It's getting late. Let's rest for today and continue tomorrow. All right. Sounds good. The campfire flickered warmly, drawing everyone closer together. Can't believe we don't need lookouts in a place like this. Misha, my brain's completely fried right now. They were clearly exhausted from the grueling day spent inside the labyrinth. I get that feeling, someone said. When I first came here, I couldn't sleep at all. It's weird, isn't it? There are so many people around. Yet Misha sensed someone's gaze and turned to look. Yandel, why do you keep glancing over here? The boy, looking as spaced out as ever, replied innocently, I wasn't looking. A giant question mark practically popped up in his head. What the hell is going on? Just then, another girl's voice rang softly beside his ear. Hey Yandel. Raven lifted her small notebook and spoke calmly. I've done some calculations. At this pace, by the time we reach Floor 5, we won't have much time left. That means we'll fall behind the other teams in terms of overall gains, right? Her words weighed on him. He was honestly starting to feel drained from dealing with all this. Isn't this your first expedition? He asked, half exasperated. But the sharp look in the girl's eyes told a different story. From here on out, the pace will start picking up. Well, if that's the case, Yandel watched her silhouette disappear into the distance and finally let out a deep sigh. Holy crap, I was so tense I thought I'd die. But there's no way I'm giving up my share of the loot. Just before drifting off to sleep, a soft voice echoed directly in his mind. Yandel, please, just listen quietly. He was still half awake when the message came through. While I was bathing earlier, I sensed something strange. I tried using a detection spell. There's someone else here aside from us. The voice made his blood run cold. What? Instinctively, he reached toward the weapon resting beside his head. Don't act recklessly, Raven's calm voice echoed in his ear. Then the voice added something that made his heart nearly stop. That person is standing right behind me. The mage's life could be lost with just a single mistake. Yandel himself looked a bit dazed, yet even in a situation like this, he remained remarkably composed. It was hard not to be impressed. But then he turned to her and said, You're the impressive one, Yandel. She blinked in surprise. You heard my thoughts? He nodded. Because I cast a spell on you. Inside, Raven was silently calculating. I didn't expect Yandel to successfully transmit thoughts so quickly. That takes skill. Still, she reassured herself. It doesn't look like he's planning to strike immediately, so we have a bit of time. I need to carefully consider our next steps before making a move. My life is in his hands now. First, stay calm. It was likely the enemy had entered at the same time they did. The troubling part was that even after clearing stage 1 and climbing the stairs, Raven had already tried using a detection spell. Their team had re-entered the small cave after thoroughly checking the area. It's clear no one else is here. So what did he do? The older adventurers had warned them, after clearing the first floor of the Sky Tower, always use detection magic to guard against unexpected threats. It made sense. It was practical knowledge passed down from those who'd braved the Tower of Magic. He hadn't been detected last time, but this time he was. That could only mean one thing. Between the entrance and the first floor, he must have used an item or spell to conceal his presence. That explanation made sense. Alternatively, maybe he possessed a high-level cloaking artifact tier 2 or above. But once discovered, that possibility became far less likely. After all, the fact that he was tailing them without making a move was already a sign of hesitation, of someone lacking confidence in a direct confrontation. Yandel's thoughts reached Raven once more. All right. I've made my decision. Raven, when I give the signal, drop to the ground immediately. Don't hesitate. What? Wait, what are you planning to do? She whispered, panicked. He knows, doesn't he? If this goes wrong, I'll be the one to die. And yet, he suddenly stood, grabbed his shield, and hurled it toward the invisible figure in the distance. Damn it. In an instant, his shield struck the hidden man, sending him flying backward. The masked figure looked completely stunned by the sudden assault. The rest of the group, previously fast asleep, were jarred awake by the commotion. What the hell was that? Enemy attack. Misha stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, while the old man Avman slowly rose to his feet. Then, in a flash, the enemy vanished. What's going on? Are we under attack? Someone shouted. A sudden scream pierced the air. Raven had activated her size-enhancing skill. In an instant, his entire body expanded, transforming into a towering giant, as he effortlessly scooped the girl into one arm. With the other hand he thrust forward, launching a powerful blow at the masked man ahead. The man's figure began to blur and fade into the shadows of the dimly lit cavern. The young man scanned the surroundings warily. Fast. He slipped away again. Meanwhile, the girl in his grasp, clearly overwhelmed by the situation, protested with a dazed voice, "Hey, go easy on the grip, would you?" As the team leader, the young man quickly barked out an order to those nearby. Everyone battle positions. That bastard just tried to kill Raven. The remaining 3 members immediately surrounded them, weapons drawn and ready to strike. Their swift, precise reaction made it clear these people were professionals. Still, there was a note of confusion in the air. Damn, Yandel, I didn't even notice there was a rat sneaking around the maze, someone muttered. Wait, you mean another adventurer was hiding, not an actual rat? Yeah, but I thought it was a rat and panicked. Should have been more surprised it wasn't one. Yandel turned toward Raven and asked cautiously, "Where is he now?" The girl responded without missing a beat, "Gone. He's not showing up on detection spells anymore. He's disabling detection again." Someone groaned. "Keep casting it until he shows himself," Yandel instructed. Avman chimed in, "So it's a stealth skill, huh? How many are we dealing with?" "For now we assume it's just one," came the reply. "Right. Stay sharp, he has to show himself to attack." 10 minutes passed with the group maintaining their alert formation. But nothing happened. Tension gave way to irritation. Finally, someone shouted into the empty air, "Hey rat boy. If you can hear us, come out now and I'll make your death a little easier. Either way, you're not escaping this stone chamber." Just then, the girl beside them shouted, "They're at the entrance." They had found him. Arua Raven had just activated a Tier 8 tracking spell, and the fleeing man was instantly revealed, his body outlined in a purple glow. The group, now furious, erupted. "So it was you. You're the one who woke me during the empty shift. Dressed like a damn sewer rat," another muttered in disgust. A bolt from the bear man's crossbow was instantly launched, streaking toward the intruder. But it missed. He dodged at the last moment. The arrow embedded itself deep into the wall behind him. What the he's gone again? Someone shouted in disbelief. Yandel quickly tried to calm everyone down. Hold on, don't panic. First, gather your gear. No need to rush. He gestured toward the stone steps ahead. That staircase he ran up, it's the stairway of valor. Until we all ascend, no monsters will appear, and the gate to the next floor won't open. In other words, he's like a rat that's run right into a trap. Once you go up, there's no coming back down. So it's smarter to pack up first, then pursue. Raven jogged over with a small pouch in hand. Yandel, take a look at this. Yandel accepted it and examined the contents carefully. Looks like he dropped this while escaping, an expanding backpack. He opened it and peered inside. This guy's the real deal. Sleep herbs, basilisk paralytic poison, smoke bombs. He came here to kill people, no doubt. Gives me the chills. Lucky Raven was here. Things could have gone very badly, someone muttered. The young leader motioned to the rest of the team. Once you've packed, we're heading up. I'll go first. Keep a tight formation. The group began their ascent into a narrow corridor. He wouldn't have chosen this route randomly, someone murmured. What's he after? We have no idea what's waiting. Stay alert. Yandel, taking the lead, turned back to warn them. I'll go ahead. Wait for my signal before following. But the moment he stepped in, the sight before him left him speechless. What the hell? I wasn't expecting this. One by one, the rest entered cautiously. Come on in, Yandel said. Raven, keep the detection spell going. And this fire, can we put it out? The flames ahead flickered with mesmerizing, almost beautiful hues. Let me try, someone said. But before they could act, a horde of terrifying monsters burst out from within the flames, snarling as they charged. Clear the monsters first, someone ordered. But keep your guard up, he could still be hiding nearby. Once the chaotic battle subsided, everyone's gaze gradually turned toward the same spot. Raven knelt beside something, inspecting it. Yandel, could this be a decoy? Yandel asked. No, it's a fresh corpse, Raven replied. I can still feel residual magic. Yandel narrowed his eyes. It's the same magical trace I sensed earlier, faint, but it matches perfectly. Avman crossed his arms, looking grim. So, suicide, huh? Damn? That's unsettling. I've dealt with plenty of scumbags before, he went on, and all of them, even at the end, they wanted to live. I'll do whatever you say, just don't kill me. That sort of thing. But this guy. First time I've seen someone off themselves like a damn cultist. He wasn't just a petty thief, that's for sure. Now that you mention it, someone added, that backpack earlier didn't have any ID tag either. Raven gently poked the charred remains with a twig. Looks like he didn't bring one to begin with. Or if he did, it's long gone, burned to ash. No way to confirm his identity now. Yandel turned to the girl nearby and asked gently, are you okay? Huh? What do you mean? Earlier, when you saw that golem corpse you threw up, he reminded her. Her cheeks flushed red. That was because I was mid-chant, and the stench of rot hit me all of a sudden. Normally I'm fine with gross stuff like this, okay? Compared to those experiments we've done, this is nothing. Got it? Got it, Yandel nodded. After checking the body further, Raven and Yandel exchanged a few quiet words, but there wasn't much else to learn. The two girls, clearly shaken from everything they had just endured, looked exhausted. Maybe we should rest a bit, someone suggested. Keep someone on watch, just in case. Yeah, let's do that. And with that, they rekindled the campfire. The group took turns keeping watch, and gradually, the atmosphere settled into silence. Yandel quietly mulled over everything that had just happened. What the hell was that guy? He thought. Only two possibilities came to mind. Either he was an agent sent by Arculus, or he was dispatched by the area manager. From the start, The fact that he wasn't carrying any ID and was still detected by the tracking spell pointed to the underground city, meaning Orculus. That made sense. But the way he went out of his way to erase all traces raised doubts. If he was from Orculus, there was no reason to hide it so thoroughly. That made Yandel lean toward the second theory, someone sent by the area manager. But why? He recalled that their last interaction had ended peacefully. Could it be that the guy harbored some grudge afterward? Just then Raven, lying behind him, let out a few pained murmurs that caught Yandel's attention. A nightmare, he wondered. Should I wake her? But then he heard his own name whispered in her sleep. Yandel. He quietly replied, "You awake? Don't worry. Just go back to sleep. I'm on watch." But Raven responded, "That's not it. I have something I need to ask you. If I hadn't used up all my tracking spells back then, what would have happened?" Yandel's gaze turned cold. "You want the honest answer?" "Yes. If we were unlucky, we'd all be dead. If we were lucky, only one or two would have died. That's how this job works. Is that what exploring's really like?" "Yeah. You never know when you'll run into some lunatic or when your life might suddenly be cut short. That's what it means to be an explorer." There was a pause before he added more gently, "But hey, don't let that get to you. It's not always doom and gloom." Hoping to lighten the mood, he offered a small story. "Maybe it's not much of a comfort, but let me tell you about when I was with the Halfwit squad. The first time we ran into a band of thieves, Dwalkie totally lost it. Couldn't function at all. But Rottmiller, he showed us something incredible on the third floor, this breathtaking view that made it all worth it." "Still half asleep," Raven murmured. "The senior said that was just a meaningless surge of ambient mana, but still, I want to see it again next time." Yandel gave a soft chuckle and replied, "All right. Next time I'll wake you up before the clock hits midnight." By the next morning, time had flown by. Raven stood there with a faint look of annoyance on her face and asked, "That guy, what kind of person do you think he really was?" Misha quickly chimed in, "No matter how you look at it, he didn't seem like a normal thief. I mean, just going solo was strange enough, but the way things ended, even weirder." The teenage boy behind them added, "Don't stress over it. Even if you wanted to investigate now, you wouldn't find anything." Just then, Einar came running over cheerfully. "Yandel, how many cotton candies can I trade for all this?" he asked, holding up the spatial pouch that had belonged to the thief. Yandel felt a little awkward seeing it. With this much," Raven smiled brightly and glanced over. "Counting everything inside, probably around 3.5 million spirit stones." Her casual reply surprised him. "You even know stuff like that?" he asked. She simply shrugged and said, "Well, to be exact, you'd have to sell it first, but the margin won't be far off. I used to have a basic appraisal license." "Basic appraisal license," he repeated, confused. Turns out there were two kinds, basic and advanced. The basic one didn't involve any special skills. You just used pure knowledge to assess value. With a bit of disdain, Raven added, "Yandel, if you've got time later, you should read up on it. With that kind of knowledge, you won't need any knight certification or bureaucracy." But he brushed it off with a mild tone, "It's fine. I've never seen anyone in the Night Corps bother with that." Misha, standing nearby, chuckled awkwardly. "So we're lost in the trial of wisdom again, huh?" Once more, the team dove deeper into the ruins. "What can we do? We're not professional explorers," someone muttered. "I said this before, but every time we go through this trial, it's torture." Raven carefully held up a small pocket watch and began timing. 4 hours and 34 minutes. Noticing the annoyed look on her face, Yandel scratched his head, embarrassed. "It'll definitely get shorter, I promise. Don't tell me you've been timing every run," she asked. Sure enough, she was still holding the pocket watch tightly. 4 hours and 11 minutes. Time continued to crawl by. 3 hours and 59 minutes. Einar's nose had started bleeding, but he looked thrilled. 4 hours and 35 minutes. Wait, why'd it go up again? Because Einar stepped on a trap. Doesn't count, someone muttered. And so time kept passing. By day 12 they finally concluded the area was safe, and for the first time, they were able to sleep without posting a guard. Then came day 16. At last, they reached the 100th floor. The teenage boy stood proudly, smiling with clear satisfaction. Yandel, why are you in the way? Sorry. They all quietly glanced at the small clock again to check the time. 2 hours and 4 minutes. That's a huge improvement. Seems like someone's had a breakthrough, someone said. A breakthrough in what? Raven asked. Yandel was in an especially good mood after everything that had happened. Disarming traps is way easier and faster now. You don't need to dismantle them properly, you just smash them, he grinned. Yandel style. Raven looked serious as she asked, Hey Yandel, how long did it take professional adventurers to get here in the past? About 12 days. Then we're not doing so bad, she said. Now that we're past floor 5, it should get a lot easier without needing a pro adventurer, right? He wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he just stood there awkwardly. Well? Can't even give me one compliment, she huffed. The rest of the team seemed genuinely excited about the situation. Tired already? Someone joked. I bet we're the only team in the world with a maniac as our navigator. Only you, Misha, another chimed in with a grin. Well then, it's my time to shine, said Little Bear as he stepped forward. That 5% bonus better be worth it, 'cause from the 100th floor onward, we've got a shot at finding a portal back to floor 5. The whole group steadily pushed through countless gates, each one tougher than the last. Which one do we open next? Someone asked. Over there, let's start with that one. The system voice echoed. Courage trial selected. Wisdom trial selected. Courage trial selected again. And so, another night passed as they continued their expedition. After opening a total of 10 more gates, they finally stood before a door glowing with a strange light. This is it, the final one, someone murmured. Beyond it was the portal to the 5th floor. It was now the 17th day, around 10 p.m. Yandel, eyes alert, scanned ahead warily. Wait. There's definitely going to be a level 5 monster in the final chamber of floor 4. Let's take a breather first. But the rest of the team didn't seem concerned. You mean that vampire-looking thing? Can't we just go now? I feel like I'm more focused than ever. Little Bear let out a light sigh. I'm good with whatever, but seriously, is this how we're dealing with a level 5 boss? Their leader simply smiled faintly at their confidence. Realistically, survival rates here are under 50%. I used to care about that, but now doesn't seem to matter much. All right then, let's finish this. A terrifying roar shattered the silence as a massive monster suddenly appeared, a troll. Oh, now this feels like graduation, someone exclaimed. Raven, looking skeptical, asked, Why do we always start with spells? Troll materials are super expensive, right? The teenage boy smirked. Yeah, but price doesn't matter, just like essence drops. If it's rare, it's worth it. Half the team froze the moment the troll emerged. A powerful light burst out, enlarging the massive shield he carried. More accurately, his entire body had grown to monstrous proportions. Skill activated, gigantification. Skill activated, wild surge. With a calm, almost taunting smile, the boy whispered, Come on then. The troll tightened its fist, growling deeply before unleashing a devastating punch, seemingly strong enough to blow everything away. Even if it's that torch guy's shield, he said, it won't matter now. Weapon soul effect activated, rank 6 with undying seal. Equipment performance scales proportionally with total stats. Yandel gripped his weapon firmly and charged. Forget the head, we'll take the shoulder first. Skill activated, word. A powerful blow was executed in the blink of an eye. The troll retaliated with a barrage of blinding punches, trying to annihilate everything in its path. Gigantification ended. All right, he muttered, I've got a good sense of my combat capacity now. The troll's hardened skin was finally torn open. He glanced at his teammate, clearly impressed. "That's Misha for you, no wait. That's what you get when you spend real money. That sword, custom forged premium item. Cost 12 million stones." The others in the group didn't just stand around either, they were more than ready to jump into the fight. The girl casually swung her arm, and in an instant, a powerful flash of light erupted as Einarfenolin unleashed Reaping Slash, a level 4 active skill passed down from an elder. One strike double effect. "You bastard," she muttered. Her blade nearly tore through the monster's thick hide, but before she could follow up, she was blasted backward. Smoke and dust filled the air as she hit the ground. "Are you okay?" the teen called out, clearly worried. But Einar brushed off the concern with a few casual waves of her hand. "It's nothing," she said. Yet the way she moved made it clear something internal had been injured. Still, she gritted her teeth, gripped her massive sword tighter, and lunged back into battle. Einarfenolin activated Life Absorption, a skill that boosts healing temporarily when dealing damage to living targets. From behind, Yandel watched with a satisfied grin. "Just like you were taught, huh? When she hits while using Life Absorption, her health will recover. With that kind of aptitude, she's clearly made to be our primary damage dealer and frontliner. We need to get her a more effective attack skill soon," someone added. "And Misha should drink more beast blood to help level up her soul beast." Not far away, Bear glanced over and signaled, "Can I join the fight now?" Yandel blinked in surprise. "Wait, don't tell me you were really just watching them the whole time." "I was just curious to see how far those two young ladies could go," he replied with a shrug. Einar, now clearly annoyed, shouted back, "Don't call me a young lady. I'm not some princess or anything." Up front, Avman grabbed his massive crossbow and fired with precision. "Stay calm. Steady now." The sharp bolt flew at incredible speed and tore through the beast's thick hide with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. Watching this unfold, the main guy nodded in approval. Classic beer. Nailed every joint with pinpoint accuracy. Without wasting a beat, the entire group exchanged a look and launched themselves into the air. This was their moment. The two girls, well versed in this rhythm by now, charged forward with swords drawn and struck hard. The creature writhed in pain under their combined assault. But just when they thought it was over, a new alert rang out. The troll has activated low-grade regeneration. A purple flame ignited around its body, enveloping it as it started to rise again. Still, the guy didn't seem too surprised or worried. "Well, I guess that's enough spectating," he muttered as he stepped forward, only to be stopped by someone behind him. "Wait a sec," the voice said. "Shouldn't we let the third young lady have her turn too?" Raven, clearly irritated by the title, snapped back, "Can you please stop calling me that?" Even so, Aurora Raven didn't hesitate. She activated level 5 Lightning Spear, an advanced offensive spell. A barrage of golden lightning bolts erupted and blasted forward, incinerating the troll's massive head in a flash. The whole team cheered and ran over, smiling from ear to ear. "We actually did it. And it was way easier than expected." Misha's expression shifted slightly as if she suddenly remembered something. Maybe both she and he were thinking about the same people. They couldn't help but recall all they'd been through, the near-death battles, the impossible odds, the comrades they once stood shoulder to shoulder with, the allies they had fought beside in a different time. His eyes closed tightly, overwhelmed by pain from those memories. But when he opened them again, they held unwavering determination. The past was engraved deep in his soul. And now it was time to move forward. They were finally ready to face whatever lay ahead. And just like that, the real expedition was about to begin. Day 18 inside the labyrinth, around 7 a.m. The group's footsteps finally brought them to this point. They had reached the 5th layer of the Grand Demonic Realm. Strangely enough, there were already tents set up and waiting here. The people below cautiously looked up at them with wary eyes. Their stares were intense and unrelenting. "What's with this atmosphere? The locals were murmuring something under their breath. Fifth layer of the Grand Demonic Realm. The Hellfire Ravine. Other names began surfacing: Glacial Ravine, Wraith Ravine. One by one, the teams were hitting their limits. This was the layer where large-scale guild hunting operations usually unfolded smoothly. Apart from the starting point, there were no safe zones here, just like in the game. This place had always been more of a makeshift campground than anything else. Achievement unlocked. Reached the 5th layer, Permanent Soul Force 20. Einar, walking behind, noticed him repeatedly staring at his hand and shouted, "Yandel, you feel it too, right?" "I think my soul level just went up." Raven quickly calmed her down. "Relax, Einar. That's not leveling up, it's something called a purification ritual." She went on to explain the strange phenomenon. While mages might interpret it differently, most adventurers who made it here believed that the labyrinth was bestowing a blessing upon them. Perhaps the spiritual energy required to activate abilities had just been enhanced. Misha, still a little skeptical, asked, "So does that mean mages who can't absorb essence won't benefit?" The young girl replied without hesitation, "Nope. Mana still increases, actually, quite a lot. If I'd known that, I would have listened to the seniors and come check it out earlier," she mumbled, then lowered her head. "And the priest's spiritual energy," Misha's expression darkened, clearly lost in thought. "So that means Dwaki too. How much mana do we have left?" 2 minutes. No, maybe 3. In that moment, I could see exactly what he was thinking. Yandel quickly shifted the topic. "Hey, doesn't something feel off here?" "Yeah," someone agreed. "They don't seem hostile, but they keep staring at us. And there are way too many people here. Even some of the guilds that should be on higher layers are still around." Just then, a man ran over from the distance, smiling broadly. "Hey, Avman, that you?" It was an old comrade of Beer, one of his former teammates. The man explained that more than half of their guild couldn't make it to this layer, so he wanted to ask, "Did you guys get ambushed on the 4th floor too?" That question stunned the entire group. Immediately their thoughts jumped to that invisible masked bastard they'd encountered earlier. So he'd attacked others too, not just their team. After explaining their own encounter, the man across from them couldn't believe what he was hearing. He got caught and killed himself. "Are there any survivors?" "None so far. Counting your team, only 3 groups have reached this floor and reported the attack. Out of all of them, only your team made it without a single injury." To that, the man responded calmly, "Just lucky, I guess." "Really lucky? Seems like we weren't his target this time." "In that case, the prince is organizing a hunt for Noark. He might be behind this. If so, it's practically a declaration of war against the royal family." "Well, thanks for the info. If anything else comes up, send word through Avman." Their group quickly integrated into the atmosphere of the camp. "Thanks again." Yandel then turned to his teammates. "So what now?" "No changes, we stick to the plan," came the reply. Raven looked up slowly. "And what if that bastard's still wandering the labyrinth? Are we going to be okay?" The man just answered calmly, "We'll be fine. With this many guilds gathered here, he wouldn't dare make a move. Forget it. Let's go make some money. Now's the time to hustle." That last line genuinely caught the rest of the group off guard. But they all knew their situation. If war did break out, they might be stuck resting at home for months. The character had entered a special area, triggering the environmental effect known as Infernal Ravine. A debuff called Scorching Ashes was now in effect, causing all resource costs to increase by 1.5 times, and reducing fire resistance by 30%. As they stepped into the sweltering lava-filled terrain, the group couldn't help but sigh in discomfort. "Damn, it's hot. Just like the rumors said, feels like our skin's about to burn off." Raven's frost staff began to emit a chill, and she quickly cast a level 8 spell, Blood Chill. The party's fire resistance surged, cloaking them in a refreshing, cool aura. "Aha, that's better. I can finally breathe again," someone exhaled in relief. Suddenly in the distance, massive embers began to ignite and burn with terrifying intensity. Within moments, Flame monsters materialized Ifrits. 2 of them were level 5 class monsters. The group instantly gripped their weapons, ready to annihilate the threat. Raven cast a level 7 support spell, Frost Imbue, coating the team's weapons with ice damage. Their attacks landed with force, but it still felt like they were barely scratching the surface. "This is why I hate elemental spirit types," someone grumbled. "Buffing our weapons just makes it feel like we're tickling them." In the back, Raven remained focused, casting instant freeze to support her teammates on demand. Thanks to the protective cold aura swirling around them, their own elemental strength was further enhanced. In a flash, one of the Ifrits was frozen solid. Misha dashed in and slashed with a heavy blow. Her skill Ice Shatter landed clean. Ifrit defeated. Exp 5. A mana stone dropped to the ground, but once again no essence. Still a chime echoed in their minds. Level up. Soul power 10. Max essence capacity 10. Hearing the notification, he couldn't help but smile. Finally, level 5. Just then, a voice rang out nearby. "Ifrit, huh?" A new group appeared, coldly analyzing the situation. "Must've taken you 5 minutes at least," one of them remarked. He turned his gaze toward them, puzzled. Are they thinking of retreating to a safe zone or something? One guy with a spiky red mohawk suddenly offered. "Screw it, wanna let us take over from here? I'm exhausted." That caught everyone off guard. "Wait, what are you saying?" Before they could even react, a man from the other group wielding a mage staff jumped into the fight. In an instant, the monster on their side was covered in a sheet of frost. What the hell? Then their archer raised his bow, loosed an arrow, and the towering flame beast was blown away in a blink. Everyone stood stunned, eyes wide. They had no words, just internal screams. "You've got to be kidding me, seriously. Right now of all times." The essence of the level 5 Ifrit finally dropped. Both groups stood silently, eyes locked on the rare prize, each person lost in deep contemplation. One of the men let out a faint smile, clearly satisfied. The blonde-haired guy in his group grinned cheerfully. "Look, the essence dropped from the monster we killed. Nelbo, don't worry, just leave this to me." But when he saw how shamelessly that group acted, the other man couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. Seriously. It's obvious both sides were involved, and yet they have the audacity to claim it all for themselves. Must be something wrong with their heads. As the tension escalated, someone gave the order to prepare a ranged attack. The rest of the group hesitated, a little confused by the sudden command. "Yandel, stay calm," someone said reassuringly. "It's just a few humanoid monsters that showed up." The other group, seeing their composed response, looked rather pleased. "So, you guys really want to test your strength, huh?" One of them said smugly as they slowly stepped forward. Both groups were clearly ready to fight at any moment. Crossbows were cocked, arrows knocked. The snipers on the other side had also raised their bows, eyes alert. The tension between the two sides was so thick it felt like a blade could cut through it. Greedy bastards, so sickening. At this point, it wasn't even about logic anymore. It had become a game of nerves. Whoever flinched first lost. And if neither side was willing to back down, then the only outcome was chaos. He stared at them coldly, delivering one final warning. "Get lost." But they didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, they mocked him with a sneer. "Oh, I'm shaking. Might piss myself in fear," one of them said, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Fine then. Guess you've rejected the warning." His grip on his weapon tightened. If they really wanted a fight, then so be it. He'd make sure they fully understood the consequences. "Fine. Even if we have to wipe the floor with them, I'm absorbing that essence first," he thought, already forming a battle plan. He'd enlarge his body, push them off the cliff, and even if they couldn't claim any gear, victory came first. But just as the tension was about to snap, a voice rang out from the opposing team's mage. "Everyone stop." At the same time, Raven tried to step in as well. "He's right, Yandel. Just lower your weapon for now." The blonde guy at the front scoffed in frustration. "Hey mage, I told you to stay put. But the pacifist mage ignored him completely. Nelbo, cut the crap with that rude tone. You don't exactly look intimidating, and for the record, I'm done being the one who always backs down. I won't keep tagging along if this keeps up, got it? Nelbo had no choice but to back down, grumbling in his blue robes. Fine, I'll stop. Yandel watched, growing more suspicious by the minute. Something felt off. Why had the supposedly strongest mage of that group been so quiet all this time? Nelbo caught his stare and snapped, "What the hell are you looking at, huh?" Before things escalated again, the two mages took a step forward and introduced themselves. I'm Aurora Raven, from the Artemian Magic Branch. I'm Ephraim Bello, from the Wharton Branch. I trust the Archmage of Artemian is still doing well. Same as always, Raven replied flatly. And what about Wharton's Archmage? Still deep in magical research, Ephraim said with a nod. He said I had the right aptitude for arcane study after all. Raven wasn't interested in pointless small talk. He got straight to the point. So what's your plan? You want the essence from the monster we clearly fought and killed. Even you guys must realize how absurd that sounds. Ephraim hesitated, awkwardly scratching his head. Well, it's not entirely unreasonable. Sure, the rule is a rule, but it's still just an unwritten one. And honestly, we're the ones who finished it off. Most likely the committee would recognize this as a legitimate dispute and call for a formal review meeting. The young woman in front of them, upon hearing that, simply smiled gently. Not so fast. If there's already a clear rule in place, and you still try to escalate it, don't expect people to look at you favorably. The man stammered, unable to respond. Her expression slowly turned more menacing. You're really planning to drag this to the committee over a single essence crystal? I think it'd be wiser for your side to just let it go. The man on the other side began trembling, completely at a loss for how to respond. Witnessing this, the other man, likely her ally, looked quite pleased. Nice one, Raven. You really are a master negotiator. Realizing he had no more ground to stand on, Ephraim replied awkwardly, Yeah, I guess I'll step back. Honestly, I didn't like how this whole thing was being handled from the start anyway. Behind him, Benno looked utterly baffled at Ephraim's sudden surrender. But Lord Bello, he started to protest only to suddenly shout in frustration, This is pathetic. It's not even like we were stealing. Raven turned around, casting a calm glance behind her. Then the drop belongs to us. Yandel, how are you planning to handle the reward? We'll sell it in the city. Go ahead and store it in the containment vial, Yandel replied. So this is really ending peacefully, huh? With that, the two groups finally agreed to part ways without further conflict. All right, let's head back to camp, someone said. And just like that, the incident was over. However, the man with the rooster-like hair never dropped his sly, scheming expression the entire time. What the hell are you looking at? He seemed to say with his glare. All this trouble started because of his damn mouth, Hans. Still, Misha wasn't about to let him start anything. When she saw the young man across the way frozen in place, she snapped, shouting furiously, What are you standing there for? Get over here already. Don't tell me you're pulling a Hans now. It had already been 21 days since they entered the labyrinth, and 4 days had passed since they made it to the 5th floor. By now the group had finally adjusted to the pace of life in this place. The young man stood there, gritting his teeth in frustration. He was in no mood to hide his annoyance. What the hell is this? He never used to believe in bad omens, at least, not until he ran into them. Hans found himself recalling the events from just a few days ago. What are you doing? Why aren't you here yet? What kind of disaster are you trying to drop on me this time? A voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. Careful, or you'll snap your pen. Lord Yandel, don't you think it's time to stop with that? Yandel glanced over and quickly responded, That? Oh, you mean the map? Raven looked down at the rough sketch of a map her captain had been obsessively working on and sighed in quiet exasperation. Yes, I can see you're putting in the effort, but judging by this map, there's no way we'd be able to backtrack if we had to. Still, I guess you'll get better with time. She looked up and added, "Well, if that's how it is, I guess I've got nothing else to say. Aren't you tired?" "Not exactly," he admitted. "It's annoying, yeah, but it's its own kind of fun." Even the bear-like guy in the back seemed to pick up on the conversation. "I can feel myself growing stronger," Yandel said. "More importantly, if I become the one charting the way forward, it'll be easier to lead the team where I want us to go." He quickly signaled to the others. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's move. We're still following the main road again today? Do we have any other choice?" Someone muttered from the back. It was clear they were just as out of options. Still, the number of monsters has gotten way too low. Those jerks are hogging the hunting grounds for themselves. Seriously stingy. Raven sighed in frustration. "Yeah, it's annoying. But what can we do? You can't just pick a fight with one of those huge clans." Even Misha seemed deflated. "We worked so hard to get to the 5th floor, but this feels like a letdown. It's not the monsters keeping us from fighting, it's the people." As they walked on, an almost painful sense of sympathy for themselves crept in. Feels like there are more clans monopolizing the grind spots than in an actual game. In reality, the 3 monster zones on this floor had been locked down for days. You had to pay just to be allowed to hunt. And even if you paid, it only bought you a single round for experience points. Monster defeated, 3 XP. No loot, no mana stones, no essences. Still, what could they do? Walk. They just had to keep walking. It wasn't like this setback meant they couldn't climb any higher. There were countless ways to grow stronger. Standing in front of the group, Yandel finally shouted a few angry words to let off steam. From behind, Raven suddenly spoke. "You know," she said, "most people think the hardest part of being an adventurer is fighting monsters. But if you ask real adventurers, their answers are completely different." "Like what?" he asked. "Lack of light at night. Not getting enough sleep. Sweaty, sticky clothes. Dirty places to rest. Those kinds of things. The lower floors aren't so bad. But the higher you go, the more adventurers will tell you that stuff is way worse than any monster fight." "I see." Time flew by, and by the afternoon of the 22nd day, just as they were about to take a break after taking down 8 flame hounds, Raven once again spoke up seriously. "Yes, and that's exactly why," she continued, explaining how after completing expeditions from the 7th floor upward, most large guilds would usually rest in a city before continuing their journey. Her words made the other team members noticeably uneasy. "If there's something you want, just say it." Raven didn't hesitate to make her suggestion. "Let's eat something decent today, not dried meat, but an actual cooked meal over a fire." Yandel let out a sigh. "All I said was that I wanted something a bit tastier, fine, whatever." He gave in easily. Seeing how readily he agreed, Raven looked slightly surprised. "The smell will spread," she warned. "If monsters catch wind of it, we won't be able to eat in peace." Yandel genuinely couldn't figure out what she was aiming for. What is she trying to pull here? Before he could say anything, Raven continued, "Well, if you had refused, I was going to say I could use magic to eliminate the scent anyway. We need to stall for time here regardless." So they ended up with a hearty tomato stew, filled to the brim with meat, Misha's special. The delicious aroma and rich flavor seemed to ignite a flame of life within the group. "This is amazing, like always." "Misha, marry me already," Einar said dramatically. "Back off, I'm the one who'll take Karlstein home," another teammate chimed in. Looking slightly flustered, Misha stole a glance at their team leader off in the distance. "If you two are enjoying it, then I'm happy, but still," she mumbled. Nearby, the old bear of a man took a careful sniff. "Strange, I barely smell anything," he commented, impressed. "Didn't think this kind of magic existed." Raven, clearly proud of herself, responded, "I combined air control magic with combustion magic, gathered all the smell into one spot and incinerated it. Easy." The old man looked amazed. "Didn't expect to be eating this well on the 5th floor. Most mages I've met have been deadweight." Unable to hold back any longer, Raven grinned smugly. Guess that makes me both talented and refined. Huh. And with that, the two of them enjoyed their well-earned meal. You two should eat too, someone urged. We'll take over guard duty for now. As the food finally settled in their stomachs, Yandel's gaze shifted to a nearby bush that seemed off. Still not here. If only it had shown up before we finished eating. Noticing the seriousness on his face, Misha looked worried. Wait, was it not good? I thought you liked it, so I made extra. Yandel responded calmly. It's as delicious as always. Now I get why Anar and Raven are fighting over who gets to marry you. That kind of compliment hit Misha right in the face, making her blush all over. So you mean you want to eat like this even outside of the dungeon? At that moment, something about the nearby grass caught his attention. It looked off. The blades had been severed, and whatever trace had been there was now gone. Instinctively, he raised the alarm to his teammates. Raven, I feel like there's something close by. Huh, what do you mean? She asked. Try using detection magic. Without hesitation, Raven obeyed, chanting softly. A glowing magic circle quickly expanded around them like a dome, covering the surrounding area. Her eyes sharpened as she noticed the same oddity in the grass. There's something ahead. I'll trace it now. Moments later, a soft, fluffy creature appeared in their line of sight, a plump little thing with a chubby body and adorably large earbly. To their surprise, the one who had been watching them this whole time was an unbelievably cute squirrel. The girls nearby couldn't hold back their excitement. So cute. But while they were fawning over it, Einar had a different reaction. Looks tasty, he muttered. Even the burly bear grunted in relief. Phew, we're lucky. A Milarotan, on our very first expedition, Raven, still flustered, quickly interjected, wait. I haven't finished scanning it with magic yet. Yandel squinted, cautiously observing the small creature. It was clear that both he and Raven recognized its value. Without much resistance, the Milarotan was swiftly taken down. Milarotan defeated. Exp 3. The rare creature had been eliminated in one clean strike just in case anything went wrong. The two exchanged glances, then began showering each other with praise. Thanks to Sir Yandel, we managed to capture a rare monster. Right, Master Ukfit? One asked. Milarotan, I've only ever heard of it. This is my first time catching one, the old man replied. They're extremely rare. You've got to wait near a blackbeard bush and use a single detection spell to lure them out. Sounds simple. But trust me, I was stuck on floor 5 for over a year before I figured it out. Misha, curious, spoke up. Is it really that rare? The girl beside her drew a small dagger and answered seriously. Its pelt sells for a fortune. The tendons are valuable crafting materials for high-tier spells. But that's not even the best part. She held up an object. The real prize is this mirror. Both girls leaned in to examine the mirror with curious eyes. A mirror? Yes. Rumor has it that it grants access to a hidden dimension. Hearing this, Yandel perked up. That's amazing. Super useful too. Back then he'd always had to explain everything to the group, step by step. But now maybe he could finally enjoy adventuring like any normal battle maniac. Raven, how does it work? She furrowed her brows. I'm not totally sure. The books I've read didn't say much. In the game, you just gave it to the mage and pressed a button, someone muttered. Raven took the mirror in her hands, studying it closely. It's absorbing mana. I think we just need to channel magic into it. Just as she was about to proceed, Yandel raised a hand. Wait. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Let's cast a connection spell first just in case. Good point. Smart thinking. Yandel let out a quiet sigh of relief. That could have gone badly. Whatever book she read from clearly didn't include all the details. I'll start transferring mana now, Raven said. A gentle light began to glow, slowly expanding across the space. Then, the system's notification chimed. Character has entered Flame Mirror. In an instant they found themselves in a strange new realm. It felt like they had stepped into a dimensional rift. A horde of monstrous creatures came rushing toward them, more ferocious than anything they'd seen before. Yandel. Monsters incoming. Of course. This place is swarming with them, he muttered, drawing his weapon. Their eyes lit up with excitement the moment they saw the monsters. Gripping their weapons tightly, the group charged forward with full force, ready for battle. This was Floor 5, the Great Demon Region. In this world, each area in the wild was home to mysterious mirrors, places where monsters would respawn and then spill out into nearby ravines. Most of those mirrors had already been monopolized by large guilds, who stationed members there to grind levels non-stop, blocking access for anyone else. So it wasn't surprising that wild monsters had become increasingly scarce in the surrounding zones. But that raised an interesting question. Where were all these monsters coming from, the ones those guilds kept farming endlessly for XP? The answer lay in the altered environmental settings. The developers had activated a special effect called Anomalous World, which increased the drop rate of mana stones significantly. In the midst of the chaos, the teen's body suddenly grew, enlarging into a towering form. His transformation was swift, his movements powerful. So once again, let's be clear, normally, I refer to these hidden areas simply as, with a thunderous roar, the teen launched a mighty punch, its shockwave ripping through the battlefield like wildfire. Facing down the pack of monsters ahead, he showed no fear, just determination. All he needed now was 2 more essence crystals, and he'd be set. They faced the massive horde of monsters without the slightest hint of fear, every single one of them radiating excitement and pure adrenaline. This was the kind of battle they had always longed for. Watching from the sidelines, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Was that thing really this good at fighting? It looked like it was just swinging that greatsword around with brute strength, but each move was deliberate, dodging with precision, striking with purpose. It was as if something had awakened inside him, like he'd taken some sort of combat stimulant. His instincts on the battlefield now seemed even sharper than Misha's. Naria Brizianu Thun Ice Rain. With a fierce incantation, Orua Raven cast a Tier 5 offensive spell. The moment the spell deployed, a legendary blizzard swept over the battlefield, instantly freezing the monsters into enormous blocks of ice. Yandel, your mana's almost gone, the boy called out to the girl behind him, his voice steady but concerned. How much do you have left? Less than a third, she replied. He gave a quick signal, and the character ended their giant form. Stop using attack magic. Switch to support. Yes, understood, but the monsters just kept coming. Devastating attacks were unleashed one after another. The enemy's body was eventually slashed clean through. It had been ages since they'd been pushed to their limits like this. In the end, they had to resort to basic attacks, no skills left to spare. Still, they finally managed to wipe out the gigantic wave of monsters and collect a treasure trove of rare items. It felt like the battle was truly over now. Hey, these mana stones are unusually dark in color, someone pointed out. That's normal here, another replied. Mana stones in this region are denser, about double the usual concentration. Hearing that, he was absolutely thrilled inside. So basically, this is like getting a 2x item drop event. But Raven, looking a little drained, let out a sigh. Hold off on collecting the stones for now, please. I'm completely out of mana. I need some time to recover. 5 minutes later, the crystal drops began glowing with a soft, radiant light. How long will it take you to fully recover your mana? He asked gently. Raven thought for a moment. If I meditate or sleep, maybe 12 hours. Otherwise, probably a full day. All right then, he replied. Let's be careful with how we use magic from now on. Just then, Misha's eyes locked onto something. Yandel, there's essence over there. The others turned toward where she was looking, equally stunned. That one. Yeah, I see it, someone confirmed. From that monster with human heads dangling around it. That's a headless fire-type undead level 7. It must have dropped the essence, and then disappeared. Einar looked completely baffled. It just left it behind. Yandel sighed wearily. That essence doesn't match your element, so even if it's rare, just let it go. Right. There's also the possibility it's a field monitor type drop. If we catch it, we could sell it later, someone added. Raven immediately shot down the idea. Nope. Monsters under level 6 don't fetch a decent price. Monitor types are rare, sure. But they're usually kept for research. Besides, she continued, I heard you're only allowed to take one item out of this place. Huh? Just one? What do you mean? I don't really know the reason, Raven admitted, but that's what I was told from the beginning. To extract any items found here, you have to use magic, specifically a harvesting spell, otherwise you can't bring them out. Yandel glanced at his teammates, visibly pleased, then added, and you can only bring out one item. That's the rule. I see. If Raven didn't know about this, then I should have been the one to explain the area's unique traits, he muttered to himself. Raven continued, which is why we really need to think carefully about what to take. Essence is still essence, of course, but I've heard someone once managed to get something extremely valuable from this place. Something valuable. What kind of item was it? Not sure if anyone actually knows, she replied while gripping her staff, deep in thought. Starting from floor 5. Gathering information has always been a nightmare. Figures. Well, she said at last, let's just take a break for now. I'll keep watch. Soon after, the group reached another area. Avman, can you sense a teleport gate nearby? The bear man raised a paw and pointed. That way, it's faint, but I can feel it. Pretty far. In this zone where directional devices didn't work, he was relying on his Pathfinder ability to navigate. But Yandel started walking in the opposite direction and signaled the others to follow. We're going this way. Then why did you even ask? Someone complained. Because if the teleport gate is probably the exit, then heading the other way is where we'll actually find something. Right. I remember seeing a teleport gate in one of the mirrors, someone added. Yandel gave a wry smile. Convenient, huh? All right then, let's move. Time passed and their journey continued. Day 22, 7 p.m. Another day was coming to an end. During this time, the group had slain countless monsters along their path. Hell Guardian defeated. 4 EXP. Gremlin defeated. 2 EXP. Doom Warrior defeated. 5 EXP. Chaos Insect defeated. 2 exp. They had finally managed to take out creatures that other clans had always beaten them to. After 3 straight days of pushing forward, they emerged from the desert, the same place where their journey had begun. But the longer they pressed on, the more their stamina and MP drained away. Their monster hunting pace began to slow noticeably. Exhaustion crept in as the sheer size of the map and the overwhelming number of enemies began to take its toll. There had been several close calls already. Eventually they were forced to take regular breaks. Still, the rate at which they were collecting mana stones was nothing short of insane. Back then, their biggest haul had been the result of a shady deal when he'd cut a deal with some sketchy people and ended up stripping a bunch of gear from a captured rogue. That time the young man had practically bathed in gold. But now, deep inside the labyrinth, he felt for the first time like he was truly earning his wealth through mana stones. Day 27. Morning. They had now entered territory controlled by the Silver Wolf Guild. The group was in the middle of an intense slaughter when another squad approached. Time for the shift change, someone called out. Everyone moved with practiced ease, clearly familiar with the routine. Let me grab a drink first, one of them said casually. Nice work, by the way. But hey, doesn't it feel like there've been fewer monsters lately? Another team member chuckled as they stepped into position. Let's see what spawns this time. Not long after, someone went over to chat with the bald-headed squad leader. Captain. Huh? What is it? It's Veritas. That name instantly wiped the relaxed look off the captain's face. He shot up from his seat in disbelief. What did you say? Their forces were now facing something beyond terrifying. A massive monster had appeared, its sheer presence enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Finally, some good luck, someone muttered. Been nearly a year since last time. How much did that essence sell for again? The captain quickly snapped out of it and barked orders. Everyone, take battle formation now. You too, Henkel. You're ready, right? The towering beast rammed its massive hands into the barrier with brute force. The squad looked up at it in awe, almost pleased. The captain forced a smile. It's out. None of them had much of a choice anymore. But then, the monster suddenly froze. It couldn't move its hands anymore. The fighters below stared in confusion. What the hell is going on? Rewind time just a bit. Inside the fire mirror, the world was ablaze. The other group had been moving through a dense forest, casually chatting. Not as bad as I expected, honestly. Yeah, same. I was a little worried at first, but this area's easier than that desert mess. Haven't even seen a single level 5 monster. Suddenly, all their footsteps came to a halt. Something felt wrong. From within the mirror world they could see it, the giant beast. So it's finally shown up. What's that thing called? No idea. Seeing it with his own eyes, the boy instantly sensed danger. Wait, look. It's trying to leave this place. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air, intent on stopping it. Not that easy. Clutching his weapon, the teen struck with fierce determination. Skill activated. Primal outburst for a short time. The character's threat level was tripled, drastically increasing the chance of drawing enemy aggression. The monster staring at what had just happened was completely dumbfounded. It was over. Once again, it faced off against the fierce young warrior. The monster Veritas was a level 5 demonic type, so rare that even Raven had never heard of it before. Only one of its kind was known to exist, lurking deep within the blazing forest. Even the clans that controlled the exit near the Grand Demon Palace rarely encountered it. If they were lucky, they might run into it once a year. But that wasn't the only reason for the excitement upon seeing it. No, it wasn't just because of its rarity. The creature's massive body tensed as it threw a punch forward with brute force. The young man gave a faint smile, clearly satisfied. Just as I thought, easily one of the most useless-looking monsters in terms of physical appearance. Its raw power is weaker than a troll's. This one's definitely dropping in essence. Behind him, his teammates quickly began casting spells. Marith, check the mana flow, someone called. Yandel, you okay? Charging in against a monster like that without knowing what it is, what were you thinking? The battle continued fiercely, but fortunately the creature was only level 5. I'm fine. I can take a few hits, she replied, voice steady. Raven, however, looked somewhat concerned. Is that so? Then pull Yandel back for now. The rest of us focus on attacking. What? She exclaimed. The girl behind him urged caution. We need to identify its abilities first. Let's not rush things. He sighed internally. There was no other way. It would have looked weird to act like he knew everything already. Still, keeping it busy for a few hours wasn't really a problem. Time passed. Raven continued observing Veritas. The beast remained wild and relentless, but now they had identified all of its passive and active skills. Burst wound, repeated attacks to the same spot trigger an explosion, causing extra damage. Greedy wings. Its wings absorb ambient energy to regenerate its body. Dark Legion summons demonic minions. Ray of Destruction fires an intense beam of light for 3 seconds. All skills identified. Time to finish this, he muttered. When he realized he couldn't hold out any longer, he shouted, Hey! How long are you guys planning to just stand there? The group behind him shifted uneasily. Now that every skill was confirmed, they had no excuse left. Without hesitation, Raven entered combat mode. Let's wrap this up. Aurora Raven cast a level 5 lightning spell, Thunderlance. Avman Urikfried used his aggro-inducing skill Provocant Mist. In an instant, Veritas was obliterated, its body torn apart with nothing left intact. Veritas defeated. X5. They all turned toward the rising white smoke, visibly thrilled. Hey, look, the essence. Veritas essence, level 5. They gathered around it, beaming with satisfaction. Can't believe it dropped the exact color I was hoping for on the first try, someone said. I kind of hate you for that, but no way we're letting this go. Raven, standing nearby, asked with mild curiosity, so, what are you planning to do with that essence? Absorb it, obviously. That answer immediately caught the attention of the two girls, who turned toward him with eager expressions and said in unison, "Who's going to do it?" Watching the thin white smoke rise from the essence, Bjorn Yandel frowned and thought. This essence, he murmured. His gaze then shifted toward Einar, his eyes steady and resolute. It would be best if you were the one to keep it. The moment her name was mentioned, Einar's face lit up with excitement. Me, she exclaimed in delight. Meanwhile, Misha Karlstein simply closed her eyes with a resigned sigh, as though she had already foreseen the outcome. I knew it, she muttered. Alua Raven, however, was more concerned with the practical side of things. She tilted her head, clearly calculating. And what about the price of the essence? Bjorn lowered his eyes and answered with calm honesty. 16 million mana stones. Since we have not identified exactly what type of essence this is, I thought I would set the price a bit lower. At the number, Einar froze in shock. 16 million, she whispered, stunned. But Alua had a completely different reaction. To her, it sounded like a bargain. That price is far too low. This came from a monster so rare that even I could not identify it. If we were to bottle it and sell it, my share would be 40%. In return, I will take care of the research. Einar jumped up indignantly, her voice sharp. Wait a second, are you people trying to sell me off to some mage? Misha reached out quickly to calm her. Easy, Einar. Bjorn is the one talking here. Bjorn's eyes lingered on the essence, his expression caught between hesitation and contemplation. Then how about this, you hold onto one piece as your share? There might be other treasures that show up next time. Einar mulled it over, realizing it might be wiser to consult the others. Her eyes wandered to the massive bear of a man. That is definitely a possibility we can't rule out. What do you think, Admin Urikprit? The veteran gave a nod of approval. I have no objections. I have already earned more than enough. If my teammates become stronger, it only benefits all of us in the long run. That was enough for Alua, who clapped her hands together decisively. Good, then that settles it, conversation over. And so the essence of Berta's seeped into Einar Feneline's soul. Her whole body blazed with light, a current of energy surging through her veins as though she had been struck by lightning. Einar felt weightless. Dazed, her lips moving in incoherent murmurs as she tried to adjust. How do you feel? Any noticeable changes? Alua asked, watching closely. Einar, ever straightforward, shared her honest impression. It feels like my strength went up. Alua nodded and took a slow step closer, her voice turning instructional. We can analyze your stats later. For now, try testing your new ability. Still inexperienced in this kind of thing, Einar looked a little lost. How exactly do I do that? Patient and thorough, Alua guided her step by step, reminding her carefully, recall the abilities the monster used earlier and focus on channeling your soul force. If you can say something aloud that connects to the power you want to manifest, it might help. Einar listened intently and began to understand. Her stance was awkward, hands and feet flailing in a rather comical posture, but her determination shone through. All right, let me give it a try. She shot up to her feet, hunched over, her face a shade pale but her demeanor fierce and intimidating, as if trying to summon terror itself. Appear before me, demon, she cried. The legion of hatred's summoning of a demon failed. It was her first attempt, so failure was almost inevitable. On the second try, Einar gathered her energy, pressing her fingers firmly against her temples with fierce determination. A destructive light burst forth, radiating for 3 full seconds, yet, disappointingly, that attempt also ended in failure. Still unwilling to give up, she pressed on to the third attempt. This time, she invoked the wings of ambition. As they spread wide, They drew in the surrounding energy and began reshaping her body. At last, success. The result was flawless. Misha squinted against the dazzling glow, covering one eye in reflex. That light, she muttered. From Einar's back, a pair of luminous wings emerged, unfurling in magnificent splendor. Overjoyed, Einar cried out, "Oh, my wings, does this mean I have become a Valkyrie?" She turned proudly toward Bjorn, eager to boast of her triumph. "Look, Bjorn, I grew wings." He gave only a nonchalant shrug, as though it was no surprise. "Huh, is that so?" But inside, his reaction was the opposite. "What the hell is going on? This is chaos. It is basically just a skin. Ridiculous. Still, can't deny I am a little jealous." Einar, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Watch closely, all I need is this." Sword in hand, her expression fierce, she lunged forward as if to take flight with her new wings. She looked every bit like a warrior of legend, female barbarian in Valkyrie mode, limited edition. But soaring through the skies was not so simple. Her impatience betrayed her, and instead of lifting off gracefully, she toppled hard onto the ground. Wincing as a large welt began to swell. "What the why?" she groaned. Slumping down miserably, she lamented her misfortune. "I have wings, so why the hell can't I fly?" Bjorn reassured her calmly. "That is only a recovery skill. It is not a movement ability." While the two spoke, Abman Urikprit's attention sharpened. He sensed something stirring nearby. A pack of beasts and a cluster of ghouls emerged from the shadows. His lips curved into a confident grin. Perfect chance to run a field test. "Yes," Einar cheered, her voice bursting with enthusiasm. "Just in time." Bjorn raised his voice, rallying her with vigor. "Go, Einar." With a united roar, she charged forward alongside his command. The ghouls surged with savage ferocity, hurling themselves toward her. Thanks to the essence she had absorbed, Einar now had the power to handle them far more smoothly. Yet, still unfamiliar with her abilities, she stumbled at times. A beast spotted her hesitation and lunged, trying to pin her down. In a flash, Einar spun, unleashing a flurry of strikes combined with a burst of raw force, dispatching the creature cleanly. From the sidelines, Alua and Bjorn observed intently. Alua's sharp eyes narrowed as she thought to herself, could it be that he anticipated this? Is that why he gave Einar the essence? But if my prediction about targeting the same weak point turns out wrong, then what? Bjorn, arms crossed, answered her concern with unwavering certainty. "You are this team's mage. Of course I trust your judgment." Her lips curved into a restrained smile, pride swelling in her chest. "Oh, I suppose I should feel honored." Meanwhile, Misha assessed aloud, watching Einar carve through the enemy. "Looks like both her strength and speed have improved." Abman nodded in agreement. "The monsters keep getting stronger. Time we guided her properly." At last, Einar unleashed a full combination of her recovery skills, channeling life absorption through her body while her wings of ambition flared brilliantly. Her relentless bursts of energy cut through the horde, beams of light sweeping across the battlefield until the last enemy fell. The trial of the essence was over and its effectiveness had been proven beyond doubt. Seeing the results Einar had achieved, Misha's eyes widened in awe. "Just one essence alone, and she has already become this strong," she marveled. Alua walked up with a smile, offering her praise. "I am really looking forward to the upcoming test together." Feigning ignorance, Einar tilted her head. "I do not know what you are talking about." Sensing Misha's lingering unease, Bjorn patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, you will grow stronger too because you have got me to help you." Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she thanked him softly. 8:10 a.m. the 30th day of the Labyrinth expedition. With roughly 16 hours left before the labyrinth's collapse, the five of them left the cavern behind and took another path. Before long, they emerged into the middle of a dense forest, where the silhouette of a massive stone stele loomed before them. Bjorn let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we nearly did not make it. Alua raised her voice to caution those behind her. Everyone, stop. This could be dangerous. Bjorn shook his head dismissively. It is just a stone stele. In the game, this stele had no function whatsoever. For context, not only in this burning forest but also in other field zones, identical steles could be found. They served no purpose other than acting as signposts, marking the center of an area. Well, it was possible there were hidden mechanics I had not discovered yet, but the odds of that were slim. Alua suggested, for now, we should stop and double-check it, just to be safe. Bjorn nodded in agreement. If that is what you want. After all, in a situation like this, it would be reckless to ignore the opinion of the party's mage. She nudged him with her shoulder. Go on, Yandel, take a look at the stele. Got it, he replied. After satisfying Raven's curiosity, they continued their expedition. 2 hours later, Alua tried to encourage them. Just a little longer. We should find it soon. Bjorn shook his head, his voice firm. No time for that. We are still exploring the labyrinth. There could be more out there waiting for us. Suddenly, Misha tugged on his sleeve, pointing in the opposite direction. Bjorn, look over there. He followed her gaze. A house. Next time, we probably won't need to come here again. The group exchanged thoughts. There must be something inside. Let us check it out. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. A burned-down hut, first floor. Misha shuddered slightly, whispering, this place has an eerie feel to it. Bjorn scanned the area but found nothing of note. There is nothing here. Let us head up to the second floor. The second floor was no better, just more charred remains. Abman stiffened, his voice low. Here. Einar darted around, searching every corner of the room. Suddenly, she shouted, Raven. In her hands, she held up a book, swaying it excitedly. Look, a book you will like. Bjorn blinked in surprise. A book that was not in the game. Alua quickly took it from her and opened it. It is written in an ancient script. Looks like a journal. Let me try reading it. The entries told a grim story. Day 192. The rescue team